because of choosing the wrong civilization. This genius mage has been pushed down to the bottom of society. In a world where only the strong survive. Conquerors are known as those who hunt the dark creatures. They fight, loot, and protect everyone. It truly is a wonderful job celebrated by all as a hero. At a tea shop, a loud curse caught everyone's attention. You crazy jerk. Are you telling me to become a shield? It was the guy sitting across from the male lead, named Dong Gimin, who is currently working for the Conquest branch. Just yesterday, Manhwa received a call from him after a long period of unemployment, thinking there was a good deal, only to find out the other party wanted him to go to the front lines with a shield, while the monsters in the dungeon are immortal. Who would want to play like that? You do not want to understand and ask back why there is only this one job. Those lower-level jerks do not have any trouble finding work, Dong Gimin explained. You know, there are very few establishments that offer commissions for the warrior class, even if they are high-ranking conquerors. According to him, the current mage system is hotter than gold. Warriors are usually slow in handling situations and have a higher injury rate, so they are not the targets that clients are looking for. Compared to mages who can safely eliminate monsters from a distance, warriors can only take hits up front. Manhwa fell silent and could not refute anything. 11 years ago, you scored very high on the awakening potential test with a magic potential of up to 97%. At that time, the top mage only reached a potential threshold of 92%. Everyone thought you would become a mage, but in the end, you made a sharp U-turn and decided to choose warrior with a potential of 34%. Just because mages back then had a terrible reputation. Yet life turned around more than a rice paper pancake. After 11 years. Who would have thought that warriors were dismissed while mages were welcomed even more? Just thinking about it makes my chest ache. Guan saw you hesitating for a long time and chimed in. I was going to find someone else, but I called you because I remembered your situation. No choice. Now it is too late to regret. The poor young man Minza-hun had no choice but to nod and accept this terrible deal. At 8:00 am the next day, Minza-hun went to the location he was sent to and waited in front of the dungeon gate, along with many others. He silently cursed his brother Gimin for always using such a flexible schedule. Clearly, he said he would arrive. Yet it is already 8:52 and not even a glimpse of him. Thinking of this person made him regret being just a D-rank warrior while Gimin was an A-rank mage. Anyone could see that he was a person of strength. Yet he buried himself in an office job at the branch. While he was pondering life and people, his brother ran over to start a conversation. They were both warriors of the same system. But he was decked out in armor, while you had nothing but poverty. The two of them chatted for a bit, when the dungeon managers announced that there were only 30 minutes left until the operation began, just as planned. Each person stepped through the space gate one by one to enter the desolate ruin place. Confronting the extremely aggressive monsters, a mage shouted, "Wait. Vanguard, raise your shields properly and stand in line. Wait. Do not you understand what I am saying? I said to hold the formation even if we get killed." Although the battlefield was quite boring, Minhwa still stubbornly accepted this dull job. The battle began. They were the shields tasked with blocking the monsters, while the mages fired fireballs to burn them from a distance. The flames rose violently, quickly incinerating the monsters. At first, he was worried about struggling, but fighting alongside the mages of the Meteor Guild, if they could handle it to this extent, he did not need to worry about losing his life anymore. Time passed. After clearing out quite a few monsters, everyone decided to take a short break before taking on the boss. His older brother next to him smiled, but the words coming out were somewhat complaining. Aging is really scary. If I had known it would be like this, I would have stopped messing around when I was younger and focused on leveling up. By the way, did you find any valuable items? Because this place isn't a grade dungeon anyway. Minhwa followed his advice and opened her equipment panel. Suddenly, a headache hit her, making her feel very uncomfortable. After a few seconds, the system unexpectedly announced that it had stopped operating and the connection to the player would be temporarily cut off. Minhwa was left bewildered, not understanding what was happening, when suddenly she heard someone's voice in her ear. It told her to follow the light and did not mention anything else. The system kept malfunctioning. It says that due to the presence of something mysterious, it can't be activated right now. Minhwa does not understand why there are quite a few bright spots appearing. They flicker everywhere like fireflies, and no one around knows or sees them except for you. It is leading to a broken door. You are also quite curious, so you quickly tell Manhwa that you will be leaving for a bit, then follow along to see where it leads. The SR system is currently off. You can't access the information window. Minhwa tries to start it up but receives a notification that a function is partially broken. The system is reverting to save mode. You woke up at the age of 10. The Acer system has also been around for 17 years. Yet it says it is malfunctioning. To put it quickly, The Acer system has a connection to the Asgardian gods like Odin and Thor. It is theorized with the original name taken from the Acer gods. This is the last fortress holding humanity's hope after being pushed to the brink of extinction. 20 years ago, in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, a towering tree suddenly emerged. It suddenly sprouted one morning and grew to cover the sky in just 9 days. Along with it came a slew of disasters and monsters appearing everywhere. Half of humanity was attacked by monsters, and among them, half ended up on the altar due to hunger and disease. But then the first awakened one appeared. Not only handsome but also wielding the power of the gods. Along with that is the Acer system, the strongest weapon led by the strongest hero of humanity. Manhwa walked on until she stopped before a gigantic door. You are visibly excited, wondering if this could be a treasure gate. If a level or higher item appears, you would quit your job right away instead of working at this time. The door slowly creaks open, revealing a vast space with a shiny golden round gem. At that moment, the system unexpectedly sends a notification that the system function has successfully restored half of it. An item has just been added and asks if you want to appraise it. Manhwa truly is the king of luck. After the item is appraised, the information immediately appears. This one is named Odin's Lost Eye. Classified as the only legendary item in the world. When equipped, it allows you to understand runes and use magic to disarm or destroy. Plus, it has the original cosmic skill that can copy the skills of others or all spells without needing to chant. This is great. The only legendary item in the world. Once sold, you won't need to work anymore. You would have more money than you could ever spend. But it is a bit regrettable. Just when you were thinking of trying it out once before selling, you received a warning that this is a bound item. Min immediately cancels it. You would rather sell it than use it. As an awakened one, you are so fed up with delving into dungeons, a place where luck and tragedy are just a blink apart. But first, you need to leave this place. Manhwa returns to gather with everyone. The moment you show your face, you receive a warning from the wizard leading the guild. It will be very awkward if you act on your own. I hope there won't be a situation like this next time. Manhwa bowed his head and sincerely apologized. Yep. I will be more careful next time. You follow them, fully knowing this is a dungeon. It is a lawless place. So it would be a bad ending if you reveal that you are holding a valuable item. The group was preparing for the boss fight when suddenly rocks and debris from above collapsed on them. Manhwa quickly ran to the side to avoid it. Just escaping danger, he suddenly realized there was poison gas, a type of gas extremely dangerous to the human body. Manhwa covered his mouth and quickly said to Yu, Jihan, I think we need to get out of here fast. This gas is very dangerous. Manhwa thought the same. But as soon as he turned around, he was stabbed right through by someone. Hong Ku immediately ran away like the wind. The loud explosion and poison gas appeared at the same time. So it must be the actions of the assassins in the dungeon. Their target is likely to wipe out everyone from the guild. You are really fed up with this dangerous situation. Manhwa stopped because the pursuer was closing in. A strange weapon with a sharp tip like an arrow was attached to a chain, shooting straight at you. Manhwa dodged the attack. You got hit. But luckily the wound on your shoulder is not too deep. At that moment, the person behind suddenly spoke up. I told you right, that we would meet today. I really did not expect it to be this person. Manhwa asked directly. Dong Gimin, did you do all of this? He did not hesitate to nod in acknowledgement, even saying he did everything just because the client requested it. Plus, there are many people who dislike the Star Guild. They look down on other guilds. So it is not surprising that this happened. Manhwa stared at his opponent, wondering if he could fight back. No matter how you looked at it, he would end up beaten up like a worn-out blanket. So what was the point of asking anymore? Dong Gimin isn't a rank mage, one of the 2% of geniuses in the country, while you are just a D-rank warrior, which is fine. But honestly, it is a surprise if you can win. You want to avenge your warrior teammates, especially brother Manhwa. But in this situation, there is nothing you can do. You will just have to hold back in front of the enemy and pretend like nothing happened today. So before you could finish speaking, that magical weapon had already rushed in to attack. The level difference between them was too clear, so you could not do anything but dodge. A cut grazed your cheek, causing blood to gush out. You went pale, thinking that if that had been a moment slower, you might have been finished for sure. Dong Gimin raised his hand forward and said, Today's target is not just the Meteor Guild. As soon as he finished speaking, countless magical circles were summoned, launching numerous lightning chains aimed at the man in front of him. Manhwa dodged back and forth with a dozen questions in his mind about who was targeting him. If someone is so intent on taking your life, it must be that guy. You asked directly, Is it my dad? Dong Gimin remained silent for a few seconds before throwing his head back and laughing madly like a lunatic. After a moment, he nodded and admitted, You are really smart. That is why I like you. Thinking of his deceased mother, Minhun hesitantly asked one more question. Last winter, that person also did something like this, right? Unexpectedly, the answer was exactly what he was thinking. That bastard Dong Gimin over here continued to attack him with lightning chains, while taunting that his family was worse than the Yuchi clan in some world. A husband who killed his wife, and then hired someone to eliminate his only son is just wrong on so many levels. He kept mocking and thought this conversation could end here. Suddenly, he noticed the person in front of him mumbling something under his breath. He thought Minhun was trembling and begging. But suddenly, Minhun radiated an enormous amount of mana. The ground and the surrounding space where he stood warped, shattering and sending debris flying everywhere. That aura truly made a rank mage like Dong Gimin break out in a cold sweat, not daring to delay any longer. The spell called Lightning Chains was activated once again, unleashing countless magical chains toward Minhun in an attempt to take his life. Just when he thought he had succeeded, everything shattered. Odin's lost eye item was equipped. The item has been linked to the user. Just as the system sent 2 notifications, Minhun swore that today he would make him suffer as much as possible as the active skill of the lightning chains was activated. Numerous magical circles appeared behind Minhun. Dong-gin was stunned, because he could not believe what was happening right in front of him. That was a technique he had spent years learning, so how could a D-rank warrior use it? A counterfeit version clashing with the real deal was truly a headache. The lightning chains continually clashed, creating loud explosions that shook the sky. The situation did not seem good at all. Dong Gimin, after a while of dodging and almost losing his pants, took the chance to shoot a magical bullet at him. Unfortunately, it had no effect. The moment had come. Everything was set. Mahun immediately launched a final counterattack against the enemy. The lightning chains shot forward, both brutal and powerful. Dong Gimin faced his own technique but had no way to resist it, quickly activating his defensive shield. Unexpectedly, everything was beyond his control. When the shield broke, he absorbed a lethal blow and immediately collapsed, a massive explosion shaking the dungeon, followed by a cloud of dust and debris flying everywhere. Gimin is still alive, but he can't hold on for much longer. Minhun slowly moved closer, and after delivering another blow, it seemed like the end of everything. You lay sprawled on the ground, with no strength or magic left at all. But even though you were exhausted, you still muttered complaints. Today, because of a legendary lucky item, you used up all the merits you have collected throughout your life. Just when Minzahun thought he would die here, the rescue system appeared with a notification. Once the new system starts operating, time will revert to the period that the user longs for the most. Do you want to activate it or not at this point? What else is there to be afraid of? Minzahun agreed to activate the new system called Nai, and at the same time, he became the enemy of the supreme deity Acer along with 2 new skills equipped. Minji-hun opened his eyes wide and jumped up. He wondered what the hell was going on, but just as he stared at his own hands, the guidance system appeared. It explained to him that he had reversed time to the moment he desired the most. Today is June 15th, 2022. The system brought him back to 11 years ago along with a mission to rest until his body recovers to 80%. Minzahun set everything aside and went to his desk. He picked up the desk calendar and crossed out a line. In his previous life, he had a poor existence because he went against his calling, and he died in a ridiculous way. This time, he would not make that mistake again. I am sure you will become a great wizard and find a way to defeat that old man. After hugging your mom and crying your heart out, you put a rice stick in your mouth but still could not help but get teary-eyed. Minhun's mom noticed that her son was different today, so she put down the chopsticks and asked directly, "What is wrong, Ani?" He smiled, hiding everything, and said he just had a nightmare. Then he changed the subject and told her he wanted to switch to wizard class instead of being a warrior like he had declared before. At first, his mom was a bit taken aback, but after thinking it over, she happily accepted. She said, "I want you to do what you love rather than chase after money, whether it is magic or anything else. I will always support you." If she did not say anything, it would be fine. But the more she spoke, the more tears flowed. The young man, feeling emotional, quickly wiped his eyes and reminded himself that this was not the time to cry. The man named Minongo was still very much alive. In order to defeat a class A invader like his father, he still needed to become stronger. After a while, the resting mission was finally complete. Minhun, after planting a banana tree with one hand, stood in front of his system board and muttered to himself, "I still do not know what this system really is, but I have my strengths, which is knowing the future. I have a good memory. So now the problem is skills." All stats and levels displayed on the information board returned to their original state. However, Some passive skills were fortunately retained, thanks to a skill called the Watched by the Gods, holding the empty card sent to him upon completing the resting mission in his hand. After a moment of contemplating what to learn and what not to learn, he made his decision. Right now, what you need most is a healing spell. At this point, the mages are at the bottom of society. However, healers are treated like nobility. You like to think that if you had that skill, you would not be looked down on no matter where you went. You are sitting there calculating everything in life. After being reborn, you receive a message from your childhood friend, Kim You-dong, in your previous life. This friend had to die right in front of you. But this time, you will change that. The main content is swimming among a bunch of urgent messages, saying that the Saintess is giving a speech downtown. That is why she wants to invite you along. Hurry up. You divil. Your friends are just sitting around and have seen the messages but have not replied at all. Maya Hun gets excited when hearing about the Saintess. You remember her, a stunning sister with magic representing sacrifice. She is definitely the right person at the right time. Min Hun quickly sends a light reply and then heads out of the house. Once he reaches downtown, he and Du Dung squeeze through until they find a good spot to observe. They are very eager to see that girl. The guild leader of Jian Ho is a top-tier healer famous worldwide. However, among the people here, only you know that in 2 months, she will be caught in a dangerous situation in the Ida dungeon. The cause of this is due to this speech. The woman on stage bowed her head after finishing her speech, calling for courage from the enforcers. Min Hun and everyone sitting below were all silently listening. You know what she said is true. The vast majority of those who awaken do not want to become enforcers fighting against monsters. You are one of them too. If it were not for that unfortunate incident, you would have sold the Eye of Aden and slept with your mountain of money by now. The speech has ended. Min Hun teased his friend a bit, then told the girl to head back while he left because he still had things to take care of. Ms. Hun ran in the direction the Saintess's group left and quickly spotted her black car. Her older brother, Manager Park's son, saw him and immediately chased after him, saying, "Sorry, but if you want to give her a gift as a fan, you can't. You also should not get involved right now. I am here to see Guildmaster Yuk Sung-un." Facing the man who was trying to chase him away, Ma Hun maintained a cheerful attitude and said, "I know the Guildmaster is suffering from an incurable illness, and I know how to cure it." The manager's face twisted into an ugly grimace. He grabbed the collar of Ma Hun and growled, "Where did you hear that?
Good.
Which idiot told you our guild leader is sick?" Yuk Sung-un heard the noise outside and rolled down the window, saying to the guy,
Me.
"Hold on a second. Can you take responsibility for what you just said?" Min Hun firmly replied, "I can heal her." Yuk Sung-un silently assessed for a moment, then finally nodded in acceptance and took him to another location to discuss. They all went to a room where she did not ask too many questions and went straight to the point. "How did you know I was sick? If I said I was from the future, people would probably beat me up for talking nonsense." Min Hun cleverly dodged the question and said he would copy her skill called Sacrifice to borrow that healing ability. Sun flailed, refusing to accept. He shouted, "No need to listen anymore. Do you even know what the Sacrifice skill is to say such things? That is the unique skill of the guild leader. We can't replicate that magic. And yet you want to do just that." Min Hun knew he had a point. Unique skills are often S-rank, inherited through a family line or belonging to a single individual, while other common skills rely on formulas to memorize. Unique skills do not. To put it plainly, it can't be replicated due to the exclusivity of a person or a family. Knowing this, you did not show anger or rebuttal. Just told him to calm down. "You know what I can do? And if I could not do anything, why would I come all this way?" The basic principle of the Sacrifice skill is just like its name. The one who inherits the skill is seen as a gift to the gods, so they cannot heal themselves. Otherwise, it would create a gap in the concept of sacrificing one's life. Yuk Sung ignored the advice of the guild member and nodded in agreement with this. Mina Hun did not hesitate any longer and took out a blank card to prepare to learn the new skill. At that moment, one side emitted a gentle golden light while the other absorbed it. Soon after, the system sent a notification that the Sacrifice skill had been activated. He then extended his hand forward, radiating healing energy to build trust with them. Everyone's eyes widened in amazement. He clenched his fist and said immediately, "All right, now let us get to healing. Shall we?" The system interface clearly stated that the Sacrifice skill not only created a healing wave to help teammates regain vitality and status, but could also be transformed into an attack skill if used on immortal monsters like Thai. But that was still not everything he wanted. He made a request to please become my sponsor. I have very big ambitions, but to grow, I realize that I need money and connections. For these reasons, I want the Yunho Guild to sponsor me. Thinking of the benefits he could bring, they nodded in agreement right away. However, she still wanted to set a condition. Because this illness is a personal issue and has nothing to do with the guild. So how could they just provide support without any rights to ask for something in return? The two of them got straight to the point without any long-winded conversation. She said right away, "Do you want to join this guild?" Seeing Minhun's look of disbelief, she did not hide anything and clearly stated that she had a few reasons for asking that. First, it was about the guild leader John Ho being sick, which is confidential information known to very few people. Second, she had never heard of anyone possessing a unique copying skill like yours before, and she was not sure if someone like you would appear in the future. Just thinking about the infinite possibilities of what you could copy made her want to recruit you. And the third point, to put it succinctly, is that I am interested in you. At this tempting offer, Minhun did not rush to respond. In the previous life, after the Saintess fell into a critical condition, the Flower Guild quickly collapsed for unclear reasons. But no matter what, at this point, they are indeed the strongest guild. If you join and want to develop, this is a wise choice. To be sure. You ask one last question. The agreement between a guild and an underage student is illegal. In the end, he received an answer that left him stunned. Have you ever heard of the right to priority negotiation? Maya-gun in the previous life. No need to mention. Remember that he was poorer than the poorest, yet now he is granted special treatment among the talented. It is truly unbelievable. But since words can kill, there is no need to rush. It is better to be cautious. Mahun went around behind the Saintess. Then, he used the skill he just copied to heal her. The golden light radiates brightly. Older brother Sun had previously looked down on this young man. But now he has broadened his perspective. A disease that high-ranking conquerors, or those who dedicate their lives to medicine, cannot solve is now being healed. He regrets the things he has done before, lowering his head to show his remorse. Please take care of our guild president. I will express my sincere apologies on another occasion. You have successfully treated the target's illness. Emergency first aid skills have increased to level 19, as indicated in the recent announcement. Minhun stopped his actions and told Yuksung to try doing something. She followed his instructions. Moving closer to the window and extending her hand into the air, the healing energy immediately transformed into butterflies fluttering in the wind. The dreadful illness has been completely cured. Yuksung turned to him and asked if he would face punishment like she did after acquiring this skill. Minhun smiled gently and replied, "It will be fine if that happens. You can heal me then." The next day, Minzahun asked the guild for help with something. He was taken by older brother Pars to a place where, according to him, the large gate in front of him was the entrance to their low-level dungeon. He made this request because it was part of a pre-planned scheme. The Mila's Academy he was preparing to attend is a gathering place for talented individuals competing against each other. To survive there, he only has one option: to level up. Since they had discussed it beforehand, Sons brought some healing items and support tools. He handed you a staff and said this is the guild's backup gear, and you can use it. Seeing Minhun getting ready to leave, Sun spoke up. It might be a level E dungeon, but going in alone is very dangerous. Why on earth would you go in there by yourself? Mahun raised the staff to assess it while replying, I just want to level up a bit. The man in charge of the Yunho Guild did not stop him this time and handed him a teleportation stone. He said to use this in case of danger, because it can teleport you back to the gate immediately. He would be very happy if you accepted it, because this can be considered an apology for his earlier rude behavior, as well as a thank you for healing Yuksung-an. Minhun nodded in thanks and quickly stepped through the gate to enter the dungeon. From what he felt, this was definitely a level A dungeon, but as soon as he entered, everything changed instantly. Countless black arms grabbed hold of him. Minza-hun did not even understand what was happening to him when the system sent a notification. Due to the NICE system, the user would be teleported to a special area. Your current location is the Land of Death. The scene shifted to the guild leader Yuksung-an. She was sitting at her desk, thinking about how almost no one could clear an E-level dungeon alone, despite it being labeled as such. At that moment, a sudden knock came from outside. The person claimed to be Pak Park Hannah, then presented the file of a young man named Minhun to her boss. Yuksung flipped through a few pages and gasped. He is a candidate for the warrior class. Then how could he use magic? Yu-dung flipped another page. And after seeing the potential magic power at 97%, he widened his eyes as it all started to make sense. To avoid losing this talented young man, she quickly took out her phone to call Manager Sun, and instructed him that when Minhun returned from the dungeon, he should tell him that she is ready to sign the contract anytime. She also emphasized wanting to personally test his talents. At the same time, Prince Manhwa just wanted to go to the E-level dungeon to level up. But as soon as he entered, the system threw him straight into a hellish difficulty area. Is this a trap or what? He stood amidst the strange mist, wondering what was happening, when an arrow suddenly flew at him from somewhere. It narrowly missed his left cheek, instead of hitting him in the head. Oh my! This is a 9-circle rescue. Who can withstand this? Facing him was a skeletal archer. And after that last shot, it showed no intention of letting up and prepared to shoot again. The self-healing sacrifice skill was activated immediately. Manhwa muttered to himself, "Is this paralysis poison? This is getting complicated. It does not stop here. It is time for the undead." So the zombie horde is starting to rise from their graves, not only underground but even in the air. Countless monsters are slowly surrounding from that direction. The skeleton shooter took the opportunity to shoot an arrow at him. But this time it would not be so easy. Manhwa accurately caught it. And not only that, he easily broke it into several pieces. Gotcha. You are done for. Look what your mom did. Above are the 4 demons. And surrounding them are the skeletal shooters and zombies. This dungeon is like a world of the dead, overseen by Loki Hugh's daughter. This is the land of Hyhem, known to be the coldest and darkest place that newcomers find hard to attack without divine power. However, if this really is Hyhem, he might take this opportunity to test his new strength. The sacrifice skill, besides supporting and removing negative effects, can also turn into an attack skill against the zombie monsters due to its powerful area effect called Light's Judgment. A zombie rushed into attack. Instead of chanting like ordinary mages, Manhwa decided to poke each one with his staff. After easily taking down a monster, Manhwa jumped high and used his staff combined with Thunder Chain to retaliate, pulling in X points. With such a good opportunity, why would he let it pass? He dashed toward them, intending to knock the skeleton shooter on the head with his staff. But unexpectedly, the item in his hand was so fragile that it broke into 2 pieces. He reminisced about his previous physical attack moves and frowned, questioning himself about how ordinary mages fight during battles. These monsters keep reviving while the only weapon he had is completely shattered. I can't keep dragging this out any longer. Manhwa reached out to activate the skill of sacrifice, shifting from passive to active. Countless beams of bright yellow light, filled with holy energy, rained down from above, obliterating the corpses. Whatever came from where, returned to that place all at once. After the first battle, Manhwa sat on the ground, tired, using mana to heal. Everything was just too coincidental for him. If he does not level up quickly now, he fears there won't be another chance to win and return. His next destination is the deadly fields of Hyhem. Clearly, he is just a rank reborn warrior. Yet the gods above threw him into such a severely mismatched place. How can he fight? Discouraged, he paused, just as he was about to use a stone to return. Disaster struck. A powerful wave of mana swept across, instantly frightening Manhwa. The atmosphere grew heavier, making it hard for him to breathe, causing him to kneel. Amidst the fog, he sensed something terrifying approaching, so he quickly covered his mouth and tried to make no sound. Before he could even do anything, it arrived. The boss of the dark dungeon had appeared. Just one monstrous shadow was enough for the system to issue a warning urging him to run, as the level difference between them was extremely dangerous. It is so frustrating to think about. Manhwa smiled faintly, then frantically opened his inventory to find a teleportation stone. Run. Run fast. Who cares about anything else? Just run for now, and we will figure it out later. What bad luck. Just as you grabbed the teleport stone, you got slapped hard by the boss, almost exiting the server. The stone slipped from your hand and rolled away somewhere. Your mana is running low, and your AP is almost 0. You have barely been alive for a few days and already have to face an immortal dungeon boss. That is just too much to handle. Just when the boss was about to launch another attack at you. Fortunately, someone came to the rescue in time. She is Loki's daughter and the one who governs this place. The large horns on her head, along with a body that is half decayed and half angelic, is the sign to recognize her. As she approached them, she told the boss, "You can't do that. They brought themselves here. A significant guest has been designated to create change." She talks big but immediately criticizes upon arrival. "I thought the one who could create change would kill it. Turns out, you are just a kid. Your physique is pretty average, and your mana is impressive, but not enough to face the Acer gods. Why would Loki choose a kid like you to create change?" Her finger pressed close to the artery on your neck. Manhwa is not willing to be easily defeated by those gods. With a plan for revenge against her biological father and a desire to become a wizard, she does not want it to end like this. Hio saw the angry look of the person across from her, her hands tightening even more. She threatened in a low voice. The apocalypse is coming soon. And if you fail and send us to hell, I will make sure to take you down first. With that, she let go and gave him another chance. The main requirement is to quickly get stronger and defeat Run. If you succeed, she will reward you with a special gift. However, there is only a 2-month window, and failure means death. But if she finds out you have not gotten stronger, you will die too. So figure it out on your own. After saying that, just like when he arrived, countless dark hands rushed in to grab Min-hun and throw him out of this dungeon. Min-hun opened his eyes wide awake and suddenly realized he was back at the starting point with his body completely intact. The mission system was right in front of him. Thinking of that girl, he now realized she was the goddess of death and ruled over one of the 9 realms of Norse mythology. Her presence reminded him of one thing. He had to become stronger. Otherwise, let alone his revenge plan, he might not even have the chance to do anything before she takes him down first. However, for someone like him who was not used to fighting, like a maid, and who had not learned low-level spells, it seemed tough. Maya-hun took her phone out of her pocket and coincidentally saw a message from her brother Sons. It clearly stated that Yuksung wanted to meet him to discuss the contract, so if he had time, he should meet them tomorrow. Mina-hun smiled slyly and replied that he would come to meet them and would be very pleased if the guild could help him with one more thing. The day after, Minza-hun followed Pars to the meeting place. On the way, he silently speculated that their eagerness must be because they had seen his information. A professional wizard with a natural talent level of 97% is hard to find. Even turning the whole world upside down would not yield a second one. As for 98, 99, and 100%, that is just luck. As soon as the door opened, what caught his eye was a hot girl in a tight black outfit. She immediately said, "You made it? I have been waiting for you." After exchanging a few words, they got straight to the point. Minhun said, "I have talked to Manager Park's son, but before signing the contract, I have one condition." She then clarified that since she had just transitioned from a warrior to a wizard less than a month ago, she was not used to using magic. So her condition for signing the contract was to have the guild president Yu Sung teach her magic. Sun listened to their discussion in silence. From the beginning, he knew this guy was not ordinary. In a world of enforcers, a trump card that could be used at any time was essential. Yu Sung, who was both an as-level enforcer and the leader of the Yunho Guild, was a quality trump card. It could not get any better than this. Yu Sung took a moment in silence to think, then agreed. "However, if you have a request, she would be just the same," she said. "I want to see what your talent is like." "Okay." With that, she snapped her fingers, and a massive block of mana appeared behind her. Yu Sung said straight out, "You have to get past it. For someone talented enough to sign such a good contract, you should at least be able to handle this." Right. Mahun had beads of sweat on his forehead. Usually, a block of mana would be used by at least B-rank mages to better understand their sensitivity to mana. And since you are just starting out, this is a tough level test. Mahun asked back, "It sounds like you are trying to discourage me, does not it?" The opponent responded upon hearing that. "Why should I do that? Even if you fail, it won't be a problem for the contract. As the guild president, I promise you that." After she said this, she walked over to the manager and told him to open the gate. "Before you step in, do not forget to encourage yourself a bit to gain courage." Minhun took a deep breath. At this point, not going in would be humiliating, so he ultimately decided to move forward. Outside, Pars told his boss that he was feeling quite anxious and did not understand why she would create such a difficult situation. Even though he was a genius, he was still just a kid. Yu Dungan laughed and said, "What kid? This is clearly a little devil." But anyway, she was sure Minhun would complete this test. On Minhun's side, he entered and immediately discovered a vast ocean of mana before him. No longer just a mass. Usually, in this world, mana is like oxygen. It is essential for using spells or activating skills. But if exposed to too much for an extended period, it can weaken the heart and lungs, leading to death. Based on what he remembered, the only way to get out of here was to find the door connecting the whirlpools. He stayed silent, trying to breathe deeply to focus, and suddenly sensed a spot that felt a bit special. Following the position he sensed, he quickly saw a crystal in the center of the whirlpool emitting a strong flow of mana. It was so powerful that it almost contained all the mana in this place. While Minza-hun was inside struggling to find a way out, Manager Park's son spoke up. She wondered how long it would take him. Yu Sung responded, "It took me 40 minutes. And I am the fastest in the country." Hearing that, he stated his guess. There are only 2 possibilities. One is that he won't get past this mana block, and the other is that he will set a new record. As they were chatting happily, Yuksung suddenly shouted. "Hey, look over there." Manager Park followed his gaze and immediately noticed a crack starting to appear in the mana block. Looking at the clock, only 10 minutes had passed. Oh my. What the hell is going on? What the heck is happening in there? Going back a few minutes. After seeing the crystal containing that terrifying amount of mana, Minhun wondered if this was the core maintaining this mana block. If it, then just smash it and forget about finding a way out. Someone once said that when people hit, you hit back, and whatever you want to knock down, you have to let it fall. The young man quickly thought of it and acted immediately. You swim to the rock, then easily grab it in your hand and conveniently crush it decisively. The surrounding space crackles from your recent action, and then starts to tear apart. Watching the gigantic mana slowly collapse right in front of him, Manager Park's sons and the president of the union, Jux, stood frozen outside. Pars could not believe his eyes. Historically, only 7% of mages manage to escape from a block of mana. A bar rank takes about 2 hours, and a rank about an hour and a half. And his rank takes about half an hour to an hour. The world record is held by Camila from the U Alliance with 36 minutes. I thought that was impressive enough. But who would have guessed Minzahun could break her record by a whopping 26 minutes? He was so excited that he rushed over to grab your hand and praised you. Amazing, good job. You escaped from the mana block in just 10 minutes. Ms. Hun's ears were ringing, because he did not understand what was going on when it was Sung-un's turn to ask why you got out of the mana block so quickly. Maya Hun, hearing this, casually replied while rubbing her wrist. I found something in the mana block that looked like a crystal, so I just crushed it. She was even more shocked after hearing you say that crystal contained all the mana of an enormous block. A normal awakeners would not even be able to find it, let alone crush it. The only thing certain about you being able to do that is that the amount of mana within you exceeds even that entire block. She is so excited, hurriedly letting go of my hand and quickly saying before it is too late. All right, Minun, I can make you the greatest wizard. Are you ready? These past few days, Mina Hun has been disappearing as soon as she wakes up, making her mom and best friend quite worried. They are waiting for you right outside, because even though they have tried calling several times, Mina Hun has not picked up a single call. At this moment, the luxurious Rolls-Royce Wraith, worth $12.8 million with a V12 engine providing 453 horsepower, is racing from afar. Seeing Minhun step out of that massive car, two cameramen immediately started whispering to each other. Kim spoke up first. That car looks really expensive, does not it? Why is Minhun coming out of there? His mom, seeing her son waving at her, turned pale and said to Kim Do-dung, there is no way our family is getting involved in some bad organization. Right. That same day, Kim Do-dung stayed over at Minun's house for the night because her parents were busy and had to go abroad. The two of them sat in the room talking about him switching from being a warrior to a wizard. She truly could not believe that someone who always wanted to be a warrior would suddenly decide to change. But once his mind was made up, no amount of persuasion from her would work anymore. In another location, the sun was setting, and the continuous cawing of crows around sounded so dreary. The man plunged his sword into the head of the giant snake, completing this mission. This guy is Minyan, looking this cool and handsome. He must be the main character. Right. He is the father of the main character. A warrior approached and said, Sir Minyan, we were able to hunt successfully this time, all thanks to you. I honestly do not remember the last time we went hunting this smoothly, he said before inviting the guy to join his guild. But Minyan flatly refused. The warrior still would not give up. He quickly grabbed the guy's arm and continued his pleading. Come on. Do not be like that. If it were you, my Scarlet Guild would ensure the best treatment for you. It is annoying. Just 2 words are enough to express disdain. Minyano's whole body suddenly radiated an overwhelming amount of mana, like chains binding the mind of the opponent and pulling away his memories. Holding it in his hand, he murmured, darkness and ambiguity. That petty greed truly is a human trait. He suddenly paused and continued. Humans are not the only ones like that. 10 points of corruption. With such a villainous appearance, a son better than his father means the family is fortunate, while a father better than his son means the family is in mourning. After saying that, he slowly vanished right before the warrior's eyes, leaving him alone with a very meaningless question. What am I doing here? The next day, Minhun went to Duke Sung to learn magic. As soon as the two met, she immediately said, before we start the first lesson, I want to see what your instincts and reflexes in combat are like. In other words, we are going to have a duel. Maya Jia-hun thought he must have misheard, so he asked, a duel. It seems like it is a bit hard to start like this. She does not care and insists that someone who can escape the mana block in 10 minutes must have some skill. The first attacker was Mina Hun, But due to her profession, instead of using magic, she immediately took a defensive stance. Du Dung takes a moment to carefully assess her opponent from head to toe. Ma Hun has her left foot forward, slightly bending her knee, trying to lower her shoulders as much as possible. Clearly a stance that helps avoid attacks and allows for easier movement, like the way warriors do. With this understanding, as soon as Minza Hun threw her first punch, she immediately recognized and blocked it. Mina Hun did not expect her opponent to react so quickly. You quickly pulled your hand back and jumped back to widen the distance. In your mind, you thought you would at least land a hit, yet this person, even though she was just a healer, clearly had the skills of a top-tier S-Rank invader. Arku Dungan stepped closer to you and pointed out that you still had not shaken off the habits of a warrior. When has there ever been a mage so reckless as to charge forward like that? She asked you what the biggest difference is between a warrior and a mage. Mai Hun replied, "It is definitely the range of combat, whether close or far." After hearing this, she nodded in satisfaction and continued, "That is right. A mage usually weakens their opponent from a distance before moving in for the decisive blow. But you were trying to close the distance with your opponent too much. As a wizard, your defense stats are already low, so if it comes to close combat, you will lose very quickly. It is now her turn to attack." And she clearly states that she will fight seriously to show you what a true wizard fights like. There will definitely be injuries. But what is there to be afraid of? After all, she is a healer. Let us go for it, buddy. As soon as her words ended, she launched her first counterattack. A magic bullet shot out with incredible speed, heading straight for the person opposite her. Min Hun immediately leaned back and rolled quickly to avoid it. Next, it was his turn to attack, so without hesitation, he activated the lightning chains, directing them all toward the target. A huge explosion erupted right in front of Min Hun. Following that was the voice of the guild leader, and a rank skill. And it is lightning chains too. You are hiding your abilities pretty deep. While he was still focused ahead, the girl had already shifted to his side without him noticing. A magical technique called Holy Arrow was unleashed, flying straight towards his chest. Min Hun clearly saw it, but this attack was too fast and too dangerous. He could barely react and could only stand there and take it. A bright light flashed, accompanied by a loud explosion. Ro Sung-on smiled mockingly. No matter how good the skill is, if you can't hit the target, it is all useless. Do not you think? She is still 9-9. After the recent attack, Minun could not hold on anymore. But unexpectedly, a figure emerged from the smoke. Good job, little bro. She could not hide her excitement and gasped. That is surprising. I did lose some power from the spell, but I did not think you would still be standing. Not only that, but more arrows were continuously shot from the magic circle. However, you did not just stand there and take it. You activated a skill called Universal to break them apart. Rodung was almost in disbelief, thinking to himself, did he really come up with a way to counter and destroy my skill in such a short time? After that quick attack, they continued to take turns. Ma Hun shot a lightning chain down at the chairman's feet and took advantage of the opponent's distraction to send it bouncing back up. Unfortunately, she reacted too quickly, immediately creating a shield to block the attack. Ma Hun did not stop and kept launching lightning chains to attack. Meanwhile, Rock Sung-an activated his defense shield, but could not stop thinking. He did not understand how he could use magic without chanting like that. For a wizard, spells are always accompanied by using magic as a law. There are cases where the spell is not chanted, but at the cost of weakening the spell's power. As for Min Hun, he is something else, not even human anymore. Min Ji-hun felt quite frustrated seeing that all the moves he used were ineffective against the woman across from him. Just like that, you were suddenly thrown around on the central stage without even realizing it. Dung-un cheerfully stepped forward and helped you up. Min Hun recalled the moment he fell. At that instant, he did not even know how his opponent had approached and struck him. The grass by the roadside does not have clouds. Now you know just how much you and levels are misaligned. Deuk Sung-in suddenly spoke up. While observing your fighting style, I had this thought. Sure, everyone has thought about this once or twice, but no one has actually done it. A fighting style that only you can learn. What do you think? Do you feel excited? She paused for a moment and continued. From now on, call me master. And congratulations on becoming my first disciple. Men, the lucky one, was taken under the wing of a wealthy lady for guidance. At home, continue studying with your pretty neighbor. After lightly kicking 4 jars of ice cream, Kim Dung finally picked up a pen and started writing. Combat magic, enhancement magic, and healing magic, though they fall into different categories, are considered the 3 most essential types. But just after mentioning this, she started to grumble. You are not bad. Is it true that you switched professions from warrior, but it takes others a month to learn the spell, and you only took a few days? I started learning magic before you. But at this rate, you will catch up to me in no time. You spoke the truth and even raised your voice. Minhun replied like pouring salt into the girl's heart. So what? Dear teacher, magic just suits me better. My talent test just proved that. While our lips are busy bickering. Suddenly, magical chains appear before Minhun, accompanied by feathers. A young man suddenly appears and whispers in your ear. Do you really want to choose that path? But in the middle of this, Kim Do-jung's voice cuts through everything. You wonder what just happened. Was it something you imagined or was it real? Because that sound was really strange. And when you remember the gentle reminder from the pig goddess, Minhun lifts his spirits once again. If you do not focus on your studies carefully, in 2 months, you might really disappear. No joke. If you can't handle the long road now, let us find a shortcut. In the world of conquerors, mana-boosting potions are items that permanently increase mana for those who use them, and they are highly sought after by all mages. A blackened pot exudes a smell of dead fish that could repel anything daring to come close. Minhun, furious, throws the ladle in his hand and curses out loud. Damn it, how many times has it been like this already? I have used up 3 sets of ingredients. You want to try brewing a mana-boosting potion, but the pure white color is nowhere to be found. All you see is a disgusting black that is worse than sewage. At this point, no one knows how to create a mana-boosting potion, but in 5 years, this recipe will be publicly shared by a world-class alchemist. So why are you failing so badly? Even with the recipe and ingredients ready, you still can't succeed. Well, if the cooking situation is this bad, then maybe we should go find Li Jie to ask for help from the person who invented it. It might actually be easier to succeed. Speaking a bit about this character, the day the World Tree appeared, it brought along monsters that caused chaos everywhere. Only a few people can train themselves the fastest. One of them is the man known as the Speedy Swordsman, Jezin. After the first awakened one disappeared without leaving any trace, his appearance seemed to be to take over the cloak of that old awakened one and become the first rank conqueror in South Korea. His youngest son is the one you are about to find. The destination this time is Daegu, a place currently abandoned due to the monster outbreak. They can surge from anywhere, so the residents always worry for their lives. But there is another reason people like you go there, which is the Mesmin Academy. Jahan is wandering around the academy with a temporary student ed around his neck. According to your memory, the senior brother Li Jie belongs to the combat department but has no talent and does not dare to face violence. While you were still unsure of where that guy was, suddenly there was noise and commotion around. A few people were mixed in the crowd, gossiping and talking to each other. Wait, should we stop them? Another guy immediately dismissed it. Stop them. What are you going to do if you get into trouble for helping that stuttering guy? My grades this semester are already low enough. Maya Hun looks down on him. But it is good because you will stir things up here, since no one wants to get involved anyway. The younger kids are all out. Minhun confidently walks up to the bullies, casually catching Li Jie as he stumbles and falls. The bully, seeing someone interrupt his fun, smugly asks, "Who are you? What do you want with our stuttering kid?" Then he steps closer, throwing an arm around Minhun. So you are the brother of that stuttering kid. I did not know he had a brother. They do not resemble each other at all. I mean, he never mentioned his family. So I thought the monster killed them all, with a full mouth and ugly looks. He deserves to be slapped around. Maya Hun, annoyed, pushes the guy's hand off her. That action unintentionally angers the crazy dog. You ignore how he looks at you and just freely ask the person in front of you. You would better go to the hospital. Can you still walk? The big bully is upset that his classmates are ignoring him. He grabs Minhun by the collar and raises an eyebrow threateningly. I am talking to you. Can't you hear? You want to get kicked in the ass. Do not you? The guy, having been grabbed by the collar multiple times this week, decides not to let this one go. He recalls the guidance from his friend Kim Arku-dung, has a clear image in his mind, then calculates the magic formula, builds the curse, and accepts it. Got it. Those are the basics of magic. Of course, Ma-hun understands them. But instead of reciting a spell and then performing it like ordinary wizards, he just goes straight to it. As soon as Than was activated, it shot a magic arrow at close range, causing the big guy to cry out in pain with his eyes rolling back. Everything happened so fast. He did not have time to do anything except let out a pathetic scream and stagger back a few steps. The people around watching this started murmuring amongst themselves. What the hell just happened? Right now. That does not even matter. Did anyone just see what he did? Was that really the holy arrow? Oh my. How could he break the arm of such an experienced warrior so easily? Some even openly criticized him. Maybe he is weaker than he looks. He always acts so cocky like he is really strong. If you are going to talk trash, please do it quietly. The bully, with so many mouths on him, is itching to have a serious fight with the one who just broke his arm. He did not say a word, just drew his sword and aimed directly at Min-hun's temple. His pupils gleamed brightly. Min-hun immediately applied what he was taught and executed a defensive move called Mana Shield. The big guy's sword was repelled and flew straight out of his hand. At that moment, Min-hun closed in, thrusting his right hand into the bully's face, saying, "Take this hit from me." The holy arrow skill was activated, delivering a lethal blow to that guy's face. Blood sprayed everywhere, along with his eyes rolling back like a boiled pig. The bully fell back to the ground and then did not move anymore. A good young man does not want to complicate things. So after beating someone up, when his parents look on, he uses medicine to heal. Mahun takes out a vial, removes the cap, and pours the viscous liquid onto the guy's face. And not only that, he joyfully praises it. "I do not know who made this medicine, but it is really effective." After that, he turns to Lady Sang and says, "All right, now let us go to the infirmary." Min-hun clearly says they will go to the infirmary. Yet both of them keep wandering around without getting anywhere. At this point, Lady Sang speaks up to stop them. "The infirmary is not that way." Hearing that, Bamayagun finally stops and responds, "You do not seem to be famous at all. I guess no one here will hear you." When Lady Sang hears this, Ding Ning, the one who was sent by his dad to help him, asks if that is true. But Min-hun outright denies it. "How would I know who your dad is?" Just as he finishes his sentence, he receives a judging look from the person across from him, a young man with a personality like someone from Haifeng. He gets straight to the point. "I have something I need your help with. Can you help me make a type of medicine?" Before he can finish his sentence, the guy shouts loudly, "Medicine? I do not know how to make that." Mahun knows this person will refuse. So he takes the vial he just used and holds it in front of him, asking, "You are the one who posted this on the black market, right?" Spotting that pale expression was Mina-hun, who knew full well that he had hit the nail on the head. The black market is a system that hides everything related to trade completely, but you getting this is because the nice system is still operating normally at the market. Lady Sang lies very poorly. Meeting the young man, Mina-hun had just activated his chicken herding skill, and it was not long before he nodded in agreement. He placed the empty vial in Lady Sang's hand and said, "I am not threatening you or anything. I am just in need of a skilled alchemist, the one who can create the potion I want." After the deal was settled, both of them went to Lady Sang's office to discuss making a man enhancement potion. At first, he did not believe that it could be done, but just a moment later, he immediately turned serious and started calculating the potion-making method. Seeing the person across from him keep grumbling out of fear of failure, Min-hun spoke up, "Failure is fine. I decided to invest in you because I believe you are capable. Investing will naturally have its failures too, so do not be afraid." Lady Sang was completely convinced by those words. Even though the young man had left, he still felt quite emotional. Since childhood, he had been weak-willed and not as talented as his siblings. A child who lost his mother at a young age and was left all alone, unable to earn his father's recognition, really could not hold back the urge to cry when someone trusted him like that. Countless arrows were shot at him. Mina-hun continuously dodged, then activated his defense to counter the second wave of attacks from Jok Sung-on. The active Holy Arrow skill has been activated. You respond to your opponent with all the same moves, but with much more force. The president of the guild's shield is cracking. Rosung-on really did not expect you to power up so excessively like this. Mahun is about to unleash a chain attack, while the opponent summons a holy arrow. However, just as they are about to go all out, the managing older brother rushes in to stop them. Oh my. The metal training room is completely wrecked by them. Just look at how bad it is. If he had not come to tell them to take a break, this whole room would have been torn apart while the two are resting between rounds. Rosung-on brings up wanting to attack the dungeon once more. She hears you say you want to conquer the dungeon to see how effective the training is and casually says, "With your current abilities, and a class dungeon is just like a breakfast. Right, good luck." Yeah, it is still food, but it is more like fighting than breakfast. If only Minun could just wish for a true E-class dungeon. That would be great. The dungeon boss is a C-class monster and is not easy at all. If it were you in your past life, you might not even have had a chance to fight it, let alone now. A few days later, Min-hun runs to his older brother Li Ji to get some medicine. Just looking at his dark panda-like eyes shows he is reliable. No need to mention the medicine. You take the pill and put it in your mouth. This stuff is indeed high quality, and your magic power immediately jumps by 15 points. Looking at the way Tiu Tai is ready to roll on the ground at any moment, you cheer him on a bit and then leave him to rest well. There are 9 days and 47 left for you to level up. Tomorrow, you will definitely take on the boss until it is weakened. The next day, Manager Park Sun takes you to the E-level dungeon of the guild. Unlike last time, you are better prepared this trip. You have got rings, necklaces, and even Valkyrie earrings. This trio of equipment has mana-draining effects, which definitely provides you with some support in both strength and appearance as a newbie. Everything is set and ready at this point. Manan confidently steps through the dungeon gate, thanks to the crazy help from the nice system. What seemed like an easy cleanup turned into the deadly field of High-Him. Mina-hun is thrown down from above just like last time. However, after upgrading yourself, you now realize that there is a very concerning magical energy lurking in every corner. You guess this is the aura of the boss. Once you defeat it, you will get to face your arch-nemesis, Loki's daughter, and those gods too. The Dry Mist Archer is the first monster to greet you, and the arrow flies off instantly. But now that you know how to create a mana shield, you won't be getting into any hand-to-hand combat like before. My gun glanced at it and coldly said, "Hello, old friend. I have a lot of questions for you guys. So since there is a funeral here, you will show them what a magic warrior is." Maya-hun rushed in and summoned a spirit. When it comes to long-range attacks, it can't compare to a wizard, but the damage is undeniable. The first enemy was quickly taken out. Then he used his bare hands to pin down another monster. When it comes to close-range attacks, it can't compare to a warrior, but still strong enough to keep the opponent from getting up. The Light Judgment skill was activated with wide area damage, successfully lifting all the enemies onto the altar at once. At the same time, Manager Park outside was on his phone when he suddenly sensed a strange aura approaching. He felt quite anxious because he had not received any reports about anyone else showing up here besides them. He was about to draw his sword when he saw a car approaching. A girl named Yamju got out of the car and casually greeted him. She came today to handle some guild business, but said she wanted to see him more. Come on. Sun knew she was just saying that to be polite. Since graduating, she had not contacted him. So what would make her go out of her way to visit? The busy girl Yanju kept tapping on her phone and calling someone. She stood in front of the dungeon entrance and asked, "So you are managing this dungeon?" Park replied nonchalantly. Why would outsiders care about this? Yet she still has not stopped. After throwing shade, Manager Park was made the overseer and teased that he just heard some rumors about Chairman D. Kooksung being ill. Sunda's complexion immediately worsened several times. This person was not even shy about saying that they had many spies on their side, which is how they easily got such news. I do not understand what her ultimate goal is. Still stubbornly asking Minun with an extremely nosy attitude. Manager Park, having endured for so long, could not take it anymore and showed an attitude of wanting to kick the guests out. This is not something that an outsider like her should be concerned about. It got to the point where the spoiled brat Yanzu finally stopped asking. She proudly blamed Sun for being too arrogant and stiff for not revealing anything to her. After that, the driver drove straight back to Minahun's side. In the shadows, he sat alone on a pile of grotesque corpses, waiting for the boss to come find him. The young man, after gearing up, looked completely different. To be blunt, he looked like a beast and was way cooler than that good boy appearance. The system just sent a notification that the boss of the dungeon has arrived. He smiled with satisfaction, then confidently said, "Long time no see. This time will be very different." The Shadow Phantom is a chaotic dark monster. As soon as it saw him, immediately launched an attack. Minigun quickly jumped high to dodge the ambush, then retaliated with a series of precise holy arrows into its body. The last hit seemed quite painful, causing it to clutch its face and scream loudly, its 10 eyes sparkling with rage. It stared at him, but the snow beneath suddenly sprouted numerous sharp spikes. Minhun quickly steps forward, dodging to avoid injury, then takes 2 steps to the right, successfully weaving out of its thorny trap. At this moment, he speaks up. "You can't get the upper hand, so you are starting to get angry. Now it is time for your counterattack." Minhun activates his lightning chain ability, controlling it to strike simultaneously, then tightly binds it from top to bottom before unleashing a jolt of electricity that paralyzes the monster's body. However, this might not be enough to defeat the shadow beast, so Minhun immediately activates another skill. A barrage of holy arrows rains down, shattering its face. Fresh blood sprays out as the shadow beast screams in pain. Before long, the system sends a warning message. The boss enters a frenzy state, with its stats increasing 1.5 times, suddenly turning the tide. Minhun is surrounded by something called a death seal, along with a notification stating that if he can't defeat the dungeon boss within 10 minutes, he will face the penalty of instant death. The strange thing is, no matter how many times he tries to use his universal skill to push it back, it gets nullified. Hearing a mocking laugh echoing in the air, he realizes the problem. Miyagi-Hun angrily shouts, "Big! How can you interfere like this? What kind of shameless game are you playing?" Time drags on slowly. Just as he is about to strike down the boss to save his life, the shadow beast turns and runs away. He hurriedly shoots holy arrows at it, But this little brat sees its master coming to save it and dodges away. Not only that, but it also mocks him. His blood boils, reaching the top of his head. Minhun is planning to give the boss a massive attack storm to cleanse all the bad habits. But unfortunately, he got caught in its shocking gaze. He can't move for a few seconds. But that is enough time for it to pull a dirty trick and slam him hard. If you can't get close, then I won't bother approaching anymore. A new skill called Gale activates, instantly enveloping him in the power of the whirlwind, temporarily boosting his agility. Maigun raises her hand high and scolds it. Do you think I would blindly rush to your side forever? The Thunder God's words activated a skill called Thunderstrike, blinding it instantly. Countless chains spill down, binding the body of the Dark Knight. That is when he seizes the opportunity to punch it in the face. The boss of the Dark Knight sees trouble coming and summons a horde of zombies to save itself. But I have been fed up with you guys for a long time, so good luck escaping. Without hesitation, a stream of golden judgment light immediately sweeps down, obliterating everything. The final seconds drift away, and when time is up, those monsters meet their demise and ascend to heaven. He has passed the first challenge just in the last seconds of the instant death penalty. The goddess of death has finally decided to show up with her invitation. Indeed, there is a reason why that person chose you. Come here, my boy, to my temple. I invite you inside. After the boss of the dungeon was defeated, the system was immediately flooded with item notifications and messages that you just leveled up 3 times. The space slowly crumbled and collapsed, revealing a very strange new scene. In front of Mina Hun now is the Temple of the Pig. However, even though she invited you over, she did not bother to mention that there are fierce dogs in the house. Oh my. A huge beast that looks like a giant dog lunged at you, with its massive mouth wide open. It clearly wants to tear you apart. Fortunately, from a distance, the voice of the pig suddenly came through. Gamma, lead the guest inside. The beast guarding the temple finally shut its mouth, turned around, and slowly walked ahead to lead you. Inside the temple is quite cold, covered thickly with snowflakes everywhere. She walked over with a sway, but the first thing she wanted to say was to compliment you on passing the previous challenge. However, you had no interest in her trivialities and decided to get straight to the point. Give me the system and assign me this challenge. What are you doing all this for? She happily replied that the main goal is to turn you into a great enemy of Acer. Since birth, your destiny is to be the one who will kill the supreme god Odin. And that is also what Loki wants. Mahun felt his brain spinning. You are just a human, and going to fight a god is no different from being used as a pawn. The pig knew what you were thinking, but she did not care much, only emphasizing that this is not something for the gods alone, like those from Acer. Saying that, she waved her hand to push you back to reality along with a few last words. The world is getting closer to the apocalypse because Odin wants everyone to bow at his feet. We need the strength of the one prophesied to have great power, the great enemy. That person is you. P2 has not even been kicked out of the temple yet. Mina Hun lies on the ground, feeling bored because there are still many things she has not had the chance to ask. At this moment, the system sends her a skill called the Blessing of the Pig, which can disable all abnormal conditions. After bringing Minun back, the pig finally turns to talk to the unexpected guest. He is also a deity, but he does not show his true form, only appearing as a flickering light. The old man asks this pig, after meeting him face to face, what does he think? For her, it is still too early to conclude. However, in the eyes of a long-lived deity, he feels that she seems to like Mina Hun quite a bit. The pig straightforwardly admits that he has a good impression of someone who can grow stronger day by day. However, with the deity Mai coming here in person, there is no way he would just ask a casual question like that. She is not shy about exposing him. You old, wicked man, pretending to be innocent until the last moment. You use that deceptive appearance to hide your cunning, just like my second brother. Thinking of Minun, she continues. The karma of the great enemy has been distorted. Do you think that after meeting him face to face, I would not recognize him? It seems your title of the wise giant is out of date. Not only that, a brief conversation is enough for her to realize that Mina Hun possesses the left, that Odin sacrificed for the wellspring of wisdom, the things that the old man and Loki planned together. She was not informed at all, so she feels quite sulky. Mai is also at a loss. The old man replied, I want to tell you too, but it is still too early. This is all fate. Of course. And knows that, but she feels that the enemy is still too weak. According to the prophecy, you need to overcome many more obstacles. So it is unclear if you will be able to make a living later on. On the first day at the MEMS Academy, a girl suddenly stood in front of you and introduced herself as Park Han from the guild. According to her, the representative wants to give you a few gifts because she knows you will start school soon. Maya-hun thought they would bring some kind of elixir, or maybe a couple of cheap items. But it turned out to be expensive things that you might not be able to afford even if you worked your whole life. Being supported by a rich woman sometimes has its perks. While they were browsing in the store, they mentioned a few types of equipment with stealth features. After you defeated the Dark Boss, you were lucky enough to receive a B-rank armor with amazing capabilities. Speaking of stealth, it is a pretty difficult skill, so not many people want to learn it. You were just joking. But Hannah suddenly said something that hit you like a thunderbolt. The only stealthy Punisher in Koryo is my brother, Manager Park's son. Did not you know? I never expected that. The old man looked so clueless. Yet he is something else. Just then, you suddenly received a message in your head that there was a treasure gate nearby. That is it. The lucky guy immediately left the girl Han and ran off to find her right away. Thanks to his scouting skills, he identified and discovered valuable items hidden everywhere. So the first thing he picked up after activating this ability was a magical ring that contained immense magical power to support the scouting skill. A new character appeared. The young man in Hoon was taken by his father to buy equipment. He saw his dad buying things without even looking at the prices, which felt a bit wasteful. So he spoke up to stop him. Isn't that a bit much? However, his father did not care at all, firmly believing that everything was because he was going to be in S-Rank Conqueror in the future. So spending a little was no big deal. Hoon felt a bit awkward and quickly explained. But if we spend that much money, what about the hospital bills for Mom? They were clearly a family. Yet when he brought this up, he received a threatening look from his dad, along with an extremely authoritative tone. That is my business. You just focus on your training. With that, Hoon had no choice but to silently bow his head and follow all the instructions. As he and his father were on their way back, they attracted quite a bit of attention. To them, he was quite famous. But Hoon felt like nothing more than a monkey trapped in a cage labeled as a genius, just like the girl he wished would become a conqueror. His family's life was always steeped in poverty and darkness, making him their ray of hope. However, to your father, you are nothing more than a tool for making money. And right now you are just an obedient machine. Nothing more. Nothing less. Suddenly, alarms blared and an announcement came through about a dungeon overflow near the shopping center. The guilds are sending people to investigate. So for now, the public will be evacuated according to the instructions. A dungeon overflow is a chaotic event when monsters escape from a previously unexplored dungeon for a certain period of time. The scene is extremely chaotic, but your father remains calm as usual. He said, "You are a genius holding the future of the country in your hands. If you get hurt here, you will have disadvantages during your enrollment at EMS. You do not need to get involved here." Who knows his father is right? But thinking of the ordinary people, he can't just stand by. So he runs following his heart to help everyone. For the first time expressing himself, Hoon dashed like crazy towards the shopping center. Who would have thought that upon arrival, he would encounter a goblin? Oh no. The whole goblin nest is there. Hoon froze in place, his face as pale as their skin. Is it possible that I took a wrong turn at this time? Unfortunately, it is too late. The crowd, upon seeing prey, screamed and rushed to attack the one in front of them. Hoon, experiencing this for the first time, could only freeze in place, unable to even run away. In a life-and-death moment, Mina suddenly descended from above to save him. As soon as they met, he spoke first. "Are you and Hoon? A few minutes ago, when you were carrying the stone out of the dungeon, you ran into Hannah. Everything seems sufficient. So you told her to come back with you. Just then, you heard an urgent announcement about the dungeon breach. Without thinking, Min-hun immediately smashed through the mall's glass door and came crashing down on them. It was visiting hours. And you quickly got to work activating the thunder chain and summoning the holy arrow at the same time to take out the monsters. As you moved, you landed right on top of a goblin. Not only that, but you also saved your friend's life in the process. Maya-hun did not expect to meet an unfortunate genius here and asked him to help her for a moment. Suddenly, a lone blue monster ambushed them. Hoon shouted a warning, but he knew what was behind him, so he calmly controlled the thunder chain to pierce its body. Seeing the opponent standing there dumbfounded with trembling legs, he sighed and urged him on. "We can't let the monster get any closer to the crowd. Are you just going to stand there? Pick up your weapon and let us fight. This situation is a bit tense." 1,000 words of encouragement are no match for a piece of advice from someone who has been through it. Hoon's fear suddenly faded away with that one sentence, revealing a fierce determination to fight. Facing the crowd approaching, Maya-hun immediately directed, "Taunt them. You know how to do that. Right, get ready. You need to taunt the monsters around here. Try not to miss any. You have to lure as many as possible." Hoon understood the problem right away. He followed the instructions to take the shield and sword, then executed a technique called provocative call to summon a warrior, drawing the attention of the monsters within a 50-meter radius. Because of this move, attack and magic power were reduced by 30%. But it was extremely effective in luring the enemy. Mahun glanced at him and thought to himself, provocative call is a higher level technique than the usual provoke. Indeed, talented people always have their own path. In his past life, the unfortunate genius barely made it to B-rank. He was not sure if there was something wrong with him psychologically, or if there was another issue. But contrary to his current fame, that performance would quickly decline. Back to the main topic. Minhun stood in the back using his chain skill for long-range attacks, while Huan played the role of the warrior engaging in close combat after a brief struggle of stabbing and slashing. Soon enough, the two had cleared the monsters just before the other challengers arrived. After the battle ended for a while, an older guy showed up. He introduced himself as Gi Wang-hun from the National Punishment Bureau. He was originally sent here to clean up this mess. But unexpectedly, two kids got there first. They were too quick. Now he really did not know how to report this without hearing the phrase salary deduction again. Mahun initially intended to push the results onto the bureau, but he absolutely refused to accept it. Hearing the newcomer keep talking about it, he just had to speak up. Just give him my share and keep it a secret that I am here. And that is enough. But unexpectedly, it was Huna's turn to object. Mina Hun has no choice but to say that he has his own reasons and can't let his personal power affect many people. Before coming back to life, he was just an unnamed warrior, so he did not catch the attention of his father. Mina, however, the situation is different now. If it gets out that he secretly switched to studying magic, his old man will definitely come after him to eliminate him. He has planned for revenge, so he needs to hide his whereabouts carefully and gradually train to get stronger. When the opportunity arises, he will appear immediately and take revenge to show that guy what consequences look like. Mahan sees Hoon hesitating and decides to speak up and advise him. Remember, you have done a lot. If you hesitate, someone will end up on the altar, so do not think you are unworthy anymore. The Lord of the Chickens. The lone shark only needs to say a few words to convince the young man to follow him. Hoon, thinking of his mother, lets go of the burden and accepts his part, promising that he will definitely repay this favor when the opportunity arises. The matter of receiving rewards has been settled. Minhun returns to school to prepare for his first day. To dampen the cheerful atmosphere of the new recruits, the principal steps up to the podium and announces, "Hello everyone. I am the principal of the school, named Gin. Now we will hold the opening ceremony of the MSA Academy." A prologue like any other. He skips the content and jumps straight to the conclusion. The teacher's speech ends here. You all should know that the opening ceremony of the MUS Academy has a very special event. A game where all of you students will gather and try to steal your friend's name tag. We are going to start the freshman hunt right now. As soon as the principal finished speaking, a magic circle suddenly appeared at their feet. The auditorium quickly descended into chaos, and Kim Yu-dung, my dear friend, stumbled and fell. Seeing this, Mi again immediately rushed to help her, but somehow they all ended up falling into a forest. And the unfortunate one swept along was the magic prodigy Sioina with a talent of 92%. The new recruit hunt takes place on an artificial planet created by magic. In this space, participants can do impossible things in reality, like controlling time or eliminating gravity. In the air, the principal's incompetent face that Dung Sun was observing began to explain the rules within the confines of the planet. You can use skills of rank C or lower and get a name tag when you earn points. When an upperclassman takes a name tag from a freshman, they will receive 10,000 points, while the freshman will get 100,000 points. You can use these points anywhere in the academy, so try to collect as many as possible. At this point, he smiled in a way that gradually lost all humanity and said that all skills would be reduced by a fraction of their strength. So there is no need to worry too much. Mahun frowned in contempt. With such vague rules, it is clear they are trying to filter out those deemed useless. He turned to tell Yu-dung to follow him. They have to stay here for 3 days, so they need to find a place to rest first. Suddenly, Kim Do-jung whispered to him to invite Sioina along because according to her analysis, that cold friend is on the same level as them. So having another person would be better. You know that, right? However, Selina's anger is quite terrifying. In a past life, he heard about a case where she put a lot of people in danger, just because she lost control for a moment. So even in the present, he would not want to get involved with someone who has a hostile gaze and does not trust her teammates. While Kim Do-jung ran to convince C and their team, 2 strangers suddenly appeared. They came like the wind. The boy was Sin-jun and the girl was Kagan. As soon as they saw the 3 of them, they acted like they just found a great opportunity. It seems like we are going to score easily this year. What do you think? I have detected only 2 people. Kagan said that because she really could not sense your presence here. But Minun could recognize the two of them early on. From what he remembers, that girl has a very special ability that allows her to find targets within 300 kilometers.
Yep.
You heard that right. The truth is 300 kilometers. Once she is here, if you three do not defeat them, they will gather others to hunt you down and attack. Unlike the girl who always seems hesitant, the big guy seems to underestimate the enemy. He thinks the people in front of him are just first-year students. So he immediately drew his sword and charged forward.
Yet,
as soon as he saw Minun dodge the first strike, he froze in disbelief. But he still thought that it was just luck, so he kept swinging at him relentlessly. Minun did not rush to fight back. Instead, he leaned back to evade. He waited until he saw his opponent's pale face, covered in cold sweat, before he used his bare hands to grab the sword's blade. You are really something. I am impressed. How can you survive with that body? After saying that, he immediately crushed the sword and threatened his upperclassman right in front of everyone. If you give me your name tag, I will let you go. I will give you 3 seconds to throw it back and get lost. Sin Junsang's face turned as pale as a pig's liver, wondering how this could be a new guy. What do you mean looking at him like that? As if you are above him. The other party still did not move. Left with no choice. He could only say a few last words. Don't say I did not give you a chance. You just did not seize it. As soon as he finished speaking, a punch came down immediately. Minun just swung his hand lightly. Yet it sent Sin Junsang flying off the board first. The news of Sin Junsang being eliminated quickly appeared on the announcement board. But it did not come as a surprise until Minun's name was displayed, leaving everyone stunned. In the control room, the principal's group was in a frenzy. The guide named Dong Ju was the first to speak up. Wait, it is not An Hoon. It is Min. Who is that? Most of them did not know who he was to stand out like that. The principal, however, remained silent with a delighted smile. Turning to Minun, after taking down the first guy, he quickly said to Kim Dung, "Get ready. We need to handle the rest. I will send you an invite to the team. Just accept it." The two girls, hearing this, took out their weapons, ready to fight at any moment. Sieno is a genius. Minun is a monster. So the only one Kagan Sound can attack is Kim Dung. She used the speed of an assassin to rush in, determined to take down this freshman as quickly as possible. Unexpectedly, Yu Dung caught up to him, so he quickly created a barrier to avoid her assassination attempt. Before Kagan could even recover from the shock, the magic chains lunged to attack. After that tea ceremony, Yu Dung continued to create a solid shield, not giving the enemy a chance to harm her. With both offense and defense, how would the unlucky Kagan San manage to fight back? The holy light sword of in him. Once the incantation was completed, countless floating swords appeared in the air. That is Sioen's most special skill. Although it has not reached the highest level yet, just 1 second later, they all aimed directly at Kagan San and flew towards him simultaneously. Even at the moment of her departure, with several holes in her body, she finally realized one thing. There was not just one monster here, but 3. Another player has just been eliminated. The system notification stated that, due to contributions, the score was split between both Ung and Ina. At this moment, the girl who never smiles suddenly brought up what she had said earlier, asking if her proposal was still on the table. Mahun sighed, and thus the trio of monsters was created. At a location called Dream Trap Forest, a group of players was examining the footprints left by someone. One person spoke up, assessing that there were signs someone had passed through, looking like they had entered a hiding spot. He told the others not to search anymore, just to keep an eye on the surroundings. The advice had barely been given when one person in the group revealed that the main culprit was Kim Dung. She had just scored points and immediately ducked down and ran away. Not only that, but she also happily taunted them. The younger guys were like dogs chasing after a bone. And did not they feel embarrassed following such a big group? Jai guy. You guys are done. A group of young people immediately went wild chasing after her, determined to catch her no matter what. Just looking at it, it is clear Yu Dung is the bait. Earlier, the 3 of them had made a plan together. Since the competition lasts for 3 days, they must find food and especially score points. Their plan was to hunt these seniors. Kim Dung lured the crowd to the area they had planned, and did not forget to lightly kick some poisonous mushrooms nearby. Once they reached the right position, they immediately used a skill called Strong Wind and ran as fast as they could. The system sent a red alert. You have entered the environment of the paralysis spores. The 5 young men realized they had been tricked and suddenly stopped to discuss whether they should continue chasing or not. Din Hyerse held the most resentment towards Kim Dung, so as soon as he heard a teammate advise him to give up, because this place was very dangerous, he shouted angrily, "Hey Kim Dung-hun, you got beaten by a rookie. What do you think saying such nonsense?" Just because he was thinking about everyone's safety. That young man and another person were asked to stay outside the poison zone to keep watch. The rest continued to chase after Dynamo. He knew this was a trap. However, that girl was still a freshman, and he thought he could easily defeat her. The group ran for a while and finally arrived. Kim Dong was standing in the middle of an empty space, surrounded by paralysis spores. She was delighted that they had chased her to this spot, so she taunted them one last time. "You are all done for. Which of you dares to insult me? Raise your hand." "Which one? So angry you lost your mind?" The three young men rushed forward at her words. Yu Dong casually swung her magic staff at a mushroom, and a notification appeared before her. A paralysis spore mushroom has exploded. All creatures within a 50-meter radius will be paralyzed for 2 hours. Remembering a few minutes earlier, when Minahun was standing by the Tunbao tree, he had said to the two girls, "Did you notice? This event is very beneficial for close combat warriors." Ina nodded in agreement. Even just using skills of level C and below would disadvantage those who mainly relied on high-level skills like mages. The warrior relies heavily on strength, and their low-level skills are quite powerful. So this rule seems designed to eliminate mages from the academy. At that moment, as soon as Minahun saw the bright light ahead, she knew her time to step onto the stage had come. Meanwhile, after Kim Ar-dung caused a series of explosive mushrooms, he immediately used a skill called position swap to switch places with the boy. As Mia-hun appeared, she kicked straight into the face of the young man Jaya, making him fall flat on his back. Clearly, the senior was being treated like a helpless child by the first-year students. He angrily spoke out, "You think you can catch us now?" That fool walked right into the territory of the paralysis spore. He boasted that he had anticipated this and had left a few members outside. As long as the spore dispersal is active, they will come to support the people here immediately. The problem is, he was too naive because he did not realize he had run into a trio of monsters. Minahun crushed his hopes with a single statement, saying, "You are going to be disappointed. But that guy is not going anywhere." Before Jay could even understand why, a loud explosion accompanied by a piercing scream echoed. The system board immediately sent a message to the remaining players that the trio Minahun, Jamsdung, and Sioina had just earned 100,000 points. Being so foolish, still did not know what was about to happen to him. His body was stiff, but his mouth kept flapping like a jumping shrimp. "Just wait 2 more hours and see. We will definitely turn the tables. Once the paralysis toxin wears off, just me alone will be enough." Mayad-hun showed her disdain, as if there was nothing to worry about, casually walking forward. By the time he realized the person in front of him was not affected by the spore mushroom, it was already too late. Just one stomp from Miza-hun was enough to take him out instantly. Looking at the other three with a smile that was losing its humanity, he muttered just one sentence that was more than enough to scare them to the point of almost soiling themselves. "Oh wow. There are only 3 left." The 3 terrifying names appeared on the system board so quickly that everyone broke out in a cold sweat. Before long, the rookie ranking was out, and of course, Minza-hun was in first place, while the other 2 members were tied for second. In an age where mages are not highly regarded, Mina-hun's group unexpectedly took the top spot, while the martial arts genius everyone trusted was only in 4th place. The guides and the principal were caught off guard by this. Some even blamed a system error for the miscalculation. The principal's face showed an unmistakable twisted expression. As usually only a conqueror of the warrior class could perform like that. The current situation, he was watching a group of mages taking down the top contenders to claim the top spot, was indeed extremely unreasonable, but very interesting. Gua Inen requested the guide named Kim Jin to rewind the part where the spore mushroom paralyzed him for another look. The image of Binja-hun stomping on Jae-heek's face immediately replayed. The principal fell silent and began to formulate a plan. The skill of deduction and courage in such a situation, combined with the ability to defeat someone from the martial arts class. Can you believe there is a mage like that? It is more that I can't believe it. And yet they are a new student. At that moment, another person came over and said that the information about Mina-hun had been gathered. But there was some confusion about whether it was true or not. Guan took the documents himself to check, and looking at the potential magic number of 97%, he truly could not find the words. After a moment, he smiled cunningly and praised it, then told his subordinates that he wanted to test this student a bit, and to plan something really interesting. Back at the place where the 3 wizards were leading the ranking, Minhun urged everyone to quickly move to another place, because the seniors were really scared of this forest. But just as they were about to leave, Minhun noticed someone approaching. A bright flash of light appeared, followed by a long slash that split the ground in 2. The group on the principal's side began to stir, announcing that the initial restrictions would be lifted. From now on, they could do whatever they wanted as long as they eliminated their opponents. He sensed that something bad was happening, so he seriously looked at the newcomer and said, "I did not think we would meet again like this." And Hoon suddenly noticed that not only he but also the other two sensed something was off, and Hoon looked very strange. Almost like he was going crazy and did not know what he was doing anymore. Minhun heard Ina say that and suddenly recalled something. In his previous life, a similar event had occurred. At the festival of the Mus Academy, several students were brainwashed and began to attack everyone. The reason this happened is because of that principal's natural skills. His wrongdoings were brought to light, so then got really angry and committed a horrific crime to distract and disappear. Kim Dong died protecting you. But who would have thought he would start being so rotten from now on? Suddenly, a side mission was sent to you, asking you to save Hoon within 2 hours. The reward is a blank card used to copy skills. The blank card comes just in time. Manga happily said to the other two, "You guys should get out of here quickly, and if possible, grab me some more points while you are running." Seeing his confident expression, Zina felt a bit more reassured. She said she would follow his advice and got ready to leave. Yudong was different. At first, she was reluctant to leave you alone. But seeing the two of them like that, she had no choice but to grab the other girl and pull her away as fast as possible. The girls have left, and now it is a battle of real men. Hui Wong slashed at you with a long strike, then immediately closed in and swung a second blow with enough speed and power to make you panic. Maihun jumped high to dodge, but as soon as his foot landed on the shield to use it as a temporary landing point, Hong activated his speed skill, and a line of text appeared right after that, showing Minun had closed in on his opponent. Not stopping there, he continued to circle behind the opponent. But as soon as he appeared, the opponent noticed him. Mahan is a bit panicked because his body reacts so quickly, even though his eyes have not caught your movements yet. It turns out this match is not as easy as he thought. Maihun starts calculating in his head. He can defeat Ho, but if he acts too quickly, the guy behind him won't be happy. Loixich is starting to be unleashed. With such overwhelming power, Hui Wong won't be able to resist for long before collapsing from exhaustion. At that moment, those watching the battle from afar are getting anxious, wanting to know how the martial arts genius will be defeated by the monster. When suddenly the screen flashes bright white from a flash bomb, Guan angrily snatches the controller, pressing the buttons frantically. But all the cameras are stuck on that blinding white frame. The guy, frustrated, crushes the controller and turns to instructor Kim Sok. "Is this student Minun? After the event, have him come to my office." Just as he is about to give advice to the principal, he receives a very uncomfortable attitude from the guy. "Do you think Minun used magic to block our view when he clearly could have won? He knows how to make himself more intriguing to others." After giving the principal a painful hit, he finally walked over to Huyan and placed his hand on his head to erase the brainwashing effect. As the young man regained consciousness, he hurriedly stood up, but his body felt like it was being twisted, and he immediately fell back to the ground, screaming in distress. Seeing this, Maihun approached to explain. "Sorry, you suddenly attacked me earlier, so I had to be a bit rough." Noticing his confused expression, he had to clarify once more that it was a type of mind control magic. Hearing this, Hoon remembered that the principal had called for him earlier. But before he could understand anything, everything had turned out like this. One person lying down and another sitting chatting for a while. Then Minahun stood up to prepare to leave. However, before he could go, Hoon tossed his name tag toward him. Mahan expressed his curiosity. "What are you doing without a name tag? You will be eliminated." And Hoyon happily replied, "It is. I am not as good as you, but I still have plenty of points. Besides, I lost to you, so it is only right that I give it to you. I lost this time, but next time I will definitely beat you and get my name tag back." After Hoon said that, he just vanished. For Minahun, this is actually a very special victory. In his past life, he was the one who made him nurture the dream of becoming a warrior since he was a child. Today, he has been recognized by that person, and it feels really amazing. The 3-day hunt has finally come to an end. All the trainees were brought back to the real world for roll call and to receive their rewards. Although she came from a wealthy family, when she heard Minahun say that the top 3 would receive a cash prize equivalent to the points earned, Kim Ro-dung could not help but grab her in a car and dance like crazy while everyone stared at them with envy. Just as they were having fun, the principal's lackey, Instructor Kim Sok, came over and asked the 3 of them to go to the principal's office to talk. They did not say anything and obediently followed. However, as soon as they arrived, Minun casually plopped down on a chair and asked, "Where's the principal? We came because he wanted to see us, but he is not here." Instructor Kim Sokdi looked pale for some reason. But they had only been waiting a short while when the guy arrived, while the 2 girls stood up excitedly to introduce themselves. The laid-back young man just sat there and said, "You are really late. I was waiting for you and now I am getting sleepy." "Oh wow. Just one sentence made the principal smile awkwardly and blush, leaving the other three speechless. The two of them exchanged a few barbs. And only then did he start to praise them. I have prepared a very attractive offer to compensate you. So do not hate me. Okay. Those compliments from that fake guy are too hard to swallow. So just after a couple of sentences, I pushed him straight into the main issue. Jian is angry, but Guzoin does not say anything. Dragging it out is not useful. So he starts announcing that the three of them will stay for free in the dorm. Not only will they have access to the facilities, but they will also have the advantage that if the test is not satisfactory, they will get a chance to retake it to change the results. He brings out the contract, wanting them to sign it, but Mina flatly refuses. He knows exactly how cunning that fox in front of him is, so he speaks up. It sounds appealing, but those rewards are something we could earn just by trying hard for a month. More importantly, must always prioritize his skills. Then why should I sign the contract and pay a commission fee? Thinking that this is not enough to expose him, he snatches the papers from the director's hand and starts the reveal. After signing the contract while working as a subordinate. Oh my, 5 whole years. And 30% of the income goes to the director. Principal Guza. This is not a bonus for us. This feels more like exploitation. Or maybe I am misunderstanding. Maya-hun is too harsh. Stabbing right into that guy's dark heart multiple times with no options left. The principal could only let them make the decision. And of course, the girl's answer was no different from Min-hun's. With things reaching this point, he had no choice but to resort to his brainwashing tactics. But he picked the wrong person this time. Just when the system issued a warning, the blessing of the pig was immediately activated to disable any abnormalities. Next, he used the empty card he just received to copy his brainwashing skill. I had this pin from the start. You are still too green and inexperienced. Even though I have the new skill in hand. Let us put today's events on hold for now. I may hate it, but if I cause chaos in this principal's office now, it would be a mess. Min-hun got what he needed, so he told everyone to leave immediately. Everyone. I have been in this side space for too long and now I am really hungry. You arrived very cool. And you left even cooler than when you came. That guide, Kim Sok or whatever, stood by the door for just a moment and got scared by this atmosphere. He is sweating profusely, not daring to say a word. The group of students passing by greets him. Then they start to leave one by one. Meanwhile, the principal, like a ticking time bomb, finally speaks up and tells him to go outside. Oh man. Kim Xdofty was just waiting for that. He quickly scoots off as fast as he can, not wanting to risk getting on that guy's bad side. A new day has arrived. And the first lesson for the first-year students is not taking place in the classroom, but in a much larger, more spacious venue. At this moment, a woman steps up in front of the crowd and introduces herself as Kim John, currently a lecturer for the Manhwa Adjustment Guidance course. Even though he studied here in a past life, it is really the first time Minun sees this woman. But what does it matter? According to his memories, the guiding teachers all looked the same. They were like catfish, always ready to open their mouths to grab anything that the principal Ji-in was bribing them with. After going through one life, he is no stranger to that. Kim Jin walks past each person and speaks loudly. I bet you are all feeling confused, wondering why we are in such a big facility instead of a classroom. The reason is simple. It is to test your mana sensitivity. As she finishes speaking, the doors are opened one by one. The students, seeing the massive mana block, get visibly anxious and start to murmur. What is that? Is that a mana block? Are we going in there? Is it really appropriate for the first lesson to be like this? Oh wow. I thought it was like that. Unlike the crowd, Minun's expression was calm, because for him, this mana mass was similar to the mass created by Joe Sung, but it had much less mana. To reassure everyone, Instructor Kim Jin spoke up, saying what you are seeing is a device called the mana room. Students like you can hardly handle a mana mass, which is why we prepared this. According to her, there are many rooms here. The mana density of the first room is only similar to normal atmospheric levels, but it increases as you go further in. A newcomer can reach up to level 3 at most, while those preparing to graduate can get as high as level 7. With that said, Kim Jin told everyone to follow her inside, reminding them to raise their hands if they felt unwell. And then a teaching assistant would take them out. I thought each year was different. But surprisingly, by level 3, more than half the students wanted to give up and go back. By level 7, the drop was shocking. And there were only 4 left. The trio of monsters and the red-haired guy. Oh wait. The young man with the red bangs still managed to hang in there. However, when they reached the 8th level, there were only 2 left, Sina and Minzahan. But just by looking at her face, it was clear that the girl was just trying to hold on, and was about to faint. Level 9 for the first-year students was a level where they could hardly breathe. meant for tough ones. Not humans anymore. Even Sina was no exception. Starting to see spots and nearly collapsing, seeing the students in trouble. Instructor Kim Jin wanted to rush over to help. But then she remembered what Principal Gin had said. Remember this, Instructor Kim Jin. No matter what situation the students find themselves in, they should never be offered help first. A crisis is also an opportunity for the students. If she took that away, would not that be quite sad in the end? She could only grit her teeth. Even if she wanted to help, she did not dare to act on her own. Over here, C was no longer able to hold on. However, she was stubborn and did not want to admit defeat. In her world of cunning foxes and great bosses, only the strong could survive, no matter how skilled you are. There will come a time when you will fall beneath someone else. But life, you almost made it. It is too hard. Ina was taken off the field on a stretcher while Minzahun walked into level 10 unfazed. Theoretically, this is the hardest level. No student can handle it. So as soon as Kim Jong saw him walk by, he hurried over to ask, "Ma-hun, are you okay? You have been standing still here for about a minute. It is already tough to maintain that. And you are just fine." Ma-hun turned to the instructor and gave a weak smile, saying, "This place is too hard for me. I am leaving here." Upon hearing that, Kim Jin immediately chimed in, "Then let us go together. Follow me." She is just saying that. Her fake serious expression gives it away, clearly saying it is hard. But she has not even broken a sweat. So who would believe that? The mana test is over. Now Kim Jong stood before the crowd and spoke. Minahun has reached room 10. Only a level B conqueror can achieve that, so it means he can go even higher. I really hope everyone puts in their best effort to catch up. The first lesson passed by gently like that. That night, Madame Roksung called to check on the situation. However, after a while, we had to get to the main point. If there is anyone worth recruiting at school, and of course, if you provide more information, you will definitely get a reward. Names were mentioned one after another. All of them prominent figures like Seo Ina, Kim Jung, and An. Finally, there was the one he was most fond of. Lai Jiang. Rose Dunga knows that person, so she decided to refuse. He is the youngest son of the Suljin conqueror. Right, I heard he is not as talented as his siblings. But if we take him, it will conflict with Lin's group. Maya Han, hearing this, is determined to get him no matter what. Lai Jie will soon become the best alchemist in the world. I guess that is that. She had just finished the call when manager Park's sons came in to announce that Bija Hun was looking for her. After getting approval from the guild president, a blonde noblewoman appeared. She extended her hand towards Sungun and said, "Hello, old lady. Long time no see." Guild Master Jozun. Dungun ignored the handshake, then smiled gently and replied, "I do not think we are that close. Please sit down." Once the spoiled princess sat down, Taesungun asked about the matter at hand. "What does the guild master want from me?" Bun immediately replied, "To be direct, I am interested in one of your students. How much is he?" "Pretty girl. But why does she speak so foolishly like the Italian beauty queen baby?" Ruku Sungun frowned and started to kick her out. "That is too bad. We do not treat guild members like merchandise. Why do not you try looking elsewhere?" After a pause, Sungun continued, "There are many things in this world that money can buy. You understand what I mean, right?" Bi-hun felt uneasy hearing those blunt words. She said that her coming here to negotiate was just a basic courtesy. Unfortunately for her, she ran into the mouth of the swearing saint like Artruk Sungun, and thus received a sharp retort right in her face. That bare minimum courtesy from Sikung is so rude. Is not. This transaction is going nowhere. The two women may not like each other, but they have to keep a professional smile on their faces. They continue to exchange a few jabs before sending each other's guests home to avoid wasting time. Back to the southern side. The next day is the physical ability test. Looking at the rankings, Mahan felt a bit disappointed to be in second place, just behind his genius friend in Hoan. You know you should not be too eager to prove yourself, but your old man is about to lose his patience. If you do not get stronger, you will end up dead early again like in your past life. Their instructor today is Kim Sek. He looked at the achievement board and felt a bit alarmed because this is not the kind of power an ordinary mage can possess. He stood in front of the crowd of students and announced, "Now we will start the second physical ability test, which is to escape from Ruma." According to Kim Xquita's explanation, their task is to participate in the escape test here. The EA match measurement system behind them will enhance their combat abilities through virtual reality battles. Generally, it allows students to analyze situations when fighting monsters or different entities. But for this test, they need to assess their escape skills. Of course, defeating the monsters will also help students earn higher points than just escaping. After explaining clearly, he immediately distributed a device for virtual reality display to everyone in front of him. Its function is to stimulate the brain. making the monsters displayed through the projector feel more realistic. Kim Sok-da looked at them and continued. This system has levels from 1 to 100, but today we will only stop at level 10, with 4 people in each group to carry out the test. Mina Hun's group consists of 2 girls from the warrior martial arts class and 2 boys from the magic class. Before they could start, the young punk like Sui came over to stir up trouble. He asked this guy, how could a professional wizard be at the top? I think there must be some special reasons for that. Can you tell me? Isn't it a bit odd to admit that you are just a noob? Minhun made a difficult expression and replied immediately. What if I do not have any special reason like you said? Why did not you say from the beginning that you wanted to fight me one-on-one? It makes it hard for a nice person like me. The knave young man, after hearing that, started to act provocatively. You caught on quickly. I really like that. Seeing both of them tense like a string, the 2 girls in the team hurried over to intervene. Coincidentally, the guide Kim X-Kudai announced that it was Mina Hun's team's turn to take the test. Upon hearing that, they all moved to their designated positions and took out their weapons, preparing for battle. After a 5-second countdown, the Bone Demon was immediately summoned. Unlike ordinary young mages, like Sai, the young man from Bandong, immediately charged at the enemy. The 2 female warriors saw this and worriedly shouted out, Jia Hun, this is really dangerous. It is not just them. Louis also thinks that a mage rushing straight in for close combat won't accomplish anything. Meanwhile, Minza Hun had a different plan. Instead of wasting time with the licked chicken, he would rather focus his energy on these zombies. Once Lee sees what he is capable of, he won't dare to mess with him anymore. So he thought and acted immediately. Mina Hun's hands radiated a swirling mana as he boldly crushed the head of a monster that had just appeared moments ago, leaving everyone stunned. The skeletons were continuously summoned, and he was not done yet as he charged to attack another skeleton. Successful people always have their own path. Minhun used what is called mana weaponry, which few can master, to grip each monster by the head. It is a skill that can increase physical damage, but those ranged mages definitely would not bother using it. It may not be effective for them, but it is different for him. Watching Minhun dance with fire in front of them, the other team members were frozen in place, unable to step in. The system continuously flooded with notifications. You completed the test without any injuries. You have eliminated all enemies. You receive bonus points for a contribution rate of 100%. At this point, level 2 has also been unlocked. The summoned creature is the Doe, considered one of the most terrifying beings in Norse mythology. Following that, other levels up to level 10 can easily be cleared by you alone, not leaving a trace behind. Liu can't believe his eyes anymore, yet stubbornly refuses to accept that it is all real. After the test ended, he approached and asked you, how did you do that? Do you expect me to believe a mage jumped into the fight and single-handedly wiped out the enemies? Finally, he concluded, that can't be true. You definitely cheated. What kind of person talks like that? But you know what? Minhun threatened him with a growl, not holding back at all. Don't make me repeat what I said. If you do not believe it, why do not you check for yourself? You idiot. Liu was scared but still had an attitude. At this moment, the Kim Xifidi happened to jump in from a distance. What is going on with you two? Interrupted midway. But the guide Lai Sotong had already given him a beating. Seeing Minhun turn his back ready to leave, he said to Theo, at the MEMS Academy Festival, let us have a match. Unexpectedly, Minhun flatly refused. The main reason was that he had a solo match with someone else that day. Every day, Minza Hun shines like a 200 Wu spotlight, drawing the principal's team's attention. That afternoon, after the lecture ended, Guide Kim Xkudai led the 2 of them wearing gas masks to Gain's place. That old guy is always sitting in front of the big screen to observe the students. As soon as he sees someone enter, he smirks and says, thank you all for your hard work. Now tell me the results of the physical exam. Kim Xkudai speaks up first, saying that only 3 students scored perfectly. And An, Chagan, and Minzahun. Meanwhile, Minahun's score has exceeded the maximum limit. Like a fanboy following his idol, Guzoin turns to the big screen at the front, where images of Minan are everywhere. He smirks with delight and orders him to keep sending reports on Minahun's scores and activities. If he makes any unusual moves, let me know immediately. The report says Minza Hun completed 10 levels of escape, but in reality, he has finished the escape test at level 27. This game is way too easy. You rub your shoulders, thinking that at this level, you could take down 6 C-class enforcers. The next red prison might be a simulation, so you still need to prepare well. In your past life, a tragedy occurred that caused hundreds of students to lose their lives. Your team unfortunately encountered that monster, and you were the only one who survived. However, you had to live under the insults and curses of everyone, unable to leave the Mez Academy. The only reason you keep holding on is that you do not want the people who believe in to be disappointed. Ma-hun snaps out of his memories and leaves the shop, wondering if things will be different this time around. You do not intend to give up and live a dull life like in your previous life, because you feel like you have regretted enough already. After finishing the theory class, you head home to prepare for the mock dungeon practice. Min-hun sat on the bed and began to adjust the mana in his body. Warming up before entering the dungeon is very important, no matter how powerful a wizard you are, because you were taught that if you suddenly use high-level magic, mana backlash is inevitable. The consequence of that is that the user's body will be severely harmed. The more one uses high-level magic, the more susceptible they become. Your two skills, Chain Lightning and Sacrifice, are also high-level magic. If you are not well prepared, the one being sacrificed on the altar might just be you or your close friends. Suddenly, the system board sent a main quest. It stated that from now on, when you encounter a significant event that you regret in the past, you have the option to make the same decision as before or change it in another way. That decision could save someone, but it could also kill someone. The choice is entirely in your hands, but the catch is you only have 12 hours to do it. The moment to enter the final simulation dungeon has come. Guide Kim Jin stands in front of the crowd gathered and announces that in this simulation dungeon practice, we will draw lots to divide into teams and act together. Ma-hun, blending into the crowd, thinks to himself that drawing lots has its pros and cons. If you are lucky enough to have strong people on your team, you could easily get through the dungeon. But what if it is the opposite? If low-level weights are grouped together, that is just bad luck. That match will definitely require a resurrection ticket to even have a chance of saving it. Guide Kim Jin is still reassuring everyone that the monsters in there are all low-level. But from what he has experienced, that low-level stuff is nonsense. The principal has clearly mixed in some boss-level monsters in there. One by one, people start stepping up to draw lots. Oh man. How is it that a saint gets to be in the same place as the beautiful Sina? Not only is there someone to talk to, but he is also lucky to team up with a strong person. This match is looking a lot easier now. While the two are waiting for their next teammate, two people from the warrior class approach. As soon as he sees them, Min-hun is immediately stunned. The girl is Kim Jina, and the boy is Parent Yu. They are both teammates who sacrificed themselves to save him. What a coincidence for the system to send this mission. And now he knows what he has to choose. Ma frowns, his face showing some discomfort. You suspected that the nice system had been targeting this from the start, which is why they sent the mission at just the right time. You sighed and casually approached to greet them with a few questions. Finally, you suggested discussing the main topic of the day. Now that we have introduced ourselves, should not we think about a strategy? Time passed, and everyone gathered in a corner to discuss the plan to deal with the monsters. Min-hun took on the role of team leader and spoke up to give instructions. You all need to remember, no matter what happens, do not hesitate, especially the fighter leading the charge. If that person hesitates, the whole team will get wiped out. After they finished discussing the plan, the guide Kim Jin walked by each group, clapping and signaling. Time's up for discussions. We will start dungeon training right now, so team leaders, step forward. The departure time had come, and the life or death battle was about to begin. Inside the simulated dungeon, sparkling with crystal light, a girl turned her head back and complained. It is too dark and damp, and it smells moldy. Kim Dung was on the same team as Ho-un. She was chatting with two other teammates when she suddenly sensed danger, and Ho-un was no exception and immediately shouted, "Something's coming. Everyone take your positions." Sure enough, just as they predicted, a pack of mining wolves began to swarm from all directions. He saw this and said right away, they may be weak, but if they gather together, they will be hard to deal with. Let us finish this quickly. With that, he charged in to engage, and Ho-un wielded his sword and shield at the front. Meanwhile, Kim Dung stood behind, using holy light to shoot at the monsters. A powerful strike with significant impact. The light flashed brightly, obscuring the view of the mining wolves. Meanwhile, and Ho-un continuously swung his sword with quick and decisive movements to assist his teammates in taking down a few of them. The remaining members also contributed a bit. The long-haired friend used a skill called the Wind of High-Him for Kim Doo. Her part was to gather energy in one place, then enhance and transform the attack into an active skill called Fury, finally unleashing all the orbs containing damage towards the mining wolves. The battle was quite fierce for the first-year students. But fortunately, it was resolved. Just as they breathed a sigh of relief, the expression of another warrior suddenly turned very bad. He clutched his throat, unable to breathe, and after a short while, he collapsed to the ground. The other members immediately rushed over to ask. Yudung looked at the person in front of him and voiced his concern. What is going on? Why is not anyone talking about the fact that those wolves know how to use poison? As soon as the words left his mouth, It was now Yu Dong's turn to go pale. She looked at the enormous creature that should not be here and stammered that it was not poison but a large amount of magic. The whole group was sitting at the feet of the boar, about the size of a 2-story house. Huan stared at it and wondered. Holy God! What is the Lord of the Wolves doing here? Meanwhile, Mina Hun's team had just entered a room. Looking at the black symbol drawn on the wall, he secretly doubted that this place was different from what he had known. If Guzan was responsible, then his presence had become a significant variable for that guy. Maya Hun suddenly spoke up. Plan C. We will counter after defending. Be careful. This one will be completely different from what we have faced before. The others, despite some doubts, still formed the defense line. Not long after, everything really happened just as Mina Hun had predicted. In front of them was the Lord of the lower-level monsters approaching. Everyone panicked when encountering this monster for the first time. But fortunately, Ina managed to regain her composure in time and immediately created a magical shield to protect the two teammates in front. Perinu quickly executed a taunt skill to lure the lower-level monsters towards him. Meanwhile, Mina Hun seized the opportunity to run towards the boss and landed a punch, filled with a significant amount of mana into its stomach. A loud explosion echoed, sending dust flying thickly into the air. Ma Hun anxiously looked towards the boss. But just 1 second later, he broke into a smile full of dissatisfaction towards it. Damn. I thought there would not be any surprise variables. Yet the Lord of the lower-level monsters appeared with healing abilities. This is too much. The NICE system seemed to understand the questions in the user's mind, thus explaining that the culprit was identified as Auden's Crow. A special mission called Crow Hunter was sent. Currently, there are 5 targets, with the reward being a blank card used for copying and leveling up. But in return, it will cost lives. Guide Kim John had just been waiting outside when a team rushed out. At first, she thought it was Mina Hun's team, because she knew he was very strong. But she did not expect these students to be in An's team. Kim Dong was running ahead with a panicked expression. She quickly spoke to the instructor in front of her. Instructor Kim John. Something has happened, and Hoan chimed in. Excuse me. Instructor. The Lord Bawu has appeared in the dungeon. Upon hearing this, she immediately called for someone to treat the member who was suffering from mana poisoning. Then took out her phone to call the principal to report. Principal. This is Instructor Kim John. There is a B-class monster in the dungeon practice. Please send support teams immediately, as this is an emergency. The guy on the other end replied nonchalantly. I understand. You do not need to worry. I will send a support team right away. Just wait there. He hung up after saying that. However, Kim Jin felt uneasy inside, as if something was off. She decided to go back to the main area to see what was happening. After a while of fighting, they all looked quite exhausted, each one in their own corner struggling to catch their breath. In mythology, Odin used 2 ravens, one named Echi that held emotions and thoughts, and the other named Maunin that contained memories. He sent them to gather all kinds of knowledge in the world to rule over Asgard. Miza Hun quickly understood the problem. He stood facing it and asked directly, Are you following Odin's orders? Now he turned to the others and instructed, Get out of the dungeon while I hold it off. Hurry up. The council chairman would not leave. But as soon as he saw the kid take down a few monsters behind him, he was speechless. Min Hun was so frustrated that he shouted, Shut up and run now. I can't fight and protect you guys at the same time. In a moment of carelessness, distracted by his teammates, the boss suddenly appeared, swinging a wooden club at Mina Hun. Luckily, Sina was there to timely use her magic shield to block the sneak attack, saving him. After the support, she calmly looked at the opponent with an extremely determined gaze and said firmly, I can help. The one who gets the job done does not need to say much. Seeing this, Min Hun nodded and then turned back to the other 2 members, asking them to leave again. Perrin Yu and Kim Jina saw the situation was tense, so they did not hesitate long. They said they would run to inform the instructor and call for support, so they should try to hold out as long as possible. Now only 2 were left fighting the boss who had self-healing abilities. Ma Hun just told Sina to support him, and she immediately pulled out her summoning wand to call forth the holy sword. Just one attack from her was powerful enough to pierce through several of the mining wolves. Now that he was free, Munin immediately used his speed to close in on the boss. While dodging attacks, he managed to notice that some jerk was controlling it and absorbing mana beyond the limit. His right arm swung out, equipping the Minton item to activate the scouting magic, which allowed him to detect the movement of energy from the user. Just a few seconds later, the trick was exposed. The crow standing behind manipulating the Lord of the Abyss was discovered. You flashed a wicked smile and said, I have spotted you. The boss does not seem to realize anything yet. It raised the spiked spear high in its hand. At the same time, Odin's left eye was used to unleash mana, making Minahun glow brilliantly. The chains of thunder wrapping around his body clearly indicated how fierce the battle was. Minahun said, "I guarantee you will be torn to shreds." Far away in the high sky, Odin sat on a large chair talking to his loyal followers. "What is going on?" F. Jean. The one called Hyujin replied, "The god has found signs of Minton, which has disappeared from the sacred storage. It seems to be on Earth along with the enemy that has been prophesied." Sir. The other gods began to question who that person was. An old man with gray hair or someone else, because of an unknown individual causing chaos among them. Odin stroked his beard and ordered the one kneeling in the hall to find out if the enemy of the prophecy had contacted the Aesir rebels yet. The servant named Hin nodded in agreement. When he looked up, he accidentally revealed a vacant gaze, as if he had been manipulated by someone else. Returning to the intense battle between Minahun and Odin's raven, countless chains of thunder surged forward to attack the boss. However, with such continuous regeneration, those previous blows were merely a scratch. The Lord of the Spear tore through the chains with one hand, while swinging the spear to attack Minahun with the other. "You flipped gracefully and said to see who was standing next to you. Can you help me a bit? I need to understand its attack." The girl's face is pale, lacking any color, but she still nods and says she will try her best. "You were so busy with the monster that you forgot about your teammate." Looking at her face, it seems she is in distress. "Even if you defeat her master, there is a high chance Sienna will still lose her life, because she can't withstand the poison." Mahan just thinks and says to end this quickly since you already have a plan. The battle is reaching its climax. Mahun summons a lot of lightning chains from the magic circle. Then he controls them to all aim at one target before they fall. The boss keeps swinging its staff in retaliation, while you move to dodge. Meanwhile, Sienna activates her magical armor to support you. And suddenly you remember your brother Maiho's words. Nothing is more painful than dying due to mistrusting your teammates. But now it is different. You will prove him wrong at this moment. Bloodthirsty Minahun jumps up and stands on the lightning chains, using their speed to approach the enemy. Thanks to the Mistin artifact you quickly picked up in the treasure dungeon, Minahun can detect the mana movements from the master of the monsters. It swings its staff at you but misses. Minahun jumps high to create some distance, then pulls out a 300 gold mana dagger that the guild bought for her. Using the martial arts learned from her previous life, Minzahun decisively strikes several times at the core to break the control of the puppet. In the end, she has to swallow her tears and sacrifice the 300 gold dagger for just a single line of text. The connection between the monster lord and Odin's spirit has been severed. Minahun landed, and not long after, the boss behind him also fell to the ground, losing control. Not stopping there, he continued to move forward with the attitude of a victor. He said, "Now it is your turn, you black crow. You have come to mess with me, and you are exposed," lying on the ground, screaming helplessly. Unable to move, Minahun stepped lightly on its head and asked, "What is Odin's purpose?" Instead of answering, the creature on the ground let out a squawk, causing Minhun to lose his temper and stomp on it hard for being so arrogant. The crow cried out again, but when asked what the relationship between Odin and Guza Inen was, it squawked once more. "It is pointless. If I had known it would be like this, I would not have wasted my breath talking to it." Minhun raised his foot and stomped down hard, sending the crow back to where it came from. At that moment, he suddenly heard Sienna calling from behind. He panicked and told her not to move, or she would be hit back immediately. Unfortunately, it was too late. Not only was she affected, but he was also being poisoned after the recent uneven battle. However, since he was the main character of this story, the poison mana was cleansed by the pure mana within him. The first crow he hunted triggered a level up reward along with a healing bonus, but that was not all. After a while of holding on, Sienna had now collapsed and was in critical condition, at risk of being taken to the afterlife at any moment. Just a moment ago, I thought something would happen, but now I see the two of them sitting there yawning after taking a nap. Sienna opened the status window and quickly realized that both her blood and mana had fully recovered. "You know, Minahun helped. So as soon as you stood up, you asked your lord why you have not left yet after Boo was defeated." Mahun did not beat around the bush and said directly, "I waited for you to wake up because I want us to be honest with each other." The girl's face instantly turned as red as a tomato. "What is going on? Is there a sweet scene about to happen?" Meanwhile, while the two young ones were still inside, the group of students outside was arguing loudly. Kim Dong, worried about her two friends, kept questioning Park Hak-soo Yu and Kim Jin about why only the two of them could come out. Just when everyone was in despair thinking they were in trouble, Ina stepped out from the fake dungeon gate. Kim Jun could not believe her eyes. She could not stop questioning in her mind. How could this happen? The patrol team said those two definitely would not make it cause that monster had to be at least a level B. Over here, Kim Do-Dugdung hugged her two friends tightly and cried as if she had never cried before. After crying, she screamed. And after screaming, she did not forget to tighten her grip on both of them to express feelings she could not put into words. Seeing Parent Yu and Kim Jina standing silently with tears in their eyes, he could not bear it and spoke up to explain. They left on my orders. I told them to ask the instructor for help, so they should not be blamed or feel guilty at all. However, Kim Dung seemed unwilling to let it go and ask them back. But how could you leave your teammates like that? Gi-hun understood this feeling very well. In his past life, he was the one who ran away, so he immediately said, if it were me, I would do the same. Don't act like that anymore. This matter is settled. Remember the conversation earlier in the dungeon, when Minun told his friend not to mention that he was strong enough to take on anyone, and that he did not want anyone else to discover his healing abilities except for her. He also mentioned that everything was because of Gi Jane, that jerk who treats the trainees like tools. That guy is completely different from the image he presents to the public and the media. To him, the useless trainees dying is no big deal. Sienna understood everything after hearing this, but she was still very curious and asked why he knew that old creep was like that. Not only that, it seemed he knew quite a lot that no one else did. Maya-hun did not think her friend was this smart. She intended to brainwash her. But clearly, if the opponent was both skilled in magic and had a strong will, it would not work. So I can only say this. I can say more. If I tell you more, you will be in danger too. Can you just let it go? At that moment, seeing Min-hun prepare to leave, Sina immediately chased after him and asked urgently, Min-hun, can you really say anything? Who knows if this will happen again later? You did not answer the question but said you trust she will keep her promise to them, and then just coldly walked away because you completed the first branching mission in the main quest. A reward has been sent, which is the golden apple from Eden. As for that evil headmaster, he sat in his chair and started complaining about the person behind him. Guy Kim Chif said, you disappoint me. His lackey looked frustrated and sweaty, only able to bow his head and apologize for everything. But as soon as he heard the next line, he was left speechless. This time I will let it go. But I hate having a useless subordinate. Do you understand? Headmaster Guzia's face scrunched up like he bit into a chili pepper. He threw a stack of papers onto the floor and said sharply, we must tame Min-hun in the upcoming event. My patience has its limits. After the practice ended, Min-hun returned to the dormitory. You picked up the stuff you dropped on the ground, but your mind kept racing. Before the regression, Kim Dung had died, and Anun had not even unleashed half of his potential. I have to intervene to change the future. But not with Sina. She can still do well without my interference. Min-hun is afraid that if he gets too close to this friend, it will affect her future. However, the immediate task is to clarify the relationship between Gyunan and Acer as soon as possible. The fake prison is just the beginning. In the future, you will face many more dangerous situations. If you do not get stronger, those people on the opposing side will uproot you early. Min-hun used the remote to turn on the TV, where there was a condescension with some intellectuals. The host began asking questions to the invited guest. He said there are many types of dungeons that are yet to be discovered. What are they? The opponent adjusted his glasses and replied. For example, usually, you just need to kill the boss to clear the level. But it is different with themed dungeons. The biggest difference is that the challenger cannot leave until they complete the dungeon's objectives. Seeing the confused faces, the professor explained a bit more. Those who want to raid themed dungeons need to become a character within it and fulfill certain requirements. It is similar to a role-playing game. The rewards that the challenger seeks in this type of dungeon are rare items, also known as hidden items. Now you remember what you need to do next. You picked up the apple in your hand. This is a coveted item that many people want. Its effect is to slow down the aging process by 50% and permanently increase recovery abilities. Soon, a Tira-themed dungeon will open at Sun Amusement Park. That is where you can get the speed-boosting shoes that Thai and Phi. Those subordinate. Once used, they increase agility. So many people are scrambling to find them. And you are one of them. Maiji wiped the apple and took a bite to see how it tasted. The space immediately burst into dazzling fireworks. But the taste is no different from regular apples. So stop overacting. The metric shot up immediately after just one bite. And the system kept sending messages. Its effects are truly extraordinary. If only it had seeds. You would have taken it to plant right away. What a pity. A few days later, Min-hun dressed casually and headed to the amusement park alone. The woman at the counter immediately asked when she saw him, hello. Which ticket would you like to buy? He did not answer that question but placed a black card with the Yango Guild's emblem on the counter and said, I am Inza Hunt, the conqueror from the Yango Guild. and a themed dungeon will open here shortly. The next day, tour guide Kim Wong rushed to the dormitory early to find him. However, upon arrival, he could not find him and only received news from the dormitory manager. He stopped by yesterday and informed me he had some business to take care of today. Kim Jae-wong then told the woman that when she sees Min-hun return, to let him know to meet her. And then she left right away. Outside, double agent Kim Jae-in used a communication device to call a man named Song Jel to report that she had discovered the truth that the person behind the incident was Gin. The other party replied, "Are you responsible for the simulated dungeon practice? Kim, what is his name? He must be in a tough spot right now." Before hanging up, Kim John reported one more important thing, which is that student Min-hun she mentioned seems to have some information related to that nasty principal who loves to play the villain. Back at the Soon amusement park, the loudspeakers kept announcing that this was an emergency situation, not a drill, urging guests still on the premises to evacuate quickly. Mae Jia-hun looked at her phone, thinking to herself, just a few more minutes and he will arrive. Indeed, it was just as the fortune teller predicted. The Nenny system immediately displayed that the dungeon themed around the ruins of Nevland had appeared. As the space slowly transformed, the theme of the dungeon was set. Your task is to find the 3 quests assigned for completion and finish them within 24 hours. The reward for this deal is none other than the speed-boosting shoes of Thien Phi that you have been looking forward to in a past life. A self-proclaimed genius with an IQ of 150 had conquered this dungeon. However, her mouth got her into trouble. She was too excited and boasted about it too much, leading to her being killed by those envious of her talent. This time, you were the first to arrive. Well, whoever it falls to, you thank them if it is you. Patches of negative colors began to take over the real space until everything was submerged in a virtual world created by the themed dungeon. The entrance appeared before them, and Min-hun immediately chose to teleport to the designated location. The system display was loading data from 20% to 98, 99, and finally 100% complete. You have been given the data set to play the character Thien Phi, a warrior who survived the invasion by the Vin people. The rabbit god is jealous of Thien Phi's quick feet, so he kidnapped his younger sister. The mission themed around Thien Phi's anger is set for you to role-play and rescue this fallen sister. If you succeed, you get the shoes. But if you let your sister down or if Thien Phi fails, you will fail too, according to the information you received. Thien Phi is one of the servants of the hammer-wielding rabbit god, who comes from a mortal background. However, this person turned against and began to hate the Norse gods because the invaders worship them. Wait! Min-hun suddenly remembers the story his mother told him does not seem to go like this. While he was still lost in thought, someone shouted in his face, "Wake up." You suddenly open your eyes wide awake and realize you are on the ship that you will soon steal to search for your sister. And the guy who just yelled at you, named Fedrorik, is the mastermind behind the bold plan that could land us all in jail. You smiled and stood up, but before you could orient yourself, the ship was suddenly hit hard, nearly knocking everyone over in the midst of misfortune. While planning to rob a ship, you got ambushed by pirates along the way. Where is the luck in this? A crowd with shields and weapons surged onto the ship. Min-hun did not understand what was happening and quickly told his new friend, Fedrorik, "I will leave this to you." Then, just like that, he leaped onto the enemy's ship, much to the bewilderment of both friends and foes. One guy pointed at him and laughed loudly with delight. "Hey kid, what were you thinking jumping onto the enemy ship when you should be running away? You fool. I am going to take you down right now." Min Ji-hun did not pay attention to what the guy just said. Instead, he focused all his attention on the girl who was tied to the base of the mast. She looked just like the one who had broken into this dungeon. But now she was helpless in someone else's hands. Just as you were questioning why she was there, the system reminded you that the person there was the sister of the infamous character, Rosva. "I am Sai-hun, the one with a genius mind and also a great conqueror. Anyway, I am someone with amazing talent. But why am I here?" Holy self-indulgence is holding his head and complaining. Then suddenly yells out because he does not understand what just happened to him. There is a 0.6% chance of a dungeon appearing where she is, and the chance of being stuck in a dungeon-themed scenario is only 0.003%. So why is someone as brilliant as her in that terrible statistic? Ko-hyen finishes her dark biography and starts figuring out a way to escape. At this moment, she suddenly sees a young man wandering into some area. She thinks she has to follow him. And how wonderful it is to be kidnapped and end up here as Thien Phi's little sister. It is truly a frustrating ending. Returning to Minan's mindset, he is holding his head in frustration because he did not expect this crazy girl to show up. The pirates in front see him standing still, and all shoot arrows at him in an attempt to take him out. Min-hun, filled with immense anger, immediately activates his magical armor to block the arrows and shouts out, "Why am I always surrounded by these weirdos?"
Wow.
The glowing punch immediately comes down, knocking out a few of them in an instant. He continues to punch the face of another sneaky guy before saying something to the rest. "I do not have time for this. Finish it all at once." After a while, Min-hun has taken out all the members on the enemy's ship. He walks straight to the only girl here and speaks up. "Are you still pretending to sleep? Are you playing Rosva?" Hyen clicked her tongue and opened her eyes to look at you, responding, "You guessed right, I guess you are Thiji." Mahun smiled, nodded, and threw a fiery punch next to the girl, finally putting on a tough face to directly confront the one she just threatened. "I know what you are thinking, so you would better drop those stupid ideas and get smart." Surprised. Old lady. That miraculous meeting, along with a bit of luck, made the mission easy to accomplish. The two of them were temporarily taken to the amusement area. "Here," he directly asked her, "why do not you tell me what kind of skill you use?" Ko-hyen scratched her face and replied, "Well, it is the kind that helps me use swordsmanship better. I am not lying. It is a rank skill called basic swordsmanship. Lying too much becomes a habit." Ko-hun thought that what she just said could trick Min-hun since not many students know about swordsmanship. She seemed quite pleased, planning to use this little trick to take advantage of you. Too bad she is just a seed thinking she is a chicken. Min-hun immediately revealed his swordsmanship experience. The acceleration of perception made time seem to slow down and sped up the thoughts of the user, often used in a leadership position, and also effective in analyzing and predicting the opponent's mind. Ko-hyen turned pale when her lies were exposed. Coincidentally, Min-hun did not want to carry this burden and turn herself into the protagonist in a story about picking up a wife. So she stood up to say goodbye to her. When Hun saw that, he was really scared, hurriedly ran over to apologize profusely, insisting that he would do everything to prove that it was not intentional. "Good. Genius with an EQ of 150. Min-hun smirked slyly and immediately said, "Then write a contract." And so she got into a contract where most of the benefits belonged to you. Before that, you had used dependence as part of your brainwashing skills to control her. From now on, you won't have to worry about betrayal, no matter how bad she actually is. The two continued on their way, looking at this eerie atmosphere. Sayastai Hun. "Where are we going now?" Min-hun answered nonchalantly. "The haunted house. We will go there first." "Oh my. Save me. Save me." Hyen could not help but shout. "What? A haunted house?" Min-hun could tell just by looking that she was scared, yet when asked, she pretended not to acknowledge it. He stood in front of the entrance to the haunted house mission, and told her to hurry up. Now that they were here, even if they did not want to, they had to go in. The Big Ba mission was activated, and the two quickly moved to the front of a mansion that emitted a strong smell of ghostly energy. The guide instructed them to escape from this place without violating 3 regulations, even though some skills would be temporarily locked. Before entering, Min-hun turned to Hun and asked what her identity was. The other party immediately replied, "Obviously someone filming. What about you?" Unlike Tam, Min-hun said she had a more interesting identity, which was a streamer who specializes in sharing horror-themed videos. "It has been a while since we had guests. Welcome, gentlemen." A cold voice came through, accompanied by the unexpected appearance of a burly man. The other party looked at them with a frightened expression that was hard to describe, and said he was Anfet, the butler of the mansion, and also served Countess Landia. As soon as this middle-aged man appeared, the system immediately sent all the details of the mission, stating that they needed to use the camera to expose the mansion's secrets and escape. The reward would be a new skill called illusion. But if they failed, as usual, they would pay with their lives. Butler Anfet opened the gate, continually saying that he was ordered by the Countess to welcome them and take them for a meal. He spoke nonchalantly while Sehun trembled, not daring to say a word. Both were led inside. She had just arrived when she stopped in front of a large portrait. Butler Anfet showed no signs of hiding anything. He said that it was a portrait of the mansion's owner and her beloved dog named Sin. Just hearing Min-hun praise the Countess for cherishing the past immediately switched the interface to the one ghost mode. That is right. She has many joyful memories. Just like in a dream. Please. This way. After saying that, he turned away. And their destination was the dining room, fully set with everything. Anfet did not enter but stood right at the door. He quickly said, "This is the banquet that Countess Flander prepared for you. Please enjoy, and I will return when you are done." As soon as the door closed, Sehun immediately suggested not to touch the dishes that could only be eaten once in a lifetime, but instead to gather data around. Now is the time for her to get to work. Min-hun stands still, starting to use his perceptual acceleration skills to assess everything in the room. Not long after, She quickly runs over to Manhwa and tells him that the owner of this mansion is a kid around 12 years old, from the small items available here, along with her judgment about the opponent's height. She is 90% sure about what she has said. Manhwa finds her reasoning quite reasonable. But just as they prepare to take advantage of the butler's absence to look for more clues, they discover that the door is tightly locked from the outside. While the two are struggling inside, the real world is quite chaotic. It has been 2 hours since the dungeon master appeared, and reporters along with government officials immediately rushed in to report the situation. In a corner, a man rubs his neck and grumbles incessantly. Damn it. We should have been promoted by now. What the hell is this mess? I'm right. Are not? Who would have known a dungeon master would show up at an amusement park? If the civil council's assessment of us is a failure, you will be demoted. And I will lose my chance for a promotion as well. At this point, the man named Seojel looks very tired and tells the other person to check the information of the 2 conquerors who entered the dungeon. The other one is none other than Park Jong-hun. As soon as he sees the young man named Min-hun, his attitude lightens as if a burden has just been lifted. He turned to speak to his senior. I think this dungeon topic will be resolved soon. Inside the locked room, Maya-hun quickly spoke up to reassure Sai-hun when she noticed she was starting to panic. Calm down. This is a dungeon. I am sure there is an exit. Hearing that, the other party immediately felt better, though pale as a frog, and decided to check around a bit. Sure enough, people who are afraid of ghosts often encounter them easily. Cui Kanan had barely moved for long when she suddenly let out a scream and started saying strange things. Hey. Come over here and look at what is wrong with this camera. Mahun initially thought she was too into the filming, but just looking at it turned the story from a system regression genre into a horror tale. On the camera screen, the butler was clearly lying on the dining table, surrounded by blood. Sai-hun looked scared and began to stutter. So An-Fet, the one who guided us here, was a fake. Just as they discovered this unexpected thing, the system reported that the first mystery of the manor had been found. Mahun added, this camera shows us things the naked eye can't see. He took it from her and zoomed in for a better look, then shared his deduction. Even if the An-Fet we met is fake, this screen shows us either the present or the past. The girl began to understand the issue, convinced that what they were seeing was the past along with the mystery of this haunted manor. An-Fet died on the table, so the meat dishes are definitely not safe to eat. Mai-hun threw the camera back to her, then started looking for a way to break this illusion using a skill called absolute calculation. Unfortunately, it is one of the restricted skills, so it can't be used. At that moment, you suddenly noticed that Hun was fumbling under the table searching for something. You asked her what she needed, and she said she was looking for a key to escape from this place. In the camera, this was the only place that differed from what they saw, so this is the place with the highest chance of hiding the key. A light bulb went off in Min-hun's head. You smiled, secretly praising her intelligence, then used your mana detection skill to search. You scanned the items on the dining table and focused all your attention on the green pudding cake. The demon caught the old man. Super. Hun was so scared she almost dropped her pants, while the other young man kept asking, what is wrong? Are you scared? This darn saint has a big ego, so I always deny being scared to avoid it becoming a weakness. She walked over to the cake and rolled up her sleeves. Even though she knew this was probably the victim's head, she pushed her fear down and reached into the cake to search. She fumbled for a bit, but luckily found the key, successfully solving the second secret of the magical ceiling illusion. They continued to the third piece of data. This time, thanks to the camera, they made their way to the guest room that was supposedly prepared for visitors. From the camera screen, you can see blood spreading from the door. But even though I got here, Hein's legs went limp, and I did not dare go inside. Maya-hun was also at a loss. He told her to shut up and wait outside. But if you see something strange, just scream, and I will come help. After saying that, he opened the door and stepped inside. This place is pitch dark, with just a faint light coming through the window. Oh my! A white figure suddenly dashed past. When he turned back to look, a girl with her upper body soaked in blood suddenly appeared right in front of him. Her mouth was torn open, stretching to her ears as she mumbled something. The ghost pointed at him, but really, it was pointing at the butler standing right behind him. Awesome. Hun fainted. When he opened his eyes and woke up, Sia-hun was right next to him. He glanced at the bloodied torture devices scattered around the room, thinking that despite his preparations, he almost got scared to death. Seeing him calm down again, Hein said she would use her awareness to assess the situation. Soon after, Lee discovered that they were locked in a dungeon underground. This place still bore many signs of torture. She clicked her tongue and lamented. It really makes one shiver. Why would they have a dungeon in a mansion? Maya-hun touched the bars and mumbled that the key must be here. So she boldly punched a huge hole in the wall. Finally, she said something completely pointless. Try to stay as quiet as possible. It won't be good if Anfet or anyone finds us. Wait. Are we quiet enough now? Or do we need to be quieter? Just as they walked through the prison door, a puppy suddenly crashed into Min-hun as if they were old friends. What is more, it happened to be holding a key in its mouth. Hun yelled in alarm and immediately dropped the puppy. Unfortunately, Min-hun-sino, you did not sense any danger from it. So you just assumed this little dog might be trapped here too. Hearing this, Si-hun stepped forward to explain clearly. There is no way a prison would just hand us a key that easily. If this puppy is a trap, we are done for. It sounds reasonable. But unfortunately, the little dog is actually harmless. A side quest was sent to the two of them. It said to enter the countess's room on the 4th floor of the mansion and read her diary for 2 hours. If successful, they would gain a new skill. But if they fail, the outcome would remain the same. A new skill sounds like the last option to break the illusion of dimension. The two continued their journey, and soon they reached the 3rd floor. But then they did not know which way to go next. The camera after the second mission disappeared. So they had to manage on their own from then on. Ayan was talking to Mina-hun when she suddenly noticed him staring blankly in one direction with a pale face. She instinctively looked over too. A ghost appeared right in front of both of them once again. Mina-gun ignored her companion's warnings and walked straight over to her. He asked bluntly, "Why are you still here? Do you still hold any grudges related to this mansion?" Seeing her silence, he had to switch to another question. "Are you here to help us?" This time the ghost nodded. So he dove straight into the main issue. "I am going to ask you one thing. Where is Count Flanders' room on the 4th floor?" Hearing that, she immediately pointed in the opposite direction as her answer. Maya-hun understood and promised to help her move on soon. So just wait a little longer. Finally, she pulled Hyan along with her to run towards the indicated direction. As the door to the large room opened, they were greeted by a heap of junk. A chaotic mess of many items. Maya Jae-hun told the other person to check places that others might not expect to hold clues. While she went straight to the reading table to look for things, you walked over and casually picked up a book. It was the diary of the deceased. Inside, it detailed everything that happened around the character from when they were alive, until they were placed on the altar. On the 5th, she noticed her body was getting weaker due to illness. On the 10th, she felt happy because her parents bought her a doll, but by the 12th, everything collapsed when she received a death notice that her parents had not survived an attack by bandits. On the 15th, she became the new owner of the mansion but felt lonely because there were no more relatives by her side now and forever. It was not until the 4th of the month that she had a new friend. A child about the same age who was caught picking flowers in the garden of the Count's house mansion. She named the child Sally. The two were quite close. But one day, the butler Anfet suddenly disappeared. Sally said he went to the nearby city for some business. But as soon as the butler returned, she sensed something was off. On October 9th, Frander heard a lot of screaming coming from inside the mansion. The kitchen staff and maids kept screaming as if their throats were being ripped apart. Frandier gradually felt uneasy as everything happening was terrifying her. Until one day, Sally and the butler Anfet suddenly knocked on her bedroom door in the middle of the night. She was sure they wanted to kill her, but did not know how to escape. Reading this, Minza-hun knew what the outcome would be. He quickly closed the diary upon realizing something. Frainer was murdered. And the one behind it was the monster that had taken over this mansion. It could very well be a twin. This is a disaster. When Mina-hun understood everything, Sasahian standing behind suddenly transformed into a terrifying figure. It was so horrifying that it could make an ordinary person wet their pants in a minute. A crowd of butlers gathered tightly behind that long-limbed creature. Could that stick figure possibly navigate the dungeon in a normal way to fight? Unless it is 2 or 3 am and being scared like this, I would probably pee myself. The system simultaneously sent a notification that the secret about the mansion had been completed. The only thing you need to do is run away immediately. Before things get worse. The double monster swings its long, rubbery arms toward you. However, Min-hun is still alert enough to hold on to the dumb little puppy and avoid it. You look at the monster and taunt. Finally, you have shown yourself. I was getting a little impatient watching you put on such a fake show. It is not that hard, is it? It is just that I am smarter. Right, and it is not because you are stupid. The double monster gets furious. And a quick battle breaks out, accompanied by the sound of crashing and stones falling. If we are going to fight, then why are you still clinging to that dumb weight that just barks? The red, Slimy creatures rush in to attack from all sides. But unfortunately, your chains have pierced through the whole swamp, creating dozens of big and small holes. The golden weight in Manhwa's hands is being thrown back and forth. And now he is feeling dizzy. He stands before the red goo and silently mocks it in his head. B-class monster that looks clearly dangerous with the ability to copy the skills and appearance of other creatures. However, when it comes to close combat, it is as weak as mud. It still is not giving up and stretches out its limbs to try to steal your body. Unfortunately, it is not fast enough. Its whole body is bound by chains, and it can only helplessly endure dozens of attacks until nothing is left. Searching for clues took a while, but the fighting was over in the blink of an eye, and the second mission was finally complete. Manhwa bid farewell to the freed soul of the unfortunate Countess Flander and left. Yu and Seo Hyun were both brought back to the real world to prepare for the final mission of the Bitba package. They had just appeared when suddenly, a lively noise came from afar. Welcome to Neverland, everyone. Your host for today. Please join my parade. As soon as he finished speaking, a fireworks display lit up before their eyes. The masked man rushed over to the two and praised them. Hello, Manhwa. You two have successfully completed 2 missions. Great job. He was well-meaning. But when he ran into the male lead, who had a prickly personality, his compliments were met with rejection. Minhun asked bluntly, "What will the final mission be like?" Bruin, not wanting to linger, replied that their final mission was a chase. He directed their attention to the gate in the distance, and said they had to escape from the monsters coming from that direction, and reach the final destination. The important point was that the number of monsters would depend on the number of challengers and their strength to match them appropriately. Upon hearing this, Minun sensed trouble, since he was stronger than his peers. Protecting his friend while fighting the monsters would indeed be a tough task. The game master approached the 2 people to ask for permission to check a bit. He just realized that at levels, he should bring the thing out from the other side of the gate right away. Regardless of the guy screaming that it was unreasonable. From beyond the doorway, a gigantic fiery monster began to tear the door apart to get outside. He quickly read the information to figure out how to respond. However, when he scrolled to the end of the notification, he noticed that it displayed the number of members as 3. He could not believe his eyes. Who was the one groping a team ace, but that made him so angry. From beginning to end, there were only 2 people. Who the hell is hiding and increasing the difficulty of the game? S is a being that plunges everything in the world into a sea of fire before the first giant, Imiya, appears. The sword in this guy's hand was hot enough to turn everything into ash without much effort. While Minzahun and Seoahun were about to lose their pants, the gods by Feni were happily chatting with each other. A black cat hovered above the central area, licking itself and joking. "Hey, it seems like we have played a bit too much. Should we help them?" The pig from afar observed and even added, "Just let them be. I want to see how he survives." As swung his sword, setting a part of the amusement park ablaze. Minhun activated his magical armor, but he was still somewhat affected by it. He saw that the situation seemed tense. But just when he did not know where to run, Kohun suddenly pointed quickly at a sign and exclaimed, "I think over there is our destination. 10 points for excellence." He did not hesitate any longer, immediately activating his speed skill, pulling the girl along as they dashed forward. Who would have thought that on the way, a flame would be thrown at us by that boss? With no other way to survive, Minhun quickly told Seihun, "Stay sharp and listen. We will split up and run. You head straight for the Ferris wheel." With the fire closing in, Minzahun had no choice but to fight the boss to complete the mission. Standing before the raging red monster, he yelled loudly to grab its attention, "I am right here, you jerk." After saying that, he jumped onto the roof of a building to provoke it. Meanwhile, Seihun was running for his life toward the exit, but how unlucky it was that just a few steps away, debris fell from the sky and blocked his path. He had done this, and his action cancelled the escape mission, leaving them with no option but to defeat the enemy to survive. He laughed loudly. "You pathetic fools. Do you really think you can beat me? That was a pretty cruel move." Minhun was really angry now. He coldly activated Odin's left eye, murmuring a chilling phrase to himself. At this point, he had to kill him. A large fireball was thrown, but he caught it. This was quite surprised by this and excitedly struck with another blow. The fire effects were intensifying. Sehun watched him fight alone from a distance, feeling uneasy, but thanks to this brain with an IQ of 150, he quickly came up with a plan to defeat the boss. While dodging attacks, the two had managed to regroup, and though time was short, they clearly explained the plan. He told Hun that there is a water reservoir near them. This monster, whether in the form of a giant or a deity, is not as strong or immortal as the original. All she can do is use her skills to calculate the path for you, and the rest is just luring it to the water reservoir. Time passed, and after some seamless coordination, it seems they have reached the position. Min Ji-hun put on a provocative stance, starting to psychologically attack the enemy in front of him. I have heard you are no match for the Norse gods. You are just a gatekeeper. So I doubt you would dare to call me weak. After a pause, he continued with a decisive strike. Are you afraid of me? A human. Crazy. You are really getting mad. The successful taunt caused the boss to act impulsively, swinging its sword down at him. Unfortunately, what it saw was just the illusion he created. So just a second later, it was hit by a deluge pouring out from the broken water reservoir. So save the kid. The monster writhed in pain, but Manhwa still did not let go, unexpectedly driving the knife deep into its chest. The boss was furious but did not speak, only managing to utter 2 words. Dirty play. What bad luck. How did I run into the face of the shoe? Minen. So he just nodded. So what? As long as I win. That is what matters. The boss's eyes flared with anger. Before disintegrating, it insisted on a rematch with him at some point in the future. Don't be arrogant. Is only fighting you with a replica. But when you face my true form, you won't win this easily. The intense battle has finally reached its conclusion. The monster was defeated, and Manhwa received a new skill called Flame Ofs because of the recent impressive performance. You received the reward of Theanfiz's shoes along with a bonus skill called Light Step. As for Kahan, the Rosvasil increased his power by 50 and gave him the skill Courage Against Terror. The illusion class was shattered, returning the amusement park to its original state. The crowd outside, which had been waiting for a long time, rushed over to ask questions as soon as they saw the two appear. The government side aimed for Minen first. But unfortunately, as soon as he squeezed in, the guy disappeared. All attention is now focused on the dumpling, while she was surrounded by a barrage of questions. Park Jong-hun spoke up to ask the person next to him. He went into hiding. Right, that could be possible if he was an assassin. However, Jel gave a different answer. I do not think so. According to instructor Kim Jong, Min-hun is a wizard, that guy. He is a battle wizard. Thanks to the intervention of the Ijongo Association, news about Min-hun has vanished from all the newspapers and has not been mentioned by anyone. On the side of Principal Gozo-in, it was like sitting on a pile of fire. He had just assigned some task to his henchman, the instructor Izu. The other party bowed and said, from now on, as you said, I will report every detail about student Min-hun. The surveillance task has been assigned to a newcomer, so the old one must have disappeared. The guy satisfied himself looking at the big screen and muttered, people have to mow the grass to have a beautiful garden. I am really looking forward to this event. I will remove all the dirt on my path. Maya Ji-hun returned to school and was immediately bombarded with affectionate questions from her best friend Kim Do while they were catching up with each other. Someone walked in and said, I think I have seen an annoying face. Is that you? The young punk who loves to show off just arrived and was met with questions like who is this Dan guy? From his friends. He let his bangs down, instantly transforming into a different person. However, he had not even gotten cocky before instructor Ding Yu gently reminded him. Student Lai Sui lowered his voice while still in the classroom. He got scolded and, feeling embarrassed, could only glare at the guy and sulk back to his seat. The new instructor then began introducing herself and the subject she would be teaching. Next, she asked the teaching assistant to distribute the books to the students. A few people opened theirs and exclaimed, why is there nothing but the cover? Another student nodded in agreement. Look, the inside is empty too. Is this a mistake? However, when it got to Minen's hands, it was different. Instructor Ding Izu, seeing him smile, immediately asked, Student Min-hun, can you tell me what the book says? As soon as he accurately said 2 words in ancient language, her expression changed rapidly. This book is a magical text that requires solving calculations to be read. Most new students take about a week, but Mina Ji-hun solved it on the first try, seeming to be even better than what Principal Gain had mentioned. To be sure, she immediately asked, do you know what the phrase on the book cover means? Although she was a bit suspicious of what she read, Mina-hun candidly shared the answer about Odin's life and some basic phrases. After finishing his shining moment like a light bulb, the young man always reminded himself not to stand out and rushed to the library to read. That book seemed ordinary but was more interesting than he thought. This book lists all the calculation forms that can change properties based on usage. For example, lightning chain can be understood as a combination of mana chain and lightning magic. A wizard can achieve a higher level by deepening their understanding of calculation forms. In front of him were 2 female friends, while C had solved the book cover. The one who taught him magic, Kim Do-jung, was completely clueless and could not read a word. They chatted freely, unaware that a black crow had been watching from the window the whole time. The following days passed normally. Today, after the theory class ended, Minhun ran after the lecturer. Dong Izu. To ask a question. I have a question about the material I just read. He brought a book in front of her, and then clarified that he wanted to know more about what was written in that book. Damn it. As soon as Dong Izu saw the book cover, she broke out in a sweat. If even the lecturer could not understand this level, how could she explain it? She silently cried inside, wondering what kind of monster this student was. What ordinary person would have such perseverance? Asking anyone yielded no results. Minhun decided to bring the spellbook of the four spirits to Phoebe Baksungen to ask. He admitted that the creativity to develop new magic, the destruction to eliminate and wipe out magic, the enhancement to reinforce, and all the theoretical algorithm formulas were at an advanced level. Therefore, it was quite difficult for him to understand and explain them on his own. Until now, he had always relied on Odin's insight, but he needed to have a deeper understanding of magic, and could not always rely completely on it. Adu Dunga knew what he wanted, but she could not do anything more than let him figure everything out himself. She explained that the concepts in a four-spirit spellbook needed to be grasped on his own. Otherwise, it would be meaningless. At the very least, he needed to be able to do that himself to step into the realm of an ranked enforcer. Although she said that, since her student had gone to the trouble of coming here, she took out a cloth and said she would reveal a little bit and its rule. It was important for him in understanding and learning the magic of enhancement. She held the cloth in front of him and asked one last question. What do you think? Do you want to hear it? At this point, would you really refuse? Minhun did not think and immediately replied. Sure. Anything that can make me stronger is fine. After returning from the place of the leader Uruk Sungun, Mahun immediately went to the combat simulation room to practice. No one knew how long he had been training, but his shirt was already soaked with sweat. You are exhausted. The attack move called the magic arrow seems to lack enough power, so the monsters in front of you easily brush it off. You remember the conversation with the guild leader. She had given you a scarf called Japin. This item is equipment that can reduce all stats by up to 50% when attached to the body, and only when it is removed or torn will everything return to normal. The leader asked you to repeatedly analyze the formulas of a single skill. Manhwa listened but did not understand, so he asked what this training had to do with summoning great power. However, Rose Sung-on continued to teach half-heartedly, refusing to explain anything to you. Back to reality. Because of the effect of the Jin scarf, Minahun felt his body heavy like it was weighed down with lead. Now he finally understood. To get stronger and reach the threshold of an A-rank conqueror in a normal way is definitely not as easy as you thought. The next morning, Maya-gun arrived at school with dark circles under his eyes and a haggard face like a junkie. Kim Dung looked in disbelief and worriedly asked if he was really okay. Mindy Hun replied. He complained a bit, but as soon as the theory class ended, he ran straight to the gym. Struggling for over a week, he finally understood what amplification in 4-star magic meant. Amplification is the enhancement of a skill. In other words, it is leveling up. An achievement depends on one's proficiency with a particular skill. Thanks to repetitive practice, his magic arrow has leveled up. You remember the advice from the leader and feel a sudden sense of gratitude inside. Before, you approached them with the intention to exploit, but now you truly feel like you have a mentor. Another day passed, and while Minhun was walking around school, he noticed someone tailing him. He led them to a secluded place before revealing the truth. Are you going to come out? Or are you going to wait for me to find you? As soon as he finished speaking, he used his mana detection skill, forcing the enemy to reveal themselves immediately. The opponent was a group of Odin's minions. A crow swooped in to attack, but had not even circled a few times before it was hit hard in the stomach like a wrecking ball. This is the school grounds. Yet some from Acer's side were present. This must be part of Gyujaya's plan. 2 crows began to fly back and forth, trying to hunt him down. Minhun glared at them and said the final words. One thing I can say for sure is that you have picked the wrong person. Just as he finished his statement, a level 2 spell was immediately unleashed, easily turning Odin's 2 crows into a pile of feathers in an instant. As this enemy fell, something even scarier descended from the sky, raining down black feathers. The one he feared would show up too soon had indeed appeared right there. His father stood imposingly in front of him with a cold expression, not forgetting to greet him with a voice full of affection. Long time no see. Minjia Hun's son was visibly angry and without saying much, immediately swung a lightning chain at him. Each magical chain, bright gold and filled with malice, shot forward swiftly. Since I was upgraded, my speed is quite fast. But still, I can't affect the opponent. The minion places his hand on the sword's hilt. He clearly just launched an attack, but it is so quick that my eyes can't keep up. Minhun dodges the attack like an obedient child, and instantly a cut appears on his stomach, causing blood to gush out. Looking back now, he realizes there is a long, terrifying slash imprinted on the ground from that swing. Min continues to mock him. I have been watching you for a long time, but these days, you seem a lot more hot-headed. Maybe our little boy is going through a rebellious phase. Stop pretending. Buddy. What father and son meet and start bleeding like this? Min Ji-hun growls at him. Stop talking nonsense. Why are you here? Min Song-o does not rush to answer but checks on his son a bit in this negative-colored world. He wonders if someone with power like the prophecy said should still have some limits. He slowly approaches. Not getting straight to the point but veering off in another direction. Has the resistance force Acer contacted you? Min-hun barely managed to say those two words before being seen through. A-jin is the name of the crow that holds emotions and thoughts. So of course, he can easily understand what others are thinking. He draws his sword and strikes decisively, facing the slashes aimed at his life. Min-hun quickly activates his magical armor. But before he can defend much, the shield is shattered. Everything rushes past but hits with tremendous force. Min-hun's body suffered quite a bit of injury. And in his mind, he kept asking himself if this was really the power of an A-rank conqueror. Is this what it takes to reach the divine? What kind of human is this anyway? You nervously asked the other person. Do you want to kill me? To your surprise, Mingnaho replied. I just want to take your legs. The father and son both have the same stubborn nature. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his sword again. A slash filled with dark magic shot through the air. You thought this time you would end up selling salt with your grandparents. But luckily someone stepped in to stop it. A black cat suddenly appeared, interrupting Minigvego's plans, which annoyed him a bit. Has the connection between Acer and the resistance been broken? Or are you actually trying to confront the great Odin here? The cat responded immediately. I do not understand what you are saying. Get lost. It then jumped down to the ground and transformed into a girl with two giant horns on her head. In front of him were beings with dinosaur-like power. Min-hun was scared and did not understand what the hell was happening anymore. At this moment, Min-xu spoke up again. Are you trying to make things worse? The girl did not respond but started to scratch her own flesh with her sharp nails, letting drops of black blood fall to the ground. Not long after, they began to stir and collectively transformed into monstrous arms reaching for Min-xu. But Odin's crow is not so easily bullied. He immediately stomped his foot down, causing a strong wind to blow, sweeping away everything that was surrounding him. Minungo still maintains a defensive stance while expressing his thoughts. He has to rely on a mortal to end the battle among the gods. Loki is getting weaker. He quickly sheaths his sword, but still threatens that if she interferes in his affairs again, he won't let it go. So scared. So scared. I just have to punch it. The girl ignores the threat and boldly says, do what you want. But if you plan to stop me, remember I can take your head anytime. The god transformed from a black cat left a small cut on his opponent's throat before continuing. The treaty only applies to and the resistance. There are no laws preventing me from killing Odin's crow. Min storms off. Frustrated at this point, Minen can no longer stand and collapses to the ground. Those bulls are fighting too hard. You are just a loser and unlucky to be poisoned by Manhwa. Truly pathetic. The girl does not care much and casually introduces herself as the soulmate of the pig. She is both an observer and a guide for him through 5 trials. The storm has temporarily passed, so Minahun returns to the dorm and uses her sacrifice skill to heal herself. The black cat is still here, telling him if he has any questions, he can ask, and she will use her knowledge to answer everything. Alright. Let us get straight to the point. You ask her. Min, you know, who is he really? At first, you thought he was related to Odin, but you never expected the answer to leave you speechless. Minong is actually not your father. His real name is Hun, one of Odin's crows. According to the explanation, it is a mystical creature that can control and manipulate the minds of humans. He borrowed the memory control ability from another crow named Munin to do this. Meanwhile, he just hovered around pretending to be your father. The main purpose was to track the enemy in the prophecy. To make it clearer for you, she recreated the lost memories to help you understand more about your dark life. Minahun was taken back to her childhood. Since the mana was unlocked, every day has been filled with beatings and scoldings, but the memories that followed made you doubt your own eyes. On the altar was a portrait of your father. Looking at it, you slowly began to remember things you should not have forgotten, about the father with the warm smile, who always loved you, and a happy family where everyone felt joy together. All the sealed memories have now been unlocked. You sat on the floor crying, wondering why that jerk would do this to your family. The black cat, seeing you like that, revealed everything you did not know. 10,000 years ago, the first apocalypse occurred, an event considered the twilight of the gods. The resistance alliance against the Acer gods tried to fight in this genocide battle, but in the end, they were still booted by the Acer gods and their army, later led by Var. The war has ended. Odin agreed to let the gods and the giants captured as war prisoners live under the condition of a pact. Beings across all worlds must suffer under the rule of the tyrant. Until one day, the three younger sisters made a prophecy. It was that 10,000 years after the second genocide, the weakest being would dethrone Odin and Asgard and open a new world. That being is none other than you. From what Manhwa heard, he realized that the one in front of him was using him to eliminate Odin. The old man with the blind eye aims to seize the world tree and this entire globe. There are 4 worlds that Odin has conquered, and in the future, he will continue to seize the remaining places with the second apocalypse. Manhwa was a bit curious and asked her, if Odin is so powerful, then why has not he killed me yet? The black cat girl replied that it was due to the power from the prophecy that helped. A power so terrifying that even the gods could not resist it. But regardless, when the second apocalypse approaches, all limits will disappear and you will be killed once again. Now Manhwa understands everything. He has been toyed with by those who call themselves divine. They slaughtered his family, manipulated his memories, and pushed him to the bottom of society, just because of a prophecy that threatened their interests. The black cat saw the hatred on Manhwa's face and asked if he wanted revenge, and to protect what was important to him. She is the guide and will lend you just enough power for you to become capable of defeating that old one-eyed man. The system board immediately accepts the quest. This time named the God Slayer mission. You have 3 more chances to pass this level challenge to receive the blessing that can resist the power of the god Odin. The last thing she said before leaving was that you need to be even stronger before being taken out by someone else. Over on his side, Principal Goza-in is starting to plan to eliminate the students. He told someone, don't worry. Once we eliminate the low-ranking students, support will naturally come to the high-ranking ones. He also hinted to that person, I am sure you will handle the rest as a member of Congress. However, that man is a bit awkward, not wanting to get involved in this, because he thinks the National Punishment Bureau will find out soon. The thing is, even if he wants to back out, he can't get past the wicked god. He told the other party that all preparations are complete, and in the upcoming guild challenge, he will personally open a portal. Just hearing about the portal opening made his ally tremble like a leaf. He did not linger any longer and promised to send state support funds to Muse as previously discussed. Outside the door, An happened to overhear the entire plot. He connected the words that Manhwa had said and realized who had invaded his mind and controlled him that day. It was none other than the principal, and Hoan intended to expose him. But then he stopped just in time. The man called him here to talk, and acting recklessly now could easily lead to disaster. So it is best to find someone trustworthy to help. At that time, Manhwa's group had just finished class when their phones received an urgent message. The sender was in Hoan, telling them to quickly get to Mar's workshop as fast as possible. The Round Table Alliance was immediately summoned here, and Hoan shared the whole story with his friends. Kim Woo-dung seemed unable to believe what she was hearing, so she asked again. Principal Gin is trying to eliminate the low-ranking students during the guild experience activity for the benefit of the awakening students. Everyone else chimed in to criticize the cruelty of this damn principal. Manhwa, on the other hand, remained silent, thinking about the guild experience. This event was even scarier than expected. In my past life, I only heard that some students died in an accident. They were the only ones who knew what happened and could stop this. Kim Dung stood up abruptly and declared, is this really the time to hesitate? The lives of other students are in danger. Lai Dong-jiang raised her hand in agreement, and Sina also wanted to help if she could. Initially, Minun hesitated, but after seeing the enthusiasm of these kids, he made his decision. The main mission was sent out to contribute to the fun. This time, the task was to stop Gozoin's plan and rescue the students. The reward for completing it was a blank card and a sealed spellbook, but on the contrary, all the students would die. As long as there was a blank card, Minza-hun was excited to take on the mission right away. You stood up looking just like a fiery leader announcing your decision. So let us come up with a plan. A plan to get rid of that scumbag Gin. To get the job done smoothly, the first target Manhwa has in mind is Instructor Dong Izu. Have you mastered the 4-star law book yet? You want me to believe that? There is no way that can be true. Manhwa raised an eyebrow in response. Why not? Just one question immediately left her speechless. Honestly, Dong Yu is pretty scared of you. She knows the principal wants to recruit you and turn you into a pawn. But look at you. It is not easy to take down Manhwa. Suddenly, Manhwa smiled, said something that pierced straight into the dark heart of the woman in front of him. Aren't you planning to take all of this and hand it over to that scumbag Gin again? Indeed. Only those involved can truly understand the situation. Dong Yu, exposed, immediately screamed, how do you know about that? Manhwa unexpectedly placed her hand on her forehead And the next moment, a strange aura of manipulation radiated from her. You began to ask deeper questions about our plan. I have a few things I want to ask you. Can you listen? This is the perfect time to use brainwashing skills. You tell the person in front of you that in a few days, she will be your ally. Then order her to spill everything Gain plans to do during the guild exam. The next day, a group of students followed the instructor to the guild that the principal personally chose for them. One of them was convinced that the principal recognized his talent, which is why he was being treated so specially. Midway, a girl suddenly stopped him and voiced her worries. Tran's car is waiting. Is not it a bit strange here? Noticing that he still did not understand, she had to explain a bit more. Well, you know, the Guild for Conquerors should have a lot of equipment. But does not this place look like it has been abandoned for a while? Tran felt something was off. But before he could do anything, he suddenly realized that the guild members were actually their instructors. He made an intimidating face and said, I did not expect this skill to wear off so quickly. Then, Kemsmov Deus, there is no other choice. Even though it is a bit early. This is where we say goodbye. Students. A trap immediately appeared under the students' feet. The shrimp and fish were already in the net. So even if they wanted to run now, they could not escape. Kim XMKD looked at them with a wicked expression. Just like his master, this is the last lesson for the kids. But who knows if anyone will make it out of that hell. Outside the building, Mina Hun and her friends had found the place. While they were huddled together to see if this was the right location, Min Hun communicated telepathically with the person sneaking along with him. You are coming too. Right, of course. Do not worry. By the way, Ji-han, how did you learn to communicate telepathically too? The one observing them from behind his puns. The manager of the guild, earlier. You went to see Jae Sung-on to report everything and also borrowed someone to help. When you left, Jae Sung suddenly noticed a strange dark aura near him. Mina Hun had mentioned to her that the guild the principal Gain is involved with in dungeon explorations, is Kine. Kennen is a guild located right between Sun and Lotus. So if a major incident occurs openly, he would also get caught up in it. She thought for a moment and asked her secretary Hannah if she had investigated that guild yet. The other person immediately replied upon hearing that, but is actually a ghost guild. As you know, there are guilds involved in tax evasion or other corrupt activities. It seems Guzo-in also established a guild for this kind of purpose. Hearing that, Rui Dungun looked worried and immediately stood up, asking the others to prepare some combat gear for him before quickly leaving to save people. Back at the abandoned building, Kim Do-dung looked at his friend and asked if he was sure this was the place. Min-hun nodded firmly, confidently asserting that this was indeed where that damn magical aura was emanating from. The others did not have any opinions either. But after walking a bit, Ina spoke, I can sense the remnants of magic. Min-hun sat down to examine it for a moment and agreed. Yeah. Seems some advanced formations have been activated in this area. Oh my. By the time you realize the danger, it is already too late. How could all the members be so unlucky to stand right in the middle of the previously used formation? A magic circle instantly activated. And just when everyone was panicking because they could not move, a voice suddenly spoke up. Fools. Come to the kingdom of the Black Spirit Servat Famer. Immediately, the system sent a message saying the users were being transported to Servato Fam, accompanied by a warning message repeatedly stating to leave the dungeon immediately. Sveto is the world of Swatofa, which is also where Ofikvam resides. That is quite alarming. Mina Hun heard rumors that Ofikvam in Norse mythology has the power to fight against gods. Of course, their power is diminished when this place turns into a dungeon. But if Guzo-in gets involved, things will be different right away. Huan beside him muttered to himself. Can Principal Gwyn use such high-level teleportation magic? I wonder what his true identity is. At this moment, Park Sonnen, who had been quietly following for a long time, stepped forward. He told the kids in front of him that it was Min Hun who called him to the room when things went bad. But why did La Ho fall on your heads? Even if he is here, with this situation, it won't get any better. He sees their confusion and says straight out, this is the world of the cursed. Even a rank paladin would struggle to survive here. If we let our guard down, we will all die. Facing the negative expressions, Minzagia Hun speaks up to reassure everyone. Don't worry. We will leave here safe and sound. I will make sure of that. First, let us find those other survivors. In the dark dungeon, the only light comes from the energy stones. Ina suggested using light orbs to make it easier for everyone to see the path. But Minzahan stopped him. He created quite a few light spheres and threw them up into the air. This method draws less attention and can light up a certain area. Time passed, and Manager Park suddenly stopped and said to take a break since they had been walking for quite a while. Maya-hun followed suit and turned off all the light spheres. His best friend saw this and immediately asked, "Why did you turn off the light spheres?" Miza-hun replied, "Dark elves are creatures accustomed to the night. They can easily destroy light spheres. So we need to adapt to that quickly." She heard that and did not complain any further. Just casually took out the goat's milk potion that was prepared to combat Manus pressure. While they were resting, an idea popped into his head about how to shorten the search time. Jia-hun immediately used his mana detection ability and quickly discovered the pathway leading to the boss room. Just as you were about to say where the rest would lead, a spear flew in from nowhere. In a brief moment, you managed to grab it before that thing struck Sena. The other members realized their movements had been detected and immediately prepared for battle. In the darkness, hundreds of bright eyes surrounded them. Indeed, the time came quicker than expected. Minagya-hun muttered about those damn shadowy creatures. Ma-hun crushed the enemy's spear with force, igniting the fight himself. The other members also showed no mercy, using their skills to attack the dungeon monsters. After using a slow skill to limit the speed of the elf tribe, Sao-ina chanted a spell to summon a sword. En-hoan activated a powerful skill to create a shield for everyone, seizing the opportunity. Assassin Park Sun stepped in to take down the monsters with martial arts. In a team full of talents, Mina-hun did not want to fall behind, so she immediately used her high-level skill. Chain lightning, a magic circle appeared densely like a net. From within, chains accompanied by raging lightning shot out, striking the enemies hard. The first attack went smoothly. At this point, he shouted, "Everyone listen up, Kim Raz-dung and Seo-ina. Just use fire magic." He paused for a moment after breaking the enemy's ambush before continuing. And Hoan used a taunt skill to simplify the enemy's movement. The other person is Manager Park. His request is very simple: to eliminate the dark spirits affected by Hoon's taunt skill, although it is unclear why he was so focused on these monsters. He and the others still followed orders. Peruns used a stealth move to disappear from the enemy's sight. Next up is a dance where the Divine Gam swings a hand to take down every single one in front of him. Ma-hun is a bit different since his talent is as a mage playing a tank role. So he uses a skill called Fire Attack that he learned when he was a warrior. Everywhere is filled with smoke and the smell of grilled meat. Watching as the girl launched countless fire missiles, taking down her own teammates, an elf could not help but ask, "How the hell do those humans know our weaknesses?" Before he could get an answer, and Hoan pierced him through with his sword. Not stopping there, Minhun eagerly added a chain to send him off. Thanks to Minhun's guidance and everyone's unity, they finished clearing the dark spirits here without anyone getting hurt. Minhun did not let them rest and quickly spoke up, "Let us keep moving. We do not have much time. You said you could feel the presence of the survivors on the left path. But if they arrive late, I am afraid we won't be able to save anyone anymore. How could you mess things up this badly?" That was Jaina's shout. Kim X-Dudai lowered her head and trembled when she saw him getting angry. Sir, I did not think an outsider would intrude into the association as building. It is normal for civilians to die when the gate opens randomly. We can cover this up. I am not afraid of a strong enemy. Just scared of teammates who are dumb as cows. Because of this damn situation, Jian is even more furious. He slammed the table and shouted to shut up. Just that was enough to make Kim X-Kuf-D cough up blood on the spot. However, he had not finished cursing his own nature. So he continued to threaten. Everything should go smoothly. If any students survive, I think you know what the consequences will be. Right. Professor Kim X something. A girl was carrying an unconscious guy wandering in the dark dungeon. Just as she tripped and both fell to the ground, crying because she thought her fate was sealed. Munin and his crew arrived just in time to save them. They were treated with medicine, so it was not long before they were healthy again. Once the two were fully awake, Minhun asked what had happened. The two people heard this and took turns recounting everything. That the members who came with them were ambushed by dark elves right after falling here. And they were all captured except for them who managed to escape. However, their bodies still could not avoid being overloaded with mana. Hence they fainted like that. The girl lowered her head as she spoke. Minhun understood immediately that they were blaming themselves for being cowardly by leaving their teammates and running away. You should not blame them. Fighting an opponent that strong, you either take the hit or it is just something you see in the movies. There is no way to fight back in real life. He spoke a few comforting words and then asked them where the captured people are now. The girl knew he wanted to save them and immediately said that there is a guy controlling the dark elves, and the others have all been taken to him. The first important question was answered. Now for the second. Who brought you here? The young man, Trang, gritted his teeth and immediately said the mastermind is their principal. Jia in. Now everything was clear. Minhun told the remaining members that he could sense the presence of the monsters. He was also sure that the path behind him could lead to where they are. He will go alone to rescue the other students. The group immediately became chaotic because of this decision. While the girls disagreed about letting him go alone, the other two were more aware of their situation. Their strength is not a match for you. Following them will only trip you up. You might end up in the same grave. Manager Park sighed and said, "All right. But if you find it too dangerous, you need to come back right away." And Hoan added, "Don't worry about us anymore. Just go. I will protect them with everything I have." Minhun had not left for long when Manager Park's son unexpectedly signaled everyone to be quiet. The enemy is approaching everyone. Before the warning could finish, blood gushed from his left shoulder, and as he fell, a bizarre creature approached along with its kin. I was still wondering where these pesky flies came from, only to find out they were humans. Over by mine. He stood in front of a massive door intricately carved with patterns. You know something might happen to your teammates while you are away, but the boss is here, and you need to handle this as quickly as possible. As the door was pushed open, the one sitting in the big chair immediately started a conversation with you. "Finally, you have arrived. I heard there would be some guests, so I prepared some very special things." Just then, the earring link to the members suddenly flashed. Thanks to it, you sense Manager Park's presence fading away. The bad luck did not stop there. The large door suddenly slammed shut with the appearance of several dark elves. The boss said he would not let you escape unless you defeated everyone and made it out alive. The boss looked at you with an extremely provocative attitude. What will you do now? You messed with the main character of this story. You are done for. Kid. A huge fireball erupted around Minhun. He answered the guy with a face full of attitude. You should know this. You all are going to die here. Minhun knew his teammates were in danger, and he was going crazy. He dyed the chain red with the color of fire, and used it to attack anything that appeared in front of him. The loud explosions kept coming, but these guys just kept charging in. He looked at them with a hostile glare and concluded with, "I will make you puke up everything you just ate." Meanwhile, the others were gearing up to fight to the death against the enemy in front of them. The lead monster, after taunting for a while, had its minions charge in to attack first. One of them unexpectedly thrust a poisoned spear at an Hoan, but he managed to take the hit. He used his shield to block, then swung his sword with great force towards him. This guy was different from the ones they had defeated before, so he easily dodged it, and Hoan could tell from how he moved that these monsters were stronger than the ones they had faced before. He directly asked the leader, "What are you?" The only monster wielding a sword took a stance and replied, "I am the captain of the Royal Guard, the one who protects the king of the Dark Eufax and carries royal blood." In a moment recalling their first meeting, Anan saw him as the one who sparked the spirit of the awakened ones. And of course, he did not want to die here while that person could still survive. At this point, and Hoan threw his shield down to the ground, shocking everyone around him. He is ignoring Kim Ro-dung's call and talking to himself. I should have done this from the beginning. A wave of mana rushes through his upper, middle, and lower energy centers. Hoon tightly grips the sword in his hand, unleashing a terrifying amount of mana. The monsters that were so strong earlier are now terrified. The leader is so scared he can't help but exclaim, "What the hell is this amount of mana?" The reason Hoan can be this strong is that he activated the active skill of weapon and spirit fusion. Hoan bites his lip, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. But he can't hold back for long before coughing up blood. Ina panics and urges her friend to stop. The skill level exceeds the user's capacity. All the meridians in the body are being reversed. Warning. Immediately retract the skill. If you ignore the warning, you will lose your life in 6 minutes and 36 seconds. Huan's system continuously issues warnings. Meanwhile, Ken has ordered his 2 elf subordinates to charge forward, even if it means breaking limbs. They must capture him. Hoon persists in striking back with a fierce blow, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Hoan has successfully acquired a training skill of levels, but his body is not strong enough to use it. However, weapon fusion is a skill that allows the user, upon reaching the peak of swordsmanship, to merge body and sword as one. Huan makes the most of every second before reaching his limit to fight. This guy says he is kind, and with this unstable power that has just been awakened, Huan can't possibly defeat him. All you can do now is buy some time, but if that still helps in some way, Huan is willing to fight to the end for the honor of a true punisher. Your struggle is really quite amusing. You think I do not know your current state? Khan looks down on you, but Hoon is now left with just one obsession: to keep his promise. It has to be you and no one else. Facing death, Huan still smiles and says, Can he possibly know the ideals in your heart when you choose to do things like this? The determined young man swings his sword, racing forward with the speed of the wind. Cain scoffs, easily dodging to the side, avoiding the sharp tip of the sword, and casually strikes Hoan at the back of the neck. Hoan reacts quickly, turning and raising his sword to block before stepping back. Damn. You lowlife. Kem's insults are his own business. While making that guy spray glue is Hoan's job. The young man does not respond but continues to launch his attack. The clash of powers is intense. Even Kian has to grimace at this blow. But Hoan is not doing well either. Something like electricity runs through his body, making him sweat to hold on. The user's body is breaking down. It is dangerous, and he immediately withdraws his skill. All the muscle fibers are paralyzed, and the blood vessels are congested. Just when it is a critical moment, Ken takes the opportunity to strike. Hoan could only watch helplessly as he was knocked away. His body could not take it anymore. Knowing he was close to his limit, the young man did not bother to look back and charged straight ahead. Hoan poured all his energy into one final strike. His eyes lit up, and with a high leap, he slashed down, creating a massive explosion. Blood from the elf had spilled. But it was just a minion, even when a chunk of it got pierced. The girl still did not realize that the commander was hiding behind her, taking all the essence of that squad. This is definitely a monster. No more love. Don't worry. You are quite useful. With a compliment, the minion turned to dust. What a coward. Hoan spat out a mouthful of blood. Before he could finish cursing the bastard, he was stabbed right through the torso. The lesson here is that when dealing with scoundrels, do not try to reason with righteousness. Meanwhile, at the boss's place, Jun's chains. Nearby, 3 people in the cage had already closed their eyes and bled out. Remembering the 10 minutes promised to Hoan, Ji opened his eyes, the flames around him raging fiercer. In an instant, upon opening his eyes, Ji's fire had incinerated all the dark elves swirling around him. You fools. Do you really think you can win against this many? With a mocking smile from the Elf King, the dark elves swarmed around Jun like ants. He only used half an eye to look at them and asked again. Why not? Even as a useless human. You are quite arrogant. Which one of us has been useless all this time? This question hit Jun's pride. Since he was young, he has heard that insult too many times, but still feels offended. He might be offended, but he is still pissed off. It has gotten so bad that he is sick of it. His immense energy bursts out like a king in a rage. He shouts loudly to call his underlings to quickly ambush, activating his active skill. Chaining Hellfire. A pile of chains with bright red flames swirls around Jahun. He leaps up and throws a fiery punch at the nearest group. I have always wanted to try this new skill. Thanks to you for giving me the chance to do this. I really appreciate it. The Dark Fairy King stood still like a planted pillar, watching his subjects one by one being consumed by the raging fire until nothing was left but ashes. You bastard. Do you think after what you just did I would let you live? The Dark Fairy King threatened. Dean Hines suddenly froze, looking at those iron cages. Are you serious? One eye glinted with a golden light. G stepped closer to the king, pointing that 5-fingered hand at him. At this moment, he is still wondering how a mere human could be this strong. He knows he can't win, and you will regret it. Even if you kill me here, the 7 other kings will definitely say a lot. Does it look like I care about that old man? Ian teleported closer and punched the Dark Fairy King in the face. A fire exploded. If they get mad, they can come find me. Back to the battlefield of Hoan and Cain, blood has been spilled, and people are on the verge of death. Ina looks like she is turning into a ghost. She blames herself for not being able to do anything. She could not even keep up with what is happening, even when her friend fell. She blames herself for being too weak and losing another friend. Now there is only this little one left. Ken is reaching out, ready to grab Ina by the neck. Making a dessert should be nice. She hears someone calling her, but she does not resist at all. She does not want to lose. Just then, a light shines. Long flowing hair, a graceful figure, and a huge amount of mana all arrive at once. Did you harm them? The guild president of the Donga Guild appears in extremely cool armor. You better think carefully before you answer, because if it is true, you are done for. As soon as President Du arrived, Huan felt that he was still okay. Not dead yet. The young Ken who was so proud earlier now can't say a word. The truck driver asks him if he is the one who did this to his chickens. Ken is sweating and can't say anything. Manager Park Sung-jae and Hoan are still lying there, unable to deny it. Ken realizes that he cannot defeat such overwhelming mana. A coward always has dirty tricks to use. He plans to grab Kim Do-dung and 2 weak classmates to take them hostage, increasing his chances of winning, so he does not hesitate to admit that it is his work. So what? I never wanted to get involved with a monster. Sung activates the sacrifice skill, healing everyone's wounds by consuming his own life force. Kang is shocked. How could she treat him so quickly? Superung said to that guy. A healer would not abandon any injured person, even if they were an enemy. But he would be honored to be her exception right now. I do not like others hurting my people. Sung-ung ignored the plea, slowly struck King, making him disappear forever. Kim Do-dung realized that it was not a skill. It was simply releasing mana. But that is already strong enough to take down a monster like King. I need to check on these two first. Sung-ung had arrived at Manager Park's place a while ago. Ina asked about his condition. For now, he is stable, but Hoon's condition is quite dangerous. Sung-ung checked and found that this kid had a very serious injury. It would take quite a while to heal. He overexerted himself using power beyond his limits. His meridians are all messed up. The nerves using mana are also heavily damaged. If you had arrived just a bit later, Hoon would never be able to use mana again. After treating him, Sung-ung also permanently lost 2% of her vitality. Sung-ung sighed. This skill is exhausting. If it were not for Hein, she would have been dead long ago. Hoon will be okay. Right? Yu-dung asked. Of course. Who is Sung-ung? But he will take a few days to wake up. Anyway, where's Jahan? President Du asked. And everyone was too afraid to answer. Min Jan went to the boss's room alone. The silver-haired young man replied reluctantly. Yu-sung was a bit stunned but quickly smiled and said, he will be fine. So no need to worry. Yu-dung is still worried because you are going there alone to fight the boss. How can you be sure everything will be okay? Sung assured Minhan that he was as tough as nails. And those dark elves could not defeat him with their magic. Just as she said, the dark elf king is being beaten to a pulp. And Jahan is laughing on the side. If you are mad, come find me. Of course. You have to survive and leave here first. Of course. A guy like him, who has been pierced like that, can't possibly survive. The elf king bitterly thought. A guy like him losing to a mere human. But before he closed his eyes for good, he wanted to inform his brothers about this human. The elf king struggled to stand up and dashed off. Jung would not let him go that easily. He lunged after him, jumping onto his head and pushing him down into the ground. Where do you think you are going? You think I am just going to die here alone? I will take you to high him with me. There is a secret technique passed down only to the dark elf king, called Ice Earth. The elf king was sure this was the moment Jun would be scared. He would show him what the gates of hell looked like. What a surprise gift. Dihan scoffed. The elf king could not believe he was actually laughing. He used it just at the right moment. I did not expect to have to use this here. He pulled out a blank card, and the system immediately asked the player if they wanted to add Ice Earth to this card. Of course. Add it. Add the skill Ice Earth to a blank card. Jay immediately activated the absolute calculation skill, destroying the earth ice. Watching the shattered ice blocks fall, the elf king was taken aback. How is that possible? Jun grabbed the elf king Floyd's head and asked if he had ever heard the saying know your enemy and know yourself. And you can fight 100 battles without danger. Then he used a flame to burn him from the top down. You have defeated the Dark Elf King Cannon. The system reports a significant achievement. You have earned the title of Dark Elf King Slayer. You should know that we are different. With a cold expression, gave a late reminder. You have received a precious essence from the Dark Fairy King. You have received a spiked armor of the Dark Fairy King. You have completed the second phase of the mission. You have received a blank card. You have received a sealed magical manuscript. You have received an active skill to materialize magical artifacts. Taking care of this guy gives you some impressive rewards, but Jahan did not have time to pay attention to these things. He hurried to the iron cage to rescue his dying friends, but there was only one person left breathing. Without hesitation, Jun used the sacrifice skill to heal the chosen target. A light flashed, and another hand touched his. Sung had arrived. Being a healer is a brutal job. A healer is happiest when they do not have to heal anyone on the team, and just as happy when they save a teammate in critical condition. Sung is feeling a bit down. The two of them are working together to save the only student left alive. The blinding light fills the entire space. At the same time, Ikimek Sudai is going crazy in the car because the plan has failed. Even if you survive that, it will be meaningless. You all will have to die in pain. Just after finishing the sentence, Jun was standing outside the car window to catch that troublemaker. What are you doing? You jerk. An hour ago at the entrance of the club, the silver-haired young man bowed to thank President Du and Manager Parr for what they had done today. If you are that grateful, you can come to her club later. Right. Sung is so cheerful that he invites the kids over to his place to have fun. If possible, I will go right away. With shining eyes, immediately agreed without hesitation. Di-hyun reminded her that she needed to learn to be more serious in an atmosphere like this. Who would have thought that a friend would kick him right in the knee and tell him not to speak until the end of the day? Jun rolled his eyes in frustration. Clearly, this girl's strength is not high enough to kick that hard. Soon after, a car rushed in. As soon as the car arrived, Hannah quickly jumped out to look for the injured. Upon seeing someone, she approached to ask President Du if there was a problem. She rushed over here because she had not heard from them for hours. Yu-sung said he would explain later, but needed her to take the injured and the kids back to their club now. Meanwhile, Sung and Jahun stayed because there was still work to be done. Hannah sighed and accepted her task. The manager Park Sung is like that with me. As soon as we met, he went straight for me first. Goat? Hun suddenly remembered to ask about the manager's arm. Sun hurriedly used telepathy to ask Jun to keep this from his little sister. Although using it drains mana and is very disadvantageous for the injured person, it is better than letting his little sister find out. If I can stay out there, you will understand that I am planning to walk back with a little sister like a wildfire. As an older brother, I can only follow along. Sung instructed Hannah to take care of the kids. Hannah obediently led the group away. After they were out of sight, Jun reminded Sung about that angry, disgusted, and uncomfortable look. No one else but Kim X-Cut. He was sweating bullets when he saw Yu-sung here. But he was not going to go down easily. Kim X-Cut quickly distanced himself from the group. Of course, he did not plan to run away that easily. Relying on the magic item Director Lei gave him, he teleported behind Sung to ambush. But it would not be that easy to catch her. Just a slight twist of her body and he missed. Does that magic item let you teleport? It is not that great. She even saw through Kim X-Q's trick in an instant. It only teleported him a few meters. If he had used it to escape earlier, it would have been pointless. It seems that the events here, the ringleader Gwyn can somehow track everything. Sung asked Kim Sek why he was deliberately trying to kill the students. Who was behind him, of course. He won't say anything and focuses his strength on a counterattack. The car immediately recognizes that what he is using is a mana compression device. The guy on the other side of the screen also sees that he is a pawn that is no longer useful. Kim X-Dai panics as he looks at the woman in front of him, who is smirking. Can you defeat me with that? At this moment, Jun understands why he did not detect the seal earlier. But still, this guy is just an idiot. I do not care whether you reveal who is behind this or not. I already know it is Guza-in. So I do not expect you to answer my question. Then why ask at all? The sphere in Kim X-Dai's hand has started to crack. The mana device is very easy to destroy if it receives an amount of mana that exceeds its limit. This means he will have to die here. Sung is really angry this time. She unleashes a terrifying technique. With dark clouds and golden lightning gathering above Kim Sej, the moment the lightning strikes is also when he has to log out of Earth. That magic is the Thunder spell, and a level skill from the Thunder magic system. The power of the technique depends on the user's strength. It is on par with Jun's light chain. But the power is on a whole different level. Safely returning, Ina falls into a lovesick state, remembering Jun's extremely cool move. She blushes. She also realizes that this guy can reverse the spell calculations in the blink of an eye. She has to try hard herself, but still feels a flutter at that action. I will thank him later. The next day, the media surrounded Mus Academy to question Principal Gain about what happened to the students. However, they were all blocked outside the barrier. Currently, the Academy's reputation is seriously declining, and there are rumors that you are the one who created the cult to eliminate the students. Dong Yu stood reporting like a machine. Guian was furious, pounding the table, his face scrunched up wondering why this was happening. Meanwhile, Dong Izu continued saying that reporters were waiting for him outside the academy, and investors were calling him nonstop. Goa-in, hearing this, went crazy, shouting to lock down the academy and not accept any interviews. Immediately, Dong Izu went to work. Guzue gritted his teeth, thinking about who the traitor Mm's academy was. Kim X-Du was already out of the picture, so it could not be him leaking information. So he made a call to settle this blood debt. First, he needed to silence the media. Back at school, Jun teased Hoan, causing him to jump. Hoan thanked Jun and his representative for saving his life. Jun looked at him for a moment and asked why he did that. Hoan stood frozen for a bit, smiling, unsure how to respond. Jai encouraged him to keep his spirits up and move forward. He could think about the reasons later. So just keep doing what he wanted. You can do what you want to do even if I do not say so. With that, Jun waved goodbye to Hoan and prepared to go to class. Go to the intersection and break again. Remind my friend to take care of himself. Do not let others worry. Hoan tightens his fists, thinks about what he wants to do, and smiles at the beautiful sunny sky outside. Currently, you have received the title of the item The One Who Killed the Black Demon King, granting 30 mana and a 10% boost in strength when facing dark attribute monsters. However, wearing this title will activate the fury of all black demons, and you will become their target. This item title has a rare effect. Jun has been quite busy dealing with the aftermath of the guild's accident, so he has not checked this out yet. He regrets not looking at it sooner. Additionally, there is the A+ rank item, The essence of the Black Demon King, which is a powerful remedy that significantly restores health and permanently increases mana when used. Another equipable item is from this rank Black Demon King, granting 25 strength, 25 mana, and 1500 durability. That is just amazing. With this, there is no need to worry about lacking strength or mana anymore. The essence of Jun will be left for Jay. Just imagining it shows the excitement of the older brother in front of the new materials. The final loot is a skill that activates the magical artifact manifestation. Currently at level 1, this skill can create armor if needed in battle by using higher level mana, resulting in stronger magical artifacts. The magical artifact created from this skill will disappear if the sustaining mana runs out. This has a random rank. When the armor rank is too high, it will automatically reduce to match the user's level. Let us try it out while it is hot. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a dagger. This is absolutely amazing. This thing is great not because of the name or the selected item, but for its usefulness. At the black market, a sample armor of Type C has already reached 10 million mu, so every time we get to create a set of armor worth that much. While happily fiddling with the knife, it suddenly lit up and even the owner was startled. The item equipped with misname is reacting. You have met all the requirements. Unlocking the abilities of misname, you have just acquired an innate skill. Genius Mech. The knife instantly transformed into a shining sword. From now on, every item you create will be specially classified as a legendary item. Damn it. This is crazy. Such luck, it is driving me insane. Finally, Jun understood the true purpose of the ring that he could only use a few functions before. He used to wonder why it was classified as a weapon. But now it is crystal clear. Well, if it is offered to me like this, who would refuse? Let us go practice right away. If you dare to complain, you are terrible. The next morning, the devilish review begins. The exams at Academy M have always been notoriously difficult, burying countless students who either barely pass or have to retake them due to the fierce competition and extreme difficulty. The regular exams are usually divided into two types, theory and practical. The theory exam is done on paper, while the practical includes creating potions and raiding a dungeon. This entire part of the exam will be broadcast nationwide, and now Houn faces the risk of getting kicked out by Kim Do-dung for dozing off. He did not have time to wipe the drool and scratched his head, apologizing to Yu-dung earlier. I was writing but then I fell asleep and forgot. Really? Do you know there are only a few days left until the midterm exam? If you fail again this time, you will be so scared of books that just reading a line will make your eyes pop out, Kim Do-dung shouted. Ina buried her face deep in her book, practically wishing to become invisible. Dfu watched this scene and smiled sadly, feeling hopeless. Both the white one and the black one are just a bunch of idiots when it comes to theory. It was Jae Han who suggested getting them a tutor, because if those two improved, it would benefit everyone. But he never thought it would turn out like this, half alive, half dead. What a waste. Huan was on the verge of tears. See you at the review class again. Ina was drained of all color. Kim Do-dung propped himself against the desk, switching to dark teacher mode and asked, have you two finished your nonsense? Sit up straight. The next two subjects are wave understanding and thief mindset. Easy. Hein started staring at the ceiling, sighing. Hitting his foot with a rock did not hurt as much as sitting here. A few days later, the students just left the exam room, complaining as if their eyes were about to pop out, cursing the school. Just 2 seconds later, they had already fixed their eyes back on to check out the girls. She was the top scorer in the new recruit hunt. Kim Do and Minan walked up. They were the top students in the new recruit exam. The crowd can only sigh that the winds meet the clouds at their level. Even Hoon is in this F4 lineup. They will definitely do well on their exams. The crowd feels extremely jealous, and Min Jan hears it and sighs. Honestly, it is better than being hated. Yu-dung asks Ina how the exams are going. The girl immediately becomes lost in thought, her face pale with despair as she says goodbye to this life. Kim Do-dung helplessly says that the two of them have clearly tried their best. The issue is not with us. The problem is that Ina and Houn were never meant for studying. Min Jae is so bored that he makes a bitter remark. Ina hears the two whispering and feels frustrated, so she goes to her mom saying she heard everything. If you heard it, then just listen. But make sure to study hard. Of course. Some people admire them, while others find them annoying. This guy is a perfect example, grinding his teeth and saying he will defeat Jun this time. The friend beside him is at a loss. That guy is winning again. Please stay away from Jun. It is no use getting hurt just to help this friend. The two top students can also have moments of despair like anyone else. Seeing Do-dung with a blackened face makes Dean Hyan laugh so hard. Then looking at that charred pot, he does not understand what he is so proud of. Didi Sang did not intend to say anything, but Jae-yan asked, and he could only hesitate. Actually, with this group, both of them are going to fail the subject anyway. The two really do not have any alchemical talent at all. That brother's attack power is really high. Min Jan could not help but curse. They had practiced a lot. But things still went wrong. They had to avoid failing at all costs. Desang scratched his head in frustration. Is there really no way to prevent slipping for us? Desang asked. There is still a way. But you two need to use a special item. It is a type of monster called Moonlight Spot, which only lives in extremely clean areas. Free of dust and pollution, this creature is so rare that there are only about 100 of them on the black market each year. If you grind its outer shell into powder, you can optimize the effects of the potion to the highest level to save their lives from failing. Min and Kim Do-dung went to meet Kagan's son. She squinted and asked, What are you two doing here? The reason she had such an unwelcoming attitude was, of course, because of the intense previous tech competition. I have a request for you, June stated directly. I won't do anything for you. Get lost. Sound bluntly dismissed them. But what about my sister? Who do you think you are? You can only give us a few points. Right. She pouted. Cash. Of course. We can write a contract for 30 million. Kim Do-dung gasped. Where would they get that much money? B. Gen and Kagan's younger sister were both frowning at that amount. Of course. I would do it if you pay me that quickly. Kim Do-dung did not expect it to be so easy. And thus the group set off to Zolabuk near Mount Dioju. Yu-dung sighed. The air here is so fresh. Are you here on vacation? Jae-hun could not help but tease her friend. Desang smiled helplessly, saying they were alike, while Sun just sighed. An hour. They were still in the classroom planning for the trip. Dad sounds like he is doing well, but even with my inspection skills, I need some clues to find something. Do you have any ideas? I will bring along a skilled alchemist. So you do not need to worry about that. Just ask Anon who it is. Min Jae-han glanced outside the door. Deing Sang was peeking and then stepped out fully, saying, Is he really the skilled alchemist you mentioned? Sun expressed significant doubt. The reason C knew and reacted that way was that they had been on the same team during the first hunt of the freshmen. But an alchemist? Really? I thought you were just someone struggling hopelessly in martial arts class. I was so clueless back then. The two were so caught up in their conversation that they fell behind. D and Hye's group had gone a bit ahead and had to stop to call for Sun, complimenting D-san. He looked very different now, looking quite happy, and hurried on ahead. D-sang struggled to catch up. There. The moon is a natural monster often encountered in the real world. There are many theories about monsters living in packs and where they reside. However, most people agree that the mana in the air and on the ground after the monster explosion has transformed creatures and plants into monsters. That is why Jae-sang chose this location as the ideal spot to find fireflies. However, Sun also reminded them that the fireflies are very hard to come by. Still, Kim Do-dung and Min-han placed all their hopes in D-sang. He said it is fine. So it is fine. D-an reluctantly said, It is D-sang saying he likes bugs. Yu-dung is still panicking. Confused. When D-sang shouts that he sees them, this is the trace of the moonlight fireflies. And from here, it is Sun's job. She activated her inspection skill to find the way. She quickly caught them. Yu-dung was about to shout when Jie-sang reminded her that if she makes noise, the moonlight fireflies will fly away. They stopped in front of a dark forest. Yu-dung expressed doubt about Sound's Google map. But she is sure her skill is not wrong. No way it is wrong. A towering beam of light suddenly appeared, filled with millions of moonlight fireflies. That is it. But it looks bigger than regular fireflies. Right. After all, it is a monster. So it must be different. Not only are they fat, but these ones are also particularly fast. Jun prepared to restrict their movement with his gravity skill. However, the fireflies were not affected too much. They are stronger than a regular bug. Jun, can you add more strength? Sound asked. Di-hyen does not have enough proficiency to change the power of this skill. Di-sang is worried they will miss the fireflies. We will catch them all. We won't let a single one slip away. Jun said and immediately switched to weaving a net on the spot. The fireflies were easily caught by the space that Jae-hun created. What are you guys doing? Catch them. Sound was still amazed by the mana room that Ji-hyen created. I knew you were a monster. Dian excitedly rushed into the room to catch the fireflies. Yu-dung did not want to go because she did not like bugs. But Devi-hyen did not give her the chance to whine and pushed her right in. So Unan was the last one to take the box inside. Glancing at Devi-hyen. Inside. She kept wondering which student in the academy could create something like this. Even a third-year student could never do it. I am really curious. Where did this terrifying young man come from? Do not touch that. Startled, I turned to see Yu-dung struggling with the sticky slime of the moonlight fireflies. Devine could not stop in time. So he just stood there laughing. Back to his teaching potion making with Jabe sang. Yu's-dung and Jun's two pots were still pitch black like before. So they needed one more step. Adding the moonlight firefly powder. The potion began to change, making Hoan and Ina wide-eyed in amazement. I worked really hard to create this. Dean Sang smiled proudly. It is being filtered now. The purity must be at least. Before he could finish, his expression darkened. The 2 pots of potion turned bright red. Min Jae-han excitedly exclaimed that this speed was too fast and too dangerous. They had succeeded in such a short time. Hoan and Ina think they are really great. But D-sang is the only one laughing. Jan's is 51% pure. And Dudung's is 47%. I do not know if it is okay or not. The results came really quickly a few days later. And of course, it was not okay at all. Kim Do-dung bowed his head like he wanted to break his neck. Min Jan looked really down. You two really have no talent. I thought it was a monster summoning circle, not a pot of ingredients. I said it right and even said it loudly, hitting the pride of those strong ones. Meanwhile, Ina ranked first. Hoon snuck in at 29th. Jun was 31st. And Yuzu was the worst, using all good ingredients but ranked 42nd. But we all have to rely on a divide to help us. You two did really well. Min Dianhan was still bitter, gritting his teeth. Seeing the situation was not promising, Huan quickly made an excuse to leave. There are still a few more tests left. Kim Do-dung is determined to make a comeback. But the practice test is very difficult. The hunt for the new students is a test. The Red Prison is a compilation of all the lessons learned so far, so it is all hard. Moreover, there is another factor increasing the difficulty, which is team formation, based on the current score of the students. Right now Kim Do-dung has a score of 14. She is also thinking very carefully to form a good team. Students have to form teams of 4 without exceeding a score of 50. Huan is at 17. And Sienna is at 15. Jen did not expect to be rated that high. His score from the previous life was 6. And he was really excited to get into a good team. But the result was very poor. I can deny this is a ridiculous way to form teams. The highest ranked kids pick the lowest ranked ones. Who gave you that right? Well, I was thinking. A young guy with white hair came to greet me. That familiar face is the same guy who mocked June in the last life. In this life, he is wearing a friendly face to lure you into his team. Chu and-sung smiled warmly while Jun remained extremely cold and reserved. He suggested forming a team and mentioned that he had a lower price compared to his skills. You got 20. So it must be hard to choose teammates. Right. I will help you. Min Jan stood up and scoffed. These guys are everywhere. Those scumbags flatter the strong and bully the weak. That is why I told you I do not need you. Chu and-sung wanted to salvage the situation. But Jay said it did not matter. I can pass the test on my own. You are not very useful to me. You are too weak. Jun turned his head, and had already teamed up with 2 other friends right in front of Chu Han-sung. But if Chu Han-sung remembers correctly, those 2 left Munhan behind in the simulation dungeon and ran away. And now he is standing there, afraid they might refuse him. Chu Han-sung gritted his teeth in frustration at not being chosen. He sulkily walked away, silently vowing to make Jun regret it. Jun had a meeting with the 2 who abandoned him last time in a coffee shop. They knew how poorly they had acted. But Jan was not planning to team up with them to lose again. The evaluations of Kim Jina and Peril Go were lower than their actual abilities, because they managed to escape safely from the simulation dungeon. These 2 are worth more than Chu Han-sung, but who else from the group is here? Min Ji-han has already arrived. No one else but Kim Do-dung. Who could forget that Kim Jina stopped her back then? You called me here to team up with these 2. Right. Meanwhile, Gun is dealing with all the negative information about the students after the incident of the student dying has come to light. He was so angry that he broke things. He spent a ton of money and still could not shut down the media. So it is understandable that he is furious. Only one person can stand up to him. And that is the Lotus Group led by Yu Sung. And I can guarantee she is involved. There is no choice but to swallow the loss. Once the public calms down, he will continue with the original plan as usual. It is all for Northern Europe. Back to the 4-way meeting in the cafe. Kim Jina and Peril Gu did not even dare to look straight. So let us say I can overlook this. But did you really bring them here, because you thought it was okay? Yu Dung asked. I know you 2 are not comfortable. Even though Ina and I told you to get out of there. But I want you to understand that this is the best choice we have. Kim Do-dung hesitated to trust, but still had questions. What is the real reason you chose them? You could easily get a perfect score on your own. Jahan had to admit his friend was sharp. There are 2 criteria for forming a team in this test. First, they have to hate Gyun. Second, they will keep quiet about what happened in the dungeon. And the reason for Jun is Gyujin. I plan to use this event to take him down. Big move, bro. Minjan really wants to see how Gain will use his connections this time to get out of it. The day for the practical test quickly arrived, with instructor Park Hazen responsible for the second part of the exam. He is also a lackey of Gun, the one replacing the main guy. This test is being broadcast live nationwide. This second part is an opportunity for students to showcase their skills to the world. But it also means they have to perform under the scrutiny of the entire country. This moment has finally arrived. Let us get into the game. Minahan is the captain of Team D. Their team has been relocated to the Bainugayan area. They need to complete all the levels in the dungeon and return with the boss's core. The first level mission is to eliminate all monsters on this floor and find the stairs leading to the second level. While Peralgu was still unsure, Jahan mentioned that this place was created based on Muspelheim, seeing flames everywhere. Kim Do-dung thought the same. Jun told everyone to explore this dungeon first. We need as much information as possible to prepare for unexpected situations. Besides, there is an item I need to get. Kim Jina was curious about what that item was. We are going to look for ice herbs, Yudung said. But if this heat goes on too long, everyone will be exhausted, and the fire here is very dangerous. Gu remarked that Yudung and Jun are both capable, but Jahan considered that just basic surviving in the dungeon is the top priority for the false extermination. He activated the mana detection skill to find ice herbs, and then immediately led the team onward. After finding the ice herbs, Jun told everyone to gather as much as they can and keep it in their packs. Jun remembered Zgu had said he scored high in the alchemy class, so making potions would be up to him. The system notifies viewers that they will soon enter the room, reminding them to be careful with their words. There are drones coming to record them. Dion does not really like this method, but it has its advantages. Besides that, there are 4 monsters approaching them. They are C-rank monsters. Everyone deploys formation B. Everyone immediately takes their positions after hearing Jun's instructions. The main monsters are these lava blobs. Peralgu has actively provoked them. Jun reminds everyone to keep their distance and be careful, because if they touch these lava blobs, they will explode like bombs. Kim Do-dung is ready with his country name in hand, but still has not received the action order from GA. He says not yet. Just as the viewers start to enter and discuss, Jun immediately says now. The Kim Do-dung instantly fires a missile to take one down. Kim Jina is also working hard to breathe fire. Min Jan quietly calculates that there is no better place than this to use ice. Right in front of the camera, he smirks with satisfaction. The climax should not be pushed too early. Only when everything reaches its peak is the moment for it to explode. So right now, Jihyun is only using ice rain. The ice rain falls with a thud. The discussion room is extremely lively, and no one dares to believe that the newcomer is this powerful. And this is just the prelude to the plan to use the viewers to take down Gwyn from Munhan, a grand prelude. Meanwhile, this older brother is also watching Jun's team live. He realized that this young guy did not even break a sweat using an upgrade spell. Based on what Agent Kim Jong said, he was not in sync with Gain either. Moreover, this older brother knew that Lotus was backing Jun. He wore a not-so-innocent smile. If I use this kid, I can expose Jin. Now, Minhan, let us see what you are going to do from here on out. The freezing rain created quite a stir and wiped out all the lurking monsters. This time, Kim Do-dung was no longer surprised, but just wondered when Jun learned it. Kim Jina felt that the temperature was getting too hot. I think we have dealt with them all. We should drink some potions. Jun brushed his hands off and said. Of course. No one objected. It is too hot here. We all need to find a cooler spot. Peralgu pointed to a cave and said that place has less energy leaking out. Dean Hyan also agreed with him, so they started building a tent. Meanwhile, Ina was using her wand to shoot water arrows at the moving lava blobs. Hoan also used his sword skills to eliminate the lava. Huan wondered if that was all there was to it. Ina felt that if it were just that, this dungeon would be too easy. I also think the monsters are weaker than I thought. It is easier than the simulation dungeon. Listening to the two talk, the young man behind them was fuming. They could fail with just one mistake. Meanwhile, Huan was fighting the lava slams in close combat without taking any damage. Life really is not fair. Un thinks he has dealt with all of this. Ina thinks so too and believes they need to speed up. The two young men in the squad look at each other in panic, wondering just how much more terrifying Minning can get. Jun's team D has set up the tent and is cooking the medicine. I think it will take about an hour for the pharmaceuticals to finish. After looking at the pot, Jan says, I think this is good enough. I will try to finish it as quickly as possible. Sue laughs and says. Kim Do-dung tilts her head back, complaining about the heat, exclaiming that this dungeon is just like Muspel Heavy M. Hun seizes the opportunity to tease her friend. The two bicker, making Kim Jina laugh and remark how close they are. Kim Do-dung feels like pulling her friend's hair out, but still wants to turn her back on him. Thinking back, she realizes that what happened in the Hung Eng Lup was not really the fault of those two. But fear has overwhelmed everything and made her lose her thoughts. Hey guys, I want to discuss the next plan. Just then, Juhan starts sharing his ideas. After he finishes presenting, Yudung hesitantly questions the feasibility of the plan. Jai is extremely confident about its success rate. The clock strikes 12:04. The best time to cause some trouble. Mizan turns around and immediately starts casting magic, connecting to the unstable plane. The voice limit has been lifted. The discussion room on the livestream starts to get chaotic. Everyone is excitedly guessing whether Jun has started the hunt yet or not, and why there are only 2 people. Where are the other 2? My team members are all fine, so do not worry. Jae-hyun is smiling at the audience. They were also surprised to hear only your voice. Their reaction was something you had predicted, So you explained right away without hesitation. I intervened a bit in the structure of Bygone Gain. It is nice to meet everyone. I will start the actual stream now. On the other side of the screen, Guzoin is also watching Jun, and here you are still rambling on. What is the point of this stream if no one can hear my voice? Right. Haran asked Guzoin with a pale face if he was sure he was okay. He waved his hand, saying he was fine. Just a little headache, however. The center of the forehead has turned pitch black. This should not be happening. The structure of Bavanan Gain was created by countless wizards, and him along with the wizard instructors of the academy. It is hard to understand how Minhan managed to intervene. Principal Gu. I think we should punish Minjan, Hazan suggested. This is also what Jin wanted. But it can't be done because there are no rules for this situation. He could only smile helplessly. Who would have thought a student could alter the structure of Bhavan Nugagon created by numerous wizard instructors? But Gyuan is still temporarily reassured because a student from the academy should not disclose sensitive information outside. If this law is broken, the punishment will be expulsion. The moment he signed the commitment, he was unable to do anything. Just when he was feeling confident, Jun called him out. Is Principal Guzuin? Oh yes, a lot of people are curious about him. Well, everyone already knows about it. Similar things happened with the group in that accident. There are a lot of things being hidden. Guzuin is super uptight. Should I worry about getting kicked out? You do not need to worry about that. Should I tell you who the principal loves the most? He only cares about the strong who are still alive. The strong ones. That is the rule at M's Academy. Do you think Principal Gain will kick me out? This is a blatant challenge that will drive Goza-in completely crazy. That guy realized Minhan was like that from the start. Just blaming himself for realizing it too late. Professor Park Hazan. Once the test is over, kick Minhan out right away. Once the media cools down, hire at least 2 veteran class members. We will deal with Minhan. He is determined to make Jun pay dearly. If he kicks me out while my grades are good like this, then he is not keeping his word. Would he really do something like that? The online community is super excited discussing the drama surrounding the notorious Principal Gain. This is exactly the effect Minhan wanted. Right now, the media has turned their back. I really want to see how he covers this up this time. Going back a moment in the D-team's tent. I will adjust the formula of the auxiliary space. We have to make sure the viewers can hear us. Peril Gu is confused and does not understand. The first step of the plan is to take Gu down in front of the public. We can win the viewers over by fulfilling their desires, Jun explained. But Du Dung was not sure if this was okay, because he could do something that might make them uncertain. Jun encouraged her not to worry. They still had the support of the viewers. Besides, there is no law against us interfering in the side space's formula, and now it is time to start the real stream about the dungeon raid. It is an event we have specially prepared for you. So please enjoy it. Someone in the comment section praised Jihun for being a great host. Just like a professional streamer. However, Yu Dung still felt a bit scared of these people. This comment from Ko was also heard by the audience, and they got excited. Kim Du-dung tearfully said she felt very vulnerable and found it troublesome. Jun encouraged her to hold on for the plan. Yu Dung knew that too. But there were obstacles that were very hard to overcome. Jun understood this feeling. He had wanted to end his life countless times because of hateful online enemies, but now it is different. And they have other things to do. The two of them approached a lava waterfall. Jae-ho told the audience that he would show them the hidden part of the side space here. This work quickly began. Kim Du-dung activated her rogue and buff skills. Jun used gravity. It is time to show the viewers how a fake raid reverts to a dungeon raid. At the same time, behind the Mez Academy, Kim Jong was on the phone with that man. She was ordered to contact Min Jan right after the inspection. But are you sure about that? The Donga Union is backing Min Jahan. That is the key issue, making this guy in a straw hat demand that she contact Jun as quickly as possible to bring him to their side. Otherwise, they will let him take control of the conditions. Hanging up the phone. Kim Jong also thinks about managing the fake punishment. Getting Jahan would be a long-term benefit, but the problem is Gain is also pursuing him. She needs to assess the situation before taking action. Back in the dungeon, Jun wrapped his arms around Kim Du-dung and said, "Let us go." Then they flew like birds. The romantic scene felt like a love story. But in their hands, it was more like wrestling, which thrilled the audience. When Jae-han confidently stood in mid-air, Yu-dung could not help but feel excited. Min Jan. Just as you said. There is a hidden spot here. Hold tight and chant your spell. Do not make any mistakes while timing it. Got it. Just do not let me go. If you do, I'm... So Minhan tucked under Kim Du-dung's arm and jumped up quickly. Inside, he also felt grateful the person who found the hidden part here. Although it was state-funded, Jin still hid it here. He really did not want the students to get it. Once they arrived, the two saw sparkling lights. Those stones will be the key to conquering this dungeon. On the other side of the screen, the guy was sweating profusely. applying the glue stiffly. The audience in the discussion room was incredibly excited, curious about how Jay could know the locations of the spots while they were invisible. Did the Yin family really create this, so that students could discover it on their own? A comment with no malice at all. Meanwhile, Minjan was exclaiming about how cleverly this item was hidden, even though he already knew the locations of everything in the dungeon. Was he still surprised? Minjan wasted no time and immediately activated the Ice Rain skill to stop the flow of lava, thus opening the way down. He picked up the golden gems and asked the audience if they knew what this was. Some guessed it was a magical prop, while others were vague about their answers. This is fire essence. Ji announced it right away. He said he was lucky. Probably so. There would still be many important items crucial for completing this dungeon. Jahan's system displayed information about the fire essence. This is a B rank item that can greatly increase the user's fire resistance for a period of time. Fire resistance increases by 300% when consumed, and the effect will not occur a second time. The Inn Cave created an environment as close to a real dungeon as possible, and then motivated its students with a worthy reward, which was key to hiding the pieces. But this is something that ordinary students would never be able to get. The audience began to discuss passionately about the sky-high value of the fire essence and the wealth of M's academy, as well as hiding items in such an easy-to-find place. Then let us move. Minhen is not planning to stop the exploration now that we have just found one. I really want to know what Gain looks like right now. I just hope he won't be satisfied with just that. I still have a lot of gifts I have not given him yet. Minjan secretly chuckles. On the first night of the midterm test, during the second round of practice, Min An and Kim Do-dung returned to the tent to rest. At that time, B had finished cooking the medicine from the herbal plant. It is so worth it. Yu-dung nearly collapses in front of this bowl of medicine. Jun reminds. I know it is really bad, but you have to eat it, because it will make completing the dungeon easier. Why does not Kim Do-dung understand this? The problem is that this cursed potion is really hard to swallow. Uncle Seo believes that all foods good for the body are bitter. Kim Do-dung grimaces at the bowl of medicine and then downs it in one go, completely collapsing afterward. Are you reading her mind or something? Min Jae-hun looks suspiciously at Seo-gu. No way. They are about to complete the first floor. Right now. They just need to find the way down to the second floor to speed up the preparations. Meanwhile, in the academy's control room, the teachers are working hard. What is the current situation? Instructor Parent asks. Kim Jong comes here to check on the situation. So what if Park Hasan says she is the manager here? What else does she come here for? You do not really think he can handle the responsibility by himself, do you? Kim Jong shrugged and said outright. That is exactly why Hasan looks like a monkey that just ate ginger. Kim Jong silently cursed this idiot. When Kim So was eliminated, the power to manage the second round of the practical exam was all in her hands. Parent just always found a way to take that away. He smirked. We were hired as colleagues. Yet I am a step ahead of you. Sorry about that. But that was not what Kim Jong cared about. He pretended not to understand this, and felt that everyone was jealous of his role. She should be more honest. This time Kim Aspa got no shoes. Baezun quickly regained his confidence, because he thought he had the respect of the chair from Guin Inin. Perhaps Kim Jong was better than him 2 years ago, but not anymore. Guide Paran. Kim Jong suddenly spoke up. Let me tell you one thing. You should closely examine the rope you are holding tightly to make sure it is not rotten. That is it. See you later. With that, she walked straight away. That attitude made her. Park grit his teeth in anger. She remained as arrogant as ever. Park Hasan believed that Principal Gu would soon regain his reputation. The obstacle in front of him was nothing at all. Meanwhile, Team D had entered the second floor. The mission on the second floor was to hunt high-level monsters and uncover the hidden treasure. Players will automatically be taken to the third floor when they complete the mission. Meanwhile, in another part of the sky, this white-haired older brother is asking Dad Hun what he thinks about whether he now looks like a lowly creature. He says one thing, but Dad Duhan has figured it out another way. Are you talking about that powerful enemy? You are so boring. The white-haired guy thinks Dad Heen is being too hasty, while that person is just a mere mortal. They won't take much time to get rid of that obstacle. But what happens next? Will he be stuck in the Frost Bridge again as a gatekeeper or something? I will handle that powerful enemy myself. So you do not need to worry about that. You are nothing but a seed born from evil. Dad Dianhan can't help but lament. Both gods and mortals are foolish to pretend that nothing will change, and that it will never change. I will show you that this is entirely true soon. Moon reaches the second floor, and Kim Jina exclaims that it is even hotter here than on the first floor, making her wonder what is up on this level. The Kim Do-dung also finds the mission here complicated. Although Jun knows the way completely, he still hesitates. An hour. The team found the stairs to the second floor inside a cave that had been sealed off. I did not expect there to be stairs leading to the second floor in a place like this, Kim Jina says as she walks. I wonder why there is no path at all. The path down is buried under layers of sand. It is driving me crazy with this damn dungeon. Finding the next path in a dungeon like this is quite difficult. Kim Do-dung also thinks this place is like a maze. However, their group has a knowledgeable guide who knows every way. Minhan, the girl, was still doubting her buddy when suddenly she spotted a centipede. Kim Do-dung panicked, screamed, and jumped straight onto Kim Jina. This scream startled the viewers behind the screen, and it helped Jun find something useful. So he caught that centipede to use later. There are a few things we need to prepare before moving on. Dihan took out some fire essence. You turn pale. Don't tell me we have to eat that stuff. The other two shared the same sentiment, so their faces fell. Minjan smiled warmly. Oh come on. Do not look so glum. Then he flipped his mood in an instant. Well, I am still being nice. Just eat it. Damn. Are we really eating this? But whether they wanted to or not, they still had to close their eyes and eat it. This dungeon has 3 levels prepared. The boss is on the last level. While still here, Minhan will solve all possible problems. But first, they need to find the boss to clear this second level. And before searching for it, I know a place that might be hiding treasure. Are you guys curious? Only a fool would say no to treasure. If the viewers are interested, then I am here for the afternoon. Anyway, Jun's goal is something else. One of the treasures in this dungeon, the thing they are looking for now, is the fire lizard. These creatures have a habit of collecting shiny objects like crowns. Because of that, useful items are often hidden in their nests. An audience member quickly searched online and confirmed that this creature is exactly as Jun described. He wondered how Jun knew that those items were hidden in the fire lizard's nest. Jun replied that he learned about it. And of course, that is just a mix-up. The hidden treasure on the second floor is a replica of Balmung, a sword that appeared in the Nibelungenlied around the 1200s in Germany. It is said to be the sword used to slay dragons, and like the Thunderblade of Thien Phi, it is an item of overwhelming and destructive power. The original is owned by a German treasure hunter named Bale. If the original is an SSS-Rank item, then the replica is still pretty good for its price. But what is the fire lizard's weakness? Kim Jina asked. It is Yu-dung's stomach. He always has a firm grasp on the theory. The fire lizard has a pretty tough outer layer, so dealing damage to them is quite difficult. Their stomachs, however, are not that tough. So if you focus your attacks on their stomachs, taking them down is as easy as pie. The most common way is to kill them with ice magic. Jina was impressed by Yu Zhu-dung's knowledge. Teacher Kim also mentioned that the best time to attack them is right after they have eaten, when they move quite slowly. That is why Jun told everyone to prepare as thoroughly as possible before going hunting. Finding another hidden treasure would be fantastic. Ji did not hide his greed. Coming here, the temperature is definitely higher than in other areas. If it were not for the fire essence, Seal Gu thinks he would have faced a real challenge. Jun started calculating, pretending to do some work here. He made everyone stop, saying he could feel mana here. And the discussion room of Jiang Si Memen became lively. Everyone mentioned that very vaguely. And now the group is standing in a rocky area with a lot of swords. This definitely is not the hidden treasure of this floor. They look like items that have not been registered at all. But this is indeed an important hidden treasure of the second floor. It has just been mixed in with a bunch of fake swords that Ji scrambled together there so students could not find the real ones. The old man never expected that on a beautiful day a clueless brat would show up. Min Jae-han immediately used his scouting skill to find unregistered items. The onlookers started to speculate noisily about why Jun was pouring mana into his eyes. Shortly after, Jahan found that level 30 sword. It is just a replica, but this sword is still ranked. Its effect is temporarily sealed, but it has a strength boost of 70 and agility boost of 30. It also has a passive skill, Dragon Slayer levels, which cannot be activated because it has been tainted. The Dragon Slayer skill increases the user's physical damage when fighting dragons. Many viewers began to question why Jun knew it was a hidden treasure. Keyboard heroes erupted in debates about how he was able to navigate so smoothly. But Minhan just said that he had a plan, and if he revealed everything right away, it would not be interesting at all. Moreover, this copy can only be used within this dungeon, and if it does not meet the requirements, it is just trash. But for Jahan, this is worth more than anything, because he can take it out of here. Back to the lizard hunt. The group quickly found its nest, but the timing was not right yet. The princess lizard only eats once a day in the evening. Yu-dung is worried that if they delay, they will be easily detected, because the lizard's sense of smell is quite sensitive, and they could be attacked if they stay too close, and that is why we had to catch that centipede earlier. Seeing Jahan about to leave, Yu-dung immediately pulled him back. You are the most important person here. Kim Do-dung was so moved that he almost cried. Earlier, thanks to Yu-dung, they caught a centipede at the entrance. Its name is Z-bomb. When it senses danger, it releases a type of fluid. And that fluid is famous for having a stench so bad it can make you cry. And that is the thing that will help everyone on this hunting trip. Segu and Gina were assigned to hide behind a rock. Yu Dong is the one to face the fire lizard. You promised. Before sacrificing herself, the girl turned back to look at Jun with a dark expression. Of course. Who do you think I am? Your friend smiles confidently. But deep down he thinks he is done for. It is just that before setting up the formation, Jun had given her a task that, upon hearing it, made her face turn as white as snow. Crying like crazy and continuously saying she hated bugs, but would not hate the killers. Minjan leaned in close and said, I have something that Master Du Sioan really likes. After this is done, I will give it to you. Kim Du-dung immediately returned to a serious expression. But the truth is, he just planned to hand over some random item, and if she gets found out, this friend will definitely finish you off right away. So I guess we need to prepare something for that. But first, we need to finish the current task. The audience was really worried about the feasibility of this plan. Don't you worry. We have a wizard specialized in wind magic here. That is right. It is Kim Du-dung right here. She planted her staff on the ground and began to cast a spell. A stream of green wind was released. The audience started to panic at what she was doing with the scent and turning it toward the nest. What the hell is she doing? Some said that was only feasible for those who could control mana accurately. Some were amazed by this performance, saying it was truly impressive, but also felt sorry for those monsters having to endure such a tricky trick. Overall, humanity really has a lot of nerve. Back to the poor lizard. After inhaling the Z-bomb scent, it started to tear up. The plan has started off well. The lizard was crying and screaming, smashing things. Everyone remembers the plan. Right. After that, Juna nodded in unison. Their mission was to wait there and move as soon as Jehun gave the order. Jun did not hesitate and used a level 2 bandage to charge straight at the monster. It was drenched in tears, exhaling fire. Di Van Hyen was waiting for the moment it breathed fire to thrust the newly picked sword decisively into its belly. The girl was left confused, not understanding what was happening while tears were still falling. The Psycho Kim Du was cursing at the audience, who also found this action hard to understand. Could it be that Jun was switching careers to scoop up lizard meat, while the girl outside was crying without any further reaction? This is just the beginning, so just sit tight and watch. Ju gave the audience a mysterious smile. On the other side, someone was gaping, almost dropping their jaw. Guing could not believe that a new student knew about this point, while he had intentionally left it out of the curriculum. The fire lizard shook its head and then breathed a huge fire. Receiving the order from Jun, Su and Jinna rushed out with shields to block. The sword that was thrown into its belly was returned, gleaming. The audience was already in shock. The 3 tainted objects have been purified. The seal of the passive murder skill has also been lifted. The audience immediately erupted. This was exactly what Jehun had hoped for, he explained. Inside the core of the salamander exists purifying power. We can use it to purify tainted objects. However, the purifying fire only works when the monster is still alive, so using it is quite difficult. But with the ability to materialize magical creations, this kind of thing is quite simple. Minhen makes the audience feel like they are not watching a rookie stream, but rather a senior student. Seeing you holding a sword, everyone wondered if you were planning to go the magical warrior route. Jun activated 3 skills simultaneously, moving swiftly, using the wind to chase after the lizard that was trying to escape. One decisive slash cut down one of its legs. As soon as he landed, Jun activated the frost pit skill, creating a spike that thrust up, exposing its belly. Taking the opportunity, he charged forward with his sword aiming straight for its belly. The hunt is over, and the audience erupted in cheers even though not everyone is a fan. Some feel that being a magical warrior is not just a direction but the essence of this guy. On another side, Cian was munching on snacks while digging into the true identity of the rookie Minhan. A long and detailed article that attracted a lot of viewers. The president also saw this post and laughed. So this is the reason you suggested that to me? Quite the trickster. If he was not a trickster, he would not be Minhan. An hour before entering the dungeon, you told her about the interesting things that happened during the midterm live stream. But Sung thought that talking about guild-related matters posed too much risk, so you suggested that the teacher keep an eye on what you had planned. When it seems worth getting involved, then make a decision, and it was in line with his and Axun's calculations. The president did not let them down. Get in touch with the reporters. Right now, I think Gen's about to sink the ship, just as Jun planned. Seen Hanian's post is getting views like crazy, like gaining weight after the holidays. She still does not understand why Jun is making them do this. He came to ask her before the second round. Not knowing the full story makes Han even more curious. But sitting there reading the audience's comments praising her is kind of fun. So she grabs some snacks and watches the show. Back in the dungeon, Jun found a super rare ring. The item is at level B and can go up to in an instant. The item can amplify mana to enhance spells. The owner will learn the Overload skill, however. Its level is still low due to a lack of super crystals. And the Overload stat is unstable because the item is not complete. Overload is a level skill that sweeps mana to boost spells by 1.5 times for 5 minutes. The user cannot use mana for 5 minutes after using the skill because of the lack of super crystals. This is the item that the Academy is using as a prize for the midterm competition. Although it is not fully complete due to the lack of super crystals, it is still a pretty good item. Jun plans to let everyone play rock paper scissors to decide who gets it. But they all agree to just give it to him. Well then, I won't be polite anymore. After receiving the reward, the whole team can move to the next floor. On the 3rd floor, the protective shield will lower in a minute and the attack will begin. Students are asked to prepare. Yu Dong taps on the shield, exclaiming it feels like it is made of glass that could shatter at any moment. Who would have thought that the monster on the other side would punch? And she got scared and fell behind. Gina was also terrified. Yu Dong was so scared that she tripped and fell to the ground. This one is way too big. Oblivious. Even asks what is wrong with her. Yu Dong could only awkwardly praise the shield for being very sturdy. Gina asks Jun if he has any plans. He always replies no. We do not need any plans because I will fight it alone. The lava monster Gum Dung has been released. The audience is confused by Jahan's actions as he looks at the thing that causes 70% of students to fail this test with an expressionless gaze. Each year the monster is different, but generally, they are level Bs. Defeat the lava gum and take its core. The system reminds Hyan to evaluate the surroundings quite plainly for the viewers. But it does not matter, because he is going to punch it out of the mud anyway. Why do Gu and Gina want to stop Hyan while Yu Dong is trying to hold him back? That guy is really strong. A monster of this size is nothing to him. The evidence is that he and Gum are directly punching each other. This one is a level B monster. So Yu Dong said that Gina will believe it. Even if she does not want to. She has to believe it because Jun has even thought about finishing it with the next hit. You activated the level 4 Wind Blade skill with Henbang to create an ice wall, then used mana detection to scout. After that, a smoother dodge sequence made the audience think Jahan knew exactly how it would attack. The lava golem has tough armor and heavy attack power. But there are plenty of ways to defeat it. Use chains to bind it, and then follow up with a rain of ice. Although it only lasts for a moment, it is enough for the ice to seep in and destroy the joints. Finally, throw some water grenades at those spots to end the battle. You successfully defeated the dungeon's monster. Minjan's victory could not be any smoother. The audience wonders who the real boss is. That crazy guy. Of course, Yu Dong looks almost pained. She feels like every time they meet, her childhood friend gets stronger. And she has this growing sense of distance from him. However, the test is not over yet. There is still one more thing to do to overthrow the Gyuan today. We can't return to reality just yet. Do you feel disappointed that the match was too short? Well, there is still more drama ahead. Let me show you all. I am going to prepare to fight an invisible monster. Back to the lava waterfall from before. The audience is very eager to know what the team is here for. Ian says he can sense a strong presence of mana here. The 3 people in the team look confused. And Jaehyun silently shoots them a glance. Yu Dong reluctantly asked if he was sure or not. Don't he worry. No matter how painful it is, you won't die. The other 3 closed their eyes and gritted their teeth, cursing. Damn it. She picked the wrong person. Here it is. Damn. Finally waited for this line. You have found a hidden level that is creating a special challenge. Defeat the hidden boss in the hidden level and return to reality. The system continuously reports that discovering a hidden level for ordinary students is impossible, let alone defeating a hidden boss. Even if you were lucky enough to encounter it, you would not even make it this far. Gui knows this well, which is why he placed the hidden level here. But who could have guessed he would run into a student like Jun? He must be in shock right now. Even so, who cares about him right now? I am just interested in whether the audience is expecting something amazing here or not. Of course. The viewers are eager to know. Minhan knows exactly how to summon the hidden boss, but still pretends to be exploring the terrain here. Aha, what is that? Yu Dong suddenly spoke up to ask. Jun could not help but laugh. She was perfectly on time. This is a plan. Gina also started to wonder. Everyone looked at Jun again. He told everyone to think if they had any ideas. Kim Do-dong quickly understood the issue. The core of Jung is the answer to this puzzle. Minjan placed it into the plan. The formation was immediately activated. And Jun hurriedly reminded everyone. The hidden boss of the Blood Wyvern is appearing in the alternate space. The system announces. Survive with your team. Defeat the enemy. And claim the dragon's heart. If successful, you will gain special privileges. And of course, you will have the chance to make requests too. The Blood Wyvern that just entered the arena is showing off. The audience erupts in excitement. This Blood Wyvern even makes the former elite players run for cover. But who put it in the midterm exam for new students? The reactions from everyone are just as negative as Jun expected. It is just a matter of absolute calculation. And the dragon's attack is a bit unpredictable, which is a hassle. But a monster of this size, Jahan can handle it as easily as chopping chicken. While he was pondering, Gina and Sue cried out in panic because of that dragon. Kim Do was spraying glue because her performance was worse than the crowd's reaction. Have these two ever lied to their parents to steal money for books? Just look at how she is acting. Everyone, step back quickly. My little friend really stands out, acting well and getting into the spirit of it all. He quietly starts moving to make the connection state of the alternate space unstable. The blood wyvern becomes extremely enraged. On the screen, Guzan's face is pale with no blood left. He just wanted this year's exam to go smoothly. But how could it be that calamity strikes on the same day? He had hoped to shift the media's attention elsewhere, and now, well, nothing has gone right. This must be Minhan's doing. He is getting involved in the system again. Han is encouraging him that this time it is a whole separate space. How can a student do this much? But what other explanation could there be? It has to be him. Gawain was so angry that he could not control his expression anymore. Bazun quietly calculated that if he helped the old man now, he would definitely get promoted later, so he immediately spoke up to comfort him. Begin smiled oddly. If Minhan's goal is to get the item, then it won't be a big deal. Giving it to him is better than the M's Academy's reputation going down. That is right. He clung to this thought to find a chance to save himself. He calculated that if Jun could eliminate the hidden dungeon, he could also use that to reduce some of the hatred he had received lately. What is concerning now is the reason the dragon is so angry and out of control. Meanwhile, all we can do now is pray that Minhan can take down that blood dragon. He laughed and then immediately stopped smiling. Kim Do-dung wakes up. Rina-gu, I am leaving Kim Do-dung to you too. Ui stared at Kim Do-dung on the screen, who was on the verge of death. The whole team was flustered because their friend was severely injured and bleeding a lot. The old man felt deceived. But the viewers did not. The public erupted in a wave of extreme outrage. Guan could be so furious that he broke the table. But the situation was beyond saving now. In the front line, Minhan quietly smiled and wondered how he felt being manipulated by me and being put in the media spotlight like he often did. The wave of public opinion kept rising. Minji pondered and used telepathy to ask Yu-dung if he was okay. Did he really get hit? And of course not. Am I that good of an actor? Yu-dung also quietly laughed. No audience would guess that the emotional scene between friends just now was all acting. Even Kim Do-dung's injury was due to a skill that caused blood loss. All the actors here are geniuses. Maybe I should go study acting. Attending classes like this really is a waste of my looks. South Korea has lost a potential actor. Don't make me laugh. I am just pretending. Dean Hyen is holding back laughter to the point of trembling. Where's the funny part in Kim Do-dung's antics? Dean Hyen quickly switched to the dragon fight. Or else he would not be able to hold back and would blow it. You did not forget to remind her not to let those two get hurt. But wait. Your brother is already injured. As for this one, I can easily defeat it. But that would not be fun. While the dragon is breathing fire, I will just pretend to dodge a bit. Otherwise, it would be too over the top. Then I instructed everyone to focus on defense and pulled out the three-pronged spear. The audience hoped that with this, Jun could take down the dragon soon. Well, I advised it to be grateful, because these items helped extend its life by a few more minutes. The passive skill, Dragon Slayer, activates the entire sword, enhancing all attacks against the dragon race by 300% in strength. So those powerful slashes do quite a bit of damage to the dragon. It whipped its tail, and Sue had to brace himself to withstand it. This creature has one weakness, a spot on its heel. During theory lessons, Huan and Ina questioned this. Remembering that, Jun grabbed his sword and charged in with determination. With a downward slash, he immediately activated the overload skill to boost his strength. Minhan executed an earth ice technique to completely finish off the monster without needing any weapons. The sheer power of this was immense, further enhanced by additional force, freezing the entire cave. The viewers began to argue whether it was an A-level or S-level skill. But regardless of the debate, everything ended here. When he showed signs of fatigue after the blow, Minhan discreetly smiled, hoping Guza-inen would appreciate this big gift. Joy was short-lived as sadness quickly followed. Guza-in was desperately yelling into the phone to explain to his partners. But everyone kept saying, "You have no more chances. This is the damage we agreed upon." No one believed him. And Pak Hazan could not block all the media from the reporters, since someone had already acted first. Guza-in, furious, slammed Pak Hazan against the wall. He knew there were people backing Jun, but there was no chance to protect himself anymore. The Lotus Guild had released this information. Just thinking about Minhan's backing, it had arrived. You personally sent it as their representative. What was brought in is the official document regarding the disciplinary measures enforced on the MEMS Academy and the imprisonment of Gain. In short, students are pushed to the brink of danger, with Jin directly involved, while also bribing high-ranking politicians for personal gain. Jialun immediately arrests him and is supported by other guilds. Therefore, the management of the National Fake Punishment Association has approved this document, and all actions to revoke the arrest warrant are null and void. Everything is settled. Guzoin is arrested right away. Meanwhile, Jun and his gang are surrounded by the press for interviews about the recent event. Due to the Academy's confidentiality agreement, I can't say much, but this is the third time. I do not want any more students or friends of mine to lose their lives. You may not say much, but you always hit the nail on the head. That said, now let me step aside so I can take you to the hospital before I forget to light this oil. Everyone, remember this. Today's incident is not just a coincidence. Just as you were leaving, Jin was escorted out here. Someone immediately threw an egg at him. Then a whole bunch of eggs started flying from nowhere, and all of them were aimed at that guy. The crowd was in an uproar, demanding him while Minhan stood by, covering his mouth, laughing wickedly. A moment later, wounded soldier Kim Do-dung burst out laughing. She even criticized Jun for his terrible acting, although this action was a complete success. Simu still thought Jun was reckless because if anything went wrong, he would be the one to pay the price. But his top priority is saving others, and one day, Gun will return because he has connections with the Norse gods. However, right now, after saying that, Kim Do-dung suspects her friend has been poisoned. Watching these two bicker, you realize this guy is still a child in some ways. However, it must be announced that there will be a press conference in 3 days, where we will take down Gu Jane. Meanwhile, at the National Punishment Bureau headquarters, the manager is overjoyed, and Kim Jong will soon be back in the bureau if everything goes smoothly. He already knew about Gain's arrest and had prepared for it. 3 days later, the Donga Union officially held a press conference. Minjan wore a suit today, slicked back his hair, looking extremely sharp but had a cold demeanor. Chairman Du saw him lurking and thought he was nervous, but it turned out he just did not like crowded places. Namaz is basically in his grasp. Moreover, Jun has collaborated with the disciplinary department, so he won't be hindered anymore. The moment has come. It is time to truly end everything. The press conference today is chaired by Sung, Manager Song Jok, and Min Han. The journalists all looked at Jahan with determined eyes, ready to get headlines. The first journalist began with the question of whether Gin had intentionally murdered a student and used an accident to cover it up. Right. Sung confirmed and stated they had gathered all the evidence of the guy's crimes by brainwashing Dong Izu to obtain documents for the plan. Moreover, this is not the first time he has committed a crime. He has done similar things many times before. Not to mention, a huge amount of funding has poured into the Mus Academy. There are many other suspicious matters that have not yet been uncovered and are still under investigation. Just like that, all the dark matters have come to light. Towards the end of the press conference, someone asked if Jun was a student of Sung Yu. Exactly. Min Jae cheerfully admitted that the position he has reached today is all thanks to her guidance. Someone asked if he had been hiding his talent from the start. Jun explained that he did not want to draw attention. And someone wanted to know when the two sides signed the contract. Jun said it was only a few months ago and described himself as a lucky person. Questions about personal life came pouring in. Dehan paused briefly because he did not want to get swept away. Sung quickly stepped in to help him out. A few days later was the temporary principal's inauguration ceremony. The 4 reporters had a chance to gather and lament that everyone was okay. Although the Guzuin scandal was not completely resolved, the Donga Guild and the disciplinary department would support. So there was nothing to worry about. Hoan and Ina both felt they were still too weak and wanted to get stronger. Yu-dung shared that thought too. Jun also thought their perspective was right. But still, this was his personal matter, and it was best not to let them get too involved. He needed to get stronger to face the Norse gods. At that moment, the lights on stage came on, and a familiar figure appeared. Kim Do-dung was extremely surprised. Professor Kim Jon was indeed the new principal. This was not surprising to Minhan since he and President Du had already discussed this with the manager. He was shocked beforehand. Having Donga managements did raise some eyebrows, so the disciplinary department was worried, which made it easier. Other professors had been dismissed, so Kim Jon was naturally the one to take this position. And more importantly, she was trustworthy. Kim Jon officially greeted the students in her new role. And now, Min Jan had to sit here and accompany his friends in Kara. Just thought he would get to rest. But instead, he had to bury himself in this hellhole. But there was no other choice. Who said I accidentally promised my friends that I would go sing after the checkup? So when Kim Do-dung showed up to demand, I could not forget it. Huan was enthusiastic about booking the best spot in the area. And that is how we ended up here. Next up is Jun's turn to shine. The thing is, his singing is like poison, making everyone cringe. And outsiders thought it was a disaster. At least this shows he is still human. And nobody's perfect. The scoring machine must have struggled to give him a 10. And he must have worked really hard just to get through the song. The takeaway here is never invite this guy to sing. Or if you do not let him sing. Next is Ina's turn. When handing her the mic, there was a slight brush. And she ended up dropping it. Luckily, Jun reacted quickly and picked it up. Jun was worried about her but had never seen her so clumsy. Carefully extending his hand to give her the mic, Ina shyly thanked him. I am really shy. Do not expect too much from me. I am sure I will sing better than him. So do not worry. Dian considers himself to be good enough. Whether Ina sings well or not, you will still cheer for her. Who knows? Your friend might actually sing so well that it surprises everyone. Meanwhile, Hein had reached a spot. A black cat on top of a tall building. As soon as Hein turned around, was gone. He continued on to a quiet area, and called out for the person to show themselves, since he knew everything. Why sneak around? Hyler appeared, saying she was not following him, but just came to say hello. This time, you guys from the Nordic God faction really pulled it off. Himli chuckles lightly. He can't compare to the realm of Odin and the Nordic gods. Hila's words are not humble at all. Hen is still holding on to false hopes for that guy. The great enemy foretold will appear and rescue you like a hero. Himblay starts to mock. Believe it or not. Who cares? Do not be nosy. He laughs at the idea that an ordinary person could defeat all the Nordic gods and wants Hilala to step aside. Of course. She won't let that happen. You want to die. Anyway. You can't fully use your powers here. I am the one with the advantage. Hindade says if she wants to take his life, she should be ready for a fair trade. But she does not plan to do that. My job is to buy some time for a little rest. Oh my god. I did not expect your singing to be that amazing. Kim Do-dung exclaims with wide eyes. Huan even thinks she could be a professional singer. Have you ever studied music before? Jun can't hide his curiosity either. Ina says she has never studied music, leaving everyone utterly amazed. Is it really not bad? Ina looks confused. Of course. If it were bad, we would not be doing it. The other three all agreed. After that, Kim Do-dung led the way to order a song for Ina to sing. Next, Huan jumped in, making Ina a bit surprised, then blushing from the enthusiastic support. This was only the second time in her life she had sung for others, watching her close friends having fun. Jun realized these were rare peaceful moments in life, and enjoying this feeling of relaxation for a while was not bad at all. The next day, Jun returned home and gave his mother a gift. She was very surprised and happy, and also curious about what was inside. It was a bank book. It is the allowance. Looking at the balance in that book, Jun's mother thought that at his age, most kids focused on partying and enjoying, unlike her son. Did you earn this money yourself? I did. I want to give it all to you. Finally, Jun had revealed what he had kept hidden for so long. He even just wanted to hug his mother and tell her that her son had succeeded. Before that, Jun had been too busy to care for his mother. He had changed a lot after his regression. The main goal now is to protect his family and friends. At the same time, he wants to kill Odin and put an end to all the suffering. You won't let that old man take away everything you love. Now you do not have to worry about finances. Mom was so emotional that she rushed to hug Ji. You must have been through a lot. Right, Mom knows. She knows everything. In the comforting embrace of Mom, Jae Hein could not help but shed tears. Just then, someone arrived at the door. Jun quickly wiped his tears and went out to see who it was. What the hell is Ina doing at the door? Right after that, Kim Do-dung was proud of himself for tricking his friend for the first time. What are you two doing here? My family is having a barbecue party, and we just wanted to invite you. Jun just remembered that Yu-dung's parents are coming home today. Since Jun has helped the Yu-dung family a lot, the adults insisted on inviting him. That is right. You are really a burden. These two really can't stop bickering. Can they? Hein rested his chin and thought. It is already that time of year, and many events will happen at MEMS. Seeing Jan lost in thought, Yu-dung asked if he would come, because her parents were really looking forward to it. Of course. Jun could not refuse. Yu-dung asked him to come at 6:00 p.m. After making plans, Jun was about to go inside when Ina noticed the water stain on his sleeve and asked, Were you crying? It is just that water splashed on my shirt while washing the dishes. Jun quickly covered up, and once she left, he admitted that this girl had sharper eyes than an owl. Look at that chandelier. The Kim Do-dung family is truly wealthy. Sitting in the living room, was the first to see him. Dida-hun is also curious why she is here. Did Kim Do-dung bring her? Because I have nowhere else to go. Hearing that, Jun remembers that Ina does not have a family anymore. That is also why Kim Do-dung brought her here. My friend is very considerate. No joke. It has been a long time since we met. Jun is what Kim Do-dung's parents call him. Even before the regression, they always treated Jun well. Just thinking about it. Her dad just grabbed you by the neck. This kid looks so much taller now. Uncle, you can be amazed all you want. But why do you have to put other people down like that? Is Yoo-dung still bullying you? Before, I would cry and come to you every time she hit me. Uncle Kim Hye teased you and got kicked in the leg by his daughter, reminding him to stop chatting. However, Uncle is still worried that with a daughter like this, how will she ever get a boyfriend? What do you think? Want to volunteer to be her boyfriend? Since there is one right here. Uncle Kim just threw that out there, a statement that made 3 people uncomfortable. Yoo-dung can be a bit stubborn, but she is very kind and smart. Seeing Kim's dad talking too much, Kim Do-dung pinched him. Dad, stop joking around. If you have free time, go do some housework. You too. Min Jan. Kim's dad is crying tears. This girl is either my daughter or my sister, and she is always sitting on top of me. Finally, it is meal time. Deantu looks at the food and can't help but admire how good Kim's dad cooks. Dad. Kim proudly says she used to be a professional chef, so this is nothing. Kim Do-dung wishes Hoan and Mom Jun were here, but they are all busy, so we just have to deal with it. Next time everyone can gather again. Dad Do-dung finally sat down at the table. Thank you for helping Yoo-dung about that midterm exam. Dean humbly says he did not do anything, while everything was just an act. This dad is overdoing it. It is really embarrassing. Kim Do-dung smiles, signaling for him not to feel guilty. Mom Kim is also happy because he is doing well now. Actually, when you said you would take the magic class, I was really surprised. I wonder if you did it just to be close to Yoo-dung, even though that is not the case. Thank you. By the way, you look more handsome every day. I wish the daughter of this family could bring home a boyfriend like Jun to meet us. Kim Do-dung approached him and his parents, but their jokes made I sad to the point of dropping chopsticks. Jun immediately asks her what is wrong. Ina says nothing, but he clearly sees she seemed unhappy. Could it have been a misunderstanding? Meanwhile, in another house, things are not as peaceful. Do you know what you have done? What? You saved those dying students just out of pity for them. That idiot. Dad does not hesitate to use harsh words to scold his son. After all, he almost got shackled like Gun, and it is all thanks to this precious son. So he is extremely angry. Just as Hoan was about to speak, he jumped in and yelled at you again. And Hoon, you have to become the best fake judge in South Korea. Everyone has to kneel at your feet. You must take down that Mihan at all costs. Stop it. And Hoon finally interrupted his father. You have no idea how many times I have tried to convince him, but is like pouring water on a taro leaf. Dad always tells you to step on others to rise up, but remembering those friends who were truly sincere with me, I have made my own decision. I do not want to live the way Dad wants. This is my life. Do you even know what you are saying? He lunged to grab you, but Hoan firmly pulled away. You live your own life, Dad. Live your own way. You jerk. After saying that, and Hoon turned and walked away, despite his dad yelling from behind. Eno Jun did not want to play tricks to win against Jahan. He wanted to compete fairly with this brother. Back at Yoo-dung's house, Jahan tilted his head, admiring how affectionate her parents were, going out for a movie date at midnight. Yoo-dung said they have been married for a long time but still act like newlyweds. Just as Dee Hyun noticed it was almost midnight and planned to leave, her friend insisted on staying a little longer. Staying means Dad will scold me. Kim Do-dung did not understand. I do not think they would mind me coming home late when they are not home. I bet I will get an earful when I get back. Kim Do-dung thinks as long as they do not do anything bad. It is. Ina felt the same way. Even so, Jun would definitely leave right at midnight. There is something I am really curious about. Can I? Ina mustered all her courage to speak. Are you two dating? Dee-hun shook his head and waved his hands. I do not know why you think that. Dee. He was just joking with me. Kim Do felt incredibly embarrassed. Ina said they looked very close. Even their parents did. But in their eyes, they were just friends without any conflicts. After hearing the explanation, Ina blushed and apologized. Suddenly it was past midnight, and Jun stood up to go home. On the way back, feeling hall, he turned around and asked what was going on, saying to hurry up because it was late, and he was not done with them yet. You are not surprised. You knew I would come. Right. Last time I sensed a powerful mana that no human could possess. So I will be quick. Jun, you need to complete the second trial as soon as possible. We can't delay any longer. Auden has already started to act. Right now, the Norse gods are gathering to plot how to ensnare Ji-hun. The crazy guy sitting in the middle asked if there was any news about him VR yet. Though told him not to worry too much. The prophecy might have mentioned him, but he is still just an ordinary human. What can those bugs do? This god also agreed with though. Although they are not omnipotent in the human realm of Miska, they are still gods, and humans can't defeat them. There is someone being drained over there. The prophecy has never been wrong, Odin said. Do you really think that humans are a threat to you? Odin, the supreme god of the gods. You are overthinking it. My love, this purple-haired goddess is so proud of her husband. Humans are beings who constantly learn and evolve. I have seen beings like that. Odin has always been cautious, which is why he is a dangerous man. To him, knowledge is sometimes given to the weak, not the strong. We still can't kill the important enemy before us. The power of the prophecy can only protect him for another 10 years at most. But we should not rule out the possibility that he will become more powerful during that time, and that is the reason Hymzir was sent to the human world. He is just strong enough to destroy a human, thereby stopping the great enemy of the Norse gods. Moreover, somehow, the power of the prophecy that is protecting the great enemy is gradually weakening. Perhaps we won't have to wait another 10 years. We may soon be able to end him ourselves. Odin's lover approached and patted his shoulder. All plans must be meticulous. Odin still remains vigilant. No prophecy has ever said that we will overcome our fate. Everything is according to your will. Odin. Back to that dark alley. Hol told Jun that the power of the prophecy is fading. You do not understand why it is like that when it should have been maintained to avoid repeating the past life. The reason is simple. Traveling back in time has consumed too much power from the prophecy, even if it is a deity. Going back to the past is still a taboo. The power of prophecy still existing until now surprises Hol as well. And she wonders who has to pay the price for all this. Just as she finishes her sentence, an ancient language flashes through Jun's mind. In short, you understand that you need to overcome the second challenge to become stronger. Al is very pleased that you understand quickly, so let us go somewhere else to wrap up this conversation. We can talk about the test you are about to take, and the enemy you will soon face. Jun seems very surprised. He did not expect that the opponent he was about to face would be that pure white deity, who can see the near future and wears a big collar. Hol did not expect Jun to know him. After all, Jun is a great enemy. So he has taken the time to study the deities, but the problem is that with him lie already here. Will you still have time to take this test? Don't you worry. I have bought you some time, thanks to Hol. Himlie is struggling quite a bit now. How dare she trap me, the great Himv, in a place like this? Don't think you can imprison me in such a mediocre prison. Himlie shouts angrily. But right now he is still being wrapped up by those dark tendrils around his pale body. All had to use quite a bit of power to achieve this. So she hopes Jun can take advantage of this opportunity. So where will this challenge take place? Here it is. TIF has issued an urgent announcement. It is unfortunate that the 11th expedition to the Great Relics has ended in failure, once again. Batch from the European Association will participate in this expedition. Although this event brings a lot of hope. The first challenge, the proof of qualification, once again cannot be overcome. The association has also expressed that they are not confident about the next effort. And that place is Iceland, the center of legends about gods. Where the secrets of the giants' great relics are hidden. Those great relics were created for Jun. A region meticulously calculated to nurture him into someone who can once again defeat Odin. And what does that mean again? All is also puzzled as to why she used that term. So how would Jun know? Anyway, if you can't pass the proof of qualification, you won't be able to enter there. Proof of qualification. That is right. And only you can succeed in overcoming it. Once you overcome it, the path to the great ruins will open up before you. Meanwhile, B is in Iceland and is watching the news. He looks extremely angry. Not just looks, but he is really angry. Back is shouting, asking what kind of crazy relic it is that even he could not handle. Camilla. Are you sure the wizards have studied it thoroughly? Camilla reminds him not to doubt others like that, and not to be so overconfident. Moreover, there is only this one great relic in the world. So she also wants to conquer it without a doubt. The guy at the door demands proof of identity if you want to go inside. But he does not say how to prove it. Camilla does not know either. Maybe there is a key. Camilla was joking a bit, but B was tense like a tight string, as if he was about to leap in and bite someone's neck. A few days later, before Jun headed to the landmark in Iceland, he made a phone call to ask someone at home to tell his friends to not worry and make them believe everything is fine. The preparation for this trip had to be done quite quickly. First, Jen used mana stones to maximize the enhancement of his weapon and level himself up beyond 30. The person he trusted to help was director Kim Jong. This time, Jun also brought Heel along, that is the pitch black cat sitting in this hood. At the same time, Black appeared on TV and declared that the European Punisher Association would conquer the landmark in Iceland, by any means necessary. And we won't allow anyone to stop us from doing that. This means the landmark is protected by BK. And this will be Jai's first time fighting an S-class Punisher. That is the real 3-Mung Dragon Slayer. He thinks that now she can stand by and observe this great enemy. Let us see if your decision was the right one or not. The ruins are mysterious tombs that have suddenly appeared all over the world. After the explorers excavated, it turned out this was the hiding place of artifacts. This is an opportunity to obtain higher-level items, compared to those in the dungeons. Therefore, the competition among the explorers to reach this place has become intense. Governments of each country had to intervene. Hila told Jun that Miss Nguyen's necklace on his wrist was the item they had hidden in the ruins. You do not think everything is just a coincidence, do you? Suddenly, you ended up with Miss Tu's name while every ruin is being explored. Right. Jun guessed that she must be referring to the glowing spots. And looking back, he realized that the origin of everything was that strange light. He looked at Hila with confusion. Hila asked why he was looking at her like that. Dian smiled, turned away, and said it was nothing, but he had been curious for a long time. Are those ruins made by giants? Yep. 10,000 years ago. Their guardians and Thor's rival Jiang Laya created it for the great enemy in the prophecy and countless humans who would fight against Odin's army. That is exactly why Ten Touch has so many puzzles. In the legends, giants are depicted as wise beings. I have heard they are very confident, even when standing in front of the northern god. Of course, their fate was not as glorious. We are almost there. I am so anxious. I booked an expensive hotel. It seems to be the best place around. Anyway, this is your second trial. Hila is all worked up. I have never been careless. I have prepared everything I can. Check if the translation properties of the Neni system are working well and bring some good items too. Before leaving, Jun used a grade dark minerals to enhance the dark armor to a grade. Misactivated the passive skill of the genius to craft armor, upgrading the dark armor straight to S grade. And the Z grade dark armor evolved into hell armor. This item increases physical and magical resistance by 350. Boosts the stealth active skill to level 3. And adds the passive skill of Dark Synchronization, a grade Dark Synchronization skill. Synchronizes the user with dark energy to create an afterimage capable of dodging enemy attacks. Adds a 20% chance to evade enemy attacks, and a one-time opportunity to evade with 100% effectiveness against light attribute attacks. Hila rolled her eyes and pouted. We have got our tricks now. You mean the key? I do not have time to use another method. Well, I guess we will just have to deal with it. A few hours later, Jun finally arrived at the hotel. This is a special place that only allows awakened ones to stay, of course. Even without this law. Just one night here costs 50,001. No one wants to spend the night next to ruins. The only exceptions would be the archaeologists. On the way back to the room, Jun accidentally ran into B, a member of the European Association wanting to punish the colossal ruins. Jun did not expect to bump into them so soon. What are you? As the two passed each other, Bear suddenly asked quite rudely, although he was the true owner of the longsword, and also the president of the fake European Punishment Association. Jahan was not scared at all. What is going on? Before Camilla could intervene, B had already rushed in front of Jahan. The two glared at each other fiercely. How old are you? Where are you from? Bale asked. June still did not answer. Camilla hurried over to tell B to watch his attitude, and then jumped in to separate the two. What are you doing? Sorry. You can keep going. He is just a bit rude. Camilla pushed Jun away while casually mentioning how he got dumped by his wife. Bear gritted his teeth and said enough of the nonsense. Camilla still enthusiastically apologized to send Jun off. Once he was far away, she frowned and said, I told you to be careful. What if the association's image is ruined because of you? I know you are sensitive because of our last failure, but do not take it out on a kid. That is not it, B said with a serious expression. That kid did not make a sound while walking. He knows how to hide himself at will. Back at the Mus Academy, loud screams echoed in the principal's office. Turns out Kim Jong called some of Jun's friends to explain about his trip abroad. Kim Do-dung got another chance to complain about his friend wandering around and getting into trouble. Last time it was at the amusement park. Who knows where he is off to this time? Huan awkwardly laughed and said, Jihan really does get into trouble. So I am sure it will be the same this time. No way. He is not the type to get into trouble. Kim Do-dung knew his friend too well to doubt it. Again, it is the huge ruins in Iceland. With the gatekeepers of the European Awakening Association wearing thick coats standing under the snow, a dark figure approached. Glinting in the red light, the man in a straw hat shouted loudly, Whoever is hiding, show yourself. This ruin has already been handled by the European Punishment Association. The other man scoffed. Not allowed in. Seriously. I am so lazy to do anything. The guy with the straw hat was about to shout a warning, when the other guy covered his mouth to brainwash him. Sorry, but I feel like a criminal. Who else could pull this off besides Jun? But I have to do it. Back when I first arrived in Iceland, Hilla said that the condition to enter the huge ruins is the Neni system. Easy. Hun sighed. If that is the first condition, there must be a second one. But there probably won't be a third. Right. Don't interrupt me. There are only 2 conditions. The second condition is that strength and agility must be over 150. To put it simply, that is equivalent to an S-level person. No way. We stared at each other in shock. Jun chuckled. I still have not reached S-level. Damn it. No way. I have seen you take down a novice by yourself. Ion immediately narrowed his eyes when he heard that. Is that her third form? Hila did not dare to answer, only saying it was unrelated, reminding him that they temporarily needed to find a way to meet the second condition first. Jahan had already thought of a way. Remember when he completed the second mission at Frandier's mansion? He even got an extra reward for finishing the hidden scene here. I got this from Frandier's mansion. I have never used it because I did not need it. The system displayed information that this is an unidentified item called the Cursed Key Level 3. Thanks to his scouting skill, Jahan discovered that this is a special item. Loki's key can open any door or dimension. Hila was also surprised that he got this. Strange. It is as if someone anticipated everything and prepared it for me. Jun put the key in the lock, opening the gate to the Great Ruins. He still had a blank card in his hand. I guess this blank card will soon be usable. The acceleration skill. Scene hands perception and Kagan sound scouting are all helpful, but G can't copy them, because he feels like he would lose something if he used the blank card. Plus, if he only copies the skills of those around him, they would start to suspect. So if the system gave you a blank card, there must be something to copy. The hallway leading in was brightly lit. June took a few steps and heard voices. Are you the great enemy from the prophecy? A giant was sitting in a large chair at the end of the path. He had 3 eyes and introduced himself as Smangan. I am the guardian of the giant ruins by my father's command. The cat-like Hila suddenly jumped out, and Smir vaguely recognized her. She is not. She is her incarnation. That is right. My name is Hila. I am in charge of guiding the great enemy through the 5 trials. The power of the prophecy is protecting the great enemy, who is growing weaker. We must prepare for the great enemy to undertake the second trial as soon as possible. I refuse, Sam interrupted Hila. Bluntly refusing. Aish was shocked and asked why Sam said that she should also know how the great enemy opens the door, is already cheating. This has made Menon very angry. And yet, Smir still says he can't get past the second trial right now, so just not. He was very generous. He has gotten stronger. Let us go back. Hila is furious to hear this. Smir, we do not have any more time. Once the power of the prophecy runs out, the Norse gods will act again. Yasem still firmly shakes his head. The law is the law. The incarnation of Hila. I can be sure. Rotten Hema. The place I wanted to protect has now turned to ashes. And the giants have no home to return to anymore. It is already too late. Being a little later won't make any difference. Hila was shocked to realize that Smir was already desperate. But Duhan was very angry. What the hell is going on? The young man is extremely furious, losing his temper. Are you guys kidding me? Hearing him say that, Smayasa blood rushed to his head. And Jihan is not exactly gentle either, he said with a stern face. Listen carefully. I am not a charity. As he spoke, Jan stepped forward, each step radiating blinding lightning. Not something for you to use when you feel like it, and throw away when you are bored. Chains appeared around Jahan, and without hesitation, they shot straight at Sia. The reason I let you control what I do is because I see you have some value to exploit. So I need you to act. A great enemy also comes with a great cost. So do not mess it up. Outside the Grand Ruins, the sky is covered by a rainbow light. Lady Latch, furious with clenched teeth, asked the 2 gatekeepers if anyone has ever come here. The girl with the hat insisted it was like that. But Ball was still adamant that someone was inside. He wanted to verify it himself. The reason it is so certain is because the mysterious power and mana he just sensed only appear when a ruin is opened. Bear has never successfully infiltrated a massive ruin, so he does not want to and can't let anyone else in before him if the door opens. He is sure he will get in too. But sorry. His luck just is not good enough. Bro. The Etch was so furious that her veins were bulging. She called Camilla to report that someone had entered the huge ruin. Camilla, wide awake upon hearing this, said she would head over right away. Inside the huge ruin, Hila could not keep up with the unfolding story anymore. Sasum blocked the chains and his body was still unscathed. He angrily slammed the chair and stood up, cursing Jun for being as dumb as a rock. He shouted, with just a human body, you dare to oppose me? At the end of the sentence, Smir raised his voice even higher, and a strong wind surged, making Jahan and Hila struggle to hold on. After the lion's roar passed, Hilo and Jun were blown away as if their brains had been scrambled. Yet the kid just sneered. Can't you say anything else? I have heard that line so many times it is boring. In this situation, you are secretly calculating whether to give up the challenge and retreat, only to die fighting Himzia, or to die here. it would not make any difference. So I only have one choice left. I have to try every possible way. I do not want to leave with regrets like before when I regressed. That challenger. Smur's 3 eyes shining like car headlights. His hands clasped right in front of his face as if praying for Jun. I won't hold back anymore. A sharp object like a drill coming out from some space hole. It is right above Jun. The gigantic drill plunges down from the sky without hesitation. Are you guys really teaming up against the gods? Or what? Why does it look like you are all heading to your doom? Jun stands still like a statue. Just as the drill touches the top of his head, it turns into a beam of light and vanishes, activating absolute calculation skill. Jun's divine eye lights up. Smur's 3 eyes are staring intently at him, activating proactive storm skill. Jun takes a leap forward, targeting the area right in front of Smur's chest. At this moment, Smir realizes that his heart is being targeted by Jahan. This challenger is really trying to defeat him and pass through here. Does this fool know what kind of beings he will have to face in the future? That is really ridiculous. Sim extends the giant hand of the guy. A blinding light. Jun jumps higher than an athlete to dodge. Opening his eyes, he sees Smir swinging his hand again. Smir wonders what made this young man so reckless. Hyun feels this pressure just like when facing his father Hoojin. This proves that the opponent he is facing is someone he cannot defeat. However, the chain emerges. Jahan grabs the chain, ready to swing for his life. Jae has no intention of sitting still and waiting to die, so he fights fiercely, leaving with glory and a beautiful life. Activate the Earth Ice skill. The soul of the Dark Elf is tightly bound. Ice spreads everywhere, quickly sealing Sum's feet. He has realized that this is the Dark Elf's secret technique. He does not know how he could learn it, but there are still many gaps. And with just one punch, the ice goes one way and the snow goes the other. Jun is slightly stunned but quickly breaks into a delighted smile. You acted just as I expected. The fire from his hands blazes fiercely. Is it because you are too straightforward? Activate Fire Strike skill level 5. Activate Wind Burst skill level 5. Ice shards remain in the center. Around Hyun now are countless fireballs ready to launch. The fire bullets send the ice shards racing towards Sum. At that moment, M activates the invisibility skill level 3. In the thick fog, Jahan seems to shine. Samun dismisses this cheap trick, thinking he can outsmart me. The whirlwind rises, dispersing the fog completely, but when the visibility clears, the one he needs to see is nowhere to be found. Disappeared without a trace. Where the hell did he go? Hila also cleverly turns into a small black cat, hiding behind some sharp black pillars. Smia slowly searches, each step careful, unaware that the little brat is hiding in a super dangerous spot. A tiny hole at his feet, waiting for him to get close. Jane Hyun suddenly transforms in a mirage and rushes to slash with a fiery strike. At that moment, in Ruzel's office, that boy Min Han. He is your disciple. Right. A blonde lady with red eyes. As if she could see through Hong Tran. Asked Ruzel. That is right. I guess you have seen the interview. Right. Let us get straight to the point. The blonde lady is very straightforward. Saving time. I am here because Min Han has the eye to recognize the talents of others, which is a businessman's advantage. Rai-hun told me that. Do we really need to repeat this pointless conversation? You do not have to be so hostile. I am willing to pay a fair price. Jun is not an object. What if I gave you that thing? Nigu's fangs. Jewel thinks. Naiti's fang. I heard that an officer got it. But I did not expect her to use an S-grade item as a condition. You really want it that much? It is a big play. But it is not a joke. It seems this is not just a game. We have never used our clients as jokes. If you refuse, are you planning to use this to directly control Jun? Ruzio. You could become a businessman now. The blonde lady smiled appreciatively. Your insight is quite sharp as well. Juzel still kept that sunless smile. And if this plan collapses, do you still intend to seduce Ju? President Du sees you as a talented businessman. You know how to read the situation. You should chase after Jun instead. Cian smiled sincerely. We prefer to handle things gently. The blonde lady stood up. Then I will wait for your decision. And smiled but did not respond. The blonde lady smiled and then walked out the door. She's gone. Cian chuckled sarcastically. Outside, they are gossiping that she will take a member of the club. Seoin's face turned cold. All my students, come back to Jun. A sword struck straight down into Smia's chest. Jun was very serious with this attack. But Smia's chest felt like it was made of reinforced concrete. It did not hurt at all. Smia brushed over the spot where he was just hit. Is this the path you have chosen? The great enemy Odin is very strong. The other gods of Acer are the same. No matter how hard you try, there will be no reward for your efforts. Smir looked at Jian with a pained expression. Do you still believe you can keep going? It is better to just sit still and do nothing. Jun immediately responded. At the same time, he activated 3 skills, using the active skill to materialize a magical artifact to create a mana sword, activating the passive skill of masterful armor forging, raising the item level by 1. Sam was still lost in pain. You do not know anything. Great enemy. What you are doing is meaningless. Do you understand? Ju looked at Smir. I am the one who decides whether what I do has meaning or not. This made Smir recall a distant memory. Back then, his father also said that he was the only one who could determine his own worth. Taking advantage of Smir's distraction, Jun seized the opportunity to make a sneak attack. He threw a devastating blow at Smir, but Smir quietly asked, "Are you willing to take responsibility for what you say?" Both the attack and Jiayan were crushed under the invisible pressure Smir created. Jun could not move. I will ask you one more time. Can you take responsibility for what you say? Devan Hyan was under so much pressure that he was bleeding from the mouth, while Long Thumb cursed, and trying to figure out what to do. Think. How can I defeat this monster? How can I take him down? Just then, the pressure suddenly vanished. What the hell? You claim you are the only one who can decide the meaning of your actions. However, only those with power are qualified to do that. I will give you a chance. If you can prove your worth, I will let you in. Hilo was quite surprised by Smir's words. Why was he so stubborn earlier? And now he changes his mind so fast. Jahan wiped his nose to prove it. Then let us make a deal. I will take your strongest hit once. What do you think? Hila quickly jumped in. What are you talking about? Are you crazy? This guy's head is so thick. He just won't stop talking without thinking first. I am getting a headache dealing with you too. He is full of divine power. Right now, Hilo is still hesitating. Smir agreed to the deal. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand to strike. Smir will judge. Smir pulled out his weapon. Do you have the ability to determine the meaning of your actions? And can you be the one to defy fate? Stop right now. Hila shouted with all her strength. At this rate, hope will eventually fade away. How come I have not fought Odin yet? But my heart is already ready to clash to the death. But Sum is not listening. He told Jehun to take it, and then launched a staff 8 times larger than a normal one at Jun. A blinding light spread throughout the space. After all, what remains is always the scar on the wall. Is that enough? Jun is still alive and well. Darkness surrounds him as a protective shield. Activate the passive skill to harmonize with the darkness. From now on, the skill will have a 20% activation probability. Sum smiled and applauded when he saw Jun still intact. The solid wall behind him gradually moved, opening a passage. Go ahead. This place was made for you. Are you sure? Coincidences can happen twice, but more than 3 times is impossible. Go on. Jun stepped forward confidently. Hila had to be impressed. What a strange person. Before officially crossing over, Sem reminded Jun. There are 3 intellectual challenges waiting for you there. I understand. Aren't you afraid? Sem sighed in relief. That is great. Finally able to retire. My part ends here. The rest is up to you now. A great enemy. Hila quickly ran after Jun. That kid with long legs walks fast and does not wait for anyone. On the way, Hila just asked, how can you do that? Who knows? I am not sure either. Hila thought again. It must be that Smir has given up. That is not wrong. But Jai has changed him. Jai and Hila headed straight to the next challenge. Welcome. Great enemy in the prophecy. In front of the two were a pair of identical twin sisters with their eyes covered in bandages. We are the Guardians. We have been assigned to guard the first intellectual challenge. We are waiting for you. From now on I can't intervene anymore. You have to be careful, he reminded him. Alright, the Jun also felt regret for not having a neck. But whatever, anyway. This is the second challenge that I have to go through. The twin sisters smiled mysteriously and began explaining the rules of the game here. One of the two is an angel. The other is a devil. The angel tells the truth, while the devil only lies. One of us is the gate to heaven where the angels are. Jun had an expression as if he were hearing a ridiculous story. The two sisters were still lecturing about the topic, and the other was the gate to hell, where the evil dwell. Ella, seeing this, whispered, what is up with that face? You look really disappointed. Well, it is just that this is not what I was expecting, no matter which gate you choose. It will still lead you to the second round of the challenge. But if you choose the gate to hell, the zombies will constantly block your way. Sounds interesting. Right, said Nan with a smile. From now on, I will let you ask one question. So make the most of this opportunity. Finding the right path with just one question is a famous riddle. But no matter which gate I choose, I can still move on to the next round. Interesting. I will ask. No need to rush. You still have plenty of time to think. I do not need to think too hard. Who do you want to ask among us about which gate leads to your world? One Nan stands up to introduce it formally. At that moment, Dihan actively thought. The name of the riddle is Angels and Demons. Well, it is quite famous, so there are probably many other names. The solution is also quite common. If you ask where they live, heaven will point the way to heaven, and if you ask the demons, they will also point the way to heaven. Is this the gate you choose? Nan asked. Dehan smiled gently. Confidently. Calmly said, I will go through that gate. Dehan turned to the other side. Can you open it? What the hell is this? Hila did not understand why this guy chose that, and he went through the gate to hell. Helila looked gloomy. Are you crazy? Why would you do that? Why are you going through the gate of the demons? Haven't you ever heard the saying that when you are young, nothing is too difficult? Nonsense. Of course. Who would willingly choose the harder path? But I am different. Successful people have their own way. And those with the script do too. They said the zombies would try to stop me. Before Hila could say anything, the zombies crawled up from the ground in huge numbers. D and Hyan had been waiting for this moment, laughing as he activated the sacrifice skill, angelic wings glowing behind him. Checking the zombies on the battlefield, he turned the sacrifice skill into a defensive skill, activating the active skill of light judgment. The blinding light pierced through the bones, and the zombies vanished in an instant. Jun's level up notification kept popping up continuously. All this experience. This is truly paradise. Look at him enjoying it. Hila's face fell. That wicked human. He must be a demon. The two outside also judged. He had made the stupidest yet smartest decision. They echoed as if he had prophesied it. The gate emitting this terrifying lightning is the end of the hellish path that Jun is on. Soon. He emerged, looking regretful. What a pity. It ended too soon. Such a rare chance to level up. Hilala was at a loss, reminding him to focus. The challenge was not over yet. As soon as both of them stepped out of the gate, it closed immediately. The scene before them was a room, with a sprawling magical array on the floor, a circle of extremely complex magic. So I guess I have to meet the conditions and get out of here to complete the test. That is right, O great enemy in the prophecy. A voice from nowhere answers you. Are you the gatekeeper of the level 2 test? Jun asked loudly in response. Immediately, a ball of light appeared above you. What a name that sounds awful. If it were here, it would have pouted at you. But it is true. This ball of light knows how to face the truth pretty well. Ayla was suspicious. Do you recognize whose voice this is? Why are you here? Ayla was surprised and was about to continue. But the ball of light interrupted. Wait, at least let me introduce myself. I'm the one who created the Nenny system, and the one who arranged your fate. Jun arranged his own fate. So everything from when the system first appeared and the regression, everything was arranged already. Jun was silent. Can you explain in more detail? You seem very angry. Smite. As I mentioned. Long ago, Loki came to me, wanting me to show him how to strengthen the great enemy in the prophecy, and how to escape Odin's watch. The answer was the place system. Ji was silent. You created the place system. So why did not you explain your plan from the very beginning? Because of the pact with the Norse gods. It is already very difficult to approach you. The Norse god system that you have used is not exactly for all the awakened individuals. It is holding everything back. Maya called out anxiously. I have never heard that you were the gatekeeper in the second part of the trial. She also knew that Hila. The situation was not looking good. If the collapse happens sooner than expected, then, if that is true, there is no guarantee that the great enemy will still be alive. I am about to die. And you are talking so casually. Anyway, the reason we intervened here is very simple. The worthy evidence is to test you. Jun grimaced. All this time, you have not bothered to talk to me. And now you want to test me. There are too many eyes and ears out there. So the reason we can talk like this now is because we are inside the ancient ruins. Maya explained. Hyan understood. So the Norse gods can't peek in here at all, which is why they can feel free here. Exactly. You are quite smart, Maya complimented. Hyan heard it but felt no joy. Just more irritated. You grimaced and said you had a question. Maya said. Go ahead. Just do not be too spontaneous. If fate has chosen me as the ultimate enemy, then whether I want it or not does not matter. So why are you asking me how I feel about fate choosing me as the ultimate enemy? And on top of that, it chose the moment when I was at my most desperate. On the brink of life and death. Why is that? In another place, someone was crying loudly. Oh my. What is he doing abroad? I do not know. He did not even bother to reply to the messages. And Kim Do-dung slumped over the table, tearing up for her friend. Ina agreed with her. Huan smiled to comfort his two friends, saying he would come back when the time was right. Is that really how it is? And Hai-hun sat reading but still joined the conversation. Whatever it is. But why is he going abroad? Yu Young was still so distressed that she could not lift the board off the table but still replied. Who knows? He went without saying anything. We need to decide what to do with our group first. I hope we are all in the same group. Ina also completely agrees with Huon's opinion, so she smiles quietly on the side. She thinks about Di Hun's handsome smile. Ina softly replies, Aha. And Hun suddenly feels very pleased with himself. No wonder I keep wondering why Diev keeps rambling about those pills or whatever used for bribery. Because those are the benefits that Jun gets for being the top student in class. Right. Are you sure you want to lie there? Yu is just suspicious. I just want to be with you. Speaking of which, the girl suddenly felt embarrassed and blushed, looking up and sweating as she tried to find a way to recover. Of course. Who else can stand him? And Han thought about it, and the devil Jun immediately agreed. Of course. I just want to go with you because we are friends, Huan explained. But that is not all. We will have more funds and get to use a bigger room. You are not even a student yet. How do you know all this? Yuang looked at Anhyan with curiosity. She proudly wrinkled her nose. I am about to come here to study, so I did some research beforehand. Huan smiled brightly. So what if I fail the entrance exam? But then I just splashed cold water on them. And Han, who was boosting with stiff hairspray, suddenly looked gloomy. Yu seemed very satisfied with this outcome. You are really a mean one. Are not you? I hope he comes back soon. Ignoring those people bickering, Ina only cared about Krat. Kim Do-dung even blushed and agreed with Ina. Meanwhile, Jun was still questioning Maya. So why did you ask for my opinion? Maya stood frozen for 5 seconds, saying, how do I make that little brat stop being so arrogant? Because we do not want to put the fate of the world in the hands of someone who can even rise above their own fate. Right. At that time I just gave you the opportunity. You chose to change your fate. So now you are here. What is the reason to make it so complicated? Jahan smiled a bloodthirsty smile. You grind your teeth so much that you hate your old man, to the point of wanting to deal with him. Quatch. Once and for all. If that is your goal, then we will respect it. A goal is a goal, regardless of whether it is noble or not. I still have a lot of questions, but I guess you can't answer all of them right now. Unfortunately, that is true. I can tell you one thing. If you get through this part, I will give you a hint about the truth. That sounds good. Then please explain the second part of the challenge. Alright, do you see the things around you? There are all kinds of things. You just need to offer one of those things by placing it on the altar. However, remember 2 things. First, do not forget that the main purpose is to gain wisdom. Second, you only have one opportunity. There won't be another chance, so make sure to keep that in mind. June started to think about how they had to see through all of this. Right, I knew you would react like that, Mimi exclaimed. I do not like people reading my mind. You know, sorry about that. I will give you 2 hints related to the challenge. Hint number 1 is that someone already has the wisdom you can gain at this altar. Hint number 2 is that you arrived here 2 days earlier than our plan. And today is Monday, which makes the hint almost pointless. I do not understand anything at all. That is it. Now show me your wisdom. There is one more thing I have not mentioned. If you do not pass this challenge, you will die here. June's face turned dark upon hearing this. Since you can read thoughts, I am thinking for you now. You are really a piece of work. Maya. This person is really loud. It is quite annoying. Hila next to him thought she must be hearing things. Does this guy have a death wish? You have 1 hour. I have given you all the hints. I am allowed to do that, so I will wait for your answer. A timer appeared in the air. June started to sink into his own thoughts. His intellect already grasped the hint from Maya. Wednesday. What does Wednesday have to do with this challenge? Is it really a hint or just a distraction? Calm down and think. Remember how everything started. What will you offer as a sacrifice at the altar? Time kept flowing. Ian opened his eyes and told himself to try more ways. He tapped into his spirit power to connect with everything here, activating his mana detection skill, but could not find anything special at all. This skill failed too. Come on. I can't back now. What kind of retreat is that? Retreat means you are done for. With the intellect I possess, and considering Wednesday, there is only one possibility that my Maya expects from me. John sighed, picked up an object, and a notification window appeared before him. What sacrifice would you like to offer? I will offer myself. There is only one chance. Is that your choice? John laughs confidently as if he has got this bet. You must be really sure. The space around us suddenly shifts. Everything breaks apart, and the magic circle cracks. It is a prophecy. The room transforms into an endless night. That is right. The great enemy in the prophecy. First, wisdom is knowledge about runes. I have collected Odin's lost eye. Or in other words, knowledge about the runes. Next is the 4th day, which holds extremely important hints that once seemed useless, because the origin of the 4th day is the day of Guden. More importantly, Gen is another name for Odin. Odin willingly sacrificed himself to gain knowledge about life and the afterlife. If this relates to the trial, then there is only one suitable sacrifice. Himself. Great. A guy shouldering the weight of fate. But do you know, what does the recent choice mean? That Odin was hung upside down in Jew and wounded, stabbed continuously for 9 days. Jun spins the weapon in his hand to achieve what he desires, willingly risking his life to obtain what he wants. G points the tip at himself, taking off his armor, causing H to panic. Here we go again. At this rate, I will have a heart attack before this is over. Just wait a moment. What are you planning to do? This is what you want to confirm with me. Right. Hein does not hesitate to stab himself, coughing up blood. He still smiles. Is this it? To dedicate oneself as a sacrifice means facing the door of death. And later it will hurt many times more than this. Time is truly precious. It should have ended earlier. Right. Activate the manifestation skill of the magic barrier. Stop. Hila shouted in panic when she saw another spear pierce through Jahan. How can we live like this and seek revenge? I said to stop. And the obedient boy was preparing to stab himself again. Enough already. Just then my Mia appeared. Why did not you come out sooner? Dad, that kid. Who is the hope of everyone? Almost died. The blinding light enveloped Jun, opening my eyes again. I found myself unharmed in the middle of the formation. My Mai has changed so much that you do not even need my advice anymore. It is easy to see. Just gently touch your stomach. Luckily, the wound has disappeared, and the six-pack is still intact. The test ends here. And you have shown me much more than I expected. So it is my turn to keep my promise. Right. I have been waiting for this day for so long. Finally, I have the chance to uncover the truth that the gods are hiding. Come on. Old man. I will give you 3 words. These 3 words will come together to form a sentence and guide you to discover the truth. Why do you keep hinting? Just say it outright quickly. I am doing this to avoid the gaze of the Norse god. Please understand. You are wasting time. You know. Hila. Even you do not know. I do not know either. It must be a clue that has been hidden for a long time. Maya does not speak anymore, letting the lights turn into words, successively being the false punishment, the eye, and the shining throne. Too little data to conclude. What do those words mean? I will give you one last piece of advice. Reconsider the system many times. Surely you will find the truth. Then, hopefully, we will meet again. Hela. I wish you good luck too. After that, Maya disappeared. Well, being a great enemy now requires not just strength but also brains. It is a demanding role. But it seems those 3 words are talking about you. The false punishment is your job. The eye in Odin's lost eye, and my present is brighter than the past. Everything is more vivid than when I knew nothing and lost my life shielding others. But why is it shining? And why should I doubt the system? Hila patted Jun on the shoulder. I will also think about the meaning of what Maya said. Next, Jun encountered a mirror. Great enemy. You have passed all the trials. The final part is waiting for you. Is this large mirror the final challenge? Yep. It confirms where the mirror of O, the first god among the 3 young goddesses, is a creation reflecting the past. You will see your memories. Look and then come back to tell me what answer you got. Once completed, you will pass the trial. Do you have the answer you seek? Whatever answer you give, I have no right to judge. Find your own answer. That is the final challenge. When you are ready, touch the surface of the mirror, and the past will appear before you. June does not need to think much. Just touch it. A light flashes before him. A girl resembling the twin from the first challenge appears. But she has red hair. Finally, you have made it to this place. I have been waiting for you for a long time. A dazzling aura appears behind her. Diane stares in shock and calls my name once again. Oh right. I am. This is a fateful meeting and also an inevitable reunion. I have waited for you a long time, trying to hold on to this shattered past. This is a fragment of the past that an ancient being wishes for you to see. Let me take you through the first fragment. The scene shifts to a castle with massive stones and sky-high heights. G has no idea where he is. Hela. Could you explain? This is Jonhem, the land of giants. But Ju, have you met the Grace yet? I'm not sure. The Grace is right there. The past we need to observe is not in your head, but right before your eyes. You can see it, but you can't change anything. This story ended long ago. It is nothing more than an echo from the past that Jiang Naya, who was once the great Jotun, left for you. Suddenly, he reminded. So you must listen to the story he wants to tell. This old man with 3 eyes and 2 horns with braided beard is Jiang Naya. Smaya. What do you think a good king is like? A strong person. They must be strong enough to protect others. That is right. That is an important factor. But a good king should know how to share and care for others, while also understanding their own shortcomings. I hope you will become a king like that one day. But I am weak and I fear many things. And I am also afraid of those hammer. How can I have any worth to be a king? You do not understand. Smaya. Do not judge your worth so easily. The only one who can decide your worth is you. Jun and Hila exchanged glances upon hearing this. So this is why Smir opened up to you. Hila said thoughtfully, there is trouble. A Rodan ran to report that Tho and the female warriors are invading. Jiang Naya pushed her son back, grabbed her huge weapon, and said, don't worry, Jiang Naya. We'll do everything to protect everyone. Then she said, it is a dark past, but their suffering does not end here. Sparks flew around her. This is the second fragment. The scene shifted again. The ground beneath remained the same, but fire was everywhere. What? Dieku looked at this scene in horror. Everywhere you look, there are corpses and blood filling your eyes. This is the final battle, Ragnarok, just before the covenant was written. And that man is the god of thunder. The guy stood atop a pile of rotten corpses, laughing gleefully. A thunderbolt guy echoes everywhere in the vast heaven, holding a symbolic hammer in hand. Dear Dad, please do not be a jerk, Dun thought silently. He is very strong. Way too strong for me right now. Even if I reach this rank, I still can't confront a monster like him. What do I have to do to become that strong? Overcoming the 5 great challenges will lead you in the right direction, said. Tho is still standing there laughing. I have always hated giants. They have not given up and are trying to fight. All right. I should show respect to such honorable warriors, dear king of the giants. The pitch-black thunder and fierce fire radiating from them make him look more like a demon than a god. If you fight me one-on-one, there will be no more slaughter of your kind. Will you accept? At this point, Jiang Dai already has many wounds on him. Asking back. So will you let others live at the cost of my head? That is right. I swear by my name. The giant weapon in Jiang Nian's hand heavily drops to the ground. All right. Just waiting for this. The laughs joyfully. And thunder strikes down from the sky again. Then see you later. I won't die that easily. Thunder crashes down. Those change of heart and Janjia's sacrifice. The war between Jotunheim and Asuka has ended with Asuka's victory. Now only a piece of the past remains. Calmly narrate for Jun. The scene just now left him speechless. Earlier, Ranja had demonstrated the method to activate the weapon. From behind, kept pleading, Dad, do not. It is a trap. I know, but I have to go. He's crying. Why do you have to do this? You are the only family I have left. Hila stepped into their space, as if in remembrance, saying, this place is Asga, the world where the gods reside. Including Odin, the one you must defeat. Smaya, do you remember what I told you before? It is, I am sure you will do well without me, but one day, the great enemy from the prophecy will come to you. Prophecy. The great enemy. Yep. The greatest enemy will come. So protect my grave, the great monument. Please. And that is why this great monument exists. This is a memorial for the giants who sacrificed themselves, and also a symbol of a hopeful future. The great enemy in the prophecy. June heard and turned to look. I know you are seeing these memories, helped Tasmius. It is said he is preparing for his final moments. Rangi approached though from behind. They turned around excitedly. There you are. It is said for the sake of the son who will be left alone. And hope will finally be born in the future for him. Are we ready to start? Though seems very anxious. I have been wanting to fight you from the beginning. So are you satisfied now? Though replied coldly. The red sphere shooting lightning appeared in the sky and struck right down to the ground. It radiated a darker energy than any demon. I won't be satisfied until I win. That guy is terrible, but he is so handsome. Laughing by destroying you, the lightning struck down, shaking the ground. No matter how much the ground fights, I am the one who suffers. Where does the lightning strike? Ranger retreats there. He used a massive weapon to stop the lightning. And then a bolt struck down from behind, causing Jiang Nia to collapse. He breathed heavily. Why are you doing all this? What do you mean? Why are you slaughtering countless innocent lives just to satisfy your own selfishness? Is that what you mean? Everything is the will of the greatest god among the greats. I do not care about the reason because I have none. All I care about is fighting strong opponents. Let me ask you something. Why did you agree to this fight, even knowing I would not survive? Ranginia smiled. Because I have something to protect. You still have something to protect. Most of your kind has turned to dust. They still exist. One day, Asga will fall. The prophecy of the 3 young sisters. You still believe that? Though frowned. Bored. Enough nonsense already. Though swung his hammer better than spinning his hands. His eyes gleaming. Black lightning streaked with blood danced around him. I will send you back to your kind. Dianian and Hilla stood silently, looking at the dazzling light enveloping the massive figure of Jiang Naya. Great enemy. Can you hear me? If you do what you want, then never forget what I am about to say. The path you must choose has only one thing you need to pay attention to. A steadfast will. Jun clenched his fist. The path I have to choose. Though was ready to deliver the decisive blow and told Smir that he was sorry. A furious thunderbolt struck down. The hammer collided violently with Jiang Naya's enormous weight. In just a few seconds, the weight was shattered by the hammer. The raging thunder struck Jiang Naya, and the entire terrifying scene was witnessed by Smaya. The boy's heart-wrenching call for his father went unanswered. Truly a pathetic ending. Jahan pouted and pulled out a token. Hila looked over in shock. I think I will only feel better when I can take down that though at least once. You feel the same way? Right. The hammer returned to though. He was radiating incredible power. Along with that was the sound of the system. You can use an extremely powerful white token, though swung the hammer to end the game, while Jun swung the token to gently copy this skill for himself. Jiang sacrificed but managed to deny it in time. At this moment, the fragments from his gigantic weapon stirred, making the grimace. His foot stepped on a black stone emitting smoke. Those eyes widened. The black stone suddenly flashed, and incomprehensible characters lit up on its surface. This is the final move that Jiang Nia entrusted. The gritted his teeth. With such dirty tricks, the glowing characters surrounded though, dazzlingly bright before his eyes. The glowing characters continuously flew out from the shattered weapons of Jiang Naya, and rushed towards though. The fragments wrapped tightly around him like a spider's web. A counterattack randomly appeared thanks to your sacrifice as a condition. Awesome. The squinted his eyes, muttering, his hand gripping the cruel hammer tightly. But this still is not enough to destroy me. Dark flames and thunder surged violently, tearing apart the net created by Jiang Naya's whispers before it faded. The white card is trying to replicate this terrifying skill. Warning. The skill level is too high compared to the user's level. The copying skill cannot be fully used until the user's level is higher. Those dark lightning shattered Jiang Naya's weapon fragments into colors. Where he passed, it left behind a battlefield. But Jiang Naya's final move was not just that. Though thought it was over, but it was not. Behind still came a massive fragment. Though quickly turned his hand to smash it with the hammer. The broken stone revealed a tiny light sphere inside. Under those astonished gaze, the light sphere shot straight towards his head, asking for a bit of blood. Even Dian Han would be speechless at this move, though was hit by the light sphere, bending his spine without being able to dodge. When he stood up straight, his forehead was dented and he was still in shock, almost like his soul had left his body. The dent on his forehead made Tho cry out in pain. The guy stumbles as he walks. Is this what you were aiming for all along? Tho holds his bleeding forehead. An item that suppresses my power. I take back what I said about this being fun. Tho laughs twistedly. You are quite interesting. Inside the city gate, Smir stands witness to everything. He cries rivers. We did not know that the great enemy would truly appear. And even if they did, we were not sure what kind of people they would be if my father's sacrifice was in vain. What should I do? Jun stands silently. The card in his hand floats up. Are you going to copy the Thunder God's inherent power onto the white card? Hilo is stunned for a moment, then falls back. How can this be? Can the white card be used on someone in the memory? There is no surprise in On's reply to Hill. If this is an illusion, then that is not the case. But as I said, this is a piece of the past handed down to future generations. It means that Jiang Naya's sacrifice was not in vain. On smiles brightly while watching Jan's back. The white card has turned into a black card that has copied the inherent power of the Thunder God. Information about the inherent skill is being displayed. The Thunder God's power level. Legendary control of thunder and lightning, though, increases the effectiveness and damage of thunder-based skills. A damage increase of 300% for all thunder-based skills. The effectiveness of all thunder-based skills increases by 50%. 3. Can be activated and deactivated. Warning. The skill level is too high for the user level. The skill will not last, and using it will cause permanent damage to the user's body. He'll ask Jan. Are you sure? At your current level, you can't handle that power. I will grow strong enough to use it. Either way, you are going to help me, I guess. She smiled happily. Our time is up. We have to say goodbye again, but I still can't get used to this. Did I forget something? June seemed a bit surprised. Right now, figuring that out is pointless. You need to look ahead. Oh great adversary. Step beyond this shattered past and build a new future. I will pray for you in this shattered past. The glowing sparks swirled up. There was no place for me in your fate. However, she was staring blankly. At this moment the black band over her eyes had vanished, leaving only her beautiful face and gentle smile. I hope your journey is filled with blessings. She shed tears. Poor sister. Only a few pictures got taken before she disappeared again. The dazzling sparks flew by so fast that Dian and Hilla could not even open their eyes. When I woke up, the giant mirror was shattered. You have returned. Smir spoke from behind Jay like a ghost. Jahan now stood on the broken mirror. Coldly replied. Yeah. Hilo is also completely lost. This is your final challenge. Smir announced. I am just probing one thing. Are you ready? June remained silent in contemplation. Smir knelt down. O great rival in the prophecy. Can you leave your current path? Even if it means losing the most precious thing I have. Jun lowered his eyes in thought. The image of Mother Du Dungsung appeared in his mind. Are you firmly saying no? I am sure that falling will be painful and sorrowful. I know Samem can relate because he has been through that too. But I will stand up again and move forward. Smir listened to Ju and smiled. I understand now. You have passed the test. O great rival of the prophecy. You have met the standards to overcome this challenge. At this moment, the system appeared before him. You have passed all challenges. You have leveled up 4 times. You have earned the title of the second challenger. You have received a gift from Jiang Naya. It seems like you got a lot of stuff, Jun exclaimed. So you are leaving now? Right. Jun was putting on the armor he initially wore, replying to Speya. Yep. We are done here anyway. There is one more thing I forgot. What is it? That is what your father wanted me to convey. Now I'm off. Smir watched Jan's back. Smiled lightly. I never hated what you did. Outside, the snow fell heavily. But the false crusaders lined up neatly to ambush whoever could get inside the ruins that no one could enter. Looking at the crowd outside like grasshoppers, Dianhan could not help but curse. Are there really this many names posted here? Oh man. They all seem pretty strong. Getting out will be tough. Hila also peered through the crack in the door inside. Dihan felt like he had to act like a thief, but it is only because of what happened. I understand why the association feels that way. The money the European Union put into this raid is not small. With my skills right now, I can't take on 2 rank guys at once. What do? I will buy some time. You handle the rest. Okay, Hila agreed. When we signal, you distract them. Alright, the plan is set. Jaehan pushed the door while Hilala began to channel her energy. The people who had exposed themselves to the snow to the point of getting sick immediately yelled at him to stop when they saw him step out confidently. Back pushed one aside when he saw someone daring to move in front of him. Move aside. He advanced toward Jan with a menacing glare. Physically, he clearly had the upper hand. Have you finished it? Beak asked coldly. If you have. Then what? Jan casually replied. Immediately, the huge sword was pressed against Dan's neck. Beach coldly pressed him. Glancing back at the door, he no longer felt any magic escaping from there. He really did finish it. But how? While Beach was focused on the large relic, Jan drew attention to the long spear he had. This was not a fake. It was truly An's rank artifact. Genuine goods. Genuine prices. You suddenly came up with a not-so-great idea. This place was meant for me from the start. No matter how many times you try, you will just fail. Are you saying we are weaker than you? The veins on Bak's forehead are popping out. Who knows, you said you can't even step inside. Jihan is not afraid of technology. You pushed that sword away from your neck, disrespecting right in front of me. Because you are not worthy. My blood is boiling in no time. You are just a piece of trash. At first, I wanted to include you in my team. But now I have changed my mind. I won't spare you. I still have a lot to extract from you. Jian silently assessed that this guy is just like the rumors say. You just got a little hype and are already acting all tough. Let us see what you have got. I am not afraid of a fight. Can you handle it? Jian pulled out his weapon, suddenly realizing that thanks to this guy, getting what he wanted would be pretty easy. You think I will just stand by and watch you play games? Bear shouted. But he quickly froze in shock. In front of you is a 3-monk staff. Equally impressive. A piece of equipment called the Dragon Slayer 3-monk. Cephas's favorite weapon. Power effect plus 100. Agility plus 50. Passive skill Dragon Slayers. There is no law saying you can't have 2 or 3 monks. Dihan knocked back for the first time in defeat. Bak was furious, his eyes wide, grinding his teeth. He quickly swung his weapon at Jan, who just scoffed, proving that Bach was panicking and losing control. A surge of electric energy radiated from Jan's feet. Bach kept swinging his blade, but Jan dodged effortlessly. You are slower than I thought. Jan mocked, causing Bach to bite his lip in frustration, his eyes blazing. But he quickly sighed, calmly thinking that even among the rank enforcers, few could dodge his sword technique. What the hell is this guy? The other enforcers watching this scene were stunned. At that moment, a witch flying on a staff appeared. Back, Camilla jumped down. Be careful. This sword not only looks familiar but also has magic similar to your boomerang. Bach listened and glared at Jan. That makes me even more curious about you. I want to destroy you. But your limbs will wait. Do not say that. It gives me psychological aftershocks. What? That is so stupid. I mean, shut your mouth. I read an article saying you just got divorced. Maybe that black cloak girl is the reason. Camilla frowned at that. That is crossing the line. The reason Bear's wife divorced him was because of his terrible and extremely boring personality. Whose side are you on? Anyway. Camilla Bar adjusted the boomerang in her hand. Alright then. We can continue this conversation in the interrogation room. At that moment, Hila had silently used a ground-shifting technique to appear beside Jan. Irony. You should end this, sorry. But just wait. UH is also a bit clueless. Jen is also holding the long item in his hand. Not often getting to fight with a fakest level like this. Activate Super Speed Active Skill. The equipped item named the Extraordinary item is not fully complete. B level amplifies mana for a moment, enhancing magical power. The user will have the Super Speed Active Skill downgraded due to lack of Extraordinary stones. The Super Speed state is unstable due to the incomplete status of the item. The skill power temporarily increases. The long item is infused with a huge amount of mana. Warning. You won't be able to use mana for a while after using this skill. Camilla's expression changed. She sensed Jan's magical power suddenly shift. Back off. Before I could intervene, the guy in front vanishes, charging straight at Jan like crazy. This idiot. That is why your wife left you. Camilla, despite her slightly awkward expression, still helps by activating the magical force field active skill. Jan simply rolled his eyes. The shield Camilla equipped for B shattered into pieces. No way. Meanwhile, Jen is lost in thought. In Jiang Nai's memory, it was absurdly strong and I think the items are the same. There is only one way for me to become stronger in a short time, which is to fight with stronger opponents. Jan swings his technology sword with extreme force against the long item. 2 streams of power, one red and one blue, collide fiercely. The energy released is immense, causing the ice and snow around to explode. Camilla had to struggle to hold her body steady so she would not be blown away. After a moment, a shadow shot out from the thick smoke. BK hurriedly cast a spell to support his hefty body, since she would not be able to do it with her strength. Beach was sent flying by Jan without a doubt. Finally, he crashed to the ground with a thud. How could this happen? Camilla was stunned as she ran over. Bar lay flat on the ground, his mouth spitting blood, making her panic. The leader of the alliance had been defeated to this extent. Camilla bit her lip, thinking she could not let a monster like this exist freely. At that moment, Jen coldly turned his back, preparing to leave. Camilla made a scene. Where do you think you are going? She wielded her staff, conjuring 2 magic circles, one green and one purple, activating the Inferno skill, activating the Pursuit skill. Jaehan turned his head to look. An explosion occurred right after. You won't be able to use mana for a while due to the limitations of the rapid fire active skill, the system coldly warned. Duvan cursed under his breath. 2 ghostly hands reached out. Hila was also tired of this nonsense. That is enough. Camilla looked at the explosion before her, feeling like she could burst from anger. Before her attack could reach him, he had already vanished. Damn it. How could he be so fast? I have to follow his trail. I can't let him escape. At this moment, Beak had regained consciousness and could stand up. The first thing he said was to tell his friend to leave. What do you mean? I said to drop it. Following him is too dangerous. Let us go back to headquarters and talk. Are you sure? You even hate contacting them. So why not? Is he that strong? That is right. Camilla's eyes widened. Back. You are acting really strange today. Did something happen? Does your wife want to come back? Bach felt like he was going to throw up. He sighed. He is deliberately not finishing me off. Seeing Camilla's shocked expression, Bun calmly continued. No need to send someone to find him. All right. I will contact headquarters about him. Thanks. I am going to rest now. Bach silently thought. Even though I do not know who you are, I am sure we will meet again someday. I won't lose to him again. In another place, H in the form of a black cat was watching Jan very cautiously. You really are something. Jahan was sprawled out, smiling brightly. Huh. All right. Let us go home. The next day, at the airport, Jahan was walking and texting that he just landed. Immediately, Ina called. Hello. What is it? Jan. Have you decided which group you are joining yet? The person on the phone replied. At that moment, Jan suddenly remembered. It is probably about time. There is about a month left. The group is one of the main policies of all the trickster academies nationwide. Simply put, it is like a club activity but for tricksters. Usually, 2nd and 3rd year students are the ones who form the groups to invite freshmen. They usually receive requests from public organizations. The academy will charge a processing fee during this process, and students will also have the opportunity to receive money and connections. That is one way to gain teamwork experience before joining the union. It is a good idea, but it only benefits you if you join a union that has influence. Otherwise, it is just a waste of time. Before the regression, I was part of a low-status group and had to work like a slave. Because of the law that allows me to join only one group, I had no choice but to go there. Anyway, I was planning to join their group. But if it is that easy, what is the fun in it? So he decided to tease the friends for fun. I still do not know. I guess I will find a group that suits me. Well, we are discussing joining the same group together. Do you want to join? Ina is talking. But the other four are all listening closely to what Jan is saying. I think I will choose by myself. The five stiff young friends. Not responding. Made Jan wonder if Ina was hurt, and that was a second before disaster. Minhan. Are you planning to join a separate group? Are you going to leave us behind? Yu Young grabbed the phone to yell. Ina's face darkened, obviously not happy with his answer. Jan held the phone away by several meters but still had to cover his ears. I never promised to join a group with everyone. Once a teammate. Always a teammate. If you want to take my first-class privileges, just say it. Who cares? Wait. Hone wants to talk to you. I did not say that. Hone challenged me when the pit suddenly fell into my hands. It is really noisy over there. I do not think I can convince her. Hi there. Joining your group is fine. Really, Jen thinks you are really easy to fool. You should be careful with scams. Though, but Jan, we are friends. Right. If not, then forget it, even if we are friends. We need to keep things professional. I mean, Jan's words made Yu Young and Enhan gasp. I will tell you the conditions later. I have to get through the gate first, so the conversation ends. Hila just woke up after a nice long sleep in Daihan's jacket. He is thinking that if joining the group is about to happen, then that means the event is coming up too. The outdoor camping trip coincides with the group registration. The location is in the quarantined area in Daegu. The Mez Academy is just part of the quarantined zone. There are still many monsters outside the academy. Mez has been organizing outdoor camping events every year to take down as many monsters as possible. After passing through the gate, Jae-han went back to school. Finally home. Jen immediately felt lonely on the sofa. It feels like I have been gone for 100 years. Even though it was just a little while. It is understandable. Though, you have been through a lot, so why do not we take a look at the fruit together? As soon as she finished speaking, Hyla's hair stood on end. What is wrong? Jan. Hila suddenly transformed into a human and smiled at you. Do you still remember how we bought time for you? Dean Han was stunned, realizing she meant Hind had escaped. On the other side of the sky, a red crack suddenly opened a hole, and a pale hand reached out, the arm tightly wrapped in black cords. Then a person crawled out. Him Lee jumped straight down. Damn. A clone dared to challenge me. He looked around at the completely desolate surroundings. Is she trying to help the human escape from me? Him Lee's face was filled with danger. How dare you disturb me? At that moment, a monster with bent legs jumped up, and a shower of dirt and rocks fell from above him. Zia. The monster quickly jumped behind him. The pitch-black creature looked at him with an unreadable expression, then bared its sharp teeth, ready to bite off Himli's head. He frowned. Got it. Him Yu clenched his fist, and the monster was about to attack. I have an idea now. Let us play. I have been looking forward to meeting you, the great enemy in the prophecy. I will verify you myself. Strange. Why did Him go there? Where did he go? The area near Mez Academy is off limits. You seem to know why. Jen was extremely panicked. That is where the MEMS students plan to camp. I think I know what he wants. Hind has the ability to foresee who his enemies are. So he wants to go there to see who that is. Looks like my friends got dragged into this mess. Jan Hilla said worriedly, looking at him. Well, I kind of saw it coming. After saying that, Jan stood up. There might not be any time to rest anymore. I need to prepare as much as I can to face him. Jan opened the system window, hoping Jiang Naya had prepared something good. Opened Jiang Naya's gift. After the message, a jar containing a blood-red solution appeared. You have received the item, Giant's Blood Essence. Jan took the blood jar. The item is called Giant's Blood Essence. Pranks. The blood of a giant contains both intelligence and strength. Strength and intelligence will increase when used. Strength and intelligence will increase by 30. Cannot be used unless the minimum requirements are met. Minimum requirements. Strength and intelligence must both be above 150. This item is the reason I need to reach ranks in the test. If I want to achieve ranks in the test, both stats must be over 150. But the system still showed another message. You have received the passive skill, Jainaya's Raid. Displaying information about the new skill. Jan's eyes lit up as he looked. The passive skill, Jainaya's Raid. Ranks. Will double all damage to Norse gods and Valkyries. Hila approached and asked what he thought. She smiled, looking very pleased. That is why I said you need to quickly finish the second challenge. Jiahan was a bit quiet, then smiled and said, I already knew. I just casually touched Hila's head. It is great that I quickly completed those small goals beforehand. Hela, being patted on the head, jumped back several meters. What are you doing? Looking at the aura around you, Hila transformed back into human form. Don't worry. I know how to help you. The next afternoon, in the forest, lightning struck similar to those. Jan, after forcing this burst, was so fatigued that blood came out of his mouth and nose. He tiredly ran his fingers through his hair. It was not easy at all, of course. Hila, sitting on top of the tree. Called down. The skill you received is of legendary rank. Rank and special rank are nothing compared to it. If you do not level up enough and gain enough power, you will self-destruct your body when using this skill. Jan thought about the legendary skill he received from the ancient relic. He needed to learn how to use it as quickly as possible. On the way back, a notification window showed Jan a way to level up. Special mission. Hunt the crows. Deal with all the crows of Odin attacking you and the Resistance Alliance against the Nordic gods. Goal 1 Pride. Difficulty yes. Mission reward once. Empty card X. Completion reward. Rank up. This is the only way right now. But it is useless because he does not have much time. Permanent body damage. Jage muttered as he thought about the price to pay if he used the newly acquired skill. I can accept such a sacrifice. But that does not solve the root problem. Is there another way? I will think about it. Right at that moment, a car horn blared right next to them. Looks like you have a visitor. Well, let us see if this guest is well-intentioned or not. Not far from the wall, there was a faint illusion. On this side, the car window rolled down, and a woman inside smiled. That is cool. What a coincidence. Minnan runs into each other here like this. Jen recognized this person as the president of the Bun Cateter. I heard you just signed a contract with the Lotus Association. Are they treating you well? You think you know why she is here already? Nice to meet you. But are not you too busy to run into someone like me here by chance? Jun chuckled. So can I take this as fate? Jahan paused and scoffed. Fate. You leaned into the car window, giving her a chilling smile. I hate that word the most. Did you investigate behind my back or something? Hila sensed the tension and quickly ducked into her hood. Looks like this is a personal matter. I will excuse myself. I am going to go play somewhere else. The sky was a reddish hue. A shadow lurking behind the wall gradually took shape. He was the manager of Lotus Parangjay. The Cater president contacted Jan and saw the look in his eyes. Bitterly. I think Jahan already knew I was watching him. It is. So what reason do you have to want to meet me? Jan asked casually, with his legs crossed. Jun jumped straight to the point. I like that. She did not hesitate to say it either. Well, we want to recruit you. I have already had my chance. You know that. Right. I am going to give you the Fang of Nihawk. Jan is shocked. Is the Fang of Nihawk what I am thinking it is? Does she want to give me a priceless S-class item? Meanwhile, in the Shrine of the Pig, the real pig sits next to its spirit beast. Here you are. Do not you think you will regret this? Hilala laughs as if she has no regrets left. Pig. Please lend me your strength. The pig looks at Hilala with interest. You know well. Do not you are just a part of me. There is a difference in holding all my power. Even if I can share my power with you, I might not be able to use it, or I could die immediately upon using it. Right. For an ordinary body to hold the power of the divine means I would have no future, even if I survive after using your power. Hila seems to know her fate in doing this. But she remains determined. I am the guide of the 5 challenges, and the beacon for challengers to move forward. Everything of mine has been prepared for him. And the prophecy has been nearly in effect since the start of this mission. The pig frowns. That is not a reason for her to sacrifice herself. Actually, that is another reason. I am just curious. Hila bursts out laughing. The effort of a human. Even when crushed by despair. How will Jahan continue to try? What will happen next for him, even if you are no longer part of that story? Yep. The stubborn little brat has left the pig speechless. It has gone too far to stop now. Seems like you have made your decision. All right. I will share some of my power with you. The palm of Hio's hand emitted a stream of black smoke. No matter what path you choose, I hope you will always be happy. A got what she wanted. Smiling brightly as if she would not be crawling into a coffin anytime soon. Back in the city, Suze was still actively on her mission. From what I see, it seems like President Bun is trying to convince Jan. But Jan is not easily swayed. Is he? Sung is also anxiously tapping the table. That is probably something that can't be bought with money. Maybe it is not me but the Lady Bahun who sees Jan's potential more. President. Are you going to leave it like that? Manager Park is worried. I may be a bit too limited. But Jan could become the brightest star in history. Should you protect him at all costs? Man. You have changed a lot. Have I ever let anyone take anything from me? The new car was initially laughed at. Now its eyes are sharp as daggers. Of course. Young men should not compete. Over here, Jun is aggressively pursuing Jihan. So how about you, Jan? I think we will work well together. Don't you think so? Meeting for the first time and you are being so bold. Are not you going a bit overboard? Do you know how the deal is going? As long as you are still sitting here. The deal has already started. Jan nodded. Acknowledging this, Jahan continued. All right. Since we both have what we want from this meeting, we might as well get straight to the point. Bring it up here. Dai Hun ordered. The secretary behind nodded. Jia looked over, and very quickly, the box containing Nai's tusks was brought up. This item radiated an immense amount of dark mana. In my previous life, this sword was the second most expensive on the Conquest replica market, second only to the Dragon Slayer sword. I think it is an invaluable item. I do not understand how she has such a priceless treasure that money can buy. It looks expensive. Why are you showing it to me? Dihan tilted her head, pretending to be clueless. I do not like men with too many secrets. Let us be honest with each other. Shall we? All right then. Jan suddenly burst with mana. What do you want? Jahan felt the pressure making him sweat, secretly bewildered that a student could have this much mana. Damn. This is intense. Moreover, if he loses control, he can't lose control. Right. You thought that too, did not you? Janan asked with a darkened face. At this moment, he looked extremely sinister. Daihun did not expect this kid to be such a pain in my side. Looks like the traditional way of convincing you used to do 1T work on someone like me anymore. Jan scoffs. You want me to join the Cateter Club, and you want to give me the Snake artifact from Ni. John pales. Yeah, that is right. You want to get treated like this anywhere else. Jan thinks about it, and it makes sense. Where else can you find a club that offers such crazy conditions to a 17-year-old? But it is strange. From what I know, the Curator Club is actively recruiting skilled fighters. Has the policy changed? Why are they recruiting a young person like me? I am the one who decides what the Cateter Club should do. Let us set that aside. Am I the first person you want to recruit? That is right. Seems like there are many issues behind this. Fine. I admit the advantage of bringing in a student directly from Dong. And considering your value since you performed so well at the academy during the tests, has caught the attention of the National Investigation Bureau. Therefore, to get you, I am willing to pay a worthy price like Ni's Fang here. Ju just blurted it out, making Jan a bit taken aback. Seeing his reaction, Daihun smiled bitterly. It seems like Jan is the type of person who easily changes his mind. Do you think I am like that? If it isn't rank artifact, I think that would definitely change your mind. Besides, all the profits from the club's work using your image would belong to you. We only care about your potential. Jan smiled slyly. Let us see then. If it is a weapon I am going to use, it would not hurt to try touching it once. Right. Do you want to activate the active skill to materialize the magical artifact? The system displayed a notification. Ju did not know he was up to something, so he was very generous. Well, all right. You are valuable enough for me to allow that. Du glanced at the assistant behind her, who bowed respectfully and opened the box. As soon as it opened, dark mana surged up. Jan took it without hesitation. So this is the Fang of Nyax. After taking it, he put it back in the box and smiled. I do not think it fits my fighting style. But thank you for the offer. Goodbye. Jan stood up and walked straight out without looking back, leaving John pale. Is he saying he does not like it? It is just not suitable for my style. She immediately got angry. Who cares about their fighting style when it is an S-rank artifact? Jaihun was furious, his face turning red and his skin wrinkling like it was torn. Do you realize how valuable this opportunity is? You can buy it with money. I have nothing more to say. Can I go now? Jan smiled calmly and turned to leave. Jun is out of it. What? After he had completely left, Jaehyun collapsed on the sofa. The assistant hurried over to ask, are you okay? Like father. Like son. He resembles that witch of a leader of ours. And we will make them regret it. Who will regret it is still uncertain. But right now, Jan is the one benefiting. He is creating an artifact replica of Nai's Fang, activating the active skill for the magical item. You have received Nai's Fang. Jan held the sword in his hand, feeling ecstatic. I did not think I would get it this early. Nihak is the name of the largest and most dangerous dragon in legend. It lives in the Herverjomia lake hidden deep within Un. Rumor has it that it continuously preys on the GE that spreads to the tigers. I can't believe she let me touch the sword. Well, from the beginning, she did not think I could replicate that weapon. Jen happily leaned back on the bed. Everything is so different now. I need to calculate and be more careful. He does not know how strong he is. He might be nearly equal to me. Tian sighed, resting his forehead on his hand, then suddenly shifted to a dark state. Everything is indeed quite interesting. A battle against a god could become chaotic and pretty challenging with the current situation I am in. I am also curious to know how strong I am compared to them. Destiny has shown me through the mirror whether I can change that fate or not. The Mus Academy is holding a meeting. A short-haired girl sneaks in quietly. All the top students at Mus Academy have their own unique charisma. If I did not know better, I would think they are veteran spies. But are the leaders of the big clubs here to recruit just one person? We are taking Min's Han. So give it up, Dong Han. The president of the #1 club at the Guardian Academy has spoken. This time it is our turn. You all took the best one last year. This time I can't let go of a student like Minhan. Isn't there a rule that mages and martial artists can't interfere with each other's affairs? You should give up on Jan, Henny immediately retorted. She is the president of the Sun Club, named after Du Sun. This is the club of mages established by Du Sun. Shut up already, the white-haired guy grimaced. The magic class, haven't you heard the news? He is a battle mage. Why would a mage club recruit him? This guy is gang die up. Who brought this short-haired girl's club here? Garam is in second place. She admires all three of them. That is what I wanted to say. Men is the perfect candidate for our club. Junhan is determined. This is also nonsense. Diup jumped up. Let us play fair and let Minhan choose which club he wants to join. He will suggest the club he likes. Gia suggests. It is not that simple. The problem is you are too dumb. Did you forget why we had to gather here? Dai is loudly mocking. Javes. What? A stupid musclehead dares to say that. So they are discussing it like they are arguing. Almost ready to fight. No one is backing down. All this is to recruit a Minhan student. The club is being noticed by various associations and getting quite a lot of sponsorship. Many associations are paying attention to them and the members of that club to recruit high-achieving students. The associations keep funding the clubs they sponsor. That is why the club president always maintains the balance among them. Although the situation was balanced before, now Minzahan has appeared, therefore. He is also very dangerous in the eyes of all the clubs. He could destroy the balance they have maintained all this time. The short-haired girl wonders. How strong is he that everyone pays attention like this? So what if this happens? What? We will propose to Minzahan. And if he accepts, we will inform everyone else. But the club that took mine in can't take away his friends. And they will also have to give up at least 2 other important events of the academy. The girl with white hair who just spoke is the president of Tam Nen En Chun. Her club is the least known. But she has developed the club on her own. Sounds reasonable. Dai nods, stroking his chin. It is true that the club recruiting him must have some restrictions. I agree. Me too. Haney is okay as well. So let us wrap up today's meeting here. Jun smiles and declares. The short-haired girl exclaims. This beautiful sister is really impressive. She can make all the toughest faces follow her plan. And the short-haired girl has her own great article now. She has taken quite a few photos and gathered quite a lot of gossip. But in another place, Du-ha received a shady offer from Ina. What? You want me to go where with you? Ina sat on the bed, nervously touching her pounding heart. Her face flushed and not calming down. Recalling her recent brave moment. Do you want to go to the National Mock Punishment Festival with me? I thought she was so emotional because she was confessing. Turns out she just invited a guy out like this. Why out of the blue? Jen was also quite surprised by this proposal. I just heard there are a lot of things to see, and that mock punishers should go there, at least once in their lives. Yudong said that. She likes festivals and stuff like that. But I bet she is exaggerating. He said that. But he was already at the stage of choosing clothes. Are the others going? Ina was confused and did not know how to respond since they were all busy. All right. Then let us go together. Jen immediately agreed. I am thinking it is about time for the black market to start popping up. Going there is not a bad idea, considering what happened before we regressed. I might even find a key card to help defeat him Ziwa. When do you want to go? In 2 days on April 25th. See you at 9:00 am at the festival park. Ina blushed and spoke quickly, silently thanking God that this time she did not stutter. Jaehan glanced at the calendar on the wall and said, Sure. I will be free then. Sometimes taking a break is nice. It seems like it will be a lot of fun. Yeah, I think so too. I forgot my stuff at the academy. I have to hang up now. See you later. After saying that, Jaehan headed for the door, while Ina was in an extremely cheerful mood, mumbling to herself, I think it will be a lot of fun. In the evening, Jaehan came back carrying a big bag and a small one. And at that moment, he saw Yudong standing nearby. Greeting her. What are you doing here? This is the floor for guys. Right. Are you planning to turn into a guy? Yudong jumped in surprise, blushing, and mechanically turned around. Hey. I just wanted to ask you something. That is why I came here. You want to ask me? It probably does not have anything to do with school. You know that the festival, the National Mock Trial Festival. There is something interesting to see. In the morning, the sunlight shone brightly over the golden flowers. Ina had arrived at the park early, especially dressed up and made up. Did I come too early? Jahan just arrived, smiling brightly. You really did come early. Afirat looks so handsome. I can't help but blush. I planned to come early to take a look around. Yet you got here even earlier than me. Jahan still marveled. Ina shy. Yeah, let us go inside. Jahan pointed behind him and walked in. Ina was still standing there, holding her flushed face. Very quickly, The two of them blended into the crowd. Hey, look over there. Is not that mine hand? Probably. In real life. You look even better. Isn't that Ina? The handsome guy and pretty girl quickly caught the crowd's attention. They kept praising them. But Ina did not look too good. Feeling all those eyes staring at her made the introvert extremely uncomfortable. At that moment, Jan grabbed her wrist. Let us move a bit faster. Ina was stunned when Jan took the initiative to pull her along. Once they reached a safe place, Jan sighed. How could you invite me to a place like this when you are afraid of crowds? I thought I could get used to it. Ina replied. Jan, feeling sorry for her, decided to change the topic. Let us go grab breakfast. Have you eaten yet? There are a lot of good places around here, including that toast shop you like. Ina's face turned as red as a tomato. She knew exactly which toast shop he was talking about. While Ina was still hesitating, Jan urged her on. She glanced at his empty hand and felt her cheeks flush. The two walked, one in front and one behind. It reminded her of the night they met Yudong, when her friend then Mai mentioned the National Mock Festival. At that moment, Jan suddenly remembered that Ina had said everyone was busy. But Yudong was chatting away. Anyway, he would be lounging at home all week. I think it would be great if you went there to change the atmosphere a bit. Jan fell silent and reached out to pat Yudong's head. Sorry, I have plans. Maybe next time. Yudong's smile immediately faded at that. Jan smiled gently. We can go together next time. So Jan chose the friend who sings well instead of his childhood friend. Gradually, Ina also got used to the lively atmosphere here. From the sky to the food, it was all extremely enjoyable. It started to rain, so Jaehan went to buy an umbrella while Ina waited. The surprising thing is he only bought one umbrella, walking and chatting, and suddenly it started to rain. This is why I do not trust the weather forecast. Aha, Ina replied sluggishly. Jaehan noticed she was looking at something, so he glanced over and immediately understood what this introverted girl wanted. Do you want to take a picture? I am not sure either, but I heard that when we come to places like this, we should take photos. So if you do not want to, we can go somewhere else. Ina grabbed Jan's sleeve, blushing and stammering. I mean let us take a picture together. So the young couple went into the photo shop. The shopkeeper greeted them warmly. Welcome. What a cute couple you are. The photographer was a young guy with red hair. Jan thought the guy looked familiar, but could not remember where from. We would like to take some pictures. Ina was blushing furiously behind Jan. Do they really look like a couple to others? You can choose accessories here, so have fun. Look, Jan. There are even bunny ears. Ina was super excited, but Jan did not think so. Do you really want us to wear those? Ina was even holding a pair of cat ears. Don't you like them? Why are there two of them? So Ina wore the bunny ears, and Jan wore the cat ears, awkwardly posing for the pictures without any style. Excuse me. One of the shots seems to be faulty. The shop owner smiled apologetically. Yep. I have informed the staff to fix the camera, but maybe they forgot. Sorry about that. But you want TB charge for that picture. I can pay for it. Well, think of it this way. A blank space for both of you to put your future in. Ina blushed, thinking, the future. Could Jan be my future? Jaehan sighed, feeling optimistic, but his future was still very hazy. Just then, the shop owner said something cryptic. Only when the customers protect the present can he show a smile that looks extremely trustworthy. Leaving the photo shop, Jaehan was still thinking about what the shop owner said. What was that all about? He is indeed concerning, but I can sense any mana from him. Ina noticed him staring and called out. Jaehan. I lied to you. What? I did not ask anyone else about this trip. I have been selfish because I wanted to spend time alone with you. Jaehan was stunned, falling silent again, thinking about the pig with its sharp teeth. Some lowered his head and then looked up with a bright smile. Well, I am glad you had a great time. Ina opened her mouth wanting to say something but could not get the words out. She had to turn away for a while to catch her breath. I have something I want to say. Just then, a loud explosion echoed in the sky, and both of them looked over in panic as the alarm bells rang out, alerting all tourists participating in the National Conqueror Festival. This is an emergency. A dungeon collapse has occurred. Please evacuate to safety. At the scene of the incident, flames were raging everywhere. People were fleeing in a panic. The conquerors were doing their best to guide the evacuation of the civilians. Jen was suddenly taken aback. This level of mana does not come from the dungeon. More than that, this mana smells horrific. Like blood. But why? At the scene, a guy with red hair is shouting. Everyone probably knows already. But we have to run. It is very dangerous. This way. He is the guy from the photo studio. Laughing maniacally, Ina says to Jan. It looks like something dangerous is happening. We have to get out of here. Right. Jae Dahan insists. All over your body, there is a flickering golden light. This is the effect of the mana detection skill. If we go that way, we are going to die. Because of that damn bastard. Jahan has a serious look. As long as we are here, there is a chance we will run into danger. It is no one else. It is his game. The guy from the photo studio is laughing maniacally. How interesting. He is wide-eyed. You figured it out sooner than I thought. Is it because you are the arch nemesis of the gods? Jahan is taken aback. Then quickly tells Ina to run. Ina wants to ask more. But Jahan screams, "Hurry. Run." But just as he finishes speaking, the guy from the photo studio rushes in front of Ya, swinging his hand to hit her in the face. But Jan stops him right before Ya. At that moment, a building in the distance explodes with a bang for added drama. Back to the main characters. The guy from the photo studio is watching his captured hand. Jahan, with a steely demeanor, asks, "Who are you?" "The enemy of the Norse gods. Your appearance does not look like someone who should bear such heavy responsibility. I am asking you one last time. Who are you?" And Feng like to unleash powerful energy. Throwing the shop owner's name into the fray, he gently replied. Introducing himself, "I am one of Odin's 5 crows, the ruler of Northern Europe. Though I have not been named yet. Just bring you to the king, and he will name me." Han's face darkened, thinking of the one who had taken over his father's body, making him even angrier. "You cursed creature is just like that bastard." Jan was extremely furious. Witnessing Krat's outburst for the first time, wondered if the person standing before her was really Jan. Hearing her call, he calmed down and said, "Right now, it is probably hard to escape. You should stand behind me." "Okay." Ina reluctantly agreed. Grimacing, "She must be very important to you." "Ah," the crow asked. "So what? I will make you despair. I will tear her apart into 100 pieces, as if tearing dried beef or something, saying it so easily. Come on. If you are capable, then try it." Jahan is not the type to just let him do as he pleases. Activating his crafting skill, Jahan gave him a moment of silence. "No matter what you do, the one getting torn apart will still be you." He had summoned the new Munger blade copied from Biatch right here. Successfully crafted the long swords. Both sides jumped up. Looking at Jan's big sword, the shop owner had a disgusting smile. But it was not enough yet. After saying that, he clashed with the sword using his bare hands. The strong impact created a cloud of dust. Standing behind, took the brunt of it and did not even know what was happening. She anxiously wondered who this person was and why he was doing this. Moreover, she could not hear everything the shop owner said, so she had no idea about Jahan's issue and the Norse gods, only knowing he called out a very strange name. Ina quickly set aside her doubts and started thinking about how to help Jan. Over here, Jan was still coldly swinging his blade, while the shop owner pulled out some blood-red chains from his person. "What do you have to do with Hung Jin?" Jan demanded, his face darkening. "In this moment of life and death, you are still curious about that. Let me tell you." The shop owner transformed into his true form before continuing. "He is one of Odin's most famous black crows, just like mine. He also possesses the divine power of the Norse gods." "How pitiful. I understand now. And you, a powerful being like you, are being used as a pawn to control me. Why would you do that?" The nameless fruit was completely unfazed by such taunts. "It is because the ancient prophecy was like that. It was the highest prophecy of the gods. And nothing could change it." "Nonsense. Everything is just because of a baseless prophecy. Is that why you actively sought me out?" Jahan was extremely furious, driving his spear down, pushing the sharp ice spikes up, activating the ice domain skill. The nameless fruit dodged the sharp ice rather carelessly. In that moment, Jahan lunged at him with a strike but was met with a standstill. The prophecy of the Norse gods had never been wrong. The nameless curse throws the chains, hitting Jahan with a crash. He uses the spear to shield his body. Ina quietly assesses that this guy is very strong. "I am not sure he is an easy opponent. With my current abilities, I can help Jan. But I still have an ace up my sleeve." Ina pulls out a gem from somewhere. Jan takes it. She does not hesitate to throw it to him. "What is it?" Inhian catches the gem and immediately recognizes what it is. This is a mana transfer stone, an item that allows the user to transfer their mana to the holder of the stone. While Jan is still confused, Ina casts a spell to push the mana over. In Ina's mind, she is thinking about the moments they stood side by side. Jan freezes for 5 seconds, then smiles gently, holding the stone tightly. "Thank you. You remind yourself not to be flustered. That is exactly what this crow wants." As usual, stay calm to find the best countermeasures. What is his weakness? How can I overcome this dangerous situation? I need to make a decision quickly. The nameless curse launches the sharp chains, preparing to pierce through Dan. He also pulled out the chain to poke at his chain. Kulo Vepu Dan then swung his hand to launch a dagger to clear the way for Xixes to slip through Kwang Sich's net and attack Jan. Jan quietly assessed him as an opponent capable of using both a dagger and chains. Despite the differences in mana between him and Jan, he could keep his distance. Being reckless would lead to big trouble, making it hard to counterattack and gain the upper hand. The goat jumped onto one end of the chain, using it as a flying disc to move quickly. Getting close to Kuo Dan, he jumped and slashed. Just then, Kuo Dan's weapon grazed his arm, activating the active skill of sacrifice. While healing, Jae-han could not help but admire how fast this guy was. Even with the light armor activated, it was still hard to catch up to him. I heard you are hard to deal with, but it seems I underestimated you. Lord Himwee was right. You could become a being that challenges the gods. Thanks for the compliment. Your calm demeanor surprises me. Are you implying that you are going to deal with me here? Jan was encouraging himself to muster up courage. Right now, the Norse gods can't defeat me. Currently, the power of the prophecy is protecting me, so defeating him with this weapon is not impossible. Countless strange characters surged into Jan's body. He coldly raised his dagger and charged, while Kuo Dan scoffed. Do you think I will fall for that attack? He thought that sword would make Han strike slowly as if cursed. Sure enough, he took too long to gain momentum with Pyro, and as a result, when he got close, his opponent struck first to gain the upper hand. He had to tense up and twist to counter. However, he remained very proud, saying, sorry, but it seems you are not so great either. At this moment, Kuo Dan gasped and stepped back, breathing heavily, feeling like he was in trouble, and the glasses on his mask had been shattered. How dare someone like you do that? Kuo Dan exclaimed angrily, gripping the chain and knife and charging forward to attack. Jae-han's large knife easily blocked his small dagger, and then it turned gray and gradually disappeared. It seems your information about me is a bit lacking, Jan said as he kicked off and ran away. Activate the active skill of manifestation magic. Successfully activated the active skill of manifestation magic, creating Nice's Fang artifact. I do not want to start with such a powerful weapon. Han quickly twisted and thrust Nice Fang downward. Kuo Dan was still in shock. What? I have never heard him have that kind of aura. That strong presence. Dan could see that Kuo Dan was seemingly scared. He did not expect to face an unforeseen situation like this. Then, taking advantage of his brother's unstable mental state, let us just tie up one of his arms with Kwang Sich. Taking this opportunity, Jahan rushed in to slash several times. Kuo Dan screamed in despair. The effect of Niexchi's Fang artifact had activated, dealing poison damage to the enemy. Stacking effects. The notifications made Jan visibly happy. This weapon is even better than he imagined. Truly a top-tier artifact. Meanwhile, Kuo Dan has broken free from Kwang Sich's restraints. How dare you use the power of that jerk I despise the most with that S-rank weapon? Right now, he is extremely furious, and both sides are exchanging attacks fiercely. After a continuous bout, Kuo Dan suddenly froze. Looks like the poison is making it hard for you to move. I have turned the tables. Have not? Jahan is feeling quite pleased. Damn it. If it has come to this, for Northern Europe, I will accept doing this. You can destroy me now. Can you? When did I say I wanted to destroy you? Kuo Dan uses the last of his strength to glide past Jan. This guy who is not a man is targeting her. She quickly creates a shield to protect herself. Unfortunately, that shield is nothing against Kuo Dan. He bulldozes through, and it shatters into fine pieces. Ina rushes up, frozen in place. Watching Kuo Dan transform like red fire charging straight at her, Ina grits his teeth, crouches down quickly, yells out, and simultaneously throws Nice Fang away. While the dagger comes rushing toward her, Ina is scared out of her wits. At this moment, she is sitting firmly on the ground, blaming herself for not being able to help Jae-han, and wondering how that little weight could threaten her life. Looking again at the boy slumped asleep on her shoulder, she breathes a sigh of relief because at least this time he is not seriously injured. But who the hell is he? Why did this happen? Jae-han seems to know who he is. Besides, the magic he used is just like that time. Could it be that this time and that time are related? Ina was lost in thought, heart-aching as she reached to stroke Jae-han's hair, but he responded with clenched teeth, waking up and making the girl blush like a tomato because of the shock. Being looked at directly by Jae-han at such close range startled Ina so much that she forgot to control her expression. You have been with me this whole time. Thanks a lot. Of course. I had to do that. After a few exchanges, the two young friends fell into a stiff silence. After a while, Jae-han finally spoke up. Actually, I knew what you wanted to say that time. Ina was stunned, and Jae-han felt extremely guilty. He patted her shoulder. What I am about to say might make you uncomfortable, so please try not to overthink it. But you need to listen to me. I have a responsibility I need to fulfill. You understand. That is the reason I wanted to talk. Everyone has their own secrets. Ina put her hand to Jae-han's mouth to stop him. Can we not talk about this? The little girl lowered her head, looking quite unhappy. I am not ready to hear it yet. No matter what your answer is, do not say it now. I will wait for you to finish what you need to do, so let your tears fall now. And later can you tell me your answer? Tears streamed down. But Inna still tried to smile. Jahan sadly wiped her tears away. The two of them just sat like that for a long time. Jahan thought back to what had just happened, asking himself why he interrupted her. Why he could not give her an answer. He knew very well that Inna liked him. But why did he behave that way? Clearly, leaving things half said would only hurt her. Dianhan landed on the gym floor. At that moment, a goblin was approaching. Jahan jumped and kicked it right in the head, then swung down to attack the approaching goblins, accelerating the mission. You have leveled up. Jahan rolled his arm and threw a powerful punch, creating a whirlwind. Now you can feel the shield around you increasing your defense. I can feel the shield surrounding my body. But I do not understand how it works. Jan exclaimed. Just then, Hila suddenly appeared and said, Right. Of course you can't know everything yet. But soon, you will understand everything. If anyone can do this, it has to be you. Hila walked closer to Jan, smiling. Why are you suddenly saying such nonsense? It sounds like you are about to leave. Vague words like that won't work on me. Hila sighed. Oh really? She did not say anything more. But inside she hoped, really hoped, that in the future, her existence would not matter to Jahan anymore. Only then would he truly awaken his power. This morning, Jan was leisurely heading to school when he bumped into a guy. I am Jonghan, a third-year student. I am the president of the Guardian Guild. Jan suddenly remembered hearing about this guild. The Guardian Guild is the strongest warrior guild in the academy. Just being a member already shows considerable strength, but compared to the North, it is just a mosquito bite. I am here to invite you to join the Guardians. Stop right there. A blonde girl rushed over to intervene. Who invited you to greet the members here? Men will join the Xung Association. Okay, you guys better not mess around. The silver-haired older brother is here too. He is going to join our Garam group. Those three have gathered a crowd staring at us, which is annoying. Seniors, please hold back a bit. Everyone's watching over there. Also, can you spare a little time for me? The white-haired sister pushed through the crowd and rushed over. I am from the Tamnan Association. Jan was quite surprised, because he seemed to remember hearing about this group when he was a phantom in his previous life. I am not here to recruit you. I just wanted to say hello. John said straightforwardly. You should meet me when it is less crowded. Otherwise, saying it now could be dangerous. John smiled a dangerous smile. At this moment, the white-haired young man shouted. Never mind. Let us just say it again. Men will join Garam. Sorry. Senior. He jumped in to interrupt him. I need to clarify this. I have no intention of joining any association. The three guilds were competing and sprayed their glue simultaneously. Donghan asked. So what do you plan to do? I know you are Du Sung an S student. A phantom who does not join any guild will have to start with low-level missions. I did not say I would continue my phantom career without joining any guild. Immediately, the silver-haired brother grabbed him by the collar. What do you mean by that? Say it clearly then. You would better let go of me. Jen coldly warns for his own safety. Jahan's attitude makes him tremble with white hair. You brush off and say, I will start my own group. Everyone is stunned. John seems very pleased. The three team leaders have a private meeting. And the white-haired guy is already shouting. No matter how you think about it, Ut's words seem utterly meaningless. Is he crazy? Why would a first-year student want to start their own club? He quietly uses the blonde girl to annoy this guy even more. I do not get it either. Donghan also does not understand. A new student wants to start their own club. The academy does not have a rule against that. But it is almost impossible for a first-year student. This requires special knowledge and handling many other tasks. And most importantly, that person would have to accomplish everything without help from seniors or professors. True. But the biggest issue for us right now is what he said. Maybe he really will start his own club. What do you mean? You just said it was impossible. What is most important for starting a club? First is the influence on the factions within the academy. Kids from wealthy and powerful families in the academy will be hard to reach. Not to mention those with special abilities in the academy. It is even harder to get to know them. That might not be true for him. Remember Minhan's friends. They are all prominent and well-known people, skilled in brewing potions, powerful warriors, and top-notch supporters in the team. That is why he has never needed us from the beginning. Damn it. It is going to be a hassle soon. Minhan. We need to change how we view him. With his teammates at this academy, he could change the balance with the other clubs. The other clubs need to find ways to survive and grow. If necessary, the Guardians will support everyone. Are the clubs really worried about a new student to this extent? Kangdu? You could beat Minzine if it was 1 against 10. Do Hyup can answer this question? Donghyun just goes straight ahead. Our club always keeps its doors open. We will wait for your decision. After class. The team leaders were not very happy. Dong-hun recalled when Jan threatened Du Hyup, and could not help but feel like real monsters had appeared at this academy. He is the second monster right after Qian that I need to watch out for. While other clubs are rearranging their territories. Jan has already discussed the idea of forming a new club with his friends. Yu-dong reacted as if she just heard something shocking. Looking suspiciously at her friend. Yeah. I think we do not need to join other clubs. Wait. Even so. Are not we still first-year students? If the other clubs feel threatened, we are going to be in big trouble. Huan is worried. Dean Seng is restless. That is right. I am also afraid of having to fight with the other clubs in the academy. Soan seems a bit dissatisfied. I thought you called me for some issue. But it turns out it is for this. So what about the reward? Jan is changing the subject. We just need to become strong enough to stand against other unions. Soun is really mad about being ignored. Jan continued. This is happening naturally. Jen always thought that instead of joining a union, this way would be better. I have no opinion. Ina was the first to agree. If you think that way, I have no opinion either. Didi Sang agreed as well. Soan asked again. So what is the deal? How will you compensate everyone? No bonus points or union rewards. Are you all going to starve? Jan smiled and sighed. The bonus points are awarded to the top students and the items I get from the union, as well as the tasks I participate in. Adding in other sources before. I have at least a few million points, so everyone can relax about the bonuses. Crazy. So many points? It is insane. You are that rich. Yu-dong did not expect my friend to be the real Ricky, but you never buy us food. So today, we are throwing a party. Why are you here? Sihan just woke up. Don't you see? I just want to join the union. It is, right. Plus, I will be enrolling at MUS next year, with your skills. I can't do anything freely. A Siohen just complained. And Jaehan immediately used his manipulation skill on him. Siohen shouted. This place will be fun because it is full of idiots. By the time she turned pale and covered her mouth, it was too late. The others condemned him harshly, leaving Sihan in tears. Meanwhile, the mastermind Jaehan was laughing at others' pain, who said being quick-witted is better than thinking. Calling your senior an idiot is not nice. Anyway, our situation is not that bad. Everyone, including our senior, has special talents. Jen appeared behind Hoon, smiling ominously. If we can develop this club, we will surpass the limits we are facing. Hoon turned to look at him with sparkling eyes. I will pledge my loyalty to the club. Ina frowned. This time, I will personally protect Jan. I am sure that is what C meant. I will do my best to contribute to the club. Something's not right. Is it? Du-dong could not believe what was happening in front of her. She whispered to So-yun. Whenever Jaehan smiles like that, I always feel like something bad is about to happen. What are you two talking about? Seeing you look over. The two girls paled and shook their heads. Of course. Getting stronger will require hard work. But since that is already clear, everyone does not need to worry too much. I will help everyone during practice and real battles. Everyone will join my club. Right. Is there any other way? Fitness room for students must. The gym of the academy has a lot of training equipment and valuable artifacts. However, only the top students and their relatives can enter. At least the president of the school club with the highest rank can access this place. Yu-dong is lying flat on the ground, dizzy and cursing, wanting to party and relax too much. Sian shares the same fate. Now completely out of it, Dean Sang immediately brings hot items over. Recovery medicine for both of them. I feel like my muscles are being torn apart. We are finishing early today. In fact, muscles need to be torn apart to grow. Diang Han coldly interrupts. Then takes the medicine Dr. Sang brought over. Grinning darkly. Don't waste a drop. Drink it all. So-yun jumps up from the ground and points at DB Sang, calling him a traitor. D Sang hides behind Di Han, crying. But I do not like fighting. Why are you blaming Sang? Come on. Just 2 more practice rounds. Although it looks like a regular gym, this place is very special. It can increase gravity to train strength and endurance, as well as enhance the student's physical condition. To do that, the equipment here has been adjusted to have gravity several times greater than outside. Inan is also exercising while panting. Watching her, Jaehan thinks again that something like last time could happen at any moment. And there is only one way to prevent it. That is for his friends to quickly become stronger, so they do not become a burden in emergencies, and can escape the battlefield safely. That is the crucial thing they have to do right now. The guild is punishing the fake Dong. Sung-un and Jaehan sat looking at each other with smiles. So you want to switch to another guild? Sung-un suddenly opened his mouth, leaving Jan confused. What do you mean? I know Kor's people approached you and even offered to use Nighthawk's Fang as a reward. It is out in the open. If I want to switch to another guild, would you let me go? Of course not. Especially not to the Curator Guild. Then why are you asking if Ung Yun is not speaking, and just stood up closer to you? I called you here to declare that I will never let anyone take you away from me. I am not the fool who would hand my beloved student over to an enemy. Sung Yun lifted Jan's chin with his hand, leaning in close to say. And you have no reason to give up your current position, even if the offer is one of the rarest artifacts in the world.
Yep.
Even then, instead, if you make a reasonable request, I will do my best to fulfill it. Not a bad deal. Right.
Yeah.
That is right. I really do not intend to leave. If Azuma is here, then why would I go somewhere else? That sweet lie almost made me believe it. What a pity. Jan smiled with his eyes, thinking of him do. He would target him throughout the practical training. He needed to prepare for every situation. At the start, Jan led the group onto the bus. Everyone, do your best. Okay. This event marks the beginning of our gathering. Of course. Hoon replied enthusiastically. Doong was trembling and crying, getting a reminder hit from So Yun. Stop shaking. But it was a bit scary. From now on, everything would be real. It feels like you are right. From now on, we will have to fight real battles with monsters. Just because there are other fake conquests to take down a few monsters, there does not mean this training will be safe. Yu was shaking and getting involved in this talk. The more he thought, the harder it felt. Just relax a bit, because we have to stay alert throughout the training.
Yeah.
I will try. Hey Jan. I have something I want to ask. Why did you name the group 9? Right. I was wondering the same thing. 9 is a number. Is not?
Yeah.
That is right. Is there a special reason you chose this number? I think it is more accurate to say I do not like this number. In Norse mythology, the number 9 is symbolic. For example, Tho was poisoned by JC Mun's venom and died after just 9 steps. That is one of the reasons. The number 9 appears continuously, indicating important connections. Jan smiled calmly. So I do not like it. And that is why I chose it. Inan and Dudung exchanged glances. This guy is out of it. Jan looked over at Ina and quickly turned away to continue speaking. There are things I can't forget. Like when I am with you all. It makes it hard for me to remember my main purpose in this fight. We are here. This is the entrance to Daegu, a closed-off city where the training will take place. All right, from now on, it won't be peaceful. Jane reminds everyone before getting off the bus. Everyone remember to stay alert in this place. No one can survive stepping out without being careful. Deep inside Daegu, Hind is enjoying the view from the rooftop. Jen's father is coming. Another raven has disappeared. Hind laughs. Truly an interesting opponent. The host SJ speaks up. Pleased to greet the viewers of the show discussing issues surrounding the global simulation attack. She raises her hand, signaling everyone to direct their attention. Today's episode will feature 2 guests to discuss the incident that occurred at the major site in Iceland. The first guest appears with a cold demeanor. Please welcome this level simulation attacker and representative of the European Union. Lech. Then she points to the other person. The first level sorceress in the world, who is also from the European Union. Camila. Sai beams at the 2 figures, a friendly smile never leaving her face. Very happy to meet both of them. Camila responds with a bright smile, a friendly attitude. I feel honored as well. Saying that, she leans in and nudges Balch lightly with her elbow. She leans in close, whispering, act appropriately. We are here as representatives of the European Union. He exhales dismissively, then slightly tilts his chin towards the group of people watching them intently. Take a look into those people's eyes. She clenched her jaw, her neck veins bulging with anger. Do they look like they respect us? They do not at all. If not, then Camila squinted sideways and quickly guessed the intention of the clumsy Jiang. What excuses? Get it? Then gently advised. But he also understood that being so irritable was not appropriate. Hearing that, Beach clicked his tongue. His gaze hardened. He cast a glance towards his J, a heavy sense of suspicion creeping into his mind. They are thinking that the U is truly behind this vandalism. He could not deny that. And it was understandable. No matter how much further analysis we did. Since we were the ones who owned that site when the incident occurred, the shadow of the one behind it all flashed before him. However, thinking about this, he clenched his jaw in anger, silently cursing fate. Sis smiled professionally and said, Today we will talk about the recent robbery at the Icelandic site. But right after that, her expression gradually shifted to a mocking arrogance. When news of this incident spread, it caused quite a stir. That half-challenging, half-mocking style made him almost want to jump up and retort immediately. But Camilla was a step ahead, quietly lifting her foot to lightly touch his pant leg as a reminder. Butch glanced over and caught her calm gaze. He exhaled, trying to hold back the rising anger to continue listening to why the two-level attackers could not protect that area. Why is D holding that paper and boldly asking why the European Union can't resolve this issue when they are considered the strongest in the world? She turned her head to check the information while asking, these are the two main viewpoints that people have discussed the most. Could you both share your thoughts on this issue? Kamala bowed her head, her voice low and sincere. Excuse me, but we just do not have enough power. That is all we can say.
Well,
you smiled awkwardly and reiterated that quite a few people criticized the European Union's failure this time. Even the United States and Japan felt the same. You all were very confident that you would succeed in the raid after gaining ownership of the site. She quietly gauged their reactions, continuing to probe, so what went wrong? Batch let out a long sigh, his face clearly showing frustration. Suddenly, he broke the silence with a statement that caught Cell's attention. She surely had heard about that intruder. She nodded, recalling that figure briefly. Of course. It was the person who supposedly passed the competency test that the European Union could not complete. And that person raided the site before disappearing. Right, according to reports. He is called the Black Cloak. The European Union claimed that a person in a black cloak suddenly appeared and raided that site. Sai sighed in frustration. However, everyone wanted to know the truth. Hearing this, Batch responded with words full of indignation. What she means is that the outburst of anger made the atmosphere suffocating. How can you not be startled? Am I? Camilla hurriedly called his name in a panic. She dodged, but he had lost all patience, turning sharply towards the cameraman with a glare as sharp as a knife. Then he marched forward, each heavy step resonating. The tension was rising. Batch gritted his teeth, making it clear. That guy in the black robe is very strong. Then he reached out to grab the camera in front, pulling the equipment closer. He nearly pressed his face against the lens. He was so strong that none of us could defeat him. Even when both Kamala and I tried to attack him at the same time. Back spat out each word with venom. Humiliated. Right. How could that be? Japan or America? I do not care. Kamala beside me could only put her hand on her forehead and sigh helplessly while he vented his anger. You all need to do something about him before we once again face the consequences of our failure. Backhand pointed directly at the screen, affirming that I knew very well he would show up again. At this moment, a group of people was gathering amidst the ruins of a devastated city, attentively listening to instructions. This event will affect your future lives in the news. There. Miki announced loudly that this field trip would last a week. He surveyed the entire group of students, reminding them to cooperate with their team members. Then handed supplies to Anhoyan while giving additional instructions that we would only provide the survival kits being distributed to each team. The images of the monsters that once spread terror suddenly flooded Minky's mind. The survival of the group completely depends on the knowledge they learned at the academy to defeat the monsters. He made it clear that they are not allowed to leave a 50 kilometers radius of this area. If they fail to comply, it will be considered a failure. Minky continued to clearly communicate every word. This week, they have 2 tasks to complete, emphasizing the importance of the first one. To survive, he looked at the young faces before him, advising them that this is a relatively safe area, but still poses dangers since they are still students. Next, Miki pointed out the advantage. If they can survive here, it proves they have enough potential to become good hunters. After a moment of silence, he continues. The second mission is that everyone must fight with all their might to hunt as many monsters as possible within the allowed time. Not only that, but you must keep the rewards obtained from defeating the monsters and bring their tokens back. He lists the rankings of creatures by level from the weakest to the dragon with a simple rule. Of course, the higher the monster's level, the more points you will receive. However, you still need to be careful and not get hurt during the mission. One person in the group raised their hand and asked, "What if we encounter an emergency?" He nodded and quickly replied, "No need to worry." Then he directed his gaze to the 2 figures standing above and explained, "There will always be a supervisor in the nearby area." Minnie placed her hands on her hips, instructing carefully. If you find yourselves in danger, do not hide. Instead, run to the supervisor's position. The group listened attentively to every serious reminder. I will say it again. Your safety is our top priority. After a moment of no one responding, he confirmed once more. If there are no more questions, I will stop here. Min clearly said goodbye to everyone, wishing them good luck. When the crowd began to disperse, Jun's group quickly gathered together, saying, Hoon and Sozin carefully observed each item in their hands. Yu Dung and Ina also had similar items. Jun smiled excitedly, his eyes sparkling as he admired it. The ring on their hand is a symbol of teamwork. He clenches his fist, telling himself that he is really lucky to receive something like this. This will be the key point for this event. Shaking off his thoughts, he turns to his friends and mumbles, "Then let us go." Sang smiles, excitement clearly showing on his face. Ready to act on the plan. Gentle rays of sunlight shine down on his face, bringing the warmth of the morning. While the group chats animatedly, a figure quietly watches from afar. Hoojin stands still in the void, his eyes contemplative as he mutters to himself, "It is starting. Daegu City." There is no longer a single building left intact. Jun's main circle has targeted an incomplete skyscraper. The group spreads out cautiously to inspect the area. He puts on a serious face and assesses objectively. "At least we have found a good base. So that is all right." As soon as he finishes speaking, Dee Sang immediately perks up at the mention. "Yeah. Here we can even avoid high-level flying monsters. Not a bad start." In contrast to them, Sozin is not feeling cheerful at all, but senses that bugs will likely show up here. This atmosphere is really uncomfortable. Hearing that, he stutters a warning. Do not hate bugs too much. You will just get a full-on scolding from her." "Shut up. Bugs are a crime." The more he talks, the angrier Sozin gets, raising his voice. "Do you want me to make you repeat that?" Finally, as the team leader, has to speak up to stop it. That is enough joking around. From now on, stay alert. Yu Dung, who has been quiet, offers his comment. "Even if we have a roof over us, this is still a city under lockdown." Her words made him ponder deeply. The city under lockdown is where human helplessness originates. That is what we call cities that could not withstand the monster's assault. Areas like Daegu and Jun to the north are standing, and most of the southern islands are under lockdown. Thinking about the specific reason for this journey is for the trainees to truly learn survival like real warriors. The academy brought them here. And then Ina confirmed in a steady voice, "Jun is right. From now on, we have no choice but to face reality." Meanwhile, Yu Dung only focused on one thing. "I hope this time I can collect a lot of points. Then I can buy plenty of ice cream and visit all the restaurants I have not been to." After that, she seemed shy as she gave a flirty glance. "Speaking of which, I heard the southern area of the academy has a lot of new restaurants." After the outdoor run ends, I still see Jun lost in thought, making our Dung sigh loudly in frustration. At that moment, he muttered about the new research area. Points. His gaze contemplated the next issue with the others. This seems like a regular event. Jae Hun thought of the figure of Team Park Hun. "Clearly, we belong to the elite ranks of the new recruits. And even compared to the established circles, we are not falling behind." The seriousness was evident in his eyes. However, tight. Remember that name with the power of that monster. The most dangerous enemy in this event is Hindu. With those strange words he once uttered, "Do not forget this. He will find a way to approach us." Ina noticed Jun's dazed expression, unable to hold back her concern, and asked, "Jahan, are you okay? This time, are you finally back to your senses?" "Yeah. It is nothing." Hoyeon observed both of them for a while, and then blurted out a series of questions. "What is going on? Why are you both acting so weird? Is something wrong?" This is so disjointed that Jun could not quite grasp what was happening. "Is everything okay then?" And then with just one sentence, he pointed out the situation at hand. "It is just that seeing you two acting so awkwardly is like watching two people argue." "Let me add another question. Is something happening this weekend?" Ina did not show much expression. "What are you talking about?" In fact, she was recalling the name of that nameless crow. His presence was full of pressure, suffocating everything around. The chains wanted to bind both her body and spirit. Back to the present, Ina remained silent, not answering Hoon. Suddenly, Sozin announced in a serious tone, "Wait! Someone is approaching." With just one sentence, he drew everyone's attention away from their weekend chat. Jun somehow had a solid guess. The intruders, those who hate us, must be related to Senior Sozin. Right. She also confirmed again. Right. More importantly, though Sozin seems indifferent, the next words hit like a bomb. "You said it. You will take responsibility for me. You better be ready to follow through." Those words stunned the other two girls in the team, enough to make fearless warriors pale at the thought of taking responsibility. What is she talking about? They turned their gaze towards the source of all this. Without a hint of concern, ordered in a low voice, "Get ready to fight." Just as the words ended, those people officially stepped onto the stage. It was none other than the Circle of Xit. A confident smirk was fixed on his face. "I knew they would come." Memories flooded back when Kwan Sozin was a member of the Circle of Xit. "So you mean," she raised her eyebrow to confirm, "I should leave the Circle of Xit and join a new recruits circle called 9. Jun nodded right away. Exactly. She understood it quickly. Accordingly, she declined in the most graceful way. "Hey. But you are still a newbie." "Whatever works. I admit you are different. But you have to consider my position too. Then came a very practical response from Sozin. Maybe you do not. But I am quite satisfied with she. There are many people here. And compared to a new circle, I can earn more points. Of course. Jun came well prepared. Senior. You are only seeing part of the picture. Which makes you resentful. Again. Are you trying to teach the senior a lesson? Don't you want to get to the main topic? Do you really think the members of SIT are your teammates? I did not expect her to be so insecure when mentioning it. Well, I guess they are more like business partners. And then Jun pulled something out with a rebuttal tone. I do not think so. Just with a glance. Sozin recognized the saving grace. The voice of someone echoed. Sozin bluntly said it was just a useless spy. It was Noun who hated it so much that she exclaimed, she can't even fight properly. What kind of fake punishment is that? In contrast to his attitude, he was gleefully asking for a cuff. She is like my assistant. Just something to make me look better. Suddenly, he changed his behavior 180 degrees. She is pretty too. I will give it a shot. Who knows? I might just hit it off. Unsurprisingly, Sinho frowned and spoke sharply. Damn it. I picked her first. If you do not want to get hurt, then do not compete. The disgust was evident in this conversation, causing Sozin's face to scrunch up, eventually grinding out each word against these filthy bastards and letting out a long sigh. All right. Get it? Then decisively asked the question as if tacitly agreeing. How much are you planning to offer me? Ju received a satisfying answer and flashed a mischievous smile. Depending on how she acts. Focus on the present as they face Sozin's former teammates. Bitch Jade made no comment and declared with a fierce spirit. Do you really think you can pull a member from our circle without any consequences? Nijin Jun. You did not say anything but sunk into thought. The circle that Senior Kwon once participated in is the same shady circle. From the data Jun gathered, they are the ones trying to exploit her. In the end, you put on a face full of guilt along with a sarcastic tone. It seems you guys forgot how you were treated during the last recruitment hunt. Speaking of which, the whole thing is a hometown river. So B was quite bold. The only time that happened was when I let my guard down, the guy boldly expressed. Do you think you can handle this many people, in terms of both quantity and quality? Jahan is not lacking at all. Sorry. But I have never been alone. A powerful energy danced on each fingertip. Let me make this clear. You can casually toss it aside. Enough to make B panic. Even the subject himself, Jun, was taken aback, realizing he was faster. Of course. You won't show it, but you are smirking defiantly. Even all the older guys in the council can't defeat one of us. Among them, two people were anxiously exchanging glances. Jun's hand was still creating golden sparks. You glanced at Sozin, one of the talents with scouting abilities. The image of a pair of blue eyes appeared behind Sozin. Bringing her into our team came with such huge risks. Ju looked at the crowd in front of him. Honestly, they were nothing. You slightly bowed your head, smiling enigmatically. Jun looked up and spoke casually. Haven't you decided yet? B's voice had a slight tremor. I must have mistaken something. Even if you are strong, you are still just a rookie. You just smiled lightly without answering. He saw this and immediately ordered to kill him. Many people with weapons rushed towards Jun. His cold eyes swept over the crowd, and the system immediately appeared, activating the skill. Impenetrable defense. The attacking group seemed to have hit a solid barrier. The space echoed with astonished voices. How dare you? Hoon raised a shield in front of him. The system continued. Your defense will be increased by 1.5 times. The group of people with a lot of strength could not break his shield. Arkudung also took the staff that was radiating his power. I am here. The system announced again, activating the skill. Tianfengwu. The team is fiercely attacking the defense they created. Jay looked at the battlefield in front of him and praised it, feeling proud inside, knowing his efforts in training them paid off. He began to look at Dung. She had learned a wide area defense technique. Honestly, the progress everyone's made is quite impressive. Lung could not believe what was happening before his eyes. What the hell is this? That attack did not cause any damage at all. Bitch Dai was equally stunned. This is really happening. Some people started to shout. Damn. I knew this would happen. Others were also somewhat annoyed. How dare you think about touching the successor of the Lion Ho? The guild master. Is that a new team? Inan is also showing her strength. She asked Jun for his opinion. Do I need to attack all of them? You laughed lightly after hearing that. Yeah. Do not let anyone off. Green energy appeared around Ina, and the system announced the activation of a special skill. Alpham's sword. She held a small magic staff and directed the surrounding powers to charge forward. The power began to attack the enemies. They were terrified and started to run wildly. Unable to believe it. Looked back, only to be caught by that power. A foot stepped into a green liquid. Bitch J fell backward, and the green liquid covered her completely. He tried to scrape the green liquid off his shirt. What the hell is this? Two figures appeared and talked to each other. That is interesting. They can't even move anymore. Dia started explaining the components of that solution. Right. I mixed Slim with the paralysis mushroom essence to create this. So it is definitely going to be effective. B was lying on the ground yelling at that stuttering dog. A deep voice echoed. He heard the voice and widened his eyes to look at Dia Hun as he stepped closer to B. Watch your damn mouth. He was still lying on the ground trying to escape from that solution. Why can't I get out of this mess? I have invested so much in that power index. You put one foot on Big's back. Do you know how much pain I can cause you before you die? With his back stomped on like that, he could only scream in pain. Hearing the scream, the henchmen in front turned their heads slightly to look. Jahan looked at them casually and said, I will let the rest go. But he is staying with me. He glanced at the guy lying on the ground. The one who started it all. Bitch D screamed in fear towards his teammates. What? Don't he trust them? Listen to me. But his teammates disagreed. You idiots. Why should we wait for him? The space was only filled with the curses of the henchmen. You bastard. I knew you would ruin everything. You should know your place. You have no idea how big the difference is when participating in the star plotting events. He only knows disappointment to explain. Not that. B reached out but his teammates had already moved on. Jahan coldly shoved his hands into his jacket pockets. I wondered what I should do. You glanced back. I was determined to make him fail in this event. Sound stood behind, grinding his teeth. That jerk. B reached out to her to explain. Salzan. Just listen to me first. I did all of this for you. A deep voice rang out. Shut up. X2 pulled a knife out of her pocket. Her other hand brushed her hair back. You already said it yourself. I'm a parasite that is useless except for being a spy. Sound smiled menacingly. So just His face went pale. Damn. She sat on top of him and kept attacking. A moment later, Hans Zext appeared. Confused. Are you telling me you have dealt with all of them? In front of them was a desolate scene. He looked at the people lying at his feet, silently thinking that the team was not at the top, but they were always above average. At least, plus. There were a lot of members. He looked over at Jun's group. You did that with such a small team. What the hell is this? You looked away to avoid eye contact. Well, just make sure they do not die. They do not deserve to die this early. Hans' expression revealed fear. Damn. This is really a monster. He turned to leave. So I am out of here. I hope in the future you will be able to stop the fights with the upper classes. Jihan replied just to be polite. Aha. You glanced over at the person leaning against the pillar. So why are you helping me? Suhu did not respond right away. He looked at the construction site in front of him, then said reluctantly, the whole X is chasing you guys. Jahan seemed a bit indifferent. So what? They are just idiots. It is no big deal. X replied. Fine. He was confused by his own actions. Why was he siding with this guy? Seeing Su Haifi about to leave, Jun spoke. Wait. Where are you going? If you are just going to wander around, maybe you should reconsider. Hearing this, he stopped. Su Haiechi's face turned red. Then I will stay here for a bit. You turned to look at him. I did not expect you to help me. I thought you were just good at causing trouble. The next words made Su Hee uneasy. I heard you loud and clear. What is your name again? Meanwhile, Yu Dong covered her mouth and whispered to her teammate. So he is Lu. But this name is quite unfamiliar to Ina. Lu Hein. Sound did not hold back and asked directly. Who is that? This casual attitude made Xe clench his fists in silent anger. You should remember my name by now. Right. But the incident earlier in the meeting room kept him from leaving. At that moment, Su Haiechi angrily slammed the table and stood up. I do not agree. What the hell are you talking about? Are we really going to fight against Minun together? Why are you suddenly asking the opposite? Can't you do it? That is not the main point. You need to quickly come up with another solution. Sound left on his own, proposing a better option, which is fine. But before he could finish, B cut him off. Is that really so important? Su Hai. The insensitivity was evident in his words, causing him to pause. He was beached eye and did not want to argue anymore. So he stood up and walked toward the door. This is obvious. But he grinned and patted Xu Hak on the shoulder, saying, I like a junior who knows how to listen. Those words drove him crazy. Since when did you become so calculating? Just because you do not like someone, you want to hit them. What kind of ridiculous madness is this? Losing his composure, Ian left, thinking he could not stay in a group like this. Returning to reality, Xu replied in a low voice. I have changed my mind. I am leaving now because clearly, I am not welcome here. You guys probably have a lot to discuss privately anyway. Jahan did not care and responded. Fine. Do as you wish. This turn of events is completely different from what Suhi had planned. He angrily shouted. Next time we meet, I will get my revenge. You better be ready. Suddenly, the atmosphere seemed to freeze as he shot Jun a glance. You want to challenge me? Then he broke into an excited smile. Just one last thing before I leave. I like how quickly you grasped the issue. That dramatic scene made Jun sigh. Oh man. How did someone like him end up like this? But he quickly pushed that thought aside and turned to his teammate with a smile in response to their expectant looks. He suggested, "Shall we get to work then?" But Sozin seems a bit displeased. "You want us to jump into work right after we just fought?" Jae-hun replied logically. "The greater the strength, the greater the responsibility. Doesn't she know that?" Her silence served as an agreement. Then she turned her back and set a condition. "What are you going to offer me in return?" The scene around them was a wasteland. But there was a reason M's Academy chose Daegu as the location. Even though this place had been sealed off, they wanted to reclaim the city that had been lost. It is not as simple as that. Daegu is also the place where the first gate in the world opened. It was also the first city to fall after Iris appeared. And students like Jun support Mez's field trip goal to prepare for the reconstruction of this area. You have heard the rumors. They say the disaster at the Daegu gate was a horrific calamity. And your mother was there too. The statistics plunged Jun into despair. After that disaster, it was said that only 3% of Daegu's population survived. It is just that there is still a little light at the end of the tunnel. If it were not for the first pioneer, Jugun, suddenly, a voice pulled him out of his chaotic thoughts. Jun-in gently announced, "Dinner is ready." He snapped back and stammered a response. "Yeah, I will be right there." She noticed the heaviness in his heart and softly asked, "You seem to be thinking a lot. Is it about the special skill you mentioned to me?" Jae-hun did not hide it, smiling as he confirmed. "Sort of." A smirk appeared in his thoughts. "With your current situation." Hyla's taunts hit straight at Jae's ego. "You will never be able to defeat him, Fi." Still, she was not cruel enough to crush all hope. "But you have a chance if you awaken your special skill and surpass your own limits. Just like what Ina achieved before." He pointed seriously. "Special skill appearing with your current state." Jun hesitated to make his guess. The will of the user. Surprisingly guessing right. She flew up to confirm. "That is right. That is why you need to think about what you really want." The next question brought an excited smile to Hyla's lips. "What are your desires? Why do you need that power?" Jae-hun looked at his hand, reflecting on those words, then clenched his fist tightly. He sighed helplessly. "How can I understand what that guy means?" Ina coldly offered encouragement. "Even though I am not sure I fully understand. But I believe you can do it." Jae-ku closed his eyes and responded, "Fine. Since you are trying to help me." After that, I confidently made the decision to do my best. This state made Ina smile happily. "All right." Suddenly a giant worm popped up in the middle of the city. But before it could do anything, Hoon chopped it down. He glanced at his trophy and slowly explained it to Sun. "Those worms are really hard to fight. She never knows where they will appear from." She reluctantly fixed her gaze on the claw flying closer. "I am more annoyed by those happis." Then I directly turned it into skewered chicken. Got up and finished the words I was still roasting. "This is why I hate those winged guys." Unlike that calm demeanor, Yu Dong could not hide her unease. After all, this place is completely different from M's. Right in the middle of the avenue is a deep black hole. Its power made the entire team alert. Ina sensed it briefly and agreed with her teammates. "Yeah." Even the difference in mana levels in the air is quite noticeable. A few drops of sweat rolled down her cheek due to worry. "I feel it is worse than level 10 in the mana room test." Jun spoke up to confirm. "Indeed. They say that the localized areas are completely different from below. In the center of the city, the localization has appeared. It is when monsters flood an area due to a dungeon break and occupy it. I'm not sure." Not long time after this happened, a decaying energy spread throughout the area, making more dangerous monsters appear. So Run stroked his chin thoughtfully, repeating this definition, then finished with a statement that shocked everyone. "What is it?" Daesang almost laughed, trying to hold it in, and replied, "Hee hee. You really were not paying attention in class." This contempt made Sozin furious. Without hesitation, she clenched her fist and demanded, "Sang kid, do you want to die?" The kind-hearted Dihun stepped in to explain to Sozin. "To put it simply, this is a place full of mana, but not suitable for human life." He said this while recalling what he had learned. "Since we are ambushers, it is fine for us, but ordinary people would be in danger just from a little mana exposure." As soon as he finished speaking, he volunteered to move forward. "Anyway, be careful everyone. Anything can happen here." The whole team tightened their grip on their weapons, a mix of hesitation and courage evident in their eyes. Sozin looked around as if trying to avoid the gaze of others, then stepped closer to whisper to Jae-hun, "Are you really going to kill that monster?" You did not understand and answered loudly, "Of course, I trust our scout. That is part of our negotiation." Remember, it turns out Sozin's goal was to keep her own life, promising me that if anything happened, She would help me escape. Right. I do not want to die young. Okay. Jian said nothing. Just bared his teeth in response to her. Sound reluctantly smiled back, ignoring his opponent's anger, and urged, "Come on. Hurry up." Hoon replied, confused, "Fine." Ina coldly complied right away. Meanwhile, Yudong did not bother to hide her annoyance, responding, "You are really too impatient. The negotiation won't succeed." Frustrated, tugged at his ear. Feeling miserable, this action left Jun astonished. What is going on? Then he softly explained his thoughts. It is just that the level of danger in this situation is terrifying. A lot of money is at stake. Sound turned away, ignoring the latter part of his words that got carried away by the wind. We can search ourselves. Even if it takes more time. She just needs to take off her coat. Responding firmly. You are the one who has the final say here, Master. After that, Hoon looked around at the skyscrapers. Arkudung was astonished by the city's transformation, and to be honest, it is really amazing. This area has been restored to this extent. After saying that, she turned back and asked, "It is all thanks to that person." Right, Sina replied, puzzled. Who? Sound smirked at this foolishness. Are you just like me? I like the way you do not bother to learn. Let us be friends. At that moment, Hoon finally spoke up. That person? You are talking about Duan. Right. Dukudung replied with a smile. Yeah. That is right. It took Ina this long to understand. I have heard about him too. At the same time, Didi Sang recounted what he had heard. Even my dad said he could not beat Dune. When that name was mentioned, Jun slowly repeated it. Jugun. Then the image of a city engulfed in flames appeared in Daegu. The first place to be destroyed. The challenge of the people echoed endlessly amidst the endless flames where the monsters mercilessly slaughtered them. No one had time to run or fight. People were crushed like ants, with tens of thousands of Daegu citizens killed, injured, or forced to flee. In the face of despair, a person with extraordinary power appeared before them. A majestic figure emerged in Jun's thoughts. That person was none other than the first awakened one. Du. He kept his mind elsewhere, but his body fought fiercely against the enemy. Jugun. A global monument and the first awakened one known. Ju picked something up from the ground, his gaze lost in thought. His hand clenched tightly while his tone was somewhat bitter. Even though he had suddenly disappeared now, Rodung sighed encouragingly. Yeah. You chose the same path as him. It is natural that this weighs heavily on your mind. Saying that, she stretched in a refreshing way. He vanished so suddenly that there were rumors he was killed by a monster or something. The first to use the power of the Nordic system. The true identity of the opponent sparked curiosity in Jahan. Now it is hard not to wonder who Dune is. The questions in his mind kept increasing. Why was he the first to be able to use this power? Is the annoyance evident on his face just a coincidence? In the end, he had to set them aside for now. Now is not the time to think about that. Hoon agrees. Yeah. We need to focus on surviving first. You remind everyone. Even with the professors here. This place is really dangerous. Then everyone started to get to work. Hoon and Jang were busy. And Jae-sang could not escape being scolded by Sun. Keep an eye on that for sure. Seeing her angry, he obediently complied. Sorry. Before long, a big tent was completed. At this moment, Ina was standing next to Jun. She reported what she knew. The verified monsters included Happy S and Goblin. You could not help but exclaim. Just like Senior Sozin, she always knows exactly. Sozin heard and acted gruffly. Obviously. If I am wrong, would she even be able to come back here? You asked back teasingly. How did you know that? She was left speechless. The guy who heard her was about to scold him was Jun, who immediately got serious. Don't you want to take credit? Sun quickly threw away her dignity. Do you need anything else? Master Hoon was exhausted but still had enough strength to chime in. I do not think I can do it for the money. Impressive? Ryasang smiled brightly. Sozin has been like this since the first time I met her, before you could say anything else. She grabbed you by the collar. The only master is the one who pays me. Not you. Sound looked straight into your eyes and emphasized every word. Got it. Ryasang was scared and could only obey. Got it. Seeing that the group was still missing one person, Daihun spoke up. And hey, Kim Do used her head. Hoon looked at you confused. I do not know. She said she needed to prepare something and then left, leaving you wondering. It is strange. He is not the lazy type. As soon as he finished his sentence, the character in their story appeared. Everyone. Hyen raised a question. Kim Do, what are you doing? Suddenly, you feel that something is off. Right. A deathly smell wafted from the pot in Rodung's hands, freezing everyone. But she seemed unaware as she set it down, proudly showing off her creation. This preparation is exhausting. Without me, how would you all manage? Jun was the first to speak up. Is that food? Rodung answered without hesitation. Exactly. I added a special sauce for the worms you all caught earlier. Your face turned pale as you gazed at the culinary horror before you. You want us to eat this? Dung did not seem to care about everyone's reactions. Of course. I really worked hard to make it. You look at this mess and think, if I give him this food, it would surely take him out without any trouble. You sighed, probably overthinking it. Meanwhile, Du was enjoying a hot cup of tea. John spoke up from the back and asked, so when do we plan to take action again? Saying that, she patiently waited for him to respond. He slowly set down his teacup and began to speak. Well, I guess it is about time to get back into action. The image of Jun popped into his head. The activities of the creator are very dynamic. Speaking of this, Jun also agreed, although they were just fledglings learning to flap their wings. They were proving that the prophecy was not meaningless. Continuing to present. His strength was needed, Dutun replied. With him stepping out. I wondered if I really needed to intervene. Then he made a firm statement. But if necessary, I would do it. At this moment, he appeared on the bulletin board again, finally. The first to awaken and the hope of humanity. Where is he? The host said with a serious expression. Where has he disappeared to? In the end, they concluded that if he was still alive, his help in conquering the higher gates was already a useful thing. Coming back to this missing Dune. He muttered. You create change. Do not you? A smile appeared on his face. It sounded interesting. Over here. Dean Hun's face was cold. His voice harshly warning. Never joke with your food. Unless you want to die. Inside the pot in front of them was filled with a thick purple liquid still bubbling. The noxious air hovering on the surface showed its danger. Du Dung clenched his fists irritably, thinking this guy was not that bad after all. After finishing her words, she turned to Dee and asked, you do not agree? He nervously scratched his cheek, forcing a shy smile. I think I agree with Jun here. Hoon awkwardly declined as well. Ha. It is strange. Why do not I feel hungry? Dung leaned in closer, looking at him with suspicion. Why are not you hungry? You always order 2 meals at the academy. Sweat poured down his face like a stream. Yeah. Sometimes I might not be hungry. Hearing that, Le felt like crying without reason. He was really cruel. Sound also felt sorry for her. Suddenly, Dung grabbed her hand, then made an innocent doe-like expression. Don't you think everyone is being too harsh? Sound's lips twisted as he had to face that hope. Rodung smiled brightly. The most suspicious pot came before her. At least she will eat the dish I worked hard to prepare. Right. Sun hesitated and glanced away. Diasang and Hoon both pressed their lips tightly, raised their hands to make an X sign, and shook their heads in warning. Her face turned pale, showing fear. Rodung was still waiting for her expressive answer, sure that Sozin would agree. In the end, she could not bear to shatter Rodung's hope. Of course, you made it from edible things. So why is everyone reacting so excessively? In fact, Sozin has a softer personality than her appearance suggests. She slowly brought the spoon to her mouth to encourage herself. I will give it a try. It is not a big deal. Right. Next, she had to pay the price for her wrong choice, doubling over in exhaustion and vomiting against the wall. At that moment, mocking sounds were heard, and she screamed like a monster in pain. This outcome was not unexpected for Di Hun. You smiled smugly. That is why she should listen to us. Sun frowned and complained irritably. Hey. How could I refuse when she looked so sad? You kindly handed her a bottle of medicine. She is softer than she appears. She immediately took it and drank continuously. By the way, what happened between you and Inna? Jun widened his eyes in confusion. Sound wiped her mouth and looked at you indifferently, sensing that something was off. Her tone became serious. I do not know what is going on, but do not be too harsh on her or anyone else. You replied casually, all right. I want to do that. Then you lightly joked to ease the atmosphere. Although I did not think someone like you would say that. So gritted his teeth in anger. You lowered your voice and whispered. That is why I want to try to save everyone like a fool. She did not hear clearly and asked, what? Jun turned to change the subject. I said we should move on because it is getting dark. You smiled as you reminded them. Remember that we promised to take that guy down. Right. Sound was silent for a moment before responding. That is right. She still seemed a bit tired. Before that, can I wait until my stomach feels a little better? Just after I said that, I continued to throw up everything left in my stomach. Dia-hun suddenly had an idea. Why not check if it is poisonous to the monsters? I mean Kim Do-dung's food. You might feel sorry for her. It will take a while for her to feel better. Suddenly, the monster's scream echoed throughout the space, startling him. Dia-hun was momentarily stunned. After confirming the crying sound, he cheerfully gave orders. Get inside right now. They are coming. He shouted while running. Team as alert reached Ji-sang, a belevel monster. Habis. is approaching. Jang prepared the paralysis trap. Rugsdung and Hoyan also entered combat mode. Jung calmly assigned tasks to each member. And Hoyan stepped forward. Kim Do-dung provided support. Ina coldly activated her power. She held her magic wand, preparing to deal with the monsters. I just need to attack with all my might. Right, you smiled softly and replied. That is right, then urged them. Everyone. Hurry up, we need to protect the base. A simple white tent was set up in the desolate road. Inside, Hoon was anxiously complaining. I did not expect there to be dozens of his. I usually do not see them traveling in such large groups. Rardung explained knowledgeably. They typically travel in groups of up to 4. This is a special case. Dai asked curiously about the special case. Hun calmly continued. That is right. Those monsters have superior mana levels. It is highly likely there is a boss nearby giving them orders. Sozan's expression showed some concern. Meaning the image of a villain appeared in his mind. That is Queen Harry. Jun confirmed she is definitely nearby. Sozan felt tense. I did not expect her to be this close. He still accepted the reality nonchalantly. Either way, it is a boss we need to eliminate. We are just encountering it sooner than expected. He suddenly pondered something. Then nodded as if he had made a decision. Jun instructed the others to protect this place until we eliminate the monsters and return. He also thoughtfully reassured them. We have Sun's special skills. So tracking down the queen should not be a problem. I can handle these monsters myself. So do not worry. Hoon, feeling uneasy, suggested, but should not we move together? There is always a chance for unexpected situations. He dismissively replied. No need. Even if you follow, you would probably just get hurt. He said something that left everyone silent and unable to refute. Or I will have to keep an eye on you guys. Seeing this, smiled and clarified. It is not that I do not trust you guys. It is just that we need you here. You will share your thoughts, even though the instructors are ready to intervene. There is no guarantee they will take out all the monsters. Ina was the first to agree. All right. We will follow your lead. Do-dung had to agree too. This is the best plan we have. I do not like this plan, but I do not want to be a burden. Take this. And this. Dia-sang hurriedly handed you a bunch of medicine. And this too, after giving instructions. Deing-hun and Sozan stepped out of the tent. You turn back to promise. We will be back. Stay safe. Hoon confidently placed his fist in front of his chest. Let us handle it. Arkudung awkwardly reminded. If you need us, just reach out. Jung could not miss the chance to tease. It is rare to see you so concerned. Right now. The Happus were gradually coming in, flying around in the sky. Your tone was calm. No need to worry. The system announced the activation of the active skill. Chain burst. Golden chains appeared from nowhere, piercing through all of them. Jun's demeanor showed confidence. I only strike when I know the odds are in my favor. Sound witnessed this scene and reminded himself. It is better not to provoke him. Jung quietly followed Sozan upstairs. She suddenly turned back to look. You know, no matter what, Sozan has to admit one thing. Your group is really strong. Now I understand why you guys are at the top of the class, even with us competing so fiercely. Hearing this, Jun began to reflect. Memories of the encounter with the happy monster flashed back clearly. At that time, Sozan grit his teeth, ready to jump in for the attack. But he quickly stepped in front of her. Hoon held the shield and directed. I will take the front. Both focused on chanting the spell. Ina and Dung did not object and immediately took their stances. All right. All right. The monsters flapped their wings and emitted strange sounds above them to boost his combat power. He summoned an additional blue sword in his hand. Hoon's gaze was 3 parts determined and 7 parts resolute. Staring straight ahead, the first monster charged in and was immediately blocked by the iron shield. Seizing the opportunity, he dispatched it in an instant. Daihun watched from a distance, silently evaluating the extreme martial arts alongside Beach Lam Hai Hong Kim. Looking at Hoon's incredibly confident demeanor, he concluded that Hoon had definitely reached rank. Next, he observed Jo Dung's actions, which applied to the others as well. She was currently closing her eyes to activate her overflowing active skill. The system announced that the attack power of team members would be increased by 1.3 times. The other monster, unaware of this, charged straight into attack. Do-dung used one hand to activate the formation, while holding her scepter with the other as she focused on it. This time, she continued to activate the active skill of wind reception. A stream of green light from the formation swirled around the monster's body. This result did not surprise Jae-hun too much. Kim Do-dung could now chant even faster. Yep. She has truly surpassed rank. You lazily glanced to the right, and about Ina. She was skillfully activating the Alfame spell casting ability. After completing the process, Ina's eyes slowly opened, carrying a cold gaze. The magic light rapidly eliminated each monster in an instant, while she casually waved her wand. That divine light corroded the monsters' bodies. The violent scene made Jae-hun feel a bit uneasy, but deep down, he had to admit a truth. She really was a monster. After all, she had been like this since she was born. The green-haired monster was still being tortured physically. Watching Anna stand calmly from afar, Rye-hun had to marvel once again at her insane talent. Back in the present, you shrugged casually. Anyway, I am still the strongest. This confident attitude made Sozin feel annoyed. You can be really bothersome sometimes. You know, others won't like you. But you do not care about that. What a pity. If they do not like me being the best, they should just get stronger. She replied with a bored tone. I expect nothing less from a genius. This remark suddenly made Jae-hun feel sad. Genius. I never thought that word would point to me. Memories of the past began to flood back. Are you trying to make me a scapegoat? Runtine commanded in a curt manner. Wait. Frontline. Hold your shields up properly. Maintain the formation. He kept giving orders, which frustrated Jae-hun. Is it really that hard to understand? Even if we die, we have to maintain the formation. At that time, you often went back and forth alone. You did not have teammates like everyone else. Back in reality, Jun started to change the subject. Anyway. Good job. It seems like she has found her own path, although the most impressive thing was eating Kim Ra-dung's food. Being teased like that, Sozin immediately shot a glare at the other person. Are you kidding me? But Jun was not scared and continued joking. Well, as long as you are not unconscious. Then she opened the door while sincerely advising, be careful with every little thing. Even the way you breathe. At this moment, one hit could be enough to kill you. She put on a nonchalant act. If things go wrong, we should run. I am too young to die. They are taking turns shooting without missing a shot. I am 1 year younger than you. So remember to use your skills properly. Don't you have any respect for your elders? I think I have shown enough respect already. Sozin was so bored that she did not want to say anything else. She kept quiet but was reassuring herself inside. Whatever. I am sure we will find a way to deal with this. Outside the building, the monsters were still gathering and searching for prey. Inside, she was crossing her arms, looking restless, as she was secretly observing Jun. This guy was not the type to give up just because of a dangerous situation. Just then, the system announced that you have encountered the boss monster of the first area of the quarantine city. Sozin's expression turned horrified at Jun's strange smile. A few seconds later, a pair of pink feathered wings suddenly appeared. Below them were thin legs with long, sharp black claws. Happy Kiyu Dim floated in the sky. While Jun confidently approached us, a delighted smile appeared on his face, completely contrasting with Sozin's shocked expression. Jun assessed Happy from head to toe. It is a level A+ boss monster. But if I defeat it, I can get that treasure. The more I thought about my plan, the more my smile became inhuman. It is. Seeing Jun unusually silent, Sozin suddenly broke into a cold sweat, then could not hide her astonishment as she wondered. Is he crazy? Jun began to activate the active skill of the demon shape to forge the second-level Fang artifact. The entire process left her gaping in amazement. Yeah. Then scream when you see him flaunting his new item. That is the item that was sold for an extremely high price at the recent auction. Over here, Happy had landed powerfully and released sharp feather strands. Sound quickly dodged the unexpected attack from her. Who would have thought Jae-hun would stab like a wolf? I told you to stay there. She got angry. Shut up. While the two were busy roasting each other, Happy frantically unleashed a barrage of attacks. Still, he managed to build momentum to run towards her, holding the Fang artifact in hand while calculating. Theoretically, it is weaker than me but still dangerous. Before long, Jun found the difference. Partly because it could fly. The ground behind him exploded as he quickly dodged, but the biggest reason is that Happy's eyes were continuously radiating energy, which means it is stronger than before my revival. Everything was clear, so Jun felt even more confident. Now I understand. I just turned around and shot those feathers this way. 2 bright golden orbs suddenly appeared in the air, helping Jun calmly stand still while it dealt with Happy's weapon. Looking at her much more aggressive demeanor, you can definitely confirm she is stronger now. A great monster before my revival was not this strong. Even so, it did not make Jun hesitate. What does that look mean? The elbow lightly touched the golden chain, and it immediately vanished at a dizzying speed. Jun dashed through the gap above Happy. That means he intervened. You quickly turned back to see what was happening. She was completely unharmed and even showing her sharp claws. But Jun responded by charging forward with Fang of the Fanged. Instead of hiding, it would be better to face it directly. Happy's body showed cuts, surrounded by electric sparks from the released energy orbs. Damn it. While you gently landed, a bit of purple spiritual energy remained on the weapon. At the same time, black crowds were scattering in the sky. One quietly headed towards the grand and magnificent palace, and decisively landed on Hujin's shoulder. My prediction was correct. He heard the crow whispering something in his ear about what was about to happen. Hoojin remembers the arrogant look of him. I wonder if him can do his job well. He quietly closes his eyes as if contemplating something. His deep-set eyes slowly open for a moment. Then he quickly takes off, leaving feathers scattered in the air. This probably is not my problem. Suddenly, a notification pops up. You have successfully defeated the final boss. Queen Happy. In the first area of Lockdown City. Please collect your reward at Queen Happy's lair. After the battle, Jun puts away his weapon. He hides it in his private space and secretly feels happy inside. Finally, he has obtained the wings in the eye of the storm. Jun glances back and sees Sound visibly upset. He asks in confusion, "What are you doing?" At that moment, she lets out a sigh. Dung says, "Right." After a moment of hesitation, Sozin struggles to speak. He has completely lost his mind. Meanwhile, Jun listens but does not understand what she is saying. Finding the reward in Happy's lair, he can't hide his triumphant smile. He finally found it. In front of them is an item wrapped in dark energy. Instantly, an information panel appears, showing a support item called the Wings in the Eye of the Storm. Ranked. The wings are inspired by the radio storm that swept through Hyohem. Grants you the skill to jump in mid-air. Agility plus 50. Strength plus 50. The skill's effect will be enhanced for greater effectiveness. Jahan silently rejoiced at the outcome. It was good enough. His skills and status were quite stable. He enjoyed observing the item he had just acquired. Of course, the best part was still the skill. A few seconds later, the system displayed a message activating the A+ level mid-air jump ability, creating an illusionary wall when the user is in the air to give them another chance to jump. Allowed to be used twice in a row. Jun smiled with satisfaction. Before I regressed, there was a fake raid that got these wings. And that person leveled up as fast as a kite in the wind. You thought to yourself, that means it won't happen again since I have them now. Sozin seemed surprised and exclaimed, What is that? Jay glanced in the direction she pointed and suddenly stopped. You felt a strange sensation when you saw a white object in the distance. Was it a pair of gloves? Without hesitation, Jun quickly retrieved it. Once done, he received a notification from the system. You have absorbed the original gloves. Updating information about the first awakened person in the Nonia system. Meanwhile, in another area, Yuzu Dung tiredly wiped the sweat from her forehead. Hey. Are we done here yet? Hoon stood beside her with an excited expression. Isn't this very close to the record that was previously set? I think we are doing just fine here. As soon as Yu Dung heard this, she slightly smirked. Of course. With me along, you are bound to get a great deal. Back to Jun. He seemed deep in thought. The original gloves. You thought about the previous notification. Updating the information about the first awakened person in the Nonia system. And fell into contemplation. There was only one person referred to as the first awakened. John is the first person to awaken in the world and also a hero in Korea. So why did the Nonia system update information about him, and then speculate that he might be related to the system? Just then, Yu Dung was nearby. What did you just say? Jahan chuckled. Looking a bit embarrassed, Yu gently ruffled her hair, making her immediately annoyed. I told you not to touch my hair. Jae-hun did not pay attention and kept pondering why that person's gloves were here. It definitely was not for a good reason. That is when he noticed Ina. John approached, his voice slightly apologetic. Sorry for making you look around while you are tired, she calmly replied. I should be doing this to help you. You have things to do too. Suddenly, Yu Dung shouted. Oh, this is not good. Anna heard and quickly asked Han. Is something wrong? I forgot. She said through tears. I left my necklace behind. This is not good at all. As soon as she finished speaking, someone handed a chain to our Dung. In an instant, she changed 180 degrees. How did you know I forgot it? That is just creepy. Jahan softly said. It is just your habit. Moreover, your mom told me to take care of you. Hearing that, Du blushed. Sorry. I will talk to my mom about that later. But thanks. He replied teasingly. Realizing he should make his mom trust him more, those words made her lose her cool. Wait. Are people laughing at you? Making Rodung furious. How dare you laugh? Meanwhile, Ina sat quietly without saying anything. A few seconds later, Jun spoke up again. Anyway, look at the person next to you. His voice became much more serious. Kim Yu Dung. It is time for you to grow up. Do not forget your things anymore. Du Tu Dung frowned in annoyance. Don't scold me. Hoon stared in shock at the two of them exchanging words. Unable to hold back his curiosity, he blurted out. Are you two dating? Hearing that, Jun replied firmly, and Dung was furious. Do you want to die? While he was still confused, someone poked him from behind. Hoon jumped and turned around. Ina softly advised. They denied it already. Or you should just let it go. At the same time, at the Vala Castle, the Grand Palace also known as the Home of Warriors and the House of Joy, They laughed joyfully and raised his glass high. "Ha! This is great." He was secretly pleased. The preparations for war were going very smoothly. And him V said he would soon deal with his biggest rival. Though he thought of the guy, a bit hot-headed. But killing a person was still quite easy for him. Then he said excitedly, "This time we will become the masters of the 9 realms." Then he looked at the empty chair in front. Our great god Odin would be very pleased. Just as he finished speaking, a dissatisfied voice rang out from the opposite side. "You are really a piece of work. Are not you? You dare throw a party while Odin's not here," T said sharply. "Ragnarok means nothing to you. Right?" Though let out a snicker. "Ha! Why would you say that? I can't believe you brought that up." Then he reopened the wound for him. "How dare you say that when your right arm was eaten by Fenrir?" But T remained calm, thankful for the concern. Instead, he just said something that would set the off. "While you are wearing a piece of coal on your forehead." The image of that stone was vividly recalled. Taken from a disgusting giant. Not stopping there, Tia added, "You dare say that even after owning Johia? If I were you, I would end my own life and take that weapon with me." Those words poured more oil on the fire, making the grit his teeth. Fury erupted, and he immediately stood up, slamming his hand on the table. "Do you want to find out who is stronger right here? Right now?" The atmosphere between them grew heavy, as if a single spark could ignite an explosion. Suddenly, a voice rang out, breaking the tense atmosphere between them. "Enough." Sigrid spoke in a threatening tone. "You both want to hang, do not you?" It was only at this point that Fruck finally spoke up. "Anyway, Vala's power has weakened a bit. It seems collecting souls is not going smoothly." She was a bit irritated, as Ragnarok was making everything tense. "Clearly, this is Odin's fault." She showed her dissatisfaction. "You are really bold to speak like that about Master Asa. The more you mention him, the angrier Sigrid gets. I am not trying to flatter Odin. He may have power, but in my eyes, he is no different from a pawn." Frock shouted back, "How dare you?" She spoke coldly. "Surely you have not forgotten what Odin did to me." Right. Anger surged in waves, bringing a chilling aura. Freck felt the pressure from that aura weighing down on her. She could only freeze, pausing for a moment to stabilize her emotions before Sigrid continued. "I want to take this opportunity to make an announcement. The preparations for the second end are complete." With a determined expression, she spoke decisively. Energia turned this way. Daihun stood on the rooftop, contemplating the entire city. "You quietly analyzed the clues. If him has intervened in this matter, then he will soon reveal himself." Then you looked up at the sky, resolving to awaken your inherent skills as soon as possible. A moment later, Saxi sat across from John and smiled gently. "You are really growing up, are not you? You have gotten that strong already." She genuinely expressed her admiration. "Yet you still want to gain another inherent skill." You smiled awkwardly. "Ha. There is no way I could ever be like you when it comes to the board recruitment. Speaking of which, you seem a bit embarrassed and are avoiding my gaze now." You think for a moment. "And honestly, I do not think I could help you much. But my situation came about quite suddenly." You skeptically asked back. Suddenly, she just lifted her teacup and confirmed. "Yeah." Her face reflected on the surface of the water. Somewhere hidden was a look of sadness. "All the memories in my head are still vivid. The painful past rushes back to your mind once again." She sat there stunned in the rain. The despair of that day, when a gate suddenly opened in the middle of the street. Countless brutal monsters stepped out from the portal attacking the people, and everyone fell like flies. Amidst that chaos, she sat still, as if paralyzed by fear. She watched helplessly as each person was devoured, everyone trying desperately to escape. You can't forget the memory of that day when a child ran for her life. The girl suddenly tripped and fell to the ground, sitting there blankly with no reaction. Despite cold sweat continuously pouring out, Exun could not control herself anymore. She could not help at all, letting that girl be cruelly taken away. At the last moment, Exundri suddenly stood up. She used all her strength to try to save her, reaching out her hand toward the girl. In the end, it was all just a late effort. When the chaos settled, the bloodied body of the girl lay in her arms. Even as a false awakening, she could not save that girl. At that moment, she was too weak, and perhaps fear still lingered within her, keeping her from facing danger. As Jun knew, this world always brings pain. Right after that child died, a shimmering golden aura shone down from the sky, enveloping her, and she gained a new ability. Ethereal wings appeared behind her, like an angel. That ability was sacrifice. She used her power to eliminate the monsters. Finally, when everything was resolved, the girl faded into specks of light. She felt her hands stained with guilt. She stifled her sorrow, crying silently chewing on her pain. However, returning to the present, she expressed her despair, realizing she could not revive someone who had died. I already told you about this. Right. Ju listened intently to every word. A healer will always remember those they could not save, longer than those they did save. She gently leaned on the chair and stood up. The chaos slowly swept past him. You said you wanted to learn an inherent skill as soon as possible. Right. Her mood suddenly dropped. Well, to be honest, she answered truthfully, I do not even know how to do that. Dian Hun was a bit surprised by this answer. She lightly touched his shoulder. But done. Her tone was gentle and soothing. You do not need to rush like that. I do not want you. She hopes from the bottom of her heart that the worst outcome won't happen. Losing precious things about oneself while acquiring inherent skills. Although Song advised otherwise. Jun did not give up. She did not know. But Ina might know. You turned to call Ina and casually said, Can you tell me how Jun is determined to learn? I need to ask her. Then you went straight to the point. How did you acquire your inherent skills? You silently reminded yourself before you lose your precious things as well. Ina was not too surprised to receive this question from you, Jun. She clenched her hands and hesitated slightly. I acquired that skill because of my family's death. To be precise, I let them die. Her tone was flat and emotionless. I still think that under the sunset. Her pale expression reflected well how they had died. That happened very suddenly when I was 5 years old. The funeral home was silent, filled with a somber atmosphere. Bikimai tightly embraced her, crying in grief. As she was too young to truly understand what was happening, it seems she has been cold since she was little, her calm emotions contrasting with hers. But still, at least she knows that Ina looks at the 2 portrait photos. She can no longer see her parents, and she will live alone. After that, Ina and her grandmother moved into what? It was a regular apartment. She always seeks joy in life, even though she no longer has her parents. She has never felt lonely living there. Even when Ina's grandmother was mean to her, she only criticized her out of spite, finding every excuse to punish her. As she raised her hands to the sky at her demand, a warm voice came through. Ina smiled happily, quickly running to Pai. That is because she still has her grandmother. She treats Ina more gently than anyone else, being her only family, the only person she can rely on. However, that happiness did not last long. One day while Ina was looking for P, she saw her grandmother's figure through the crack of the door. She whispered Tron Thu, there is not much time left. And it gradually became an endless nightmare. She had given all her savings and entrusted Ina to S. Take good care of Ina, even when I am no longer here. Okay, she smirked and kept agreeing. Of course. Of course. Witnessing this scene left her stunned. Although she was still young, she understood that was her family. Ina was shocked and dropped the object she was holding. Right now, her mind has only one thought. The only person she trusts is about to leave her. Around Ina, darkness is closing in, with only a dim light shining through the crack in the door. Just like the light of her life is about to fade away, Ina's mind falls into a stream of memories. That is when I became gloomy. I have never been articulate, but I have closed myself off tightly. Her emotions feel numb as she remembers that time, when I was in my junior year of high school. Thinking back to that time, the image of myself belittled and every sneer from SJ comes back to me. Trying. The Punisher has been doing really well lately. Right, your teacher called over there. Even that beetle knows how to roll with it. They say you have talent. Do you really believe that? I use a tone of reproach. You know how much it costs to raise you? Right. Aunt believes you will know how to repay that. Ina just opened her mouth. Aunt. But she was immediately choked back. Do you understand? Seen as like a vicious villain constantly spreading dread because you are not good at studying. At least to keep your spot. Your only choice is to become a Punisher. Those words make her feel disgusted and loathsome. She clenches her fists, suppressing her feelings. They took my parents' insurance money and still want to exploit me. Having to endure that old lady's scolding only makes Ina feel more hurt. My parents are gone. And so is my living grandmother. They treat us as if we are a burden. Her heart feels like it is being crushed. But the disgusting thing is that even though she wants to resist, her throat is stiff. I can't say anything. My memory of Ina stops on the day I submitted the application. After that, I applied to the Trine Fut Academy, according to the teacher. I know I have a high awakening potential. Here, the teacher sincerely advised. Are you sure about this? Even if you have a high awakening potential and awakened ones are treated very well. The magical world is not like that at all. I do not want you to get involved in dangerous things. This could really harm you. You sound like a puppet just repeating answers. Madam, but deep down, there are words that can't be spoken. I know there are things worse than death. Later, as soon as Ina arrived at the door, a call from her grandmother came through. Inabumai sat on the unbelievable sofa. questioning, "Are you really going to do this?" Every word emphasized becoming some kind of false punishment. The image of her grandmother made her fall into deep thought. Eventually, she would leave you. Why can't I hate you? Grandma. Tears began to fall without her realizing. Wondering if her life would be different if Grandma had not given her money, then she hurried to wipe her tears. Trying to push those thoughts away. What must happen will happen. Is this what they call fate? I remind myself. Something we must accept, no matter how much we struggle against it. Something unavoidable. After that, she regained her composure and replied, "It is. I am really fine." Bikimai seemed to sense something and hugged her tightly. "If you do not want to do it, then you do not have to." Ina's emotions burst forth in the moment she realized her grandmother did not want to see her granddaughter get hurt. The flashback continues to pause at a new moment. After changing my path to become a fake paladin, my life completely changed. Ina evaluates herself. I learned how to handle mana, how to defeat magical monsters, and how to survive disasters. My cold personality actually helped a lot. Her memories seemed to freeze. Just as I was getting used to this new life, an unavoidable tragedy struck. Ina was stunned when the image of her deceased grandmother appeared before her. My grandmother passed away. The time we had to say goodbye was too short. It was even more shocking to hear the doctor say that, if she had received proper treatment, she would not have died. She could not believe her ears. The doctor's words were shocking. The thoughts of the funeral home kept clinging to Ina. She had deliberately refused treatment. Had she given up on life? Then the misconception. So that means from this moment on, even she has abandoned me. Nothing was clear. It was simply that one person had died and another was still alive. Tears streamed down her face amidst the calls. Grandma. The thing I want you to know most right now is that I want to see you too. At the same time, I realize it is too difficult. She leaned like a child asking the universe. Why me? Cian hid behind the wall with her thoughts. I am a fool who can to study. You should have taken the kid with you. When I heard his voice suddenly over the phone, the sponsorship contract was finalized, and the training committee decided to accept you. So come and sign your name. Her mind fell into abyss. And I was shocked. Going crazy. I felt like the last piece of my life was disappearing. Memories of seeing myself there. For the first time in my life, I yelled at my own self. Why did you decide that? It is my life. But in response to Ina's feelings, she just scoffed. It is fun. You should be grateful you were not sold off. She really did not want to hear anymore. She tightly held the phone and ran away. At that moment, I decided to leave home despite her voice echoing continuously. Why are not you answering? Ina's memories of that night came flooding back. I waited until early morning to return and get my things. Then discovered. But what was before my eyes was a desolate image in a sea of flames. What house? I was engulfed in flames. And monsters were pouring out from the gate. Suddenly, I heard Ina's voice under the rubble yelling for help. Saying, "You are a fake awakener. But you can do something. Right, hurry up." Her face had no emotion. And in that moment, there was only one thought in my head. Ina cast a cold glare down. Wow. Why should I save you? Everything that you took from me. You stole everything. I won't save you. Suddenly, Jun's voice pulled her back to reality. You see her getting emotional. Right. If it is too hard, you do not have to force yourself. The scene shifts to somewhere in the city, where Yudong notices a strange noise, pulls the door open, and mistakenly scolds. Injin Hun. Why are you so late? Standing before her is a stranger with a bizarre mana. She realizes it is not Jun and nervously looks around to sense this mana. It makes her feel like it belongs to a monster. Everyone then hesitantly approaches Hind. And noticing their group, he speaks up, "Are you allies of the one who caused the change?" Everyone falls silent upon hearing this. Raya shivers as she feels stiff. Yudong panics and speaks up. "What are you talking about?" Before she could finish, the malevolent energy from him enveloped the atmosphere around them. He steps forward amidst the cries of the people. With a fierce glare. He says, "Answer me when I ask." Witnessing this scene, Sozin hurriedly uses a communication technique through her ring. "Minjun, come back right now. There is an enemy who looks human but has a mana like that of a monster." Suddenly, a foot stops right in front of her. Sozin looks up in horror, only to be tightly grabbed by Hind's hand around her neck. Shouting, "Are you using cheap tricks?" This scene leaves her unable to breathe. The guy confidently shaped a ball of energy and declared, "All of you will die here." Then he flashed a wicked smile, indicating, "The one who brings change. Blame him." Suddenly, Jun appeared and cut him off. That is not happening. At that moment, a sound from the system rang out. Activating skills. Absolute calculations. He casually led Ina behind him, saying, You think I am just going to stand by and watch? Somewhere. The sound of complaints echoed. Oh my. Clearly I am not the babysitter. Sue looked through the binoculars while informing. Having cleared all the monsters in the event area, he could not help but frown in lament. Why were we placed here? Meanwhile, Mike Stay cheerfully replied. We have to work hard like this to distinguish the capable children. However, Sgu seemed unwilling. No way. If we keep pampering them like this, they will be spoiled when they grow up. Suddenly, he froze, his gaze directed towards something. Not far from the two, a strange spiral appeared in the sky, continuously emitting a dark aura in the murky space. A chilling sound echoed. Sue alerted. Is that the sound of a horn? The growling got closer. His eyes went wide as he clearly saw what was behind. Just hearing a thud, Minixtexty stared in shock as his partner was snatched away. His face pale as he tried to comprehend what had just happened. What the hell is going on? He panicked and reached for his walkie-talkie. Gulp. The scorpion's tail pierced through Min's body, making him tremble. The voice from the walkie-talkie sounded. What is going on? Minsuk gathered all of his strength to warn. Danger Code 11 is unfolding. Out of nowhere, everyone ran away. As soon as he finished speaking, the walkie-talkie fell, leaving only the lifeless gaze of the one who just sacrificed himself. Meanwhile, on the other side, the ferocious monsters were charging into the city like a swarm of disturbed bees. Over here, Himdu was glaring at Jun. The tension in the air was so thick that a single spark could ignite it. He casually dropped Sozun while glaring at Jun with dark eyes. The dark energy around him began to radiate with fury. They slowly approached, surrounding him in Inna. Anger surged, and in his mind, the image of the revered old Odin appeared as he continued to question Jehun. Why does he have his eye? Jun instinctively raised his hand to his left eye, thinking he must be talking about Odin's lost eye. Hindu growled angrily. Now I understand why you have gotten stronger so quickly. Then he swung his sword, certain that an ordinary human could never develop this fast. Despite Hindu's ferocity, Jun and Inna remained silent. You suddenly provoked him, saying if you are uncomfortable, just take it away. Sozun warned from the side. Minhun. Even you can't handle someone like him alone. Is he even human? But you coldly replied. Run. This is my problem. Yudung's face darkened, and she angrily shouted. What do you mean? We are a team. Jihyun still did not look back. I am not repeating myself. Just run. The corner of Himdu's mouth curled into a smirk. You want to protect your friends. He raised the sword high in his hand. Well, I am here. In Lizio. Finally, he decisively swung his weapon with great force, slicing the ground instantly. And even the building across could not withstand the shock, and was split in half. At that moment, Jun wasted no time unleashing his power, activating the storm skill. The group of Yudung, caught off guard, was swept up by the gust, and then all were thrown far away mercilessly. Yudung and Hoon could only struggle against the thick cloud of dust. Now, only Jun was left facing him alone. In front of Yudung, everything seemed to be collapsing, and she screamed in despair. Jun, what are you doing? However, Jun replied coldly. If we do not do this, we will all die. This made her angry, and she questioned him. You mean? Inna suddenly stopped her. She calmly advised. He is right. We have no chance against someone that strong. Yudung's face showed clear panic. What are you talking about? That is why we need to help. Inna interjected coldly. She firmly declared. I believe Jun can do it. Inna then insisted. So go to the entrance and inform the instructors about the situation. Seeing this, Yudung clenched her teeth in helplessness. Damn it. Finally, she held back her tears and left with her teammates. You have to survive. Ninjin. Jun coldly glanced at the fading shadow of the team. His left eye glimmered with a bright golden hue. Has Inna convinced them already? The wind immediately gathers in your hands when you activate the Earth Ice skill. Alright. Now the ground beneath Jun's feet instantly freezes. Hein grins widely, a cunning smile stretching from ear to ear. Earth Ice. Ah. The guy's gaze is fixated on what Jun is deploying. It is a good skill, but it takes a few dozen seconds to execute. He does not hide his smugness. Do you think you can hold me back until then? Jun calmly replied. It is not impossible. You think to yourself. This is the power I have developed since I first fought Hind. He does not stand still but quickly swings his weapon towards you. Alright. If you think you can stop me. His eyes reveal a bloodthirsty madness. Then let us see. In that moment, a thought flashes through your mind. If I... Those who have fled will be trapped in this disaster. A powerful strike slams down onto the ground, shattering it to pieces, making you realize you have to stop him. Jun does not wait and uses the active skill to materialize a magical item. With that, I will successfully create this rank Dragon Slayer sword and simultaneously activate the chain punishment skill with quiet determination. Using everything I have, golden chains wrap around my whole body. With just a swing of my hand enough to send them flying out, they latch onto the ice crystal blocks beneath my feet. At the same time, Hein's tempestuous attack is closing in. Jun immediately used the shockwave to stop the devastating blow that had come. Its terrifying power kept pushing him back. Jun struggled to hold on while relying on the chains to steady himself. Then, a strong leap from him forced the guy to crash down onto the hard ground. He even took the opportunity to deliver a powerful blow that shattered the ground, with dust flying up everywhere. Hein watched as Jun was sent flying out of sight. Now, the guy's face was lined with wrinkles. Humanity, how dare you? His mocking tone rang out. I told you so. Jun focused his energy, continuously activating. The next active skill is Shadow Leaf Flight. The excitement and confidence were evident in Jae-haen's eyes. We can stop you. Amidst the wreckage, Lena quickly commanded everyone to focus on rescuing the students. People rushed to provide first aid and save both the students and instructors. We can't waste any more time. Too many instructors and students are already injured. She assessed the situation in her mind. A massive monster outbreak. This city has never faced anything like this. Jiang Lena gritted her teeth. And it happened on the day we were training outdoors. Too many coincidences combined with unprecedented casualties made her resolute. We must find a way to handle this at all costs. Suddenly, someone shouted. Principal, let us help. The person was none other than Pun. Lena reluctantly agreed but still advised him. All right, but try to avoid direct confrontation as much as possible. After all, you guys are still students. Next, Juhan also stepped up. The Garam Circle will help, Jia said seriously as she took on the task. You and Songjai will take care of the injured. Seeing the enthusiastic teenagers made me feel a bit more relaxed. Thank you. Everyone. Let us do our best to save as many people as we can. After saying that, she left to think about the next move. If I let the students focus on supporting against the wreckage ahead and gather the instructors to fight against the monsters. With the green light shining on Lina's palm and her determination, we might have a chance to win. It was as if she sensed something was off, leaving her surprised. Lina's face showed clear panic. What is happening? I can't gather mana. The screen popped up with a notification. The AI system was temporarily disconnected from the user, leaving her stunned. What? At that very moment, Dohan hurriedly reported. Principal, I can't use mana. Jumi next to him stuttered. My skills won't activate either. This unexpected situation threw Lena into confusion. What is happening? The system has never had errors. So why is it happening now amidst a disaster? Without hesitation, she shouted loudly. Is there anyone who can still use their skills? Jumi and John, though reluctant, could only stand there helplessly. One hand immediately shot up. I think I might surprisingly be able to help here, because that person is student Park Hun from the Garam Circle. Even Jan raised his hand. Your skills are still functioning normally. Duhan replied. Me too. Lina's pupils suddenly constricted. Impossible to comprehend. Only the students can still use mana. She looked around. Some students raised their hands, while others were using healing skills on the spot. Lena muttered under her breath. It was hard to understand the situation. But then she decisively shouted orders. We will change the plan. Students, move forward. We will support you with all our abilities. Bahun and Du-hun said in unison. Lena immediately directed the movement to the city, sealing off Area 3, which was the most critical zone. Team Park Hun responded in unison and rushed off. Understood. He was moving while assigning tasks smoothly. Kang Du-hun, go to the right. He responded with a scowl. Don't give me orders. Of course. He would not care and continued on. Hanji, focus on recovering from the back. She replied, I know. After a while, everyone stopped and parents started to sound heavy. Everyone listen up. Despite being in a worrying location, he remained calm. Area 3 has a relatively narrow entrance. Strategies and analysis were laid out. As long as we hold our position, we can withstand without too much difficulty. Unfortunately, the appearance of Ket Long wanted to sabotage Park Hun's plan. But under this pressure, the supporting trainees were stunned. Do we have to fight that thing? The system jumped up, confirming his thoughts. You have encountered the boss of the quarantine city in Area 3, Keklet Long, with its horrifying breath and asymmetrical form, caused Park Hill to lose his composure. This will be incredibly difficult. Over here, the Ete Haza group rushed to the mission point. Daya was still worried about her friend. He can't be? Daya Hun won't be down. Right. Hoon listened, grinding his teeth and cursing under his breath, though he did not say it out loud. Inside, Dooku Dung was extremely anxious. At that moment, the ring she was wearing suddenly lit up, and everyone else experienced a similar phenomenon. Dung stopped to check the notification. The scheduled message had arrived. A familiar voice rang out. Do not worry. I need to ask everyone for a favor. Jun began to talk about his plan. Right now. The boss monster in the area is attacking the city gate. Help the civilians. I will meet up with everyone soon. Jung's expression gradually relaxed. That is definitely Jun. Seeing that everyone was settled, Sozin coldly urged them on. Is that the decision? We have to do what we can. Everyone responded in unison. Alright. Rodung softly reassured everyone and herself. Dia Hun will be fine. At the same time, he was fighting with incredible speed, quickly summoning magic to strike at the enemy below. Hein gritted his teeth, looking at him with disdain. It turned out the reputation of Odin's successor was not just for show. The man's face became fierce. But you will definitely fail. Jun used his martial arts to dive straight down. Hein, unwilling to back down, drew his weapon, ready for a duel. The cold iron blade formed an arc, not giving him a chance to escape. Him will personally test you. He thought that the series of blows would make Jahan stagger. But no, he dodged smoothly like a breeze. After that, he launched a counterattack, forcing the opponent to raise his sword to block. Despite being knocked back by the recoil, Daihun arrogantly left a taunt behind. You will regret this. As soon as he finished speaking, Jun charged again, causing Him Lee's face to show clear astonishment. You calmly said, lately, my test scores are so high. Just hearing about them drives him crazy. At the same time, the system activated, triggering the passive skill, intermediate sword technique, and the active skill, spinning strike. Both sides rushed at each other, a fierce battle as if to break the sky. A worthy opponent excited MZ, who praised, compared to humans. It was quite impressive. The guy had not even finished his words when he swerved, but then pointed his weapon straight ahead. You can only do this much. The tip was blocked by D Hun's sword, creating a sharp sound. A smug smile blossomed on his face, completely out of place with the current situation. Then you gently retracted the weapon in your hand. This action left Lee wide-eyed in shock. Just as the guy lost momentum and fell forward, Jung quickly dodged to the side. A new piece of equipment suddenly appeared in his hand, along with the sound of the system ringing, activating the active skill. Weapon crafting. Successfully created. SSS-Rank. Then you quickly grabbed it and channeled your power into it. When the magic gathered enough, completing the activation of the active skill. Dagger. Jun seized the clean opportunity, leaving him with a few strikes. A surge of strength flowed down his arm and gradually spread throughout his body. The system displayed in sequence, successfully upgrading the passive skill. SSS-Fangs have activated. The enemy is poisoned over time. Hein stared and screamed in pain, leaning on the sword trying to stand firm. You dare to wash away the dirty game. Jae Hein turned to look at his opponent with a glance that could not be more disdainful, then bluntly asked, do you want to compete on who is more pathetic? It is your words that made him cautious. Usually, with this kind of poison, I would recover immediately, no matter what tricks you use. The wounds all over his body still did not diminish his confidence. I only eliminate my enemies. Perhaps I need to reassess you. Let us start over. Then he briefly recalled the plan laid out. The power that could temporarily infiltrate the Nordic divine system, controlling the strength of all trainers and trainees. The power Him Lee received from Odin has its limits. Each person is programmed differently. So he thought if he just blocked the Nordic divine system of the trainers, it would be easy to handle them like ants in his palm. Hein told you to cut all those thoughts. But the gaze directed at the person opposite. Now I can only admit, he evaluated Jun from top to bottom with his current level 3 strength. That guy is a monster I can compete against. His pupils shone brightly along with the sword in his hand. He reminisced about the time he practiced at school, the sword techniques he learned from Manhwa before entering the dagger training camp and performing spinning kicks. Back then, the two of them had fought in countless battles to master that technique. Jae-hun glared at his opponent. If I activate them with this class weapon, the fangs of Nietzsche. Thinking of this, he proudly concluded that even Mkaira would not last long. The guy laughed in a savage way. You are quite interesting. Then, reaching behind him, he said in a low voice, I do not understand why Asuka sees you as a threat. He gently took something out. But at least you seem to know how to use it. The item suddenly appeared, casting confusion over Jun's face, as the cloth slipped down to reveal the bright elephant tusk in his panic. Without saying anything more, he dashed toward the guy. I do not know what kind of ability that is, but I have a bad feeling about it. Jun clenched his teeth, running at light speed, not hesitating to swing his hand forward, not giving him a chance to act. Hein, before blowing the horn, did not forget to say, consider this an honor. The guy's face lit up with delight. You are about to hear the sound of Zalon. The sound of the trumpet rang out, drowning everything around them. Jun was bound by that sound. He painfully clutched his head and stepped back a few paces. What is this? That sound had a significant effect on him. Upon hearing it, His body began to complain continuously. Warning. Xiaolin has begun to activate due to the item's effect. Physical abilities reduced by 50%. The next line of information sent Jian into a frenzy. The mysterious power of the item causes the surrounding beasts to become agitated. Suddenly, the space around the two was filled with ferocious mutated creatures. At some point, they had surrounded both of them. Jihan exclaimed with wide eyes, "What the hell is this?" Hind, the animal lover, replied, "Well, I am not controlling the beasts like a ray." The guy was excited to activate his power. "But this is my signature move." Your head quickly jumps to the next level. If it were magic, at that moment the system activated again, triggering the active skill. Absolute calculation. But then Jun was shocked to receive a notification that the user's rank did not meet the requirements to resist the failed item. He cursed under his breath. Damn it. At this moment, Him Li was still generating a bold power. He directly attacked Jun with a burst of energy. Jun barely crossed his arms in front of his chest to brace himself as Him Bai Rei regained his position. Smirking. "This is my secret move." Reversal magic. He looked at Jae Hun, speaking as if he were both comforting and threatening. "You won't die. But it will hurt like hell." Jun looked at him with hatred. Damn it. Hein saw Jun standing up and immediately launched a finishing move. "I guarantee you will gradually fade away in the dungeons of Asga for the rest of your life." Suddenly, that source of energy was blocked by something. A familiar voice rang out. "Dia Hunan can cause many crimes." Hila stepped boldly in front of him, continuing the unfinished sentence. But it was still too early to throw him into the dungeon. Her appearance left him speechless. "You create a protective circle around the two of them." Hilala's eyes lit up, signaling a bad omen. Inside the barrier, Daihun looked on in confusion. "Hela, what is this?" Hila's slender hand, covered in cracks, gently reached forward. Her expression turned anxious. She really could not hold on any longer. At this moment, Hind was still in shock from Hyla's appearance. "I have been wondering where you have been hiding. And now you have finally shown yourself." Suddenly, he slightly closed his eyes. "But you..." It turns out Li has realized something. "You have forced yourself to use the holy power of a pig." Even though her magic was almost depleted, Hila still tried to hold on a little longer. Her hand quickly gathered magical energy to create a ball of energy right in front of her chest. Jun reached out to stop her. "Hela, you need to focus on the situation. If what Li said is true, she is indeed using holy power, then Hila will definitely die." Ignoring those words, A launched her magic forward. Hind reacted quickly, easily dodging the attacks in the blink of an eye. He shouted angrily, "That power absolutely exceeds what you can handle. Are you really planning to sacrifice yourself?" "Really?" Hind was very curious. "In the end, what are you fighting for? Do you really believe the enemy can save the world?" To that, Hila confidently asserted, "It is not belief. It is certainty. We believe that Jun will defeat Aden and put an end to the apocalypse." He stood still, listening intently to the response, despite the magic aimed directly at his head. Finally, Himbli angrily brushed it off. Truly blasphemous. And then jumped forward to approach Hyla, who was casting the spell. Opposite him was Hila's determined gaze. She softly said, "Let us end this." As soon as she finished, a giant serpent suddenly appeared behind him. The guy just sensed its wickedness and quickly dodged. Daihun could only helplessly shout, "Stop it." Seeing the giant serpent, Hein could not help but curse, "Damn it." Immediately, the serpent rushed towards him. In another place, fierce beasts were lurking, ready to attack. Where did this source of magical power come from to drive them away? That power swept all around. It was the technique of Park Hyen, who was trying to hold back the monsters, not stopping there. He carefully activated another skill and charged fiercely to confront the monsters. The magic power from both sides collided, creating a loud explosion. Guman and Jiaz on this side were fiercely fighting them off. Meanwhile, Bitsi Hun was easily taking them down one by one. Right now, Du Han was struggling to hold on, while Jan was desperately healing his teammate. "Are you okay? Just stay still." Looking at the monsters in front, Jia could not help but feel disheartened. "We are all going to die." Guman beside him was just as terrified. "The kettle long. Isn't this just an outdoor training camp?" Jan suddenly looked towards the two of them, then raised his voice to inform Pun. "What are we going to do? We can't hold on much longer." At this point, he could only exclaim, "With no way to escape, we can't even contact the outside." Du-hun fought with the little strength he had left. What the hell is happening all of a sudden? Magic. I have reached my limit. In Park Hun's heart, there was early hope. If we had a few more capable people, would not that be better? Surprisingly, a voice came from somewhere that startled him. "We will help out." It was the Nine Guild. They were rushing to the rescue. Mak Hun skeptically confirmed in Hoyan and the Nine Guild, whom continued to say, "Let us help." Even so, He still seemed very hesitant. This battle was too dangerous for Tan Bin. He was so busy explaining that he did not notice a monster charging at them. The Ko Long isn't a plus-level monster. If you intervene. Before Bak Hun could finish his sentence, his eyes showed fear. This battle is going to be tough. A notification suddenly appeared, activating the active skill. Then Beach Kim, the one who rushed to save the day, was Hoon. Did we know that? Moreover, he boldly ran up to fight one-on-one with the monster. His sword radiated magical power in the flickering light. Hoon wore a confident smile. But it is okay. The figures of the 9 guild members swept past, causing Pun to hesitate. They charged up without a hint of restraint. At this moment, Ina revealed, "We are here to keep a promise." Hearing that, he was confused. "A promise," Yu Dong slowly added. "Min Jun." She smiled brightly. "We promised Jun that we would help everyone, so do not worry. We won't get in your way." That smile and those words left Park Hun stunned. You stand frozen in place for a few seconds, as if your brain has not processed what you just heard. But there is no time for you to be dazed. They roar and charge like a tidal wave. Yu Dong decisively rushes toward Hoon. "Don't he worry." The staff in her hand shines brightly, followed by the system notifications ringing continuously. Activating the active skill overflow. Activating the active skill holy sanctuary. A wave of blue energy rushes forward, empowering the teammates. Almost simultaneously, 2 other skills are summoned. Anim Sword. The white sword of the flower. The scene before Park Hun leaves him speechless. What the hell is this? With the support from the spell, Hoon easily tosses away the monsters surrounding him, clearing a path for escape. Even though he is still dizzy, B Hun quickly seizes the opportunity to rush forward, his mind in complete chaos, thinking Min Un was the only monster. And now, the performance of Team 9 has changed his perception. But these guys are just as crazy. Bak Hun glances at Yu Dong behind him, his thoughts still racing. Ninja Hun. Her gentle expression, while casting spells, further confirms his belief that she would never put her teammates in danger. Just then, a head monster roars and charges out to block the path. It swings its blade to attack the tiny human in front of it. But Hoon quickly raises his shield to defend. The sound of metal clashing rings out extremely loudly. Soon after, Ina combines her magic with Yu Dong's and rushes forward. The blue swords pierce straight into the monster's weak point. Bakian and Du Hyan also charge in simultaneously, but before they could make a move, the monster was defeated with just one head-hot strike. At the same time the enemy fell. An uneasy feeling rose in their hearts. If it were a fight against these kids, the battle would be much harder. Kang Yu, feeling thankful to be alive, quickly turned to his benefactor. "Thank you. You saved me." Diasang just smiled politely. "It is." So Run squinted as he looked at the traces on the ground, then informed everyone, "The entrance is over here. Follow me." Kang Yu nodded eagerly. "Thank you, Senior." Ko Sawzun. Yu Dong pondered as she watched the other group leave. Then, a bit worried, she looked up. "We need to hurry." The bone monster growled as if to cut her off, but she did not care. "They are fighting the boss monster over there." Ina coldly agreed. "Yeah." Hoon smiled, boosting the team's morale. Everyone has really gotten stronger. But before they could act, B Hun charged ahead like a gust of wind. No time to be careless. He was both speeding up and formulating a plan. "We will attack its legs and stop its movement. While we do that, you aim for the magic core and finish off the long chedet." Hoon immediately responded and gave further instructions. "Got it." Yu Dong used a weakening skill on the long Kate. She accepted the order without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, she flew up, approaching above the monster, then focused her spiritual power around her staff. The purple light enveloped the entire space and exploded, striking directly down on Long Checket's body. Even with support, Du Haihan felt uncomfortable. Damn it. At this rate, those new students will steal all the spotlight. B Hun thought the same, but he was more alert than his friend. There is no other way. You see it too. Right. The destructive power of Chan is even stronger than ours. Being older but weaker. How can Du Hu accept that? Damn. Alright. He tightened his grip on the weapon, activating the whirlwind skill. In the blink of an eye, he closed in on Long Set's leg, successfully breaking one of its bones. B Hun took the opportunity to soar into the air to observe the situation. Exactly as expected, calmly noting a powerful attack that showed no concern for defense, which made him determined to activate the Death Pierce. The move was aptly named. The weapon shot straight through Long Ketainen and pinned it to the ground, without a hint of complacency. Bak Hun shouted. Now that the beast was shattered, it still had the strength to open its mouth and roar. But its attack was not as fast as Yuzu Dong's support. A series of skills were activated. Absolute Blade. Anim Sword. The white sword in the fruit. Colorful magic poured down like a flood, bullying a giant opponent. At this moment, The magic core inside Long Ket suddenly showed signs of cracking. Unable to withstand it, it quickly shattered. Long Ket let out a wretched scream, a sound full of resentment echoing across the battlefield. Returning to this side, Him Lee turned back to observe. It is time to end. Then it was struck hard to the ground by the python, and it began to rise. Hila silently observed the situation, exhaling heavily. Her face slightly saddened as she lowered her voice to announce, "I have finished my job. My mission ends here." The python's pupils contracted as if something was happening, its belly swelling more and more. Next came a loud laugh that left Hela bewildered. Suddenly she froze, staring intently in that direction. Himlee's bright pupils gradually came into view. "Do you really think that guy crawled out from inside a snake's body? And I am going to die because of something like this?" Saying that, Hind rushed like the wind, still holding a long sword. To now, Hilala still has not figured everything out. Why is this happening? Jun over here is trying to yell loudly. Hila's sword stance faltered, and drops of blood began to fall. She ultimately was struck by a fatal blow from him. Hila's face went blank, the corner of her mouth stained with a bit of blood. Her hand clutched the sword, her gaze emotionless. "You should have only brought your strength this far." The corners of Himlee's mouth curled up, revealing arrogance. "Indeed, my power will be restrained," he slowly continued. "But you are not the only one who can use divine power." Hilala's mind gradually faded as she collapsed before his rage. "This damn kid," Hind cursed. "You are truly foolish. I am about to reach my end," speaking like an unstoppable tidal wave. Her eyes squinted while he kept rambling in her ear. "No matter how hard you try, it is all pointless." Hind mercilessly drew his sword, "So just rot in hell." Jung could only watch Hila's body fly far away, his horrified eyes widening, his demeanor growing darker. He struggled to get up and spoke in a trembling voice. "Hela." On the other hand, Hindiye continued to hurl insults. "What a fool." He casually hummed a tune that sent Jun's mind reeling. Your face turned pale instantly, sweat pouring down continuously. Jun tried to reach out to Hill. "Here we go again. I still can't protect the person who matters to me." Your whole body collapsed on the pavement. "I have tried my best to change my fate. Right now." Jun is desperate with his thoughts, but in the end, "I am just repeating the mistakes of the past and losing them again. Once more. My life is about to reach its destined end." Your eyes gradually narrowed. "What do I have left now?" At the same time, two people were talking on the rooftop. "Both you and my master have awakened." Jun's voice deepened after losing someone important. Remembering each person's image made you even more heartbroken. If loss is the key to awakening, Jun's hand suddenly clenched tightly, his voice a bit shaky. "Before I could let you finish your sentence," Ina burst into tears. She began to reveal the deep feelings within her. "Do you know how I felt then?" The image of us being crushed by rocks in the middle of the fire emerged. "Hurry up and help. I have awakened so I know I can do it." However, Ina only gave her a cold, piercing glance. She screamed when she saw her turn and leave. "Wait. Where are you going? Come back here." That moment made a change. I realized that the one who could protect me was her. She was getting more and more panicked. "I am Nana." But she has definitely made it clear that she is not my parents or my grandma or anything. As just started crying then. Seeing Ina's behavior, she started to wonder if she would treated her child very poorly. "Right. But you are a good kid. So she knows you will save something." Even so, she kept moving forward despite Sadai's attempts to convince her. "Are we a family?" At that moment, Ina activated her active skill, the Sword of Light, and it struck swiftly at the massive monster behind. In this situation, Iz was very pleased. "Exactly. Finally, I am also repaying all of it. I keep rambling without noticing what is falling. The money you had to spend to raise me," and turned her back with an expressionless face. Seeing that, Saudi gritted her teeth. "I need..." Amidst the heavy flesh, her resentful voice echoed, "Useless bitch." She just fell silent upon hearing that, then turned around and walked away without a word. Back in the present, those tears no longer rolled down my cheeks but were within myself. Ina's resolute attitude left Jae Hun unsure of how to comfort her. "Not to keep you waiting too long," she shared on her own. "I think guild leader Joes thinks the same way. It is not because she lost someone important that she awakened." Remembering Sung Yu immersed in sacred light, Ino asserted firmly that it was after those tragedies that she realized her true will. That is when she started to comfort her. "However, I do not think you need to go through something similar." Ina raised her hand to gently tuck her hair behind her ear, "Because among all the people I know, Jun was the most determined when he heard her confess." Returning to the earlier scene, he had been lost in old memories. Jun gritted his teeth, surrounded by sparkling light orbs, representing his will and determination that Ina mentioned. A powerful flow of internal energy began to surge from his body. Hein could not help but be astonished. "What is this mana? That guy's aura is also chaotic." How is that possible? How dare you? You are just a human. The light gradually faded, and Jun stood up proudly. He lowered his head as if thinking about something, then looked up a moment later. One eye now changed color. I do not want to lose the important people in my life anymore. The system sent a message. You have completed the main quest. Unlocking an exclusive skill. Odin's lost eye is reacting to your will. Streams of spiritual energy began to flow toward the eye socket. You have received the active skill of divine usurpation. After completing the process, John softly called. Her body lay motionless on the ground. Her eyes had turned lifeless. But he still made the suggestion. We still need you. The user has successfully absorbed divinity for the first time. A tear unconsciously fell on Hill's face. Detailed information appeared on the screen. The divine usurpation skill. Players can absorb divinity from weakened gods to enhance their stats and remove the limits of the copying skill. Watching what just happened before him, Hind grit his teeth in anger. So what if that was the awakened poison? The ground beneath him was shaking continuously. Purple beams of light gathered in her palm. Himbli's face turned frantic. The creator of the change. She would not be able to control that power. The divine absorption belongs to the traitor Asa. The golden holy light still enveloped Jun's body, while his voice continued to echo steadily. That is not something that a nobody like you, who does not even possess divinity, can use. Odin's eyes widened in disbelief. The traitor Asa. Hela's weak voice echoed from beneath the ground. Loki. She lay gasping with her last breath. The sinner of Asga. He was once the leader of the faction against Ea. Feeling the transformation within his body, Daihun assessed himself. This is his power. Then he raised his hand, causing the fang to glow intensely. From a distance, Hinli charged forward with a sword in hand. I understand what you are thinking, but the lazy sword strikes straight towards Jun. The divine theft only works on weak gods. It has no effect on me. Even so, you still respond strongly. Sorry, you are mistaken. Jun gently gains momentum and activates the aerial jump skill to dodge the attack. You successfully jump behind him, then turn back and snarl. Are you going to be seized by me right now? That guy has been itching for it. The system notification pops up. Target to seize divinity Hyla. The player's divinity increases. Your shout rings out but is firm. It is. After landing, Jun immediately hugs the opponent. Hela. Hindu just stands outside watching the lightning continuously strike down, along with the brilliant holy light. Inside, the pain on Hela's haggard face becomes clearer. In that moment, she wonders to herself, how could he think of it immediately? Uncertain if it is an illusion or not, Hela unconsciously calls out Loki. His form becomes clearer, making her admit, you were right. Her face is blank and pale, but Hela keeps pondering. All this time I thought gods were born like this from the start. She struggles to open her increasingly exhausted eyes. But it is not like that. The golden light envelopes Jun and she slowly starts to fade away. There is someone here who has attained divinity with a frail human body and created a legend. The words keep echoing in her mind. Jae-hun blames himself for not awakening. Her eyes close gently and peacefully. But that is not right. Hela was placed down neatly. Meanwhile, Jun moved forward with overwhelming strength right from the start. His confident gaze made her feel certain that she was the one he had chosen. Jun's fists were now filled with power. Even his chest radiated a brilliant light. A series of skills were used like the Thunder God's magic. Thunder chains. And the Thunder God's chains. With the newly equipped weapon, he slowly began to speak from now on. His eyes suddenly flashed with confidence along with a self-satisfied smile. The second round began. Him could not believe what he was hearing. What? Jun was now extremely pleased with the Thunder God's chain skill. Detailed information immediately appeared. The chain carried the power of the Thunder God and could pierce a part of the enemy's defense. It only activates when the Thunder God's magic is used. And hundreds of chains flew toward the opponent following his actions. The powerful impact forced him to struggle to defend. No matter how many he tried to defeat, he could not finish off this skill. The more he fought, the more elusive Himlai became. This can't be happening. Looking at those tangled chains, he frowned, realizing this was those thunder. How the hell could there be another attack? Ivli could not help but resent it. Did the creator change and get this? The rapid rhythm left him no time to react, so he decided to run away. Although it was a bit cowardly, Himdae still worried for his strength. First, I have to dodge and approach the one who created that change. Just a casual glance, but enough for the guy to get a punch to the face. With the single blow Ji-hun delivered, sent him flying off course. But he still had enough presence of mind to use his sword and create resistance on the ground. Deeply humiliated, Himli shouted in anger. Cam Hai. After being silent for a while, he muttered to himself, so this is divinity. Then he slowly stepped towards his opponent with the sword in hand. Now the battle is completely tilted in our favor. The guy is still kneeling on the ground while Jae-hun threatens. I can destroy you. His eyes looked at him mockingly. But you can't do that to me. Hearing this, the guy clenched his teeth in extreme rage. The figure of Hilala appeared in his mind as Li Lei tried to make excuses. Blocking Hila's clone earlier had drained my entire divinity, and I could not use magic anymore. Fearing for his fate, his body began to react on its own. Am I trembling? His face suddenly turned dark in an ugly way. In Lizio. And then he charged forward to retaliate. Wounded pride driving him. Just a human. Hinde swung his sword up with a wild scream. Don't be arrogant. With just one move from Dai Hun, all the chains flew towards him. They wrapped tightly around him, leaving no escape. While he had lost his mind. Ha! He responded chaotically. He could be the one to create change. But he is just a human. After breaking free, Hein leaped up to ambush from above. But there was no way he could freely wield divine power. Dan responded with a bored look after waiting for a while. At this point, the man's face clearly showed a bewildered expression when he realized he had fallen into a trap. A chain trap like a cage tightened around him and Nevim. It quickly wrapped around his upper body, then locked down on his legs that were trying to struggle. So Jun succeeded in restraining the opponent's power. The man cried out in pain, his voice echoing through the sky, then collapsed in front of you. Someone was approaching with a sword in hand. Seeing danger so close, Mviri could only curse. Damn it. The man's eyes were bloodshot at this point. That bastard. Without waiting to finish his sentence, Jun's sword lunged forward, causing him to disintegrate on the spot. Your gaze flashed with a determination that showed no mercy. After that, Jun disdainfully scoffed at the mess on the ground. Hujin stood on a nearby building, observing everything with a serious expression. Truly a foolish guy. I should not have trusted him in the first place. This outcome made him even more upset. The plan was completely disrupted. I should report back to Auden. Hujin's eyes lit up with a sarcastic thought that Zaidi, the guardian god of Aska, had to yield to an ordinary human. Jun's silhouette in the sunlight made him contemplative. He is getting stronger too quickly compared to what we planned. The fluctuating emotions are affecting the crowds around us. He has also gained divine power. Now, his becoming even stronger is just a matter of time, Hujin whispers to himself. However, that is not a big deal. The moment he waved his hand to cast magic, his eyes revealed a deadly gaze. As the end was drawing near. Below, Jun also put away his weapon. Hein lay on the ground, moaning like a discarded object. This pitiful sight excited Jun greatly. Now you look pretty good. As a supreme god, how could he endure such humiliation? You bastard. I was caught off guard this time. But when we meet again, I will definitely throw you into Aska's dungeon. In response to that taunt, Jun's shoe came down. Shut up. You glared at him like he was a dog. You seem to be alright. That look made him shiver despite the lack of cold. The power he displayed in front of me was only 30% of his true strength. But still, it can't change the predetermined outcome. Sooner or later, he will be forcibly summoned to Asga. Thinking that, he provocatively moved without hesitation. Nothing will change just because you won this time. His sharp voice rang out like a dark prophecy. Ragnarok will still proceed as planned. Jun calmly replied with a serious expression. I already knew that nothing would change. From him's perspective, he could clearly see the murderous intent in his eyes. Whether war breaks out or not, we will kill all of you anyway. This reckless attitude only excites him more. You do not know anything at all, and just as expected, the words that followed cast a wild aura over the opponent. These monsters and the fact that you have become an attacker, do you think that is a gift to humanity? Jahan frowned and asked back. What? Still? Himv did the role of the villain correctly, threatening without explaining. Be wary of those closest to you. Be cautious even of the smallest things. Every word he said carried a warning. Because once you reach that conclusion, you will realize just how disgusting the taste of betrayal is. The head under the ground glimmered, and then gradually faded away, leaving behind a heavy verdict. That will also be the moment you realize that the trust you have now will become an indelible scar in your heart. As soon as he finished speaking, Himli's previous position was left with only a thin wisp of smoke. Jahan stared hard at it, as if trying to process everything. But he did not linger on it too long. He looked up and exhaled. Well, at least I have cleared one obstacle. He then slowly approached his injured teammate in the corner. You coldly checked on the person in front of you. Are you okay? She gently reported the situation. Yep. The collapse of this body has stopped now. A bit shy to speak. Thank you, sir. But Jun bluntly turned away. That is good. He added a line that left Hilala speechless. I have other things to do. Let us talk later. You go back to where Himdu's body is. Then reach out. And around the body. A brilliant light bursts forth enveloping both. At the same time, the system activates, triggering the active skill Divine Wrath, targeting the fragments of Himdu to absorb divine power. The source of strength around Jun intensifies as the next notification indicates. The user's divine power has increased. You smirk with delight, thinking to yourself, I thought there might still be a bit of divine power left in his body. And I was right. Daehan continues to execute the plan. All right. Despite hypoting angrily behind, a moment later, you arrive at the majestic and imposing sanctuary. The heavy silence envelops the god and the servant. Hindu bows low to apologize. The god feels ashamed, having failed to eliminate the great enemy due to his own carelessness. Odin's reaction is not too intense. I already know. However, his cold gaze conveys the opposite implication. I had already seen everything. These words make him grit his teeth in thought. Odin's throne. The object beneath Odin allows him to see all 9 realms. A mythical artifact. Cold sweat begins to drip down the face of the guy. His fist clenched so tightly that the veins bulge. Well, why does the great enemy have to awaken his exclusive skill at that exact moment? Hindu bows his head, hiding the unwillingness that spreads across his face. Moreover, that battle has already drained half of my divine power. Damn it. Suddenly, Odin's deep, hoarse voice rang out. We are going to start the purge. He extended his hand to give orders. From now on, help free raise the army of heroes to defeat the great enemy. I will send someone else to take care of him. How could Hindu accept this humiliating position? But before he could finish, Odin interrupted sharply. What are you doing? His eyes lit up, signaling a bad omen. Are you defying my orders? Hindu panicked and hunched over in guilt. Odin does not want to linger on this anymore. Then get out of my sight. Waiting for the other to turn away, he called for Hujin. He appeared beside his master in a flash. Yep. Odin calmly assigned the task. The war will start soon. At this moment, an excited smile spread across his face. I am sure you know very well. Then he reached out and continued his unfinished words. The necessary materials to raise the enter right at that moment. A series of footsteps appeared in front of the empty hall. Darkness enveloped the surroundings. Only the flickering green flames remained with Odin's words. The army of heroes turned this way. Daehan calmly walked between the shelves, holding a stack of thick books. Find an empty spot and put them all on the table. Jaehan looked at that pile of books in distress. When will I finish reading this? His eyes suddenly grew heavy, suddenly remembering the words of that person. Be wary of the things you are most familiar with. Doubt and then doubt again. A sudden feeling of unease rose up in you. Go to the end and you will realize the betrayal is more toxic than alcohol. An invisible fear crept in like darkness enveloping Jun. And trust sometimes leaves the deepest scars in every person's heart. That voice still echoed in your ears. Let me give you one last piece of advice. With eyes brighter than the purifier, suspect the system. Jun pondered, doubting that both Maya and Hindu were saying the same thing. You looked at the pile of books in front of you. Sure, there was a connection between what they said and that matter. It seemed this connection was so strong that you could not even imagine it. You reached for a book, then focused on the lines of text. Should we consider these troubling issues? Time was passing quickly. Approaching midnight, and Jun still sat quietly at the table, absorbed in reading the material. Suddenly, you unexpectedly closed the book. It seemed Jun had discovered something. The bright eyes of the purifier. You immediately pointed with your pen at a spot on the page. This was not a definition. At this moment, the words on it became incredibly clear to Jaehan. And it was the scrambled letters of Enher that were ready. You were so astonished that you were gasping for breath. Finally, you understood. Jun stared intently at the paper in hand. What did Maya and Himbli mean when they said you had to be suspicious? At that moment, a meeting was taking place in the office. Big Hun spoke up, breaking the silence. Anyway, he rolled his eyes and looked at everyone present. Ninja Hun won't be restrained anymore. Everyone's attitude towards this news does not seem very good. If you guys oppose, you will have to go against those strong forces. Dain showed a helpless expression. Overall, they have surpassed our level. Du-Hyun also gritted his teeth and admitted, it is their strength has exceeded the normal level. Big Hun analyzed the situation. It seems the enemies have matured to a level we can't control in just a few months. He seriously reminded everyone to focus on damage control from now on. After saying this, he angrily slammed his hand on the table. But there is one thing we need to clarify. Big Hun looked towards John, who was casually sitting there, criticizing him. His expression turned cold. She is the leader of one of the 4 guilds. Why is not she participating in this expedition? I faced the questioning calmly. If there were a few other opponents interfering, this would already be an unwinnable battle. Her words made Du-Etch furious. What? John continued indifferently. Just with the skills of the members of the round table here. I ignored his anger. I believe we can't succeed in the Kite-Long expedition. Then I stood up and calmly refused. So I won't participate. I can't sacrifice innocent teammates in vain. Right. At this moment, Jun was still focused on studying the book. You should pay attention to the important content. The overall conquest of Kite-Long. Fake conquests can hardly use skills. Jahan read and imagined about those involved. This is very obvious. The Aya gods can intervene in the system. One thing kept repeating in your mind. You said to be suspicious and Hein said to be cautious. Jahan began to speculate. What if both are hinting at the truth of the Aya system? Your thoughts gradually became clearer that the true purpose of the system is to nurture En Hunanjae and the materials to make Hira. Perhaps the answer just popped into Jian's mind, causing him great fear. Surely it involves every fake awakening around the world. Just then, the system suddenly spoke up. The user has uncovered the truth of Sarah and Herza. The viewable information has been updated. Do you want to see Mim Maya's direction? This sudden announcement was something you had never thought of. You slowly pointed your finger forward. As soon as Jun touched the system screen, the scenery around him began to change. The abrupt change startled Jun a bit. Here. At the moment the light flashed, you found yourself in a strange place. Jun curiously walked forward. Right in front of him was a mysterious book floating above a stone pedestal. An eye lost of Auden was absorbed for the first time. Jun slowly stepped forward, his gaze fixed on that book, then decided to reach out and touch it. When you open the first page, you see this note. Jun continues to read it. It is my diary, the history of Asga, and a document revealing Auden's past corruption. After the First Narok War, Odin's and Herza army was destroyed. And as you surely know, there is a hidden truth behind this. A powerful army emerged. Energia. They are the limbs and tools of Odin's misdeeds. Those monsters were also controlled by Odin. If you ask if they are demons, I can't answer that. They were simply used by Odin. The Enja army was forced to participate in the wars. Odin deceived humanity and turned them into his slaves. He exploited them to fight against the Aya opposition alliance, and then they were defeated. But in that battle, countless Enja died. The generals turned their backs on him, completely shattering Odin's dreams. Therefore, humanity no longer willingly became Enhunja. He never expected that to happen. It was a shock to Odin. Only humanity can become Enhunja. And the condition is that they must be absolutely loyal to the gods. The danger slowly appeared. The second apocalypse with its threat was drawing closer to him, so Odin came up with a plan. He exploited something else. He sent Ariso's offspring to Midgard and turned the land into a hell filled with monsters. Then he gave them gifts, as if they are brothers. That is the Aya system. That old man continues to manipulate humanity. All the artificial awakenings around the world use it. But in the end, it is no different from a tool to build Odin's army. The further he got into the book, the more it horrified Jun, the enemy of the prophecy. If you are reading this record, you must immediately prepare to go to Irizo's control center. A strange symbol appeared. The control device that powers the Aya system is stored there. What terrified him was the last line. If you do not go there, all the artificial awakenings of humanity will become your enemies. Jun's eyes widened in shock. Then he stood up, leaning against the table, filled with worry. His anxiety was evident through his tense hands with prominent veins. Jun had to speak up that he needed to see Hila. After saying that, he went somewhere, his voice a bit hurried. Hila is in a hurry. In contrast to her urgency, she was still in a sleepy state, so her response was a bit sluggish. What is so important that you have to wake a goddess like this? But her attitude suddenly changed when she heard Jun getting straight to the point very seriously. I think I have discovered Odin's true target. He continued to narrate the ongoing issue. What he said made Hila fall into deep thought. After a moment of thorough analysis, she suddenly spoke up. It seems this issue needs to be discussed again with the Anti-Aya Alliance. Finally, Hila made her decision. Got it. Let us set off when it gets dark. This answer makes you pretty satisfied. Yeah. Thanks to you. Suddenly, Jun remembers something, and she responds a bit surprised. Yeah. Suddenly, you hold out the glove in front of her. I found this during the outdoor training. You make a guess. I heard it belongs to the First Awakening fake. Do you know anything about it? Looking at the glove, she seems a bit confused. The First Awakening fake, unfortunately. I do not know anything about it. Ending that topic, she quickly changes the subject. Let us put that aside for now. Right now, spreading rumors about the important stuff is more urgent. Hyla's hesitation only makes you more curious. She gets to the main issue. I need to give you another reward. The system sound suddenly rings out, leaving you stunned. The unique skill unlock mission has been completed. The closed city mission has been completed. Calculating rewards. After a while, the corners of your mouth finally lift into a faint smile. This is always the most exciting part. You tap the screen to claim your reward. The first reward is a blank card. The second reward makes you a bit suspicious. System update. At this moment, the screen shows that the Nonia system will update to version 2. Upon seeing that information, Jun is very surprised. Next comes a series of specified skills, and the exchange function has been updated. From now on, you can use voice messages with the group even from a distance. The stats window will be transferred back. Mythical level skills can now be stored in the activation slot. Current slot 1/1. The radar will automatically set itself up. It allows tracking Odin's traces when close by. The main mission to break the system has been received. This has successfully attracted Hila. So it is an upgrade in conversation. Right, she feels incredibly excited. From now on, Jung can rely on me even more, but you broke that confidence. Teasing out loud. It feels more like using than relying on. Does not it? At that teasing remark, Hila was extremely angry. While you remained calm, focusing on the system, adjusting the stats window. Suddenly, the screen displayed all your personal information. In your hand is a jar containing a giant red liquid. Human blood. You silently admire it. You could not use it before due to lack of strength. But now it is enough. In an instant, the jar was turned upside down. The bright red liquid splashed everywhere as Jun poured it all over his head. Once done, the system appeared along with the transformation from you. The consumable item used the giant's blood. The giant's strength spreading throughout the user's body. Strength and mana increased by 30. Feeling the power surging within you. You were extremely pleased. Thinking you had to wait until this rank to achieve this level of stats. Now with just the stats alone, I have made a medium's rank. Jun did not hesitate to open the next slot. Now it is the mythic skill slot. The system has also been updated accordingly. Slot 1/1 for passive skills. Thunder God. Mythic rank contains the power of the Thunder God, greatly increasing proficiency in electric skill power. The screen shows more details. Electric skill damage increases by 300%. And electric skill proficiency increases by 50%. These three skills can be toggled on and off. Understanding this, he smirks mischievously. The previous restrictions have disappeared. Now I have received complete divinity. And all the limitations are gone. The issue is the number of slots. The system immediately responds. To unlock a slot, the user's divinity must increase, which can be achieved by conquering mythic rank beings. Although somewhat dissatisfied, he still reminded himself. Right now, just having the power of the Thunder God is already pretty lucky. Not only was he excited about this reward, but Hila was too. She stared at the screen. The crow finding radar will be automatically set up. It allows tracking Odin's crows when they are nearby. That made her extremely happy. With this, finding the crows will be much easier. Agreeing with her, Jun replied, "You are right." However, his thoughts did not stop there. Hoojin. We can also track him down. Suddenly, Jun remembered something. The last update seemed to be a mission. Then he examined it. This must be the hardest mission yet. The system has appeared. The mission to break the system has been accepted. Jae-hun's face darkened. Breaking the system. At the same time. Elsewhere. In front of that mirror, someone's voice echoes. Do you think it is time to stop delaying and leave? John kept insisting. We can't keep him waiting any longer. With no response, she directly called out his name. Suddenly, she fell into a reverie. A voice exclaimed. The senior criticized John as he approached from behind. And she turned curiously. You provided the details. I heard you are the key player in the outdoor training. John did not hold back on the compliments. But John just coldly responded. Thanks for the compliment. But I am a bit busy right now. His body brushed past her like a breeze, saying they would talk another time. As if noticing something, John glanced at Jun. This feeling was unmistakable. Then she suddenly spoke up. What are you thinking? In her mind, she was judging. The one who brings change, looking at Jun, lost in thought. She lamented. Even though I lead one of the 4 rounds, I have not participated in the mission. Everyone criticizes me. This statement really caught his attention. She could see the hidden strength in him. Perhaps he had acquired divine powers. June mocked. If you are weak, you should step back. That reaction was beyond John's expectations. Jun just left a gaze full of deadly intent and fear. Even with a healing spell, it won't bring her back from the dead. As soon as she finished speaking, she walked away. It took her a moment to regain her senses. Realizing what was happening in the news about the shocking deaths of several teachers outside, the student saved the academy from an unexpected event. What will happen next? The hero of the academy is none other than Minun. Du clenched his fist tightly. That is right. He immediately turned off the news and decided it was time to take action. But it seems like it is not what he wanted. Even if it feels a bit early for me. Du slowly lifted the frame to admire the glow it emitted. Alright, is the creator changing the prophecy? He was extremely excited. Not knowing how the complete story would unfold, he spoke to the mysterious painting. Let us listen to it together. At this moment in the Academy's press conference, a girl with a serious demeanor was speaking, and below her, a multitude of eyes were watching. Lena gazed down, deep in thought for a long time. Before she began to speak, I am sure everyone has many questions. But right now, the only thing I can answer for sure is that her voice has become more serious. There is a new threat out there. And we are gathered here to remember the spark of hope. It has helped us overcome past threats. The reporter sitting below was focused on listening and taking notes of Lena's words. We will reward the students. Her complexion was solemn along with a commanding voice. because they were the ones who contributed greatly to this. I request the following named individuals to come on stage and receive their awards. Jun and Ina in their school uniforms were preparing themselves. At the call, one by one, everyone stepped into the first year. Min Hun and team number 9. Time seemed to pass without notice. At this moment in some room, Yu was nervously resting his chin on his hand. All right, her gaze was probing. Don't you have anything to say? Everyone's attention in the room turned to one side. Jun loosened his tie with his hand. All right. But I can't say everything. Hearing this, she visibly showed her discomfort. Why do you have so many secrets? Ina said calmly beside him. Let me ask first. She thought about the strange man with the sword. Puzzled. Who is that person? The one who attacked us. His mood was contemplative, difficult to express. Then he turned his face away. I can't answer. What I can say is Ji Hyan made a foolish expression, pretending to be indifferent. He has business with me and he is super strong, Yudong said. Dissatisfied. You think we want to know that? Hoon crossed his arms in agreement. That is right. Yudong is correct. Hein's scary face flashed through his mind. That person. He slightly frowned in doubt. Who is that monster? Diasang and Sozin on the other side were also paying attention. Waiting. 5 faces shared the same focused expression watching Di Han, wanting him to provide an answer. Under pressure from everyone, he sat silently, deep in thought, contemplating that one day he would have to tell them the truth about what happened with Jack Narok. He was too early to read everyone's expressions, to share everything with them. Hearing this, they were more annoyed mixed with disappointment. Dia and Sozin returned to their original calm state, as if nothing had happened. Dia Han looked at everyone with a helpless smile and let out a sigh, suddenly remembering something. He unexpectedly spoke up to announce, I also ranked up to S. Sozin immediately jumped up, her eyes wide in disbelief as she asked again. What? She held her head, completely panicked. SSS-Rank. What are you talking about? No way. Dia beside her continuously reassured. Stay calm now. Ina turned to understand. So that is why he survived after fighting that person. Hoon immediately followed up. Did you kill that monster yet? His gaze was chilling. He replied seriously, mentioning him V. He analyzed if that guy was the guardian of Northern Europe. He slowly expressed his guess that he would have to fight an enemy like him. Yudong felt furious at the warning. So if this happens again, run immediately. She slammed the table and shouted. Are you planning to fight alone again? Jahan tapped on the table, bowing his head in silence. His fingers tapped on the table, making strange sounds. The room suddenly fell silent. The atmosphere around them became eerily gloomy. His eyes were bloodshot, exuding a strong killing intent. Everyone saw this and was extremely frightened, their faces drained of all color. The sound of a goat's bleat broke the silence. Unless you guys are strong enough, you still can take me on right now. If you do not like what I say, then you will end up being a loser. Despite everyone's reluctance, you still challenge. Then I won't say you guys ran away anymore. Yudong lowered his head, his eyes teary. What the hell? You are being way too cold. The notification sound caught Jun's attention. He reached into his pocket for his phone and read the information on the screen. His eyes widened in surprise. Moments later, the man was driving while making small talk. I am surprised. The person in the back received a notification, a VIP message inviting him to attend the auction. He smiled with delight. I did not expect you to join the auction. He was a bit curious and asked. You need to spend a lot to become a VIP. How much have you invested in that company? Jun seemed indifferent as he replied. I do not remember exactly, but it is almost all the money I have. Hearing that, he smiled helplessly. That mindset is something a regular salaryman like me can't understand. The stop was at a very large building. The elevator doors opened, and T and Jun appeared inside. As he stepped out, the man quietly reminded him, I will wait here. If anything happens, I will handle it. Remember to call. Jun turned around, smiling confidently. I do not think anyone dares to cause trouble for me. He agreed cheerfully. That is right. Jun walked while admiring the surrounding scenery. In a lavish and opulent room, Camilla sat in a chair, nervously biting her nails. A voice rang out, catching her attention. Camilla. Batch glanced at her. Camilla. He asked with concern. What is going on? You have been in a daze for a while. She gently called Beach's name. Looking at Jun sitting alone in front, she lowered her voice. You see that guy over there? Right. Hearing that, he shifted his gaze. Yeah. Jun rested his chin on his hand, his handsome face drawing everyone's attention. Beach observed him for a moment. Recalling their last meeting, he fell into thought. That guy was the kid we met at the Iceland hotel. We checked afterwards. After thinking it over, he answered his question. He is the new star of the Lotus Club. I have never heard of the Lotus Club participating in this auction. Camilla was still in a state of panic. Listen carefully. She made a well-intentioned reminder. That kid is very dangerous. He looked shocked. What? Jihan had a good-looking face. His emotions stable. What is he mumbling about? That information left Beach in shock. His gaze was like a demon eyeing its prey. The aura radiating from his body made others feel a manna-like dark treasure. Inside the room, a voice rang out. I told you. Someone spoke softly on the phone. My love. Just trust me. The auction will go smoothly from a small shop. So far we have done very well. Min-hon looked a bit worried but still forced a reassuring smile. Just a little more effort. After he finished speaking, he hung up the phone, quietly making a resolution. This time, I can't make any mistakes. He closed his eyes to keep himself calm and told himself. Many investors and VIPs will be attending. I must succeed. At that moment, Nian-hon was surprised and glanced in one direction. He could not understand the scene before him. Wondering when the window was opened, suddenly, Min-hon saw something, and his eyes widened as if they might pop out. A tentacle swung across, splattering blood everywhere. Min-hon stood frozen at the window with wide eyes, seemingly losing consciousness. Suddenly, a pair of small hands appeared from behind, wrapping around his neck, gently lifting up and stroking Min-hon's eyes. John tilted his head with a strange smile. Then a very satisfied guy muttered to himself, wondering what reaction the creator of the change would have. Meanwhile, Dae-hun was sitting with his chin resting on his hand in boredom when someone approached and struck up a conversation. Not expecting to see him in a place like this. With a dark expression. Glanced over, saying he had become quite famous recently. This made him look up and smile back. Really? Camila, seeing this from afar, turned pale and silently cursed. That idiot. What is he thinking? However, Baich did not care about what she had warned earlier and continued to talk coldly to Jun. Right. He looked at the emotionless face of the other and continued. The only battle mage in the world and the top student of the first Korean Exorcist Academy. Right. That is you. Bika's gaze grew increasingly dangerous. If that is the case, it is reasonable that the European Union is interested in you. However, you still do not bring any honor to me. He saw this reaction and did not continue talking, glancing over at Camilla. In his heart, Batch remembered something. Camilla's unique skill was mana breath, which had a special effect that few knew about. It was like a photon machine that could look deep inside and read the mana structure of others. In each gene of the Punisher, there is a different mana structure and element. Just like fingerprints, each individual has a unique mana structure. Batch turned and walked away, although he felt extremely suspicious. So how could he remember the Black Leopard more than ever? But how could two different people have exactly the same mana? He returned to his spot but still felt confused. After thinking it over, he still found this impossible. Finally, he muttered, by the end of today, we will find out. Bak's gaze was cold, as if he wanted to confirm Jun's identity to see if he really was the Black Leopard. Camilla looked at him, potting in disgust. She casually teased. This self-righteous attitude is one of the reasons for your divorce. Yeah, sure. Bak heard this and got angry, gritting his teeth. Shut up. Song Di-hun also quietly observed both of them with his bright eyes. Just then, the lights in the auditorium suddenly went out. Everyone began murmuring and looking in one direction. The sound of high heels clicking on the ground from afar echoed as it slowly approached. A well-dressed man cleared his throat and spoke up. Welcome, everyone. Min-hon v. Kon is like a lifeless corpse repeating itself once again. Welcome, everyone. He continued to say something, but Jun seemed not to pay much attention, lost deep in thought. I just need one thing. On stage, Min-hon, with his eyes rolled back, continued to preside. Let the auction begin. Please present the first item. He waved his hand towards the sparkling red stone. Starting with the super stone. Jun just started to pay attention to Min-hon and frowned. The host must be doing something wrong. Then he ignored it and focused on the item in front of him. The super stone. Of course. Just one sample like that is not enough for stable results. However, detailed information about the B-grade extraordinary ring is said to temporarily amplify mana and increase magical power through the overclocking skill. Although it is a greatest skill, it still has many limitations because the item is not yet complete. Jun's eyes showed a determined look. If there was a gem attached to the ring, it would be a completely different story. Min-hon's voice rose evenly. Let us get started. You heard that and slightly smiled wryly. Dae-hun raised his hand without hesitation. I have been waiting for this. Smiling confidently, I offered 10 million. The entire audience immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Everyone gritted their teeth and murmured. Even Bak noticed the situation. Min-hon emotionlessly ran the auction. We have 10 million. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher? As soon as the words ended, another hand shot up. Bak solemnly quoted 11 million. A move that even Camilla did not expect. However, not backing down, I said 12 million. Bak no longer argued but rested his chin on his hand and sighed. At that moment, Camila felt like punching him in the face. Now, Jun no longer bothered to show friendliness. His gaze seemed to say, "You want to drive me crazy." Luch seemed to understand his intent as well. After a moment, he replied with his gaze, "Of course not. I am just interested in that gem." Bak stared directly into Jun's eyes and continued to convey his thoughts. "But then I gave up because I did not want to pay that much." At this point, you slightly narrowed your eyes and smiled contentedly. "Is that? I misunderstood your intentions." He was so furious he could not describe it. That jerk. I did not expect him to be so reckless. The veins on Bak's face kept popping up. Is he trying to threaten me or something? Or does he have someone he trusts to back him up? His eyes bulged as a question suddenly flashed through his mind. What exactly is he up to? The applause echoed as Jun successfully got the item. Jun seemed a bit lost, focused in his thoughts. Finally, the auction was coming to an end. The last item was a class A artifact that could increase resistance to abnormal skills. I thought about the benefits it could bring me. But it is useless for me since I have already received blessings from the pig. Jun made his decision. Just then, Minhon spoke up once again, finally, with his creepy eyes. He continued, "We have prepared a special item for everyone. Now." Jun could not help but be stunned by his words. "It is a class artifact. I am sure everyone will love it." This surprising information left him in disbelief. The previous item should have been the last one. What is going on? I have never heard there would be a special item in this auction. Minhon maintained a steady tone. The seller of this item will explain it for me. A warm round of applause welcomed Jun as he slowly stepped forward. "To your success." Blend in before everyone's attention without a hint of worry. Jun's expression immediately darkened with an indescribable feeling, and when he truly saw the opponent's face, horror overtook every cell in him. Chan showed no reaction towards him and casually introduced, "Hello. I will be the one selling this item." The bracelet sparkled with each word. "I will explain to everyone about the item named Drapnia." At that moment, Jun's sharp gaze was focused solely on the figure across from him. Of course, it was Jun exuding a chilling aura different from everyone else around. His entire body was tense, as if ready to spring and choke her at any moment. Her lips began to move, and perhaps only Jun could hear what Jun was saying. "I only need a few seconds, so please try to stand still for a moment." After that, a strange energy flowed from Drapnia. This artifact is a bracelet made of gold. It will replicate 8 times after every 9 days. The atmosphere around her completely changed in a terrifying way. However, everyone would have to pay a small price. Bright red tentacles like blood surged everywhere. Odin's pupils lit up when Jun activated it. This is bad. However, they did not attack or touch him at all. The shock was evident in every line on his face, his eyes squinting tightly as he reached a conclusion. There was no way to use it now. That is not magic. It is finally Jun understanding a bit about Drapnia, the original power of the artifact. Meanwhile, that mass of tentacles attacked all the guests watching. Surprisingly, it did not show any intent to attack Butch and Camila. And indeed, with his impulsive nature, would not let this slide. "What the hell are you doing?" The indifferent response came from Jun. "I do not need unnecessary guests. I only have business with the main enemy." Jun's expression darkened with a disgust that seemed almost tangible, recalling that sly smile of hers along with the pointless conversation with Jun in the hallway. "I felt something was off from the very beginning. Finally, it took until now for me to realize it completely." "So you are Aya's pet." This made her displeased even just a little. "Calling me Aya's pet does not sound good at all. Can't you think of a better word?" Of course, Jun would not care about her feelings. "What do you want?" Jun was very direct. His mocking tone echoed throughout the auction hall. "Seriously? Longtha, you are starting to get on my nerves." The anger inside Jun was about to explode. "I do not think so. The moment you made that assertion, I won T let you have your way." Both Black and Camilla had gathered their strength. Meanwhile, hearing Jun's declaration, coughed and let out a long, refreshing sigh. "Huh." The excited smile was filled with sarcasm. "It sounds really dangerous but also interesting." She lets out a long breath, though, and then Jun once again lets out that creepy laugh when announcing, "I have bought enough time to get ready." The mouth opens wide like a black hole, swallowing everything. The scene suddenly changes, leaving Jun in shock. The tentacles attack the guests, suddenly lighting up, quickly becoming massive and piercing through the crowd. This sight makes even Camilla, who is used to death, unable to adapt. But back behind her soon can't hold himself back. A sharp sword swoops down, but she immediately blocks it. "Hang on." This only makes him angrier than ever. "What are you still doing there? We have to save them quickly." Camilla snaps back. I am not stopping you from doing that. Anxiety fills every word she speaks. We can just rush in blindly. It is too dangerous. I have never seen that artifact before. Then John gives her a compliment. She is a smart woman. If you do not tell them to stop, those connected to this artifact will be done for. But there is no need to worry too much. They are still alive. This remark from her does not make Jun feel any more optimistic. Still alive. She is not planning to chase them down to kill them all. I do not really see the need to keep them alive. But there is still a way to save them. They are just in a coma. Are you repeating that to confirm it? I secretly thought. If they are unconscious because of the mana, I need to hurry. Then, John started explaining without paying attention. Their greedy state has been eliminated. Because of that, their ego foundation has collapsed. And their minds are unstable. Jun's brain hesitated a bit after hearing her mention it. Did that artifact really steal everyone's emotions? Suddenly, Hoojin's figure flashed through the stream of questions. Or was it his power? John continued his endless monologue. Everyone's being too funny. Just taking away emotions and they have lost their minds. Finally, Jun with a cold gaze spoke each word as a command. Stop the nonsense and return them to normal. She showed no fear and even looked down on him. What if I say no? All that is left where you stand is a slight breeze passing by. Just like that, in an instant, John found himself flattened on the hard floor. Not even his hands were spared. Right now, Jun's presence exploded with intensity. I will make her want to return them to normal.